Chapter 1. The Arrival of Celestials. In the grand realm of Dashuan, within the illustrious capital of Changsheng, stood the esteemed residence of the Grand Tutor. Li Fan, holding a goblet of fine wine, surveyed the multitude of civil and military officials gathered to celebrate his birthday. Though now in the twilight of his years, having crossed the threshold of 70, he could not help but feel a swell of pride within. It is essential to note that on this day, the Grand Tutor's abode was graced by nearly 9/10 of the court's dignitaries. Such a remarkable display of influence. Reflecting on his journey, Li Fan recalled his humble beginnings as a destitute scholar upon arriving in this world. Over the span of more than 5 decades, he had ascended from utter obscurity to the exalted position of Grand Tutor, wielding power that resonated throughout the realm. The myriad experiences he had endured could easily fill the pages of a lengthy tome, encompassing millions of words. Life, indeed, is such. What more could one desire? With a gentle stroke of his beard, Li Fan drained the contents of his cup. The Grand Tutor's longevity. The assembled officials chorused in unison. Li Fan's sense of satisfaction deepened. At that moment, an unexpected clamor erupted from outside. "Behold! What is that? Celestial flames descend from the heavens. It is an auspicious omen. Quick, inform the Grand Tutor. Is it not heading directly toward our esteemed residence?" Upon hearing the commotion beyond the walls, Li Fan furrowed his brow. The once vibrant hall fell into an abrupt silence. Rising from his seat, he was the first to venture outside. Yet, before he could admonish his attendants or voice his discontent, he was captivated by the celestial spectacle above. In the distant sky, 2 silver beams of light, one trailing the other like shooting stars, hastened toward their location. What is this? Li Fan was momentarily transfixed. In the blink of an eye, the 2 streaks of light reached the skies above Changsheng and abruptly came to a halt. Meanwhile, a voice thundered from the heavens, reverberating in the ears of the crowd. "Dao Xuanzi, do not overstep your bounds." The onlookers were struck with a mix of astonishment and dread. Several individuals even called upon the immortal master, prostrating themselves upon the ground. A term buried deep within the recesses of Li Fan's memory and nearly forgotten, suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Xiao Xianjia. Li Fan stood in a daze, murmuring to himself, "How can this be?" The 2 celestial beings above clearly paid no heed to the thoughts of the mortals below. Another voice rang out. "Ko Hong, do you believe that by fleeing to this desolate realm, I shall let you escape? Surrender the techniques you acquired that day, or our enmity will know no bounds." "What ist? It is precisely because I lack the method to condense my Dan that I have been trapped in the foundation stage for nearly a century, facing imminent demise and destined to become mere bones. How could I possibly relinquish such a crucial technique?" Ko Hong retorted with a scoff, his tone dripping with disdain. "Indeed," Dao Xuanzi sighed deeply. "The path of the Golden Dan is one I shall claim for myself. Though many techniques exist in this world, far more cultivators remain ensnared in the foundation stage." Dao Xuanzi's tone suddenly turned fierce. "If that is the case, with the path to immortality laid before me, how could I ever let you go? How could I refrain from being excessively domineering?" Ko Hong laughed heartily. "It is but a mere performance. How absurd that after a century of brotherhood, we now draw blades over a fleeting chance of survival." Dao Xuanzi responded with a cold smirk, remaining silent. Ko Hong suddenly declared, "I am aware that I am no match for you, and today I shall likely meet my demise. However, with so many mortals present, I wonder if you can withstand such a potent concentration of celestial and mundane toxicity." Dao Xuanzi's expression shifted dramatically. "Ko Hong, what are you planning?" Ko Hong erupted into a maniacal laughter. "I am merely seeking a glimmer of hope." As Li Fan listened to the conversation between the 2 cultivators above him, an ominous feeling enveloped his heart. Yet before he could react, a crimson flame detonated above Xianjing City. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening roars reverberated in Li Fan's ears, and his vision was instantly engulfed in a sea of crimson. In mere moments, he lost consciousness. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when Li Fan finally regained awareness, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. After a prolonged period, the memories of the preceding events began to resurface. He coughed, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, trembling as he struggled to rise, casting a glance around him. It was still night, yet the once opulent Grand Tutor's residence had been reduced to mere ruins. The air was thick with the acrid stench of charred corpses. Moments ago, the court was bustling with officials, all of whom had met gruesome fates. Even his wife, concubines, and 5 sons had not escaped this calamity. An expression of desolation blanketed Li Fan's aged, visage's eyes were devoid of life. After standing in silence for an eternity, he finally mustered the strength to drag his feeble body out of the Grand Tutor's residence. What had once been a vibrant and lively Changsheng city now lay transformed into a hell of blood and fire, filled with shattered bodies and crumbling edifices. It is likely that among the populace who survived this calamity, the odds of survival are exceedingly slim. All of this transpires due to the sudden arrival of 2 celestial beings, 2 practitioners of the mystical arts. Li Fan, devoid of strength, slumped carelessly against the remnants of a shattered wall. His hearing had long been compromised by the violent explosion that had just occurred. Yet this mattered little. At this very moment, he found himself wanting to laugh. How could such practitioners of the mystical arts exist in this world? From a moment he assumed his official duties, he wielded his power in search of any traces of the celestial path. Once he attained the position of imperial teacher, standing above countless others, he scoured the entirety of the realm. From the frigid northern seas to the southern oceans, from the eastern abyss to the western mountain ranges, not a single hint of celestial beings could be found throughout the vast expanse of the great Xian. Yet today, after years of despair and resignation, 2 practitioners of the mystical arts descended from the heavens before him, unceremoniously shattering everything he possessed. Is this what it means to be celestial? And from whence do they arise? A torrent of anger and resentment ultimately transformed into an overwhelming sense of bewilderment. Fate plays its cruel tricks. At the same time, Li Fan felt an immense sense of gratitude, grateful that before his demise, he had finally confirmed the existence of celestial beings. Otherwise, would he not have wasted another 50 years of his life in vain upon entering his next existence? Indeed, Li Fan, an ordinary mortal, who journeyed from a mere scholar to the imperial teacher of the realm, could hardly have done so without some form of support. This, too, was the reason he narrowly escaped death at the hands of the celestial beings. Indeed, Li Fan silently pondered, and suddenly, the surrounding scenery dimmed. It was as if a thick curtain of water had descended, creating a surreal and somewhat indistinct vision. Truth disguised as falsehood. Falsehood reveals the truth. 7 characters glimmered in the darkness, then abruptly scattered, transforming into a luminous curtain of light. Charging complete. Shall we virtualize the current scene and return to the initial anchor point? 2 lines of small text appeared in succession. Simultaneously, images began to emerge one after another, swiftly filling the entire luminous curtain. They depicted the life of Li Fan over 50 years in this realm. Li Fan gazed at the various images of himself, lost in thought for a prolonged moment. Indeed, this was the name Li Fan had bestowed upon this cherished artifact he carried with him. It possessed but a single function: to transmute the real into the unreal, to transform substance into illusion. The essence of transforming substance into illusion was to convert everything Li Fan had genuinely experienced into simulated, ephemeral encounters, allowing him to return to the initially designated anchor point, the moment he first traversed into this world. In truth, this realm marked Li Fan's second life. In his first life, although he harbored grand ambitions, he was merely an ordinary man. After numerous failed attempts, he ultimately abandoned the pursuit of scholarly and official endeavors by the age of 30. He embarked on a modest business venture, becoming an ordinary wealthy gentleman, subsequently marrying and raising children, leading a life of mediocrity. It was only in the twilight of his years, as he approached death, that he finally awakened to the potential of indeed. Thus began the meteoric rise of Li Fan in his second life, an unstoppable force. Yet, regrettably, it seemed he had misapplied this power. After a moment of contemplation, Li Fan chose not to hastily bring an end to this world. Before doing so, there were still several matters he needed to address. He switched off the luminous screen and returned to reality, mustering his spirits to handle the aftermath of Changsheng, which had been severely ravaged by the celestial beings. After searching for several survivors, Li Fan, leveraging his years of prestige, managed to stabilize the hearts of the people, if only slightly. Despite his inability to hear, he found paper and pen, though communication was somewhat cumbersome. It did not impede his ability to convey orders. Firstly, Li Fan commanded his trusted guard stationed outside the city to hasten their arrival at Changsheng to maintain order in the wake of the disaster. Subsequently, he sent word to the surrounding cities, requesting the dispatch of supplies and officials to assist in Changcheng. The majority of Xuanjing's structures lay in ruins, and once the guard camp took control of the city, Li Fan chose to remain within the military encampment to oversee the recovery. Farts. With Li Fan's decrees, resources and personnel from nearby cities began to flow steadily into Xinjiang. A month later, the desolate city slowly began to regain a semblance of life amidst the rubble. Once the great Xian kingdom finally regained its footing after the celestial onslaught, Li Fan commenced orders to gather intelligence regarding the two celestial beings that had paired that fateful night. This included inquiries into their origins, their subsequent destinations, and whether they had engaged in any further dialogue during their journey. Regrettably, after months of investigation, aside from the knowledge that these two cultivators seemingly emerged from the eastern direction of Su Yuan, nothing else was uncovered. The anticipated clash between the two celestial beings, leading to mutual destruction, had not come to pass. That it was never wise to harbor expectations for such matters. Li Fan sighed inwardly. In that case, there is nothing left for me to cherish in this world. Standing within the newly constructed Taisher mansion, Li Fan activated the return to truth once more. Shall I virtualize the current scene and revert to the original anchor point? Without hesitation, Li Fan affirmed his choice. On the luminous screen, countless vivid images froze simultaneously. Subsequently, the intricate machinations and opulence of this life shattered like ephemeral illusions, transform into streaks of meteors that soared into Li Fan's mind. Scenes flashed before him like a revolving lantern, ultimately crystallizing into the image of two cultivators standing in high confrontation above the Taisher mansion. Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong. Li Fan murmured their names softly. 50 years hence, I shall still be waiting for you in this Xianjing city. All riches are but fleeting clouds to me. As Li Fan's consciousness began to fade, his resolve and aspirations grew steadfast as never before. In the next life, I shall capture immortals. The brilliance within his mind gradually dimmed, and Li Fan slowly succumbed to slumber. Chapter 2. Aspiration for Longevity in the Darkness. Lines of luminous text gradually appeared alongside the imagery. You have returned to the first year of your anchor point. And in your exuberance, you engaged in some reckless behavior, nearly being forced by your aunt to drink the exorcism water procured from the village witch. With half a year remaining until the provincial examination, you diligently studied day and night at home. Armed with prior knowledge of the examination questions, your confidence soared. Although your aunt often expressed her grievances towards you, she consistently supported your scholarly pursuits. The village chief's younger brother coveted your family's ancestral fertile land and applied covert pressure. Despite your aunt's encouragement to resist, her efforts were in vain. With a slight stratagem, you resolved the matter, earning your aunt's newfound respect. Half a year later, you participated in the provincial examination. Although your rank was merely among the last 30, you ultimately succeeded in obtaining the title of Juren, bringing honor to your family. In the second year, you traveled to Xuanjing to take part in the metropolitan examination. With your prior preparations, you naturally excelled. Subsequently, in the palace examination, you performed exceptionally well, achieving a place among the second class and being conferred the title of Jinshi. While in Xuanjing, you cultivated connections and finally realized your ambition of becoming the magistrate of one county in Jiang'an. In the third year, after bringing your aunt to accompany you, you assumed your post in one county. You began to secretly cultivate a loyal faction. That same year, you led your subordinates into the mountains, discovering several mineral deposits from your past life memories. In the fourth year, you successfully manufactured a batch of explosives and matchlock guns. Your firearms team made a successful debut by exterminating a local band of robbers. In the fifth year, Jiang'an suffered a severe drought, leading to widespread suffering among the populace. However, due to your early investments in irrigation and the construction of water wheels, Wen County remained relatively unscathed. That same year, a band of refugees revolted, attacking the Langyuang residents. You arrived in time with your troops to rescue the Langyuang family, earning their profound gratitude. In the 6th year, you were promoted to the governor of Jianghuai Prefecture. That same year, you married the daughter of the Minister of Personnel. In the 7th year, a locust plague struck Jiangnan, leading to a poor harvest. Your domain experienced the least impact. That year, your wife bore you a son. In the 8th year, your subordinates successfully produced flintlock rifles. In the 10th year, the Langia Wangfei gave birth to a son. You personally visited to extend your congratulations, presenting a meticulously prepared gift. In the 15th year, the emperor fell ill. Before his passing, he summoned the Langia Wang to the capital and bequeathed the throne to him. The Langia Wang ascended, renaming the era Changsheng. In the 16th year, Emperor Changsheng summoned you to the capital and promoted you to the Minister of War. That same year, various uprisings erupted across the land. Emperor Changsheng tasked you with quelling these rebellions. In the 18th year, after tirelessly traversing the realm, you eradicated the rebel forces. Upon your return to the capital, Emperor Changsheng withdrew your military authority and elevated you to the position of Minister of War, making you the Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince. In the 20th year, the Empress fell victim to a witchcraft scandal. Enraged, Emperor Changsheng consigned her to the Cold Palace. The Crown Prince sought your assistance in secret, to which you readily agreed. Through discreet inquiries, you uncovered evidence of the accusations against the Empress, restoring her reputation. Emperor Changsheng executed Shi Fei and her entire clan, but did not release the Empress from the Cold Palace. In the 21st year, you faced an anonymous accusation of treason, accompanied by evidence of your unauthorized mining activities and the secret possession of armed forces. In a state of deep anxiety, you submitted a letter of contrition. Emperor Changsheng removed you from your ministerial position, relegating you to the role of teaching the Crown Prince. In the 23rd year, during Emperor Xuanjing's spring hunting expedition, he was suddenly compelled to return to the Langia Wang residence in Jiangnan. In the 24th year, upon arriving in Jiangnan, he commanded your presence. While enjoying the scenic landscapes of Jiangnan, he also visited several mines you had secretly exploited. In the 25th year, Emperor Changsheng made a second journey to Jiangnan. But this time, he did not include you. 3 months later, you received word that someone had reported you for secretly visiting the Empress in the Cold Palace. That same year, Emperor Changsheng was assassinated on his way back to the capital, causing a stir in the capital. The officials summoned the Empress from the Cold Palace. And subsequently, the Crown Prince ascended the throne, adopting the era name Kongning. In the 26th year, you were elevated to the title of Grand Tutor and became a senior advisor in the political council, holding significant power. The young emperor relied heavily on you. Seizing this opportunity, you consolidated your faction within the court. In the 27th year, your aunt passed away. Once again, the desire for immortality stirred within you, prompting you to send individuals to various locales in search of traces of immortals. In the 28th year, the emperor reached maturity. Meanwhile, your power continued to grow, rendering the court nearly a one-man show. In the 30th year, the populace recognized only the Grand Tutor, oblivious to the existence of the emperor. In the 31st year, the Empress Dowager became pregnant and urgently summoned you to the palace for discussions. Overjoyed, you discreetly brought the Empress Dowager back to your residence for proper care. That same year, she bore you a son. In the 33rd year, when you entered the court alone, you were surrounded by the loyal guards secretly cultivated by Emperor Kongning. Fortunately, with the aid of a rare treasure, you narrowly escaped with your life. Enraged, you contemplated assassinating the emperor to take the throne for yourself. However, upon the Empress Dowager's desperate pleas and the counsel of your ministers, you refrained from action and eliminated the emperor's close associates instead. Henceforth, Emperor Kongning retained only the title of emperor, devoid of any real authority. In the 38th year, Emperor Kongning succumbed to despair. You proclaimed his legitimate eldest son as emperor, initiating the era of Longchong. In the 40th year, the Empress Dowager passed away due to illness, intensifying your yearning for immortality. In the 45th year, your wife departed from this world. In the 46th year, your eldest son succumbed to illness. In the 48th year, after years of seeking immortality without success, you relinquished your quest. In the 50th year, 2 immortals emerged from the depths of Shenyuan, bringing devastation to Zhuangqing, yet you miraculously survived. The simulation has concluded. You may choose one of the following options to retain. 1. An item you possessed during the simulation. 2. Your level of cultivation attained in the simulation. 3. The simulated memories of a person closely related to you in the simulation. These memories may be inherited by that individual. 4. Forfeit the above choices to accelerate the energy replenishment process. Li Fan regained his consciousness, finding himself back in his modest study. As he surveyed the surroundings, both strange and familiar, the experiences of the past decades flashed through his mind, stirring a sense of reflection. Was it true that reality had transformed into illusion? Or was everything merely a simulation, so profoundly realistic that it induced a delusion? Or perhaps, upon reaching a certain level, the distinction between falsehood and truth dissipated. However, Li Fan was not a person prone to sentimentality. Soon, he steadied his mind and focused his attention on the four options before him. The first two options required no further contemplation. If Li Fan were to embark on the path of cultivation, these two would undoubtedly prove immensely beneficial. Regrettably, in his previous life, he had been but an ordinary mortal, possessing no significant level of cultivation. As for the most valuable item he owned, it was likely the Imperial Jade Seal. Yet, it too was of little use, only inviting calamity. Regarding the third option, the idea of allowing someone else to share in these simulated memories ignited a spark of desire within Li Fan. For a moment, several figures flashed through his mind. Ultimately, however, he shook his head. After all, the human heart is the most inscrutable. No one could predict how a person might change after acquiring decades of memories. At present, Jin had not yet completed its energy replenishment, and he remained a feeble scholar, with no capital for a second chance. Therefore, prudence was paramount. Thus, only the fourth option remained, to accelerate the energy replenishment process. The transformation of Jin from reality to illusion required energy replenishment. Based on Li Fan's previous life experiences, this energy replenishment could only increase naturally with the passage of time, taking approximately 20 years to reach completion. The maximum energy replenishment could reach 200, beyond which it would cease to grow. Moreover, when Li Fan faced a fatal blow, Jin would consume the energy replenishment to provide automatic protection. This was also the reason why Li Fan had survived several near-death encounters in his previous life. Thus, the fourth option was indeed the most prudent choice. Resolute in his decision, Li Fan hesitated no longer and silently recited his choice. Suddenly, a line of glowing characters dispersed into luminous dots before swiftly rearranging into entirely new symbols. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Physiological age, 2086. Psychological age, 166-1056. Virtual energy infusion progress, 30. To my astonishment, I have lived for such an extended period. As for the latter psychological age limit, I recall that in my previous life it was merely over 900 years. Now, it has increased to over 1,000. It appears that this will augment with my experiences, alleviating some of my inner anxieties. Just as physical lifespan has its limits, psychological endurance also possesses a certain threshold. When burdened with excessive memories, one may develop a psychological strain. If this burden becomes too overwhelming, it could utterly crush a person's spirit. This is the so-called erosion of time. However, the upper limit of psychological age can be enhanced as one's capacity for acceptance grows. At present, Li Fan need not worry about this. As long as I embark on the path of cultivation, nothing shall pose a problem. Now, starting anew, wealth and luxury, beautiful carriages and charming companions are not my pursuits. My singular desire is to attain immortality. The pain of losing dear friends and loved ones in my past life, coupled with the helplessness and anxiety brought by my aging body, has fortified Li Fan's resolve in this moment. The objective in this life is to uncover the secrets of cultivation from those two cultivators. They are set to arrive in Changsheng City in 50 years. With cunning foresight, even if they are supposedly foundational stage powerhouses, I may still possess a chance of success. Perhaps, aside from firepower and artillery, I can also rely on the celestial and mundane barriers they speak of. Moreover, I cannot afford to wait idly for 50 years. They hail from the eastern Shu Yuan. Perhaps I can send someone to explore the depths of Shu Yuan first. The greatest fear in life is the absence of a goal. In my past life, many nights I awoke from the Empress Dowager's bed, engulfed in a profound sense of emptiness and confusion. In this lifetime, I stand at the pinnacle of ordinary existence. I am the Emperor's teacher and wield command over the nation's military. Most ministers in court are my trusted confidants. I possess the power to depose emperors, and even the Empress Dowager is at my mercy. There is no higher position to attain. Even if I were to live another life, it would be the same. Should I replicate this in the next simulation? Thus, what significance does each reincarnation hold? Power and pleasure, when repeated excessively, become tasteless. Perhaps, if there were no variables after a certain cycle, I might willingly relinquish my existence. However, The appearance of those two cultivators has unveiled new possibilities. They have revealed to me a strange and enticing world that beckons me forward, igniting within me immense ambition and purpose. I shall cultivate. I shall attain immortality. No one shall hinder my path. Li Fan pushed open the door to his abode and strode out with his head held high, his steps resolute. Chapter 3. Immortal's desire to capture the immortal time seemed to accelerate. Li Fan meticulously and systematically executed his plans. With the experience of 2 lifetimes, everything proceeded with remarkable ease. He participated in the imperial examinations once more. However, this time, with decades of governance experience, the essays he produced far surpassed those of his previous life. He ranked first in all 3 stages, the provincial, the metropolitan, and the palace examinations, achieving the coveted 3 yuan and gaining renown throughout the realm. Subsequently, he requested to serve as an official in a distant locale, citing his youth as a reason to gain further qualifications. The destination, of course, was Wen County. Although many in the court expressed confusion and regret, his request was ultimately granted. Thus, after anchoring himself for 3 years, he returned to Wen County. This time was remarkably better than his previous life. Due to his immense reputation and his thorough understanding of the temperaments of the local officials, he effortlessly brought order to Wen County. Then, he began to promote and cultivate his trusted aides from the previous life, continuously expanding his influence. Simultaneously, he drafted blueprints for flintlock guns, instructing craftsmen to produce them according to his designs, while sharing all the difficulties encountered during production. Thereafter, he dispatched agents to various regions to secretly recruit skilled artisans, striving to develop even more advanced weaponry. Mining operations in the nearby mountains were also in full swing. Li Fan eliminated all bandits in the surrounding mountain ranges, compelling them to work in the mines. Utilizing the mining area, he constructed numerous workshops in the deep mountains, producing a large volume of crafts and ironware. He also covertly organized trade caravans to travel and sell goods, accumulating wealth. After anchoring for 4 years, Li Fan discreetly sought out the double of Emperor Kongning. The existence of this double had nearly thwarted his assassination plan in his previous life. Fortunately, due to his usual caution and various contingency plans, he had avoided failure. Li Fan personally trained the double, and after 6 months, there were hardly any flaws. After anchoring for 5 years, a drought struck Jiangnan. Li Fan commanded his confidants to disguise themselves as refugees and assault the Langya Prince's residence. He feigned rescue efforts while secretly collaborating with his forces to eliminate the entire Langya royal family. At the same time, he had the double make an appearance. Thus, Li Fan usurped the Langya Prince's residence, covertly seizing control. The news of the Langya family's slaughter, with only the prince himself surviving, sent shockwaves through the court. The emperor was furious and dispatched troops to quell the refugees. Meanwhile, Li Fan's contributions earned him the title of governor of Zhonghua Prefecture, further amplifying his influence. However, thereafter he adopted a more cautious approach. Rather than continuing to expand outward, he opted to focus on technology and productivity. After anchoring for 7 years, a locust plague arrived as expected. Li Fan had prepared adequately, and Zhonghua Prefecture naturally experienced no calamity. He also petitioned the court to open granaries to assist the disaster-stricken populace, which the court granted. Seizing this opportunity, Li Fan acquired a significant influx of population. Subsequently, these refugees settled under his governance, causing his power to explode exponentially. After anchoring for 9 years, the wedding of the Langya prince and the chief scholar's south granddaughter took place as scheduled. That night, Li Fan stealthily entered the bridal chamber, terrifying the Langya princess. Upon learning that Li Fan had killed the Langya prince and usurped his residence, she furiously denounced him as a traitor. Li Fan remained unfazed, laughing heartily, and instructed her to write down this shocking incident in a letter. With this letter in hand, Li Fan disguised himself as a messenger from the Langya prince and covertly entered the capital to meet the chief scholar. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Li Fan revealed to the chief scholar that he had seized control of the entire Langya princess residence and claimed that he had consummated his marriage with the chief scholar's granddaughter on the night of their wedding. Although the chief scholar was startled, he remained composed and inquired about Li Fan's intentions. Li Fan candidly stated that the chief scholar had made many enemies during his long tenure, and that, with his sons being ineffectual, it would be difficult for the chief scholar's family to remain secure after his demise. He assured the chief scholar that should he lend his support at a crucial moment, Li Fan would ensure the prosperity of the chief scholar's family for a century. After a long contemplation, The chief scholar finally asked what he needed. Li Fan merely smiled, stating that everything would be revealed in due course, before departing gracefully. After anchoring for 10 years, the Langya princess gave birth to a son. It was evident that this child was Li Fan's offspring. Li Fan sent a letter to the chief scholar's residence to share the joyous news. After anchoring for 15 years, the emperor finally fell gravely ill. Upon receiving the imperial edict of succession, Li Fan, accompanied by his confidants, hurried to the capital under the cover of night. After the double of the Langya prince ascended the throne, Li Fan leveraged the emperor's south decree to place his allies prominently in the court. With the chief scholar's covert assistance, the situation was stabilized without much disturbance. After anchoring for 16 years, rebellions erupted in various regions. Li Fan seized this chance to place his confidants into the military, subsequently promoting them for their contributions in quelling the uprisings. Within just 3 to 4 years, the army was firmly under Li Fan's control. After anchoring for 20 years, the realm gradually recovered from the turmoil of imperial succession. At this juncture, Li Fan decisively poisoned the impostor Kongning Emperor, extinguishing the last vestige of potential threat in its cradle. After supporting his son to ascend the throne, Li Fan appointed himself as Grand Preceptor, stepping from the shadows into the limelight, reclaiming dominance over the realm. Following this, the gears of Daxian's development did not cease. Rather, they turned with even greater velocity under Li Fan's will. After anchoring for 35 years, in the Grand Preceptor's residence, Li Fan perused a confidential letter handed to him by his subordinate, frowning in contemplation. So, it seems that the mist over Shiyuan dissipates for half a day every 15 years? Indeed, that is the case. Our immortal observation camp has been stationed beside Shiyuan, observing day and night. Just recently, we made some progress. The kneeling envoy of the celestial being reminisced about the event, his face still bearing the marks of astonishment. As the thick fog dissipated, faint glimmers of light emerged from the abyss below. Through our telescopes, we observed a myriad of inverted scenes. Although each person's vision varied, there were vast mountains stretching endlessly, with magnificent structures hidden within, barely visible. Towering cities stood on the plains, bustling with life, housing no less than 1 million inhabitants. And there were cities in the sky surrounded by radiant clouds, where exotic birds and beasts soared amidst the splendor. The envoy paused momentarily before expressing his heartfelt sentiment. Truly astonishing. It indeed originates from the abyss. Although this news had long been anticipated, hearing it confirmed by his subordinates stirred a sense of excitement within Li Fan. However, years of experience had tempered his emotions. He inquired nonchalantly, "Have you discovered a method to descend to the depths of the abyss?" The envoy hesitated, his complexion paling. He hurriedly bowed in apology, stating, "My incompetence is evident. We have attempted various methods, but once we reached a certain depth, we were shattered by the sudden onslaught of fierce winds. The gale was so powerful that even our most resilient armor could not withstand it for long." Upon hearing this, Li Fan exhibited little disappointment. He waved his hand, dismissing the envoy, and muttered to himself, "It seems we must wait for you all." 50 years anchored in the great Xian kingdom, Changsheng, once bustling with life. Changsheng now lay eerily silent. Under the edict of the current Grand Chancellor, the majority of Xuanjing's residents had been forcibly relocated to surrounding cities a month prior, purportedly to evade disaster. This ludicrous excuse was met with skepticism by some. Yet, the Grand Chancellor did not completely compel those unwilling to leave, merely suggesting they dig basements for refuge. Many regarded this as a jest. After receiving reports, Li Fan chose not to intervene further. He had already shown ample benevolence. In the streets and alleys of Xinjiang, he had secretly prepared a special force to confront the 2 celestial beings. With everything in place, only the arrival of the east wind was awaited. That night, with the bright moon hanging high, the 2 cultivators arrived as scheduled. "Dao Xuanzi, do not push your luck." Kohong's furious shout echoed throughout Xinjiang. The sound of countless gunfire erupted, thousands of bullets cascading like a waterfall, striking the 2 celestial beings simultaneously. Chapter 4: The Celestial Duel. The 2 cultivators in the heavens were caught off guard, struck directly. Instead of a scene of blood and gore, only ripples spread out around them, as an unseen force deflected the torrent of bullets. What kind of magical artifact is this? Faced with the sudden assault of thousands of mortals, the 2 celestial beings maintained their composure. Kohong extended his hand, lifting a soldier into the air, inspecting the firearm with curiosity before casually discarding the soldier. Interesting, he mused. Using intricate mechanical structures in place of formations, And the explosive power of mundane items as a substitute for spiritual energy, it can surprisingly unleash the strength of an early-stage Qi refinement practitioner with just a glance. Ko Hong understood the firearm's mechanism. He shook his head in disbelief. I never imagined that, after thousands of years, mortals exiled to this desolate realm could create such exquisite devices. Sadly, their efficacy is confined to this incomplete realm. Outside, they are merely worthless scraps of metal. As he spoke, the firearm in his hand suddenly vanished, seemingly tucked away effortlessly. These mere mortals dare to assail us cultivators? I felt a twinge of guilt. But now it seems you seek your own demise. From his elevated vantage, Ko Hong gazed disdainfully at the multitude of mortal soldiers concealed in the darkness. With a swift motion of his right hand, he traced intricate patterns in the air. Countless sparks ignited from the shadows, expanding into massive fireballs like an uncontrollable wildfire. Dao Law, Fire Dragon's roar. As Ko Hong's icy command rang out, crimson flames erupted from these colossal fireballs, intertwining and merging into a singular blazing entity. A fearsome dragon, composed of fiery flames, materialized, spiraling above Changsheng. The fire dragon released a resonant roar, coiling its body before plunging downwards. Boom! The sound of violent explosions reverberated. Houses across Changsheng crumbled like fragile toys, offering no resistance whatsoever to the onslaught. The crimson flames, seemingly sentient, consumed everything they touched. In an instant, Changsheng transformed into a hellish inferno. However, Ko Hong furrowed his brows, uncertainty clouding his expression. To his astonishment, although the devastation appeared catastrophic, a significant number of soldiers had survived his assault. It was known that the fire dragon's roar, released in his fury, was an all-out strike. The might of a perfected foundation establishment practitioner should not be withstood by mere mortals. Even if those soldiers were well trained, they should have been decimated by his spell. What could possibly be happening? Ko Hong was bewildered, and in an instant, he perceived a revelation. With a flick of his hand, he retrieved the small metallic objects that had fallen around him, remnants of the bullets that had been easily deflected by his protective spiritual energy. What is this? Ko Hong's expression shifted dramatically as he surveyed his surroundings, his previous contempt replaced by wariness. These concealed weapons had been soaked in the blood of mortals, a concoction of celestial and mortal toxins. Dao Xuanzi's voice echoed, his expression grim. We have barely arrived and are already ambushed. Moreover, the enemy has employed celestial mortal toxins, indicating they were well prepared. Could it be that these mortals have guidance from a cultivator? The two exchanged glances, their minds racing with possibilities. Regardless, this place was peculiar, and it was unwise to linger. Although Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong had once been willing to turn against each other for the sake of cultivating their techniques, that was a matter confined to their personal rivalry. Now, faced with an unexpected turn of events, the two beings who had shared a century-long tacit understanding instinctively chose to retreat in unison. Perhaps sensing their intentions, the gunfire, which had momentarily halted due to the fire dragon's roar, erupted anew. This only deepened Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong's suspicions. Clearly, these mortals harbored ulterior motives. We must leave. Just as the two prepared to escape, a voice resonated from below. Dao Xuanzi, Ko Hong, should you two attempt to flee today, news of your acquisition of the foundation establishment technique will spread throughout the entire cultivation world by tomorrow. The voice echoed from all directions in Changsheng, reverberating through the night. Lingering ominously, it bore an ancient tone, yet its certainty and coldness were unmistakable. Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi froze, disbelief etched across their faces. How is this possible? Only we knew of the foundation establishment technique. How could the news have leaked? A wave of profound dread washed over them. The two had ventured to the cave in search of secrets, but Ko Hong had seized the technique and fled, pursued relentlessly by Dao Xuanzi. In desperation, Ko Hong had risked everything, delving into this desolate realm in search of a glimmer of hope. Memories of their encounters flickered in their minds, one after another. Who could it be? Just as their minds raced with turmoil, dozens of artillery shells, trailing long tails of fire, hurtled toward them from unexpected angles. You seek death. Ko Hong snapped back to reality, his rage intensifying. Dao Law, ashen explosion. A massive ring of fire materialized in the air. Watch out, Ko Hong. Dao Xuanzi's urgent voice rang out. What? Ko Hong was momentarily taken aback, but as he scanned with his spiritual awareness, shock washed over him. Just as he prepared to evade, it was already too late. The artillery shells detonated around them. The deafening roar of explosions was absent, replaced by crimson fluids erupting around them, forming a macabre rain that drenched the two cultivators. Piercing screams echoed through the heavens as their formidable auras rapidly diminished. After a brief resistance, they succumbed, plummeting from the sky. 1,000 soldiers, weapons raised, encircled them. The sight of the once powerful immortals sent shivers down the spines of even these hardened, self-sacrificing warriors. Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong, previously youthful figures in their 20s, aged dramatically before their eyes. Their hair turned snow-white in an instant, and their faces were etched with a web of wrinkles, rendering them grotesque. Hunched over, they collapsed to the ground. Ko Hong, barely clinging to life, seemed on the verge of death. Dao Xuanzi, with his superior cultivation, fared slightly better but was merely prolonging his demise. The mighty celestial masters had been reduced to this pathetic state. Even Li Fan, who was hidden in the shadows, orchestrating the operation, felt an inexplicable chill upon hearing the report. Esteemed Taoists, a soldier called out, "Our Grand Tutor has decreed that your lives will be spared if you surrender." Surrender. The gravely wounded Dao Xuanzi glanced at his comrade, whose eyes reflected a mixture of unwillingness and resignation. A mirthless laugh escaped his lips. Ko Hong understood his intent. With his last ounce of strength, he extended his hand, offering Dao Xuanzi his storage ring. "Go," Ko Hong whispered before his head slumped, and he breathed his last. In the heavens above, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. A scarlet dragon materialized, writhing and roaring in apparent agony, struggling to break free from an unseen force. But its efforts were futile. It grew emaciated, reduced to skin and bones in moments. Soon, the entire dragon was devoured, leaving not a trace behind. Then, it became clear that a plain, tea-colored branch had taken root within the dragon, consuming it entirely. Though a common sapling, it can devour a dragon. This magnificent spectacle illuminated the skies for thousands of miles. All who witnessed it, human or beast, were struck by a profound understanding. Ko Hong, a foundation establishment cultivator, practiced the Tao for 205 years, achieving his foundation with the extraordinary dragon-devouring branch. In this land forsaken by immortals, he was besieged by thousands of mortals and fell victim to the immortal mortal taint. His cultivation waned. His lifespan dwindled. Now, he has died and returned to the heavens. Those of his kind mourn, their hearts heavy with sorrow, unable to contain themselves. Around Changsheng City, all beings under the influence of this phenomenon were overwhelmed by similar emotions. The resplendent display lasted for nearly half an hour before gradually fading away. The soldiers, regaining their composure, silently regarded the remaining, decrepit cultivator. "Dao Xuanzi, our Grand Tutor has no desire for a deadly conflict. Surrender, and he guarantees your safety." They repeated Li Fan's instructions. Li Fan, hidden from view, sighed inwardly, realizing that his attempt to capture an immortal had failed. He had underestimated the potency of the immortal mortal taint. Dao Xuanzi, as expected, ignored the entreaties. He gazed at the dissipating spectacle in the sky, his eyes filled with longing. Dragon-devouring branch. After a long silence, he lowered his gaze, straightening his hunched frame with difficulty, scanning the surroundings. Dao Xuanzi sought out the mastermind behind the ambush. "I do not know who you are," he addressed Li Fan, "nor do I know your purpose, whether it is for the core formation technique or something else." Dao Xuanzi glanced at his storage ring and continued, "We have been outmaneuvered and brought to our demise, leaving us with no recourse. Yet, I cannot accept this." Dao Xuanzi's voice grew cold. "To follow us so closely, to know our affairs so intimately without detection. Your cultivation must be considerable. Such a person, unwilling to face us directly, resorts to skullduggery, hiding behind mortals and employing the despicable immortal mortal taint." Dao Xuanzi inhaled deeply. "My brother Ko Hong died at the hands of such a man. I feel aggrieved for him." Dao Xuanzi slowly ascended, once again looking down upon the wary crowd, his face devoid of emotion. "You have witnessed my brother's foundation establishment treasure. Now, I invite you to behold mine. With the wonders of heaven and earth, I forge my Tao foundation," Dao Xuanzi proclaimed. "My Tao foundation is named Dao Xian." A massive, shattered iron sword materialized above Changsheng City. All beings beneath its shadow felt their thoughts grow sluggish, like rusty machinery. "I have a sword. I invite you to behold it." The world suddenly blazed with light. Everyone in Changsheng City seemed frozen in time. Then, as if glass shattering, the entire city crumbled into fragments in an instant. "It truly is." Charging progress plummeted, Li Fan murmured in his mind before losing consciousness. This simulation has ended. Regaining consciousness, Li Fan was still reeling from the power of Dao Xuanzi's sword. Is this the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator at its peak? Li Fan was filled with awe. Ko Hong's ability to destroy Changsheng City with a mere gesture had already amazed him, but Dao Xuanzi's final strike made him acutely aware of his own insignificance. Like an ant facing a tidal wave, Li Fan could not comprehend the sword, could not see its entirety. Even a fleeting glimpse was enough to reveal the chasm between mortals and foundation establishment cultivators. Without the immortal mortal taint, even if I were to reincarnate 100 times and devise 1,000 schemes, I would not be able to pose a threat to them, Li Fan thought. Both relieved and deeply disturbed. What is the immortal mortal taint? Cultivators are supposed to rise from mortals. How can mortal blood have such a devastating effect on them? The implications are unsettling. However, Li Fan quickly suppressed these thoughts. First, I must analyze the gains and losses of this life. Watching the scenes flashing on the screen, Li Fan pondered. The ambush on Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong went largely as planned. First, I weakened them with bullets soaked in the blood of death row inmates. Then, I exploited their desire for the core formation technique. Finally, I used the blood rain to deliver the final blow, weakening them to the point of capture. What I did not anticipate was the potency of the immortal mortal taint, which directly led to Ko Hong's death. Even more unexpected was the depth of the bond between the two. During the attack, Dao Xuanzi warned Ko Hong, and Ko Hong, knowing his death was inevitable, willingly offered the core formation technique to Dao Xuanzi. Dao Xuanzi, enraged by Ko Hong's death, sacrificed his own life to avenge him. All of this points to an extraordinary friendship between them. If that is the case, why would they turn on each other over a core formation technique? Li Fan was increasingly perplexed. Suddenly, he recalled their first encounter. On the path of the golden elixir, there is only me. Li Fan suddenly fell into deep thought. Can celestial techniques not be cultivated simultaneously? Even those as close as brothers face such challenges. What, then, is the true nature of the external world of cultivation? Li Fan had an ominous premonition that the realm of cultivation might differ entirely from his expectations. Regardless of the dangers that lay ahead, my resolve shall not waver. Moreover, with Zhan by my side, I trust that with sufficient caution, no predicament can thwart my progress. After a brief moment of uncertainty, Li Fan's determination solidified once more. In the so-called land of celestial despair, to seek the path of immortality, I must devise a strategy involving Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi. Last time, I chose to attack them both simultaneously. Perhaps this time, I might consider winning over one of them. With thoughts racing, Li Fan quickly conjured several strategies to deal with them in his mind. Although they were lofty foundation establishment practitioners, Li Fan felt no fear. In fact, he did not regard them as formal opponents. This was not due to arrogance, but rather because Zhan possessed the extraordinary ability to restart. How could mere foundation establishment skills compare to 50 years of foresight and countless opportunities for trial and error? Upon concluding the simulation, Li Fan opted to accelerate the progress of his void transformation. Name: Li Fan Realm. Mortal physiological age: 2086. Psychological age: 216-1080. Void transformation progress: 30 this time. The upper limit of my psychological age has only increased by a few decades, indicating that I am nearing the cap. Li Fan had anticipated this, so he did not dwell on it. Considering the life lived before my transmigration, this marks my 5th existence. The quest for immortality is indeed fraught with challenges. Li Fan pondered. I hope these 50 years will not be squandered. Li Fan once again commenced a 50-year wait. Like a preordained program, everything unfolded step by step. Academic examinations, achieving top honors, becoming the county magistrate, mining resources, and crafting weapons. After vanquishing the Langya king and assuming his place, impatience began to gnaw at Li Fan. 10 years felt interminable. Without control over the realm, he would remain confined to the Jiangnan region. If only he had an additional decade to mobilize the forces of the entire empire, his plan to capture the 2 cultivators would have a greater chance of success. Thus, Li Fan resolved to send a trusted confidant to infiltrate the palace and discreetly administer a slow-acting poison to the emperor. Little did he know, this decision would stir up a tempest. Although his confidant's actions went unnoticed, the youthful emperor, once vigorous, began to deteriorate rapidly, growing increasingly suspicious of potential harm. His primary suspect was none other than his closest companion, the Langya king. Consequently, when the emperor's health waned after 7 years, he bequeathed the throne not to the Langya king, but to the notoriously frivolous Runan king. Fortunately, Li Fan's informant within the palace relayed the news in time, prompting immediate action from Li Fan. On one hand, he dispatched assassins to ambush the Runan king on his way to the capital. On the other, under the guise of the Langya king, he proclaimed that the emperor had been harmed by treacherous advisors, rallying the troops he had amassed over the years. Before anyone could react, he seized the capital through sheer force. Such drastic measures inevitably bore consequences. First and foremost, the ministers were reluctant to accept this usurpation. The emperor's edict had named the Runan king as his successor. Was not the Langya king's actions tantamount to rebellion? While the ministers outwardly acquiesced to Li Fan's martial might, they secretly plotted against him, attempting to enlist various regional lords to march on the capital and restore order. Li Fan, however, showed no mercy, executing a number of dissenters to instill fear. With the aid of his well-connected father-in-law and the chief scholar, the situation gradually stabilized over the course of several months. During this time, the entire Dashuan nation was rife with upheaval. Regional lords declared independence, ignoring the court's commands. Li Fan was compelled to dispatch troops to quell each rebellion one by one. Though his firearms were formidable, their limited numbers, compounded by the vast expanse of Dashuan territory, made the task arduous. The intertwining matters of warfare and governance left Li Fan overwhelmed. After much tumult, it took until the 22nd year to resolve both internal and external crises completely. In hindsight, had he exhibited more patience and followed a steady course, he might have achieved complete dominion over the realm years earlier. One must remain cautious and composed. Once stability was restored, Li Fan, somewhat disheartened, could only glean lessons from his experiences. A slight miscalculation could lead to significant consequences. If the variables multiply, the advantage of my foresight diminishes considerably. Fortunately, the disturbances were but ripples in a larger tide, not affecting the overall trajectory. As matters gradually returned to normal, time accelerated, and soon it was the 35th year. That year, Li Fan departed from Changsheng city, journeying nearly 1,000 miles to the eastern void abyss. Chapter 6. Observing the Duel of Celestials. The Endless Abyss, located at the far eastern edge of the Dashuan kingdom, is unfathomably deep and perpetually shrouded in thick fog. Should one carelessly slip and fall, the outcome would undoubtedly be obliteration. No one knows what lies beneath. It has long been a forbidden zone for humanity, a realm devoid of even birds. However, through the experience of the previous simulation, Li Fan learned that the dense fog above the abyss dissipates once every 15 years. Today, he arrived at the abyss to witness this phenomenon firsthand. After all, if his conjecture held true, Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong, the two cultivators, likely traversed the abyss to reach this realm of celestial despair. Li Fan stood silently, gazing at the daunting chasm in the distance, patiently awaiting the moment. Time passed, and eventually, the ancient mist began to shift. A low growl, reminiscent of a primordial beast, echoed faintly from below. As the sound grew louder, the crowd discerned that it was merely the wind. The thick white mist churned, creating ripples. Soon, the wind intensified, forcing vast amounts of mist to erupt from the abyss like a cascading waterfall, soaring into the sky. This fierce wind persisted for nearly half an hour before the dense mist finally cleared. Li Fan, with a grave expression, took out his telescope to peer into the depths of the abyss. At first, the bottom of the abyss was shrouded in darkness, obscuring all visibility. Gradually, tiny points of light began to appear. After a considerable duration, the abyss's depths erupted with brilliance, revealing an inverted mirage before Li Fan's eyes. According to reports, the scenes at the bottom of the abyss appeared differently to each observer. What Li Fan beheld left him profoundly shaken. A dilapidated mountain gate, surrounded by crumbling structures, bore the scars of battle, cracks in the ground and walls, marked by traces of blades and spells. In some areas, the ground seemed stained with blood, casting an eerie dark red hue. Scattered corpses and abandoned weapons silently narrated the tale of a calamity from years past. Li Fan was overwhelmed. Shifting his gaze to a smooth cliff where 4 ominous characters were engraved, "The path of immortality is lost." The 4 characters, dark red, appeared as if inscribed with blood. Even from a distance, upon seeing these words, Li Fan felt an indescribable dread and despair emanating from them. The path of immortality is lost. What calamity has befallen this place? What events have transpired within the entire realm of cultivation? Li Fan was lost in contemplation, rendered speechless. The thick fog dissipated only to coalesce again after half a day, prompting Li Fan to return to Changsheng. As time flowed, it soon arrived at the 50-year mark. On this day, Li Fan celebrated his 70th birthday, with thousands of soldiers on high alert in Changsheng City. Dao Xuanzi, do not push your luck. Ko Hong turned, shouting in rage, hovering above the city. Yet before Dao Xuanzi could respond, a chorus of voices erupted from below, resonating throughout Changsheng. Vile whelp, Ko Hong. We have been awaiting your arrival under the mandate of the esteemed Dao Xuanzi for quite some time. Accompanied by this declaration was a tempest of projectiles. Caught unawares, Ko Hong was struck squarely. How is this conceivable? Did Dao Xuanzi foresee my escape to this locale? When did he become so Machiavellian? Ko Hong exclaimed, both aghast and enraged. Subsequently, Ko Hong was dismayed to observe his spiritual energy rapidly depleting as he attempted to fend off these enchanted artifacts. A swift perusal with his divine sense enlightened him. The miasma of mortality? Dao Xuanzi, your actions are ignoble. Ko Hong cast an incredulous gaze upon the arriving Dao Xuanzi, as if beholding his century-long confidant for the first time. Dao Xuanzi, however, appeared perplexed. What is the meaning of this assault by these mortals, invoking my name? And how do they wield the miasma of mortality? The suddenness of the event left Dao Xuanzi momentarily dumbfounded. Yet, upon observing Ko Hong's mounting fury, Dao Xuanzi was jolted into awareness. There is something profoundly amiss here. Ko Hong, these mortals are not acting under my command. Dao Xuanzi hastened to clarify. What is this? Do you lack the courage to own your deeds? Ko Hong retorted with a scornful laugh. Or do you fear the repercussions of employing the miasma of mortality, lest you be hunted by the collective of cultivators? Or perhaps you dread the tarnishing of your hard-earned reputation, Dao Xuanzi? Dao Xuanzi, well acquainted with his brother's temperament, realized that Ko Hong was beyond reason and would not heed his words. Dao Xuanzi sensed that he was ensnared in a trap. The eerie atmosphere heightened his sense of impending peril. Engaging Ko Hong at this juncture would be imprudent. Therefore, he patiently elucidated, in our century of companionship, when have you known me to utter a falsehood? This place is indeed. Before he could complete his explanation, a senescent voice echoed from all directions, abruptly interrupting him. How can the esteemed Dao Xuanzi deny his own words? Did we not agree that, upon assisting you in eliminating Ko Hong and seizing his golden core cultivation method, you would lead my people from this forsaken land? The voice was tinged with grievance and resentment. The golden core cultivation method. Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi exclaimed in unison, their countenances shifting. So, it is you after all. Who else but you and I would possess knowledge of this matter? Ko Hong's hair stood on end, consumed by rage. This person is privy to the secret of the golden core cultivation method. Dao Xuanzi's heart sank. The voice below persisted. Know that in our pursuit of the miasma of mortality, as you instructed, we have incurred the wrath of many. Now, the populace is in uproar. Should you fail to honor your pledge to lead us out, my people will face annihilation. Incensed by these accusations, Dao Xuanzi roared, silence, you impudent cur. He soared toward the source of the voice, seeking to unmask the mastermind, only to discover a peculiar rectangular device from which the voice emanated. Similar devices were scattered throughout Changsheng City, their numbers unknown. So meticulous. Dao Xuanzi lamented. Does the esteemed immortal seek to silence us now? The mocking voice continued. Dao Xuanzi gnashed his teeth and crushed the device. To Ko Hong, it appeared as though Dao Xuanzi, exposed and enraged, sought to eliminate all witnesses. Ko Hong bellowed. Dao Xuanzi, after a century of camaraderie, I find that I have misjudged you. If it is the golden core cultivation method you desire, why resort to such base tactics? I shall not flee. Come and claim it if you dare. Esoteric art, wrath of the fire dragon. An enraged fire dragon encircled Ko Hong, emitting a deafening roar. The dragon glared ahead, spewing a crimson torrent toward Dao Xuanzi. Dao Xuanzi sighed in resignation. With a soft incantation, a flying sword materialized behind him, transforming into a beam of white light to intercept the crimson flames. The scarlet flames and white sword light clashed incessantly, generating violent explosions. Changsheng City below was engulfed in flames. The battle was short-lived. Ko Hong's cultivation was inferior to Dao Xuanzi's, and his spiritual energy had been depleted by the miasma of mortality. He was soon at a disadvantage. Dao Xuanzi showed no mercy, his swordplay becoming increasingly fierce. At that moment, the aged voice resurfaced. Dao Xuanzi is fickle and vindictive. If he prevails, we are doomed. Heed my call, my brethren. Aid Kohong in vanquishing Dao Xuanzi. Kohong rejoiced. He swiftly distanced himself from Dao Xuanzi, watching as Dao Xuanzi was submerged in a hail of bullets. Kohong proclaimed triumphantly, as the saying goes, those who act unjustly are bound to meet their demise. Who would have thought that the self-proclaimed noble Dao Xuanzi would betray his allies and suffer such a reversal of fortune? Dao Xuanzi, already vexed by the machinations of the hidden manipulator, was infuriated by Kohong's words. You imbecile! He roared at Kohong. You have finally revealed your true thoughts. Kohong retorted. You fancy yourself clever, yet you are now deserted by all, betrayed by the very mortals you recruited. Your cunning has backfired. Dao Xuanzi was rendered speechless. He ignored the brute and unleashed a torrent of sword light, reaping the lives of the mortal soldiers who dared to attack him. However, the mortals were like locusts, their numbers inexhaustible. As soon as one group was slain, another emerged from the shadows to take its place. Dao Xuanzi, wary of the miasma of mortality, was forced to rely on energy-consuming ranged attacks. The battle descended into an eerie stalemate. The aged voice, like a persistent specter, spoke once more. Kohong, my brethren are dying. Will you escape unscathed after Dao Xuanzi slaughters us all? Strike now, or forever hold your peace. The voice was urgent, tinged with desperation. Kohong heeded the voice and realized the truth. He gazed at Dao Xuanzi, his expression hardening. Indeed, Dao Xuanzi, we have known each other for a century. While we have become adversaries over the golden core cultivation method, the pursuit of immortality is a matter of personal ambition. I shall grant you one final chance. Renounce the golden core cultivation method and withdraw, and I shall not pursue you. Otherwise, only one of us shall survive. Dao Xuanzi sighed softly, but remained silent, raising his sword to face Kohong. Very well, my recent flight has led me to master a new esoteric art, which I shall use to send you on your way. Kohong declared solemnly. He traced a talisman with his hand. Esoteric art, dragon imprisonment. Flames materialized in the space surrounding Dao Xuanzi, forming a massive cage. Break! Dao Xuanzi exclaimed, feeling the immense pressure bearing down on him. He inhaled deeply, and the phantom of a rusty iron sword emerged behind him. Empowered by the phantom, his sword light struck the fiery cage, causing the flames to still, then rapidly dim. Kohong seemed to have anticipated this. He laughed. Dao Xuanzi, we have known each other for a century, fighting side by side countless times. They say my cultivation is far inferior to yours, and that is true. However, cultivation is one thing, and combat is another. In a true life or death struggle, the victor is uncertain. The time for restraint has passed. Let us see whether your Dao Xian One sword is more potent, or my esoteric art. Kohong's eyes blazed with battle intent. Esoteric art, dragon devour. The extinguished flames suddenly reignited, and Dao Xuanzi's expression changed drastically as the fiery cage vanished. Beneath the flames that formed the prison, there lay concealed branches of a deep brown hue. They coiled like venomous serpents, lying in wait for the opportune moment to strike. With the sudden extinguishing of the flames, they surged forth towards Dao Xuanzi with ferocious speed. As they advanced, they twisted and expanded wildly, coalescing into a monstrous, chaotic form, ready to engulf Dao Xuanzi. At the brink of life and death, Dao Xuanzi remained unperturbed. In the sky, the colossal shadow of a rusted sword loomed ominously. The coiling branches seemed to sense a formidable adversary and hesitated momentarily. Yet, as if spurred by a primal instinct, they became increasingly frenzied, rushing towards Dao Xuanzi with relentless ferocity. Dao Xuanzi swung his sword, and the phantom behind him mirrored the action in perfect synchrony. The space ahead was akin to a water surface struck by icy winds, solidifying layer upon layer. The writhing branches collided with the grand sword, and after a brief stalemate, they began to retreat in disarray. The branches shattered into sparkling fragments, revealing that these seemingly fierce entities were no match for Dao Xuanzi's sword. The meticulously prepared techniques crumbled under pressure, and as the sword's phantom approached, Kohong stood resolute, his eyes devoid of fear. Technique. Transformation into a dragon. Kohong bellowed. And amidst the swirling fragments of the coiling branches, a small portion suddenly came to life. They swiftly converged, forming a brand new branch. Its color was even darker than the previous grotesque form, with two protrusions at the front, resembling the horns of a dragon. This branch, like a razor-sharp weapon, pierced towards Dao Xuanzi, accompanied by a faint sound of dragon roars. Dao Xuanzi's eyes glimmered with a hint of admiration, yet his grand sword showed no signs of retreat. In this life-or-death struggle, it was a contest of resolve and ruthlessness. Survivors would thrive, while the defeated would perish, and nothing more. At this critical juncture, the ancient voice that had been echoing above Changsheng City resounded once more. Master Kohong, we shall lend you our assistance. As the words faded, long tails of flame, as if premeditated, roared from all directions towards Dao Swansea, unleashing a torrential downpour of blood. Caught off guard, Dao Swansea let out a cry of despair, his aura diminishing sharply. The phantom of Dao Swansea dimmed in tandem as the coiling branches seized the opportunity, flowing against the tide, breaking through the frozen space, and embedding themselves into Dao Swansea. The sword shadow he had struck out dissipated like a spent arrow, merely causing Kohong to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood before vanishing entirely. Coughing, Dao Swansea managed a wry smile, attempting to speak but finding himself unable to utter another word. In mere moments, he was devoured by the coiling branches, leaving nothing but a skeleton. Chapter 8. The celestial and the mortal remained forever apart in the heavens above. A strange phenomenon re-emerged. A massive sword, tempered through countless trials, remained forsaken in the shadows, untouched for millennia. As the years passed, its blade dulled, losing its luster and sharpness, its surface marred by rust. Yet, an emotion of anger and defiance surged forth. The rust's corrosion intensified, yet the sword's mystique and majesty only grew stronger with time. The foundational cultivator, Dao Swansea, after 201 years of cultivation, achieved his foundation with the extraordinary artifact, the rusted sword Daoxian. In the realm of celestial despair, he battled fiercely, ultimately falling to the foundational cultivator, Kohong. Now, with his death and the dissolution of his path, he returned to the heavens. The brilliant spectacle illuminated the sky for thousands of miles. Dao Swansea. Kohong gazed upwards, captivated by the stunning sight, muttering to himself in disbelief. The soldiers present also looked skyward, entranced. I am Li Fan, honored to meet the celestial master. At that moment, an elderly man with a white beard approached Kohong, leaning on a cane and trembling with age. Kohong paid him no mind, while Li Fan patiently waited, signaling the soldiers to remain calm. After a considerable time, as the celestial phenomenon subsided, Kohong finally addressed Li Fan. Are you the leader of these mortals? His tone was brusque, reflecting his disdain for Li Fan. You were the one whose voice echoed earlier, were you not? A trivial trick, hardly worthy of the celestial master's attention. Li Fan clasped his hands, avoiding the subject, and instead bowed deeply. I implore the celestial master to show mercy and save the lives of my clan. Mercy? Kohong scoffed at the mention. My battle with Dao Swansea was a contest of skill, with life and death determined by fate. You, a mere mortal, dare to interfere in the affairs of cultivators? He glared at Li Fan, his murderous intent unmistakable. Though Dao Swansea and I fought fiercely for our cultivation methods, he was still my brother for over a century. Now, having been ambushed by you, should I not exact vengeance on your kind in honor of Dao Swansea? Undeterred by Kohong's aggression, Li Fan merely smiled ruefully. I seek but a slim chance of survival. As I mentioned, should the celestial master fall, my clan's fate is sealed. Hearing this, Kohong's demeanor softened slightly. He sighed. A commendable plea for survival. You speak the truth. The world is harsh, and we all struggle for a semblance of hope. Noticing Kohong's change in tone, Li Fan seized the opportunity. Previously, Dao Swansea, the celestial master had promised me that if... Before he could finish, Kohong interrupted with a frown. If it's about that, you may be disappointed. Dao Swansea likely never intended to fulfill that promise from the outset. Li Fan paused, bewildered. What do you mean by that? Celestial master? Kohong replied with a hint of derision. For a century, Dao Swansea maintained a serious facade in public, yet behind the scenes, he acted without scruples, deceiving even mortals. He paused, gauging Li Fan's reaction before continuing. The celestial array is perilous. The fact that we managed to enter was due in part to luck. Even we struggle to leave, let alone take mortals with us. What? You do not even know how to leave this place. Li Fan's heart sank, his expression turning grave. The hopes he had harbored for over a century were dashed by the very words of the cultivator before him, nearly shattering his spirit. Yet, having endured many trials, Li Fan's resolve remained firm. He steadied himself and addressed Kohong. This is not a suitable place for discussion. I urge the celestial master to follow me. He led Kohong through the ruins of Changsheng City, arriving at an underground shelter. During the conflict between Ko Hong and Dao Swansea, the soldiers had taken refuge in these shelters. There were hundreds of similar shelters scattered throughout Changsheng city. Though hidden underground, they were well lit and felt as bright as day, with ventilation systems connecting to the outside, preventing any stuffiness. Ko Hong, intrigued, examined the lights on the ceiling, praising, "No wonder Dao Swansea sought the collaboration of you mortals. The ability to harness and control lightning is impressive. It seems you mortals have made considerable advancements over the millennia. And those concealed weapons were quite formidable as well." However, he shook his head in disappointment. Alas, these artifacts are only of use in this fragmented realm. Beyond this place, they are rendered ineffective under the weight of the grand loss. By the way, when did Dao Swansea approach you to scheme against me? The timeline doesn't quite add up. Could it be that he secretly mastered the art of creating clones? Ko Hong suddenly recalled something and posed the question. Li Fan remained composed, about to respond when Ko Hong, suddenly disinterested, waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. What is there to dwell upon? After death, all is rendered void." With that, he sat down, appearing despondent, clearly affected by Dao Swansea's demise. It was best not to inquire further. Discussing more might lead to inconsistencies, Li Fan thought to himself. He then anxiously turned to Ko Hong, asking, "What you mentioned earlier about being unable to take mortals out of this realm, is that truly the case?" Ko Hong chuckled derisively. "You, a mere mortal, why would I deceive you? Perhaps only cultivators at the Golden Core stage could protect mortals through the formidable Immortal Array. If one possesses merely the Foundation establishment level, it is utterly impossible. Of course, if you do not mind emerging as mere fragments afterward, I am somewhat willing to make a desperate attempt." Ignoring Ko Hong's rather unhumorous jest, Li Fan persisted in his inquiry, "Is there truly no hope for us mortals to escape this realm?" After pondering, Ko Hong shook his head. To leave the land of immortal severance, one must breach the Immortal Array. With the frail physique of mere mortals, there is no conceivable way to succeed. Any endeavor would simply be a path to self-destruction. Besides, at your age, with one foot already in the grave, why cling so desperately to leaving? Wouldn't it be splendid to reign as a local sovereign? Ko Hong regarded him with disdain. "While I may meet my end, I still wish to leave a legacy for my descendants." Li Fan, undeterred, pressed on. "If my offspring could cultivate to the level of an immortal master, would that not offer a chance to leave?" Ko Hong erupted in laughter. "Not only is there no spiritual energy here for cultivation, but the divide between mortals and immortals is insurmountable. The miasma that clings to mortals makes it impossible to pursue the path of immortality." Ko Hong coldly advised, "I suggest you abandon this futile hope. For mortals to cultivate, they must first venture into the outside world, reshape their bodies, and cleanse themselves of the miasma. Otherwise, even if the path to immortality lay before you, it would remain forever out of reach." After several resolute refusals from Ko Hong, Li Fan appeared to finally relent. "The eternal divide between mortals and immortals," he murmured, feeling despondent. "Is there truly no way?" "Indeed, there is none." Observing Li Fan's profound sorrow, Ko Hong felt inexplicably elated. "Indeed, there is none," he reiterated. "As the Immortal Master stated, the divide is eternal." Li Fan sighed deeply. "Oh, yes. Ko Hong nodded repeatedly. "Since immortals and mortals cannot coexist." Li Fan paused and spoke deliberately. "Then how could a mere mortal like myself entirely trust the words of an immortal master?" His demeanor shifted suddenly. The obsequiousness in his eyes vanished, replaced by the keen gaze of a hunter spotting its prey. "What does this mean?" Ko Hong was taken aback, gazing at the seemingly unremarkable mortal before him. He felt an ominous presence. "It is but a quest for a sliver of hope," Li Fan stated, expressionless, as the ground beneath him suddenly cracked open. The mechanism closed again, and in an instant, Li Fan vanished without a trace. Ko Hong stared, dumbfounded by the abrupt turn of events, his heart racing as he sensed an overwhelming danger approaching. Before he could react, thick mists, laden with the essence of a mortal miasma, surged from all corners of the room. "Ah!" Ko Hong screamed, engulfed by the suffocating fog. Chapter 9. No path is truly closed. Gazing at Ko Hong's confession on the table, Li Fan felt a sense of despair. Ko Hong had not deceived him. He truly knew of no means for mortals to escape this land of immortal severance. The land of immortal severance. After 5 cycles of reincarnation and 3 centuries of yearning, all had coalesced into an unattainable illusion. The dream of immortality lay shattered, and Li Fan felt as though he had aged overnight. not just physically, but psychologically as well. The land of immortal severance. He silently repeated the name, an overwhelming sense of bitterness surging within him. How could I have traversed to such a place? Had I arrived in the realm of cultivation outside, with the boundless capabilities of true reality, to simulate reincarnation, I would undoubtedly have prospects for longevity. How infuriating that it is precisely this land of immortal severance. The information from Ko Hong's confession raced through Li Fan's mind once more. The so-called land of immortal severance, as its name suggests, is a place devoid of immortals. Thousands of years ago, the ancient realm of cultivation faced a cataclysm. Initially, it began as a plague sweeping through the mortal realm, of which no cultivator paid heed. However, when a cultivator inadvertently contracted this inexplicable plague, the situation spiraled out of control. Following the infection of that cultivator, the plague seemed to gain an inexplicable potency, allowing it to spread among cultivators. The means of transmission was none other than the spiritual energy upon which cultivators relied. The plague swiftly permeated the entire realm of cultivation through the celestial energies. Those infected found their cultivation diminished. Some fell from grace, while others lost all their powers overnight and became no different from mere mortals, inevitably succumbing within days. With the deaths of countless cultivators, despair began to spread among the community. In their desperation, some cultivators unleashed their wrath upon the source of it all, the mortals. Thus commenced a widespread massacre. Faced with the lofty immortals, mortals had little means of resistance and could only submit to the slaughter. Yet, it was not long before this brutal campaign was forcibly halted. Not out of newfound conscience, but due to the horrifying realization that with each mortal death, the plague did not dissipate. Rather, it broke free from its constraints and began to spread through the very essence of the war. The rampant spread of the immortal mortal blight left an indelible psychological scar on all cultivators. To prevent its resurgence, practitioners of the mystical arts collectively agreed to avoid the places where mortals had once been banished. Over time, these locations transformed into what came to be known as the lands of immortal severance. Countless such lands exist, yet few cultivators are willing to risk their lives to venture into them. It is a rare stroke of fortune for Li Fan to encounter two such individuals. However, neither of them possesses a means to liberate mortals from their plight, leaving Li Fan to ponder the likelihood of a more powerful cultivator arriving. Moreover, as a mortal, his lifespan is finite. Even if he could simulate reincarnation, it would merely repeat within the limits of his existence. At 70 years of age, with a maximum lifespan of 86, the chances of encountering another cultivator in those 16 years are virtually non-existent. Thus, how could Li Fan not feel despair? He had glimpsed the hope for immortality through cultivation, only to realize it was but an empty dream. Was he truly destined to endlessly repeat the life of a mortal? Li Fan was unwilling to accept such a fate. The path to longevity lay tantalizingly close, yet remained frustratingly out of reach. This left him discontented. Reflecting on the hardships endured over nearly 3 centuries of waiting, he could not bring himself to abandon the pursuit of immortality. Was there truly no way out? Suddenly, as if a bolt of lightning had pierced the fog, Li Fan recalled certain details he had previously overlooked. How had a multitude of mortals migrated thousands of years ago? Though the little world and the cultivation realm are adjacent, they are fundamentally distinct. Surely, these mortals did not traverse on foot. There must have been some means to transport them. Did such tools still exist? If he could locate them, might he not find a path to the cultivation realm? Even the faintest possibility reignited hope within him. His spirits lifted as he promptly made his way to the prison where Ko Hong was held. He sought to validate the feasibility of his thoughts with Ko Hong. Chapter 10. The differences in immortal techniques. How did mortals arrive in the lands of immortal severance during the Great Migration? Perhaps having never contemplated this question before, Ko Hong was momentarily taken aback by Li Fan's inquiry. The era of the Great Plague had long since passed, and the specifics of that time remain unclear. Most of what is known is merely hearsay. After pondering for a moment, Ko Hong shook his head. What, are you still not giving up? He taunted, assessing Li Fan with a mocking gaze. Even if you manage to escape, what then? At 70 years of age, you still aspire to cultivate. He trailed off as he noticed the cold glint in Li Fan's eyes sweeping over him, accompanied by the menacing demeanor of several nearby enforcers, causing him to shudder and abruptly silence himself. Ko Hong had already been released from his cell by Li Fan. After being subjected to the immortal mortal blight in the confinement of a secret chamber, his cultivation had drastically regressed to the early stages of qi refinement. Unable to utilize any techniques, he was now merely a slightly stronger mortal. Initially, he had cursed and railed against his captors, but after enduring several rounds of harsh interrogation, Ko Hong had finally submitted. It became evident that even once mighty cultivators were no different from mere mortals when stripped of their powers. Indeed, they might even lack the fortitude that the common folk possessed. This man couldn't withstand even an hour under our hands, one of the enforcers remarked sarcastically. Indeed, he crumbled quite easily, another chimed in. Ko Hong, however, remained remarkably composed. Better to live, even in disgrace, than to die. He added, in the realm of cultivation, life and death, success and failure are commonplace. Though you are but a mortal, your resourcefulness and resolve are commendable. Outwitted by you, we have no recourse but to accept our defeat. Do you not harbor hatred towards me? Li Fan inquired, curiosity piqued. Of course I do. Ko Hong retorted sharply as he downed a generous gulp of the fine wine Li Fan had offered. But what of it? You are the butcher, and I am the meat. Should I threaten you? Would that not be a path to my own demise? You possess a remarkable perspective, Li Fan remarked with a faint smile. Yet it is merely a struggle for survival. Ko Hong scoffed. If you were to return to the cultivation realm, would you still be able to continue your training? After a brief silence, Li Fan posed the question. What? Ko Hong was momentarily at a loss for words. If you could assist me in finding a method to reach the cultivation realm, perhaps I would take you along when the time comes, Li Fan promised. You deceitful wretch, do you seek to trick me? Ko Hong exploded in anger. But he quickly regained his composure, fixing Li Fan with a fierce glare. Li Fan maintained a calm demeanor. Whether truth or falsehood, it ultimately represents a glimmer of hope. Would you truly forsake this chance at life, resigning yourself to die in this confined space? Upon hearing Li Fan's words, Ko Hong fell silent. His expression fluctuated dramatically, revealing the intense turmoil within. After a prolonged pause, he finally exhaled a heavy sigh. Very well, I shall agree. Rest assured, I, Li Fan, am a man of my word, unwavering and resolute, Li Fan declared solemnly. The enforcers present exchanged glances, sensing the gravity of the moment. In this court, who does not know that the Grand Minister is a man of his word? When he declares the execution of an entire family, it is carried out without hesitation. Do not paint fanciful dreams for me. My willingness to assist you is merely a gamble for a sliver of hope, Ko Hong sneered. In response, Li Fan did not attempt to explain further, but instead articulated his hypothesis directly. If my conjecture is correct, the means by which the cultivators transported mortals during that time likely resembled flying vessels or similar magical artifacts. In ancient times, the cultivation realm was teeming with life, teeming with sects and bustling with activity, making such transportation tools quite prevalent. Regrettably, after the cataclysmic upheaval, cultivators became increasingly isolated, and these flying vessels faded from sight. Ko Hong listened intently, gradually responding, the upheaval you refer to. Was it the enigmatic Great Plague? While the mortal blight was indeed strange, it did not undermine the core of cultivation. In truth, the blight thrived because the vast majority of cultivators perished in a great calamity. The decline in the cultivation realm's strength rendered it incapable of effectively countering the mortal blight, Ko Hong explained, shaking his head, his expression grave. The great calamity? Li Fan suddenly recalled the sight of the dilapidated mountain gate he had glimpsed deep within the abyss and felt a stirring in his heart. Could it be that the laws of cultivation cannot be practiced simultaneously? Ko Hong regarded Li Fan with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend how he had arrived at that conclusion. Indeed, the laws of cultivation cannot be practiced concurrently. Ko Hong sighed heavily. In ancient times, there were no such restrictions. Back then, a multitude of cultivation sects flourished, welcoming disciples and imparting their teachings. Cultivators were guided by their masters, able to seek counsel whenever they faced difficulties in their practice, and could freely engage in discussions with fellow practitioners of the same techniques. The vitality of the cultivation realm during that era was simply unparalleled. As Ko Hong spoke, an unmistakable longing crept into his voice. Alas, the great upheaval, he continued. Cultivators suddenly discovered that the efficiency of their cultivation had diminished drastically. While practicing, they could sense the presence of countless others simultaneously cultivating the same techniques throughout the realm. They were horrified to realize that the more individuals who practiced the same technique, the lower the cultivation efficiency became for all involved. Ko Hong quietly recounted the events, a flicker of fear crossing his gaze. Initially, cultivators maintained restraint, seeking solutions to the problem. Yet, after decades of stagnation, countless practitioners found themselves trapped, unable to progress. As the end drew near, the simmering resentment could no longer be contained. A calamity swept through the entire cultivation realm. Anyone who practices the same technique as I do becomes an obstacle on my path. It is a fight to the death. Former masters and disciples, once allies, instantly transformed into mortal enemies. Even those unwilling to engage in slaughter found it impossible to guarantee that others shared their sentiments in such tumultuous times. Who can guarantee that the other won't suddenly rise up and stab you in the back? All cultivators are plunged into a sea of endless suspicion, and the only entity one can truly trust is oneself. In that instant, all sects transformed into a hellish purgatory. Those solitary cultivators hiding in the secluded mountains, attempting to evade danger, were not spared either. For cultivators practicing the same techniques can sense each other's locations. Slaughter, endless slaughter. It is unknown how long it lasted before it gradually subsided. At this point, the once flourishing realm of cultivation had become desolate, with all sects extinguished, leaving only solitary cultivators. Ko Hong recounted this ancient upheaval in the cultivation world. Li Fan listened, his emotions surging, yet greater questions arose. Since the celestial arts cannot be practiced concurrently, how do the current cultivators cultivate? What is the state of the cultivation world now? In the present realm of cultivation, a mortal seeking to ascend has but a few choices, Ko Hong explained patiently. The first is to join the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. This alliance is a loosely formed coalition of numerous cultivators, where one can earn contribution points by completing tasks or trading with others. With these points, one can exchange for cultivation techniques and resources within the alliance. The second option is the Five Elders Association. This organization, founded by 5 supreme beings, boasts immense power. Anyone with the aptitude for cultivation may willingly join and select a cultivation technique. The price is to sign a soul contract, pledging to serve the 5 elders for a certain duration. The third choice is to join local factions. Although these local forces cannot be compared to the 2 behemoths mentioned above, they tend to be more united and generally do not present dangerous tasks, making them suitable for those with a laid-back disposition. As for the other chaotic organizations, they are hardly reliable and are best left unmentioned. Ko Hong slowly elucidated the current state of the cultivation world. Li Fan frowned upon hearing this, puzzled. From your description, why does it seem that cultivation techniques are not as scarce in the cultivation world? Ko Hong snorted coldly. That is because what is obtained through these methods are all incomplete techniques. Incomplete? Li Fan was taken aback, then suddenly understood. To acquire higher-level techniques, one must continue to serve them? Indeed, Ko Hong said bitterly. These techniques are newly compiled by the major factions over the years. Reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement is already the limit. To advance further and establish a foundation, one must switch to a new level of techniques. The same applies beyond the foundation. Switching techniques? If every breakthrough requires starting over with a new technique, does that not mean that all prior efforts would be in vain? Li Fan was somewhat shocked. That would not be the case. Ko Hong shook his head. Every cultivator must practice the supreme primordial true classic. It is said that this scripture is the supreme scripture of the supreme sect from ancient times, the foundation of its establishment. After the great calamity, the supreme sect was obliterated, leaving only fragments of the supreme primordial true classic in the world. This scripture is not a cultivation technique, but is closer to a secret method. Its function is to allow cultivators to dissipate their entire level of magical power with minimal loss, enabling them to quickly catch up to their original level after dispersing their power to practice other techniques. Such a miraculous method, Li Fan exclaimed. The existence of these fragments is indeed timely, as it allows countless cultivators to accept the continuous change of techniques. Li Fan scoffed. In my view, the supreme primordial true classic may not be merely fragments. Perhaps the orchestrators are only willing to release the part concerning power dispersal and recultivation. Ko Hong sighed deeply. This reasoning is known to all. But what can be done? True techniques are hard to come by. Though being drained by others is unfortunate, at least there is a visible goal and path. With effort, it is still attainable. Those unwilling to be constrained for a lifetime and willing to risk their demise to seek opportunities in various secret realms and ancient sects are a minority. Li Fan nodded, gaining a general understanding of the current state of the cultivation world. It was starkly different from the unfettered, singular pursuit of longevity he had imagined. Rather, it bore a resemblance to the world he had traversed before. Reflecting on this, Li Fan felt a cold smile forming within. Ko Hong, oblivious to Li Fan's unusual demeanor, could not help but lament, Dao Xuanzi, until his death. Did not realize that the reason I snatched away the technique and fled was not solely because it was a core technique for forming a core, but because it was a true art that could directly point to the nascent soul stage. If it were merely a core formation technique, I might have been able to craft it myself. But that is indeed a true technique for the nascent soul. Ko Hong repeated. Li Fan, hearing this, felt a stirring within and touched the ring on his finger. He had confiscated all of Dao Xuanzi's belongings and stored them within this storage ring. Perhaps due to his experiences across numerous reincarnations and his exceptional mental prowess, he was able to use this storage ring, which typically required a cultivated spiritual sense to access, with ease. However, unless he could find a way to leave the land of immortal desolation, these items would be of no use to him. Thus, he had not yet considered examining them one by one. Subsequently, Ko Hong introduced Li Fan to various pieces of common knowledge in the cultivation world, such as how the fall of a cultivator can invoke celestial phenomena within a certain radius, before finally returning to the main topic of Li Fan's inquiry regarding the potential existence of ancient vessels from the era of the Great Migration. It may indeed be possible. Ko Hong pondered for a long time before speaking. I have heard rumors that over the millennia, there have been mortals who were exiled to the land of immortal desolation sneaking back into the cultivation world. However, most of these are mere idle gossip with little concrete evidence. Where there is smoke, there is fire. Sometimes rumors are the truth of the matter. Li Fan's heart stirred. After all, there are countless connections between mortals and cultivators. It was only natural that some cultivators would leave a way back for their mortal families. It seems these mortals could only have returned through the contingencies left by those cultivators. Ko Hong, however, was not optimistic. Even so, it has been thousands of years. This realm is vast, and the probability of finding anything is minuscule. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will not give up, Li Fan declared resolutely. I truly wonder how you, an old man on the brink of death, can still engage in such endeavors. Ko Hong muttered under his breath. Li Fan pretended not to hear and solemnly said to Ko Hong, as long as you help me find a way to the cultivation world, not only will I release you and allow you to return with me, I will also return everything belonging to you and Dao Xuanzi, including that core technique. Is that true? Ko Hong suddenly looked up, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Certainly, Li Fan nodded. Very well. If that is the case, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Ko Hong gritted his teeth, ultimately making his decision. Although he had been tricked by Li Fan several times and was unsure of the credibility of Li Fan's promise, he, like Li Fan, was unwilling to give up as long as there remained even a sliver of hope. To be trapped here for decades and then die an old man is not what Ko Hong desires. Thus, with Ko Hong's assistance, Li Fan began to gather historical texts and records from across the realm, striving to uncover clues about the Great Migration era from fragments of ancient accounts. Simultaneously, Li Fan employed his military to excavate ancient tombs in search of any traces. Although this incited public outrage and led to daily petitions from officials urging him to desist, he forcefully suppressed them all. Unfortunately, far too much time had passed since the era of the Great Migration, and his remaining lifespan in this world was exceedingly brief. 16 years later, marking the 66th year, Li Fan's time was drawing near, yet he remained empty-handed. He ordered Ko Hong to be released and alone ventured into the underground chamber of the Grand Master's residence. With a thought, Li Fan withdrew all the items from the storage ring and laid them out in order. At the outset, Li Fan's gaze was drawn to the jade slip emanating a faint golden glow. This was the very technique of the nascent soul that had caused a rift between Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi. Chapter 12. The emergence of the second anchor point Qianji Yuhuan Jinjiao, a nascent soul technique. Current number of practitioners, 0. Li Fan picked up the jade slip, and a stream of information naturally flowed into his mind. The nascent soul realm. Li Fan felt a surge of yearning within him, yet lamented that he was still but a mortal, devoid of spiritual awareness. Although he could utilize a storage ring with relative ease, he was powerless to grasp the true essence of this profound technique, merely gazing longingly at it without the means to comprehend its intricacies. Possessing a treasure trove, yet lacking the fortune to utilize it, Li Fan greedily stole a few more glances before reluctantly setting it down. He then turned his attention to a rusty iron sword nearby, the peculiar item of Dao Xuanzi's foundation establishment, known as the rusty sword Dao Xian. According to Ko Hong, to transcend, Chi-refining cultivators must forge their foundational paths using various extraordinary treasures of the world. Each treasure possesses its own unique wonders, available only to the fated. Once a cultivator has established their foundation with such a treasure, their fates become intertwined, should the cultivator perish. The treasure would likewise lose its extraordinary properties, reverting to an ordinary state. Li Fan gently caressed the unremarkable iron sword. Yet his focus was captivated by the sudden emergence of information from Huanzhun. It revealed that the item could be charged, rusty sword Dao Xian fragment. Would he like to proceed with the charging? After a moment of contemplation, Li Fan chose affirmatively. The rusty sword vanished silently from his hand, and a line of small text materialized in his mind. Current charging progress of the anchor point. 1. Current number of anchor points. 1. Li Fan's heart stirred. According to the feedback from Huanzhun, once the charging progress reached 100%, the second anchor point would be activated. This would allow for the virtualization of all experiences, enabling a choice to return to any selected anchor point. If he could truly unlock the second anchor point, it would offer tremendous convenience. As he contemplated further, he felt a swell of anticipation. For instance, in his numerous past lives, he had sought the methods of cultivation from Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzai. The previous 50 years had been a relentless cycle of suffering for him, compounded by the unpredictability of certain variables. Were he able to commence his reincarnation from the moment he became a Grand Master, wielding control over the world, the efficiency of his attempts would significantly increase. Moreover, considering the future, as a mortal, he could only endure 50 years per cycle. Though it felt lengthy, it was still bearable. However, once he embarked on the path of cultivation, spanning hundreds or even thousands of years, any failure would necessitate starting anew, a thought that sent shivers down his spine. Furthermore, if he could unlock additional anchor points, he would possess ample opportunities for trial and error. Step by step, he could craft a perfect path to immortality, a possibility not beyond reach. As for the initial anchor point, it could serve as a final safety net. Though rare, extraordinary treasures abound in the vast realm of cultivation, provided he could escape this desolate land and break free from his shackles. With these thoughts, Li Fan's desire to leave grew ever more fervent. After absorbing the rusty sword Dao Xian, Li Fan paid little heed to the other items within his storage ring, which were merely standard spirit stones and low-grade magical artifacts. The standard spirit stones were crafted collaboratively by the 10,000 Immortal Alliance and the 5 Elders Society, categorized into different grades, akin to legal tender within the cultivation world. Each spirit stone bore unique anti-counterfeiting measures, rendering imitation impossible. The value of standard spirit stones stemmed from their recognition by the 10,000 Immortal Alliance and the 5 Elders Society, allowing them to be exchanged for cultivation techniques. In contrast, privately manufactured inferior spirit stones and naturally occurring spirit stones extracted from various mines were utterly worthless. Ultimately, what constrained cultivators in the current cultivation world was not the resources of spiritual energy or spirit stones, but rather the techniques of various realms. The 10,000 Immortal Alliance and the 5 Elders Society wielded immense power precisely because they controlled the vast majority of these techniques. As for the low-grade magical artifacts, they were generally intended for consumption in battles. Both Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzai were hardly affluent. Thus, the magical artifacts they possessed were of little value. After reclaiming the items before him, including the nascent soul technique, into his storage ring, Li Fan found himself breathless. This frail body felt as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of dissolution. Taking a deep breath, Li Fan closed his eyes, as if to etch the sensation of his current weakness firmly into his memory. Subsequently, without further hesitation, he summoned Huanzhun and concluded this life. In the darkness, scenes flickered rapidly before him, ultimately culminating in a few familiar lines appearing in his view. Simulation complete. You may retain one of the following options. 1. An item you possessed during this simulation. 2. Your cultivation realm from this simulation. 3. The simulated memory of a person closely related to you during this simulation. This memory may be inherited by that individual. 4. Forfeit the above choices to accelerate charging progress. Li Fan chose the first option. Regrettably, his previous life concluded with him placing numerous items into the storage ring, an attempt at cunning that bore no fruit. The storage ring, the nascent soul technique, spirit stones, magical artifacts, and so forth, all floated through Li Fan's mind. Naturally, he selected the nascent soul technique. To his delight, upon making this choice, he realized he could retrieve and return the technique from Huanzhen at will. Furthermore, the technique had established a form of binding relationship with him. It now wholly belonged to him. Even if in the next life simulation he did not choose to bring it back, it would remain eternally within Huanzhen. This development opened up numerous avenues for planning. Li Fan withdrew the golden jade slip, idly toying with it in his hand while pondering his course of action for this life. The era of great migration had elapsed for several millennia, and related clues had long been buried. Additionally, the act of extensively excavating ancient tombs was exceedingly conspicuous, given his prior life's robust control over the court. It had incited considerable opposition. If the court were to undertake such actions immediately, it would undoubtedly prove unsustainable. However, if he began to lay the groundwork from this moment forward, investing 20 years, he might transform the mindset of the populace. Name: Li Fan Realm. Mortal physiological age: 2086. Psychological age: 282-1109. Charging progress of virtualization: 0. Charging progress of anchor point: 1. Current number of anchor points: 1. Bound item: Qianji Yuhuan Jinjiao. As time flowed, the sixth life of Li Fan commenced. Everything proceeded along its predetermined trajectory, albeit influenced subtly by Li Fan's covert machinations, leading to numerous slight alterations in the course of events. By the third year of anchoring, rumors of immortals descending upon the lands of the great Xian began to circulate. By the fifth year of anchoring, the ancient studies sect emerged with great prominence. This sect entered the capital to present several volumes of ancient texts before the emperor, and the brilliance of these texts, unparalleled in rarity, sent shockwaves throughout the realm. The ancient texts were titled I Jing, Daidejing, Nanhua, Luanyu, Dashue. Chapter 13. The Transformation of the Mortal Realm in the City of Changsheng, at the Scholars' Pavilion. A gathering of scholars convened to explore the ancient texts that had recently stirred the world. Ever since the texts had come to light, the local bookstores had tirelessly reprinted them. Despite this, the published books remained in high demand. These scholars, having finally procured several volumes with great difficulty, invited friends to join in their appreciation. The highest virtue is like water, which benefits all things without contention. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. A mere handful of words, yet upon reading, one is instantly enveloped in boundless profundity. This scripture is indeed extraordinary. In my view, this mere 3,000 words hold as much value as all the writings I have previously encountered. I share this sentiment. No. In my perspective, the profundity of the Book of Changes surpasses that of the Book of Virtue. Although the text is enigmatic and profound, each word glistens like a precious gem, seemingly encapsulating the ultimate truths of the universe. Indeed, as the heavens move vigorously, a gentleman strives ceaselessly for self-improvement. This resonates with our inner sentiments. The scholars engaged in a fervent discussion, appearing utterly captivated by the discourse. At that moment, one individual suddenly sighed deeply. Who could have imagined such exquisite prose lay buried underground for thousands of years, unknown to all? Every time I ponder this, it brings me immense sorrow. His words elicited a chorus of agreement from the others. Indeed, our esteemed teacher loved reading above all else. If he had been able to peruse these volumes of scripture, what comfort it would have brought him. It is unfortunate that countless scholars throughout history have been deprived of the opportunity to encounter these texts. However, are these scriptures truly the work of our predecessors, lost to the ravages of war, preserved only as fragments within ancient tombs? I observe the texts of the Zhuangzi and the Analects, wherein the people and events contained are not recorded in any historical accounts. Among the assembly, a voice rang out somewhat abruptly. Everyone fell silent at first, then resolutely concluded, it must be so. Such writings could not possibly be a modern fabrication. Existing historical records extend back merely 3,000 years. Beyond that, there are scarcely any detailed accounts. It seems these classics must originate from that earlier era. I have heard that the ancient studies faction, when seeking audience with the emperor, spoke of a time when 100 schools contended, producing classics as numerous as the stars in the sky. The texts we currently read are but a trivial fraction of that vast collection. Upon this revelation, a wave of astonishment swept through the tavern. Could it truly be so? The thought of so many classical works lying buried underground, unseen by the world, fills me with indescribable anguish, robbing me of sleep. I wonder what the other classics might resemble. Yet, These ancient texts are deeply ensconced within various tombs. The Ancient Studies faction's proposition to excavate tombs in search of lost classics indeed contradicts the moral order. The scholars instinctively wished to voice their agreement. But upon reflecting on the countless classical works still awaiting discovery underground, their tone shifted, losing its initial fervor. Did not the leader of the Ancient Studies faction assert that their endeavor was one of preservation, a salvage excavation, rather than an act of destruction? Indeed, I have heard that their excavations do not resemble the wanton destruction of tomb raiders, who only seek gold and silver. Rather, they meticulously extract every artifact, ensuring each one is carefully preserved. Should any damage occur, there are dedicated individuals responsible for restoration. It is indeed inappropriate to equate them with tomb robbers. Nonetheless, many among the group still held dissenting opinions. It is merely a matter of superficial rhetoric. What difference does it make? Who among us does not have ancestors? If your ancestral tomb were to be excavated in such a manner, how would you feel? This course of action must not be initiated, for it would lead to endless calamities. We must endeavor to dissuade this. Precisely so. Some individuals still refrained from sharing their opinions, acting as mediators. Surely, the emperor and the court officials have already reached a consensus on this matter, and we need not overly concern ourselves. Let us observe for now, let us observe. As the Book of Virtues spread across the realm, intense debates erupted throughout the vast expanse of Dashuan, reminiscent of the scene within today's scholarly assembly, countless in number. Li Fan understood that it would be impossible to reverse the thoughts of the people in such a short time. At present, they had merely scratched the surface. Yet, Li Fan harbored no apprehension regarding the outcome. After all, it was the scholars who wielded the power of discourse. With an abundance of classics as bait, Li Fan was unafraid that these scholars would not comply. Moreover, he did not seek their support. As long as they did not emerge to oppose him, that sufficed. While secretly plotting for dominion, Li Fan also gradually advanced the influence of the Ancient Studies faction within the secular realm. 6 years later, the emperor fell gravely ill. Bedridden, the court physicians were at a loss. At this juncture, the Ancient Studies faction presented a miraculous elixir, claiming it was discovered within an ancient tomb, likely left by an immortal, possessing the ability to revive the dead. Consuming it might alleviate his peril. Initially, the emperor dismissed it. But as his condition worsened day by day, on the verge of death, he resolved to take the elixir, treating it as a last-ditch effort. To his astonishment, the elixir indeed worked wonders. Within a few days, the emperor regained his former health. The court was abuzz with excitement. Ministers engaged in fervent discussions. The emperor summoned the leader of the Ancient Studies faction to the palace, inquiring in detail about the immortal, and subsequently did not attend court for several consecutive days. From that point on, the emperor firmly believed in the existence of immortals, discreetly instructing his trusted military officials to collaborate with the Ancient Studies faction in search of traces of immortals within ancient tombs. 9 years later, the Ancient Studies faction held an exhibition in Changsheng city, inviting court officials and noble lords to attend, although these individuals were also affluent and well-versed. Upon witnessing the rare treasures on display, they too became enraptured, reluctant to depart. Following this, the Ancient Studies faction opened the exhibition to the general public, allowing anyone who purchased a ticket to enter and behold the wonders. Changsheng city was immediately in an uproar, with countless individuals queuing to glimpse the treasures. The sheer number of attendees caused traffic congestion in the capital. Fortunately, the emperor issued a decree for the guard battalion to maintain order, preventing greater chaos. The fervor persisted for over half a month. Subsequently, not only did the exhibition not cease, but it also began to tour various locations, unfolding throughout Dashuan. 11 years later, in Jianghuai Prefecture, a notorious tomb robbery case was uncovered, resulting in the capture of a 100-member tomb raiding gang. This group had recklessly excavated ancient tombs in the mountains, causing immeasurable losses. According to the law, all members should face severe punishment. However, due to the large number of individuals involved and the widespread implications, the governor of Jianghuai Prefecture, Li Fan, dared not make an arbitrary decision. He penned a letter, which was urgently dispatched to Changsheng city, beseeching the emperor's judgment. Some ministers, upon hearing this, were exceptionally incensed, submitting requests for immediate execution. Strangely, however, the majority of court officials maintained silence at this moment. The emperor also suppressed all petitions, offering no stance. A full month passed before the emperor's decree finally arrived. He did not impose the death penalty, but rather assigned them all to servitude in the capital. Almost no ministers opposed this decision. Li Fan gazed at the edict, a faint smile gracing his lips, knowing that the tide had turned in his favor. Chapter 14. A glimmer of hope amidst despair. 13 years later, ancient texts such as the Book of Documents, the Book of Odes, and the Book of Rites emerged, igniting an ever-deepening yearning among scholars for that lost history. 15 years later, the emperor's health deteriorated. Seeking another elixir to prolong his life, he dispatched over 100,000 troops to excavate ancient tombs in search of traces of the elixir. Although many ministers expressed their reservations, none submitted large-scale petitions in opposition. Regrettably, the elixir proved elusive. Despite excavating over 100 tombs, no trace could be found. By the year's end, the emperor passed away with regrets, bequeathing the throne to Wang of Langya. Thus, Li Fan once again clandestinely grasped control over the realm. Under Li Fan's influence, the fervor for ancient tomb exploration surged throughout the land. 17 years later, a hunter in the mountains discovered an ancient tomb, winning the favor of the Grand Preceptor and receiving a noble title. Thereafter, the populace became even more fervent and frenzied in their pursuit of ancient exploration. No matter how remote the mountains and forests, one could see throngs of seekers. Time flowed on, arriving at the 23rd year. Li Fan stood within the Grand Preceptor's estate, observing the compilation of clues gathered from years of official and civilian explorations of ancient sites. Previously, historical records only extended back 3,000 years, encompassing 23 dynasties. However, as more ancient tombs were unearthed, the previously lost history slowly began to be restored. Before these 23 dynasties, there existed 16 others, tracing back approximately 6,000 to 7,000 years. The earliest dynasty that could be identified was called Qi. 6,000 to 7,000 years almost aligns with the era of the Great Migration, Li Fan mused. He then began issuing orders to focus on excavating the tombs of the Qi dynasty, offering rewards to anyone who could locate them, granting titles of nobility. Upon the announcement, the populace eagerly spread the news. Countless young individuals set forth on the path of ancient exploration. No matter how deeply buried history might be, it could not withstand the fervent pursuit of the entire world. After 25 years of anchoring, the tomb of the first emperor of the Qi dynasty, Changsheng, has finally been discovered. Upon hearing the news, Li Fan led his trusted confidants to the site, securing the surrounding area. Over the past decade, the techniques for excavating ancient tombs in the Dynasty dynasty have advanced rapidly, culminating in a highly effective scheme for grave excavation. Despite the vast scale of the first emperor's tomb, replete with countless mechanisms, the diligent efforts of the archaeologists allowed a passageway to the main burial chamber to be carved open in just over a month. Once all obstacles were cleared, Li Fan, surrounded by his entourage, entered the ancient tomb. The main burial corridor stretched for hundreds of meters, with the walls adorned with vividly lifelike murals that, despite the passage of thousands of years, remained remarkably clear. Li Fan strolled leisurely, absorbing the narratives depicted within the murals. The murals were divided into several significant sections. The first section portrayed the protagonist, Changsheng, seated atop a mountain, amidst ethereal clouds with celestial figures appearing to converse with him. The second section illustrated the descent of calamity, with crimson representing blood spilling across the land. Under Changsheng's leadership, the survivors embarked on large vessels, navigating through perilous seas of clouds to arrive at an expansive plain, where they ultimately settled. The third section depicted Changsheng, with the support of the people, declaring himself emperor and establishing the Qi dynasty. The fourth section detailed the myriad trivialities that occurred during Changsheng's reign. Having concluded his examination of the murals, Li Fan arrived at the main burial chamber. The chamber soared to a height of 40 to 50 meters and spanned several thousand meters in length and width. The ceiling appeared to mimic the celestial arrangement of stars, embedded with countless luminous pearls. The interior of the chamber was designed to resemble a mountain gate, with peaks rising amidst a sea of clouds, which remained mysteriously fixed within the chamber, undispersed over the millennia. As the group traversed the invisible paths connecting each peak, they were filled with awe at the celestial craftsmanship. Atop the highest peak stood a modest thatched hut, its once fertile land now overgrown. Upon entering, they discovered that the thatch was intricately woven with countless delicate strands of gold. It became apparent that this humble abode was, in fact, Changsheng's coffin. At Li Fan's behest, the group opened the hut's door, only to be met with astonishment. Within lay no remains of Yixing, but rather a solitary wooden tablet standing silently. Inscribed in gilded characters were the words, "Tomb of Yixing, outer sect disciple of the Tai Yin sect." Beyond this, there was nothing else. It seemed that although he had joined the Tai Yin sect, he remained merely an outer disciple, unable to ascend the path of immortality, ultimately exiled by the immortal practitioners to this place. Even in death, he clung to his sect identity, never fully embracing his status as emperor. According to previous accounts, it was believed that all sects had perished during the great catastrophe preceding the era of Great Migration. Yet now, it appeared there was more to this tale than met the eye, Li Fan pondered. Yixing must have been entrusted by the practitioners of the Tai Yin sect with overseeing the great migration of this realm. However, it remained uncertain whether they could locate the vessels used for the migration. With no discoveries in the main burial chamber, Li Fan ordered the excavation of the surrounding area, hoping to uncover clues from the accompanying tombs. Days later, a grim report reached him, inciting a wave of fury and helplessness. The team had found records of flying vessels in the inventory of a nearby accompanying burial chamber, but alas, that tomb had been plundered long ago. The signs of disturbance indicated the theft had occurred a millennium prior. Once again, hope had been kindled only to dissolve like a mirage. Li Fan, unusually enraged, smashed several nearby objects, silencing those around him. After some time, he managed to regain his composure and continued to instruct the team to scour the ancient tombs for traces of the celestial vessels while he returned to Changsheng City, seemingly devoid of hope. Another decade passed, and as time reached 35 years of anchoring, a twist of fate emerged. One day a dispatch arrived, claiming the discovery of an immortal's tomb. Li Fan was taken aback, then elated, seeking further details. It turned out that, despite his waning enthusiasm, public interest in the excavation endeavors had not diminished. Across the land of Dexian, countless ancient tombs were unearthed. As larger tombs were exhausted, attention turned to the previously overlooked smaller ones. Just days prior, a group of young excavators, while digging in an inconspicuous grave, were suddenly struck by an inexplicable force, resulting in severe casualties. The survivors promptly reported the incident to the authorities. In the decades of ancient excavations, while injuries had occurred, they were typically due to mechanisms. This was the first instance of such an enigmatic occurrence before a tomb was even opened. The team, not daring to be complacent, dispatched personnel to investigate that very night. Despite the presence of numerous seasoned veterans and fully armed soldiers, they could not budge the small tomb in the slightest. The group, both astonished and excited, hurried to report to Li Fan. Upon his arrival, and after employing celestial and mortal toxins, he finally dispelled the unnamed force surrounding the tomb. Entering the grave, amidst the burial goods, a small wooden boat lay prominently displayed. Chapter 15. The foundation built upon white bones. This diminutive wooden vessel was the very flying ship Li Fan had longed for. Through an inscription left on the tomb wall by the deceased, Li Fan began to unravel the intricacies of the situation. The tomb's owner, Changsheng, was a foundational stage cultivator. Over 3,000 years ago, he had been pursued by enemies and sought refuge in this realm of isolation. Initially intending to wait it out, he soon discovered that this place was devoid of spiritual energy, and being a destitute cultivator, he possessed little in the way of spirit stones. Before long, he exhausted his supply. Without spirit stones to replenish his spiritual energy, his cultivation deteriorated. After a failed attempt to breach the barrier of isolation, suffering serious injuries, Changsheng realized he was trapped. However, he was tenacious and did not surrender easily. He speculated that when mortals were banished to this realm a millennium ago, they might have left behind one or two flying vessels. Thus, he spent decades diligently searching, eventually locating Yixing's tomb. Indeed, a flying vessel existed within. Yet despair washed over him upon discovering that the power core array was damaged, lacking the skills to repair it, and knowing that even if he succeeded, he could not provide sufficient energy due to his diminished cultivation. Changsheng relinquished his hopes of leaving this isolated realm. He then assumed a false identity, living the remainder of his life as an ordinary man. Before his passing, he inscribed his life story on the tomb wall, hoping that any future cultivators who entered his tomb would take his remains back to the realm of cultivation, with the items he left behind serving as a form of prepayment for this service. The first of these items was the source of the mysterious force that had claimed the lives of several excavators, a celestial artifact known as the Stopping Remnant Stele. A fragment of a broken stone tablet, barely legible, or the character for stop. Li Fan touched the steel, but it did not respond, leaving him with a sense of regret. The extensive use of celestial and mortal toxins to force entry had rendered the steel an ordinary stone. Nevertheless, Li Fan was not overly concerned. Now that he knew the location of Qianhong's tomb, he could return in a future life to claim it. The second item left by Qianhong consisted of 2 jade slips. These slips contained the cultivation methods he had painstakingly exchanged with the Wanxian Alliance. Shao Huan Jinju, a method for the qi refining stage, currently practiced by one individual, and Yun Shui Lu, a method for the foundation establishment stage, also practiced by one individual. As Li Fan grasped the jade slips and felt the information they conveyed, his heart raced, fearing that Qianhong himself might still be alive, and that this place was a trap he had set. However, moments later, Li Fan came to his senses. Over 3,000 years had passed. It was unlikely that even foundation-building cultivators, let alone those of the Golden Core stage, had not turned to mere dust. As for why these techniques were still being practiced, Li Fan quickly deduced that the 10,000 Immortals Alliance must have maintained the original archives of these methods. If the number of practitioners were to dwindle to none, it would signify that those who had previously exchanged for and practiced these techniques had perished. Naturally, this would allow the techniques to be made available for exchange once more. In fact, over the past 3 millennia, these 2 techniques had likely changed hands numerous times. How dark? Li Fan mused silently. After a moment of reflection, he shifted his gaze to the third item, the Taiyin boat. This vessel was used by the Taiyin sect to transport mortals. Perhaps it had been left behind due to its damage. After thousands of years of wandering, it had finally come into Li Fan's possession, becoming his hope for escaping this realm of immortals and mortals. Holding the Taiyin boat in his hands, Li Fan felt a surge of emotions. After centuries of yearning, his wishes were finally fulfilled. As for the boat's damage, he felt no concern. Although neither he nor Qianhong could repair it, there were those who could. 15 years later, after a 50-year anchor, Qianhong and Dao Xuanzi returned to Xianjing City. Dao Xuanzi, do not push your luck. Qianhong, do you think that by escaping to this realm of immortals, I would let you go? Hand over the technique you obtained that day, or I shall not rest until one of us is dead. Absurd. It is precisely due to the lack of a golden core method that I have been trapped at the foundation building stage for nearly a century. Nearing the end of my life, destined to become a pile of bones. How could I possibly relinquish this golden core technique? Indeed, the path to the golden core is mine alone. Though there are many methods in this world, far more cultivators are ensnared at the foundation building stage. Given this, with the path to immortality before me, how could I let you escape? How could I not push you to your limits? It was merely a performance. How laughable that after a century of brotherhood, we now draw our blades against each other for a sliver of hope. Just as the two were about to engage in a deadly battle, they heard a hearty laughter echoing from below in Xianjing City. Is a mere golden core technique worth such a fierce conflict between the two of you? Both Qianhong and Dao Xuanzi paled simultaneously, glancing downward. Who dares to speak so boldly? Arrogant, they muttered, their expressions turning wary. Why not come down and discuss it? A silver-haired elder shouted from below in the Grand Master's residence. Qianhong and Dao Xuanzi exchanged glances, maintaining their distance cautiously, and descended into the Grand Master's residence. Haha, please. The silver-haired elder seemed quite pleased as he led them into the great hall. After instructing his servants to prepare food and drink, he expressed a sense of nostalgia. Our ancestors once foretold that 2 would come from the east of Su Yuan to tread upon the capital, marking the opportunity for our clan to escape this place. For thousands of years, our kin have been half convinced. Today, it is confirmed, and the truth is revealed. The elder laughed heartily, draining the cup of wine before him. Qianhong and Dao Xuanzi exchanged glances, puzzled. May I inquire your honored name? Qianhong asked first, his tone noticeably more respectful. I am Li Fan, the elder replied with a smile. From your words, it seems your ancestors foresaw our arrival here thousands of years ago. What do you mean by the opportunity to escape this place? Dao Xuanzi furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Li Fan. Li Fan seemed slightly displeased. What? Do you not believe? Qianhong chuckled softly and shook his head. This matter is too extraordinary. In our century of wandering through the cultivation world, we have heard no tales of divination that could predict events a millennium in advance. Dao Xuanzi nodded in agreement. Li Fan straightened up, looking down upon them. Have you 2 ever heard of the Taiyin sect? Qianhong and Dao Xuanzi exchanged startled glances. Could it be that ancient sect renowned for its divination? Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded lightly. My ancestors were indeed members of the Taiyin sect. Chapter 16. The Manipulation of Immortals. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, gazing ahead with a hint of nostalgia. Although his ancestor had entered the Taiyin sect, he did not favor cultivation, instead becoming enamored with the arts of divination and calculation. This was initially inconsequential, but who could have foreseen the great upheaval that required the migration of mortals? With his ancestors' cultivation at the initial stage of qi refinement. Though he could not be forced if he did not wish to, his ties to the mortal realm remained strong. Seeing his kin in despair, he took it upon himself to oversee their migration. Consequently, he remained with his family in this place. Li Fan spoke passionately, filled with emotion. Changsheng and Dao Xuanzi listened intently, their thoughts aligning with the ancient tales they had heard, nodding slowly. Changsheng, intrigued, remarked, the Taiyin sect still existed during the Great Migration era? I had heard that all ancient sects perished in the previous calamity. Li Fan first paused, then shook his head, such as merely a tale distorted through repetition. While the calamity may have prevented the practice of immortal arts, the Taiyin sect possessed a wealth of techniques as vast as the starry sea. For one person to master a single method is hardly a challenge. The sect did suffer losses, but it was far from annihilation. Li Fan's words carried weight, especially that phrase about the vastness of techniques, leaving Changsheng and Dao Xuanzi in awe. Suddenly, Li Fan inquired, it seems that the Taiyin sect has not manifested in the outer world for quite some time? Dao Xuanzi shook his head. Not just the Taiyin sect, but also the Taishang sect, the Taoist supreme sect, and the Tianjin sect. These ancient sects have all vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, Li Fan murmured to himself, the path of immortality is fraught with challenges. Just as my ancestors said, the sects have indeed chosen to hide from disaster. Dao Xuanzi and Changsheng exchanged glances and communicated privately. I had my doubts about the sudden demise of the ancient sects. Upon reflection, it does seem somewhat suspicious. The foundations of these ancient sects are incredibly deep. How could they simply vanish overnight? It is no wonder they chose to remain hidden. If news of their existence were to spread, even their strength would draw unwanted attention. In an instant, the two exchanged a few words, and Dao Xuanzi cupped his hands. May I ask why you have summoned us here? Li Fan sighed. This place has not seen a cultivator in hundreds of years. Today, upon seeing you two, I recognized you as the ones foretold by my ancestor, the opportunity for my clan's escape. Witnessing your impending battle over a mere golden core technique compelled me to intervene. Dao Xuanzi responded candidly. You need not be concerned. However, you may not understand that in the outer world, techniques are scarce, and it is quite normal for cultivators to turn against each other over a single scroll. Li Fan shook his head repeatedly. How could it come to this? Dao Xuanzi cautiously asked. It seems from your tone that, indeed, before his passing, my ancestor transmitted a scroll of techniques aimed at the golden core realm, Li Fan declared proudly. Dao Xuanzi took a deep breath. What do you seek in exchange? Changsheng was elated. Excellent. If Dao Xuanzi could obtain this technique, there would be no need for us to fight. My ancestor's lifelong wish was to return to the Taiyin sect. Before his passing, he also bequeathed a magical artifact known as the Taiyin boat. Though it is damaged, my ancestor once divined that years later, two cultivators would arrive here, one proficient in swordsmanship and the other fond of artifact refinement, who could assist in repairing the Taiyin boat and help us escape this desolate place. Li Fan took a sip of wine, speaking slowly. Both Changsheng and Dao Xuanzi were visibly shaken. My brother Changsheng is deeply enamored with artifact refinement, and my strength lies in swordsmanship. This Taiyin art is truly remarkable. Dao Xuanzi was left speechless, taking a long while to regain his composure. To possess such unfathomable power at the foundation-building stage is truly unimaginable. Changsheng was equally astonished, rendered speechless. Li Fan smiled and, after a moment's pause, added, words alone are unconvincing. I must first invite you both to witness this technique. Dao Xuanzi's face lit up with joy as he rose to follow. However, when he noticed Ko Hong also wishing to join, he immediately became wary. What? Has my elder brother already acquired a method for forming a golden core and is still not satisfied? Ko Hong, hearing this, awkwardly replied, all right, I shall not follow. Dao Xuanzi snorted coldly and quickened his pace to catch up with Li Fan. Seeing that Ko Hong, as anticipated, did not follow, Li Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that his plans had already succeeded halfway. He led Dao Xuanzi to an underground chamber within the Grand Master's residence, activating the mechanisms to enter. Just as Dao Xuanzi was about to step into the chamber, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and halted in his tracks. Carefully scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense, he exclaimed in shock, "Xian Fan poison." It turned out that the mechanisms surrounding the chamber were all laced with this deadly toxin, its potency instilling fear in Dao Xuanzi's heart. Li Fan chuckled softly. One must always guard against others. As mere mortals, we can only act thus to protect our family's treasures. Dao Xuanzi managed a strained smile, but refused to take another step forward, retreating slightly instead. Li Fan said nothing further, but entered the chamber. Retrieving a jade slip from a box, he did not exit, but held it in a manner that Dao Xuanzi could see. This jade slip was none other than the 1,000 Mechanisms Jade Sphere Golden chapter that Li Fan had acquired from Ko Hong in his previous life. Indeed, Li Fan was gambling. According to Ko Hong's description from the last life, he had snatched the technique and fled. Obviously, Dao Xuanzi had never seen the true form of this method. It was the perfect bait to entice both Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi to assist him in repairing the Taiyan boat. As for if Li Fan's conjecture turned out to be incorrect, the Grand Master's residence was already filled with loyal subordinates, and if they truly could not prevail, he could always try another approach in the next life. Li Fan felt no anxiety, for he noticed that Dao Xuanzi's mind was completely captivated by the golden jade slip in his hand. The 1,000 Mechanisms Jade Sphere Golden chapter, a method for forming a nascent soul. It is indeed a nascent soul technique. Dao Xuanzi's breath grew heavy, and a flicker of dangerous intent crossed his eyes. However, upon seeing Li Fan's enigmatic smile and sensing the faint aura of danger emanating from the chamber, Dao Xuanzi quickly regained his composure. "So what you said is true, old man?" Li Fan asked with a grin. "Earlier, in the presence of your brother Ko Hong, I merely claimed that the ancestral technique was for forming a golden core, fearing he would harbor ill intentions. You are indeed meticulous in your thoughts. I admire that." Dao Xuanzi responded, his demeanor one of deep agreement. Soon, he became invigorated. "Rest assured, my brother Dao Xian is well versed in the art of artifact forging. I shall certainly persuade him to assist you wholeheartedly in repairing the Taiyan boat." Li Fan laughed heartily. "In that case, I shall entrust this matter to you. Upon completion, I will surely present this technique to you with both hands." With the prospect of longevity on the horizon, Dao Xuanzi was eager to enlist Ko Hong's help. Reluctantly watching as Li Fan stored the technique away and sealed the chamber, Dao Xuanzi hastened to find Ko Hong in the Grand Master's residence. Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi conspired in hushed tones. "So, what Li Fan said is not false, and there indeed exists a scroll of ancestral golden core technique?" Ko Hong asked, his eyes gleaming with greed. "Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes," Dao Xuanzi affirmed. "Can we forcibly seize it? After all, he is merely a mortal." Ko Hong's ferocious demeanor was evident. Dao Xuanzi quickly interjected, "Although Li Fan is just a mortal, he is, after all, a descendant of the Taiyan sect. You have seen the terrifying prophecy technique he possesses. It is truly formidable. If we were to forcibly seize it, who knows what other tricks he might have up his sleeve. We are merely assisting him in repairing the Taiyan boat. It is not a difficult task. Why create further complications?" Of course, the primary concern for Dao Xuanzi was that if they attempted to seize it by force, Li Fan might be cornered into revealing that the scroll was actually a nascent soul technique. After much persuasion from Dao Xuanzi, Ko Hong finally extinguished the thought of seizing it. The two secretly negotiated the distribution of benefits and ultimately agreed to assist in the repair of the Taiyan boat. The following day, they met Li Fan's Taiyan boat. Ko Hong, filled with excitement, eagerly examined it. Truly, it is a treasure of the Taiyan sect. The craftsmanship and the intricacies of the formations far surpass anything I have learned. The more he studied, the more delighted he became. If I can restore it, my skills in artifact forging will surely advance. Then I shall entrust this matter to you both. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to ask. I shall fulfill them, Li Fan said solemnly. You may go, do not disturb me, Ko Hong waved dismissively, already engrossed in his study of the Taiyan boat. Time and cultivation knows no bounds. What seemed like a mere wooden vessel took Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi nearly a year to completely restore. One day, upon hearing that the Taiyan boat had been repaired, Li Fan hurriedly sought out the two. Receiving the boat from Ko Hong's hands, he was overjoyed. The core power formation, the transformation and scaling formation, and the purification formation have all been fully restored. However, due to material limitations, only simple repairs could be made to the defensive and offensive formations. We should have no issue navigating through the immortal Severing Great Formation. but it may be somewhat inadequate against attacks from cultivators. Li Fan was unconcerned. That is of no matter. As long as we can pass through the immortal severing great formation and return to the world of cultivation, I shall surely find a way back to the Tai Yin sect using my ancestor's token. Ko Hong's eyes flickered, and he enthusiastically began to explain the methods of using the Tai Yin boat. This Tai Yin boat is powered by spiritual energy and requires spiritual sense to control. Depending on your needs, it can change into 3 different sizes. The smallest is only 10 meters long and 2 to 3 meters wide, accommodating around 10 people. A slightly larger version is 100 meters long, capable of carrying hundreds. At its maximum size, it stretches over 1,000 meters and can hold tens of thousands. Our reserves of spirit stones are limited, but I have enough fuel for you to leave in the second form. However, navigating this Tai Yin boat requires at least the spiritual sense of the Qi refining stage. I wonder if you need us to assist. Before Ko Hong could finish his sentence, he watched as the Tai Yin boat, under Li Fan's control, gradually expanded from a mere toy into a genuine vessel. Li Fan eagerly stepped inside the Tai Yin boat. The 10-meter form of the Tai Yin boat was quite simple in structure, consisting of only one layer. The foredeck was nearly 2 meters long, followed by a control chamber and a living compartment. Standing in the control chamber, Li Fan connected his mind to the Tai Yin boat, and a sensation akin to extending his own limbs surged within him. Under his guidance, the Tai Yin boat steadily lifted off the ground and floated gracefully in midair. After maneuvering the boat up, down, and around in a thrilling flight, he calmed his excitement and returned to the ground. Indeed, your skills are extraordinary. Though you are a mere mortal, you can control the Tai Yin boat. Ko Hong praised. Just a few minor tricks, nothing to speak of. Li Fan smiled slightly. I must express my gratitude to both of you. After being trapped for a millennium, the hope of escape rests entirely on your efforts. Li Fan spoke sincerely. Although Ko Hong was curious about how Li Fan could control the Tai Yin boat without spiritual sense, he saw that Li Fan avoided the subject and chose not to press further. Dao Xuanzi, however, was already impatient now that the Tai Yin boat has been restored. I wonder. Li Fan laughed heartily. It has long been prepared. Please follow me to retrieve it. At this, Dao Xuanzi's spirits lifted, and he quickly followed. The two had already agreed that Ko Hong would not follow, remaining behind to wait. Moments later, Dao Xuanzi returned, beaming with joy, clearly having obtained the technique. Li Fan, Dao Xuanzi, and Ko Hong were all quite satisfied with the transaction. To express his gratitude, Li Fan hosted a grand banquet for the two. The wine flowed freely, and the music and dance never ceased, continuing for 3 whole days. After 3 days, as he spoke, Ko Hong handed a map to Li Fan. This is the map of the vicinity of the exit of the Celestial Exile Grand Formation, drawn from memory at the request of my fellow Taoist. Lacking a blank jade slip, he had to use paper and ink. Li Fan solemnly accepted the map, expressing his gratitude profusely. After a round of pleasantries, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi transformed into 2 streams of light and departed. Dismissing the others, Li Fan found himself alone in the underground chamber. Placing the map alongside the Tai Yin boat, a surge of emotions flooded his heart. After 6 lifetimes and over 3 centuries of arduous planning, a resolution had finally emerged. These 2 items were the keys to his escape from this realm of exile and his aspirations for immortality. In the eastern void, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi hovered in midair, gazing back toward Changsheng. Upon their initial entry into this realm of exile, he had assumed that even if he survived, he would emerge severely injured. Unexpectedly, fate had granted him this fortuitous encounter. Dao Xuanzi, feeling the yuan in cultivation method within his storage ring, spoke quietly. Ko Hong nodded in agreement. Though a hint of regret lingered, Li Fan possesses remarkable determination. He is indeed a noteworthy individual. Alas, his time is running out. Even if he returns to the cultivation realm, he will have but a few years left to live. Without the prospect of immortality, all is but an illusion. Are we not at odds with each other precisely in pursuit of the hope for eternal life? Dao Xuanzi remarked softly. By the way, what cultivation method did Li Fan entrust to you? Ko Hong suddenly inquired with curiosity. Dao Xuanzi did not respond directly. Instead, he smiled. Surely it cannot be the same as the one you hold, can it? Rest assured, once I return and break through to the golden elixir stage, the 3 promises I made will certainly not be forgotten. Ko Hong ceased his inquiries, excitement bubbling within him. Once I break through as well, who among the myriad mountains could possibly rival us? The protective mist of the formation has yet to dissipate, Do you dare to venture in? Dao Xuanzi gazed at the thick fog above Su Yuan, suddenly taking the lead and flying into its depths, evidently eager to return to the cultivation realm and comprehend the cultivation method. What is there to fear? Ko Hong laughed heartily, following suit into the obscurity. Chapter 18. The depths beckon the fish to leap. Li Fan, having settled all affairs, piloted the Taiyin boat over the Su Yuan. Conventionally, one would wait for the white mist to disperse every 15 years before exploring this abyss. Yet, at 71, he faced a daunting wait of 14 more years until the next clearing. By then, he would be 85, nearing the end, struggling to walk, let alone navigate the Taiyin boat. Thus, he resolved to investigate the celestial exile grand formation's true nature sooner rather than later. In this life, he had nothing left to cling to and could transition to the next at any moment. Gently guiding the Taiyin boat downward, Li Fan descended towards the abyss. Lacking spiritual awareness to chart his path, he relied solely on his vision to discern direction. The dense fog enveloped him, rendering everything a blinding white, creating a surreal sensation. The surroundings were eerily silent, the only sound being his own breath. With intense focus, he continued his descent. Suddenly, as if colliding with an unseen force, the Taiyin boat began to shake violently. Instinctively, Li Fan felt a surge of tension. It seemed as though an invisible force was compressing him, accompanied by metallic scraping sounds from outside the boat. Fortunately, the defensive formation activated in time, enveloping the vessel in a faint golden barrier. The boat gradually stabilized, and the unsettling noises dissipated, leaving only the continuously warping protective veil, a testament to the terrifying pressure from outside. Having passed through the gale layer, he now approached the illusory light layer. Li Fan recalled Ko Hong's earlier description of the celestial exile grand formation. It was primarily designed to prevent banished mortals from returning to the cultivation realm. The gale layer was filled with powerful winds, where wind blades could easily shred a mortal's body. Even foundation-building cultivators needed to employ spiritual power for protection and proceed with caution. Beneath the gale layer lay the illusory light layer, where a satin-like rainbow glow flowed throughout the abyss. Mortals who beheld it would inevitably fall into endless illusions. Below the illusory light layer was the inverted layer. Entering this layer would disorient one completely, blurring the lines of up and down, left and right. Surrounded by the omnipresent white mist and lacking spiritual awareness to find direction, one would surely become lost. After the inverted layer came the flowing fire layer, where thousands of shooting stars raced about erratically, shattering anything in their path. Thick white fog obscured vision, making it difficult to prepare for the impending dangers. Below the flowing fire layer lay the Xian ice layer, where the fog gradually thinned. This layer was marked by extreme cold. Without appropriate protective measures, one would risk freezing instantly upon entry. Beneath the Xian ice layer was the thunderstorm layer, where the atmosphere crackled with the sounds of relentless thunder, exuding an aura of destruction. Lastly, there existed an expansive space, several times larger than the previous 6 layers combined. According to Ko Hong, this layer posed no dangers, merely a void of darkness that instilled a sense of unease. Upon traversing the dark layer, one would exit the celestial exile grand formation and enter the cultivation realm. Li Fan cautiously maneuvered the Taiyin boat, taking half an hour to finally cross the gale layer. Once within the illusory light layer, he was immediately ensnared by a myriad of illusions, where he envisioned himself escaping the celestial exile grand formation and, by a twist of fate, acquiring a rare cultivation method upon reaching the cultivation realm. In just a century, he attained the golden elixir, subsequently advancing smoothly in his practice. A millennium later, he achieved enlightenment and ascended. Upon reaching the celestial realm, he started from the lowest rank and gradually rose to become an emperor, commanding respect across the celestial realms. Eventually, he shattered the barriers of the celestial space and ascended to the divine realm, beginning anew as a minor, persevering for millennia until he reached the status of a divine king, becoming the most formidable entity in the divine realm. After enduring countless hardships, he ascended to the ancient divine realm, once again beginning as a humble gatekeeper. At long last, the illusion shattered. Li Fan awakened, the myriad experiences receding like a receding tide, leaving only faint traces in his mind. He felt somewhat speechless about the encounters he had experienced within the illusion. Steadying his mind, he continued his descent. A wave of dizziness struck, and he realized he had entered the inverted layer. Enveloped by the endless white mist, the Taiyin boat felt like a droplet in a vast ocean, disoriented and uncertain of which way was up or down. Just as he thought his exploration of the formation was at an impasse, Li Fan was pleasantly surprised to sense an inexplicable intuition guiding him within the tie-in boat, showing him the way forward. Following the boat's guidance, he soon exited the inverted layer. Having tasted success, Li Fan no longer exerted intentional control. He merely provided propulsion, allowing the tie-in boat to navigate autonomously through the celestial exile grand formation. The flowing fire, Xian ice, thunderstorm layers, all appeared perilous, yet the boat sailed steadily, narrowly avoiding each impending disaster. Safely traversing these layers, he ultimately arrived at the final layer, the dark layer. Indeed, this tie-in boat had been designed for the mass migration of mortals over a millennium ago. The Great Migration era spanned centuries. It was likely that the vessel had made countless trips. Given its wear and tear, it was plausible that the migration efforts had been unceasing for over 100 years. The cultivators responsible for this task likely found it laborious to control the boat manually each time, thus leaving behind a hidden mechanism to allow it to traverse the celestial exile grand formation autonomously. Overwhelmed with joy, Li Fan suddenly grasped the reason behind the unexpectedly smooth journey. The tie-in boat proceeded quietly through the darkness, contemplating that the cultivation realm he had long yearned for lay just beyond. Even Li Fan, with his composed demeanor, could not suppress his excitement. Suddenly, within the profound silence of the darkness, a resonant, ancient, distant, and deep voice echoed. The peculiar sound swiftly permeated the entire dark layer, echoing continuously within it. Li Fan's heartbeat momentarily halted, as if confronted by a formidable nemesis, and his blood turned icy in an instant. The cries grew increasingly closer, seemingly surrounding the small tie-in boat from all directions. Suddenly, the sound vanished, plunging everything back into silence. The surroundings remained shrouded in darkness, yet it felt distinctly different from the previous obscurity. A chill ran down Li Fan's spine. He understood that the tie-in boat had been consumed by some unknown entity. Bang! The protective shield of the tie-in boat shattered in an instant, and the vessel began to disintegrate. As the charging progress plummeted, Li Fan took a final, deep look at the encompassing darkness outside, silently reciting, Changsheng. Chapter 19. The abyss desires to devour. Simulation ended. Li Fan regained consciousness, his gaze fixated on the scene of the tie-in boat's destruction displayed on the luminous screen, an overwhelming fear lingering in his heart, refusing to dissipate. What on earth was that entity? Doubt clouded Li Fan's mind. When Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi traversed the Immortal's absolute formation, they did not encounter this creature in the dark layer. Why was he different? Was it merely his misfortune? Li Fan did not believe so. The dark layer within the Immortal's absolute formation was vast, and the diminutive tie-in boat was but a droplet in the ocean. Yet this unknown existence had pinpointed him with such precision. Most likely, it was a tactic specifically targeting mortals. It seemed prudent to wait for the fog to lift and for light to emerge from the abyss before embarking on further exploration. Although the final attempt had ended in failure, the gains from his previous life had indeed exceeded expectations. Li Fan contemplated in his heart, subsequently opting to retain the tie-in boat. Name: Li Fan Realm. Mortal physiological age, 2086 psychological age, 333-1113 void charge progress, 0 anchor charge progress, 1 current anchor points, 1 bound items, Qianji Yuhuan gold seal. Tie-in boat. Observing the diminishing upper limit of his psychological age, Li Fan felt a subtle pressure. Fortunately, the path to immortality was within reach. Once he left this realm of absolute immortality, the sky would be his only limit. Amidst such anticipation, Li Fan's 7th life commenced. Until the Changsheng charge was fully completed, he resolutely refrained from any reckless ventures. Thus, he planned to navigate the first 20 years according to the script he had already experienced. After 3 years of anchoring, Li Fan returned to the dormant site of Changsheng in Jiangnan. 4 years later, he secretly led his trusted followers to the tomb of Qian Hong. This time, he utilized a spray infused with the essence of both immortals and mortals to gradually erode the power of the stopping stone tablet until it was unable to penetrate steel armor. Clad in steel, Li Fan entered the tomb, placing his hand upon the stone tablet. He discovered a chargeable item, stopping stone tablet, damaged. Would you like to proceed with the charging? The prompt from Changsheng appeared just in time. Unfortunately, there was still some wear. Li Fan lamented the loss and chose to proceed. The stopping stone tablet gradually transformed into a void, vanishing from sight. The charging progress of Changsheng surged by 25 upon absorbing the tablet. Just 3 more times, and the second anchor point would be unlocked? Li Fan rejoiced, though a faint sense of unease lingered. Overthinking was futile. He would discern the truth in the next life. The remaining artifacts in Qianhong's tomb held no value for Li Fan. After commanding the tomb to be resealed, he departed, anchoring for 5 years. Li Fan could no longer resist the urge to visit the eastern abyss. Just a glance, he told himself, no descent. Gazing at the endless sea of fog, his vision seemed to pierce through infinite barriers, reaching the depths of the abyss. Standing for a long while, as the fierce winds howled, the encroaching fog began to dissipate, revealing a once perilous immortal's absolute formation that now appeared less threatening. At this moment, if he piloted the Taiyan boat, he could navigate smoothly into the realm of immortality. A thought surged in Li Fan's mind, uncontrollable and rapidly expanding, seizing all of his attention. Indeed, he had waited so long. Could he endure another 15 years? What if the Changsheng charge was not completed? How could he achieve greatness while remaining timid? He had already tested the waters in his previous life. As long as he carefully avoided that unknown creature in the dark lair, he could escape this cursed place. Voices clamored incessantly in Li Fan's ears, his eyes gradually losing focus, turning blood red as if bewitched by these sounds. Step by step, he advanced closer to the endless abyss. Just as he was about to be drawn in, destined for destruction, a sudden brilliance erupted from the abyss's depths, piercing the immortal's absolute formation and flooding Li Fan's vision. The irrational crimson haze was temporarily subdued, and the 4 characters the Tao of Immortality is lost appeared before him. Boom. All the frenzied thoughts of pursuing the path of immortality and recklessly leaping forward dissipated entirely. What was happening? Startled, Li Fan broke into a cold sweat. To his eyes, the once tranquil abyss had transformed into a lurking beast, its gaping maw poised to devour him. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Fan turned and fled, not daring to look back. After a long while, the fog began to coalesce once more, and a distant, furious roar echoed from the abyss's depths. 15 years later, after anchoring for 20 years, Changsheng finally completed its charge. With newfound confidence, Li Fan returned to the abyss. Reflecting on that fateful moment from years past, he still felt a shiver of trepidation. It seemed his suspicions were correct. That creature in the dark lair indeed harbored a deep malice towards mortals. Perhaps its very purpose was to consume all who dared to approach this place. Despite the danger, Li Fan was resolute in his pursuit of immortality. Without further hesitation, he piloted the Taiyan boat, navigating safely to the thunderstorm lair. He did not descend further, pausing above the dark lair, awaiting patiently. As the winds intensified, the raging storm began to subside under the influence of this inexplicable gust, gradually weakening. Pinpricks of light emerged from the darkness, coalescing into a continuous expanse, forming an awe-inspiring panorama. Li Fan did not gaze upon this inverted spectacle. Instead, he seized this rare and fleeting illumination to search for the lurking creature within the darkness. Unfortunately, he found nothing. As the light threatened to vanish, Li Fan gritted his teeth, resolved not to hesitate any longer. He propelled the Taiyan boat with all his might, hurtling towards the abyss's depths. The bizarre cries resounded once more, echoing instantaneously beside him. At that moment, Li Fan abruptly altered the trajectory of the Taiyan boat's sprint. Drawing a graceful arc, the vessel, which had been diving straight downward, now soared upward at a speed several times greater than before. Upwards, ever upwards. With full power engaged, the Taiyan boat roared back into the thunderstorm lair amidst a furious howl. Taking advantage of the last flicker of light, Li Fan, now positioned above, finally discerned the true form of the creature lurking in the darkness. It was an immense whale, so vast that words could scarcely describe it. Even from a considerable distance, Li Fan could not grasp its entirety. Merely its gaping maw filled his entire field of vision. The giant whale, enraged to see its prey return to the storm lair, writhed in frustration, only to begrudgingly close its mouth and disappear into the darkness. Chapter 20. Unintentional, yet successful, Li Fan piloted the Taiyan boat back above the abyss. What kind of monstrous entity was that? His expression darkened. Although he had employed a clever ruse to discern the creature's true appearance, he remained utterly at a loss regarding how to evade its gaze and successfully traverse the dark lair. That colossal whale dwarfed the diminutive Taiyan boat. Every time I approached, it seemed to find me just like a cat finds a mouse. This thought left Li Fan somewhat perplexed, compelling him to explore alternative methods. Fortunately, he still had ample opportunities to try again. With a resigned sigh, Li Fan reflected on the passage of time. 15 years later, anchored for 35 years, Li Fan had long since infiltrated the thunderstorm layer. During these 15 years, he had made several attempts to breach the dark layer. However, as time passed, the duration it took for the giant whale to detect him significantly diminished. Given the speed of the tie-in boat, he could hardly escape in time. Thus, he found himself retreating in disarray after each encounter with the giant whale. Only on the day when the white mist dissipated would the giant whale seem to be momentarily delayed, allowing him a fleeting chance to evade its notice. Perhaps with this extra moment, he could reach the depths of the abyss. This time, Li Fan resolved to take a bold risk, aiming to traverse the dark layer at the utmost speed before the giant whale could react. As the winds began to rise, the tie-in boat surged forth with astonishing velocity. The ethereal scenery drew ever closer, but the terrifying roar of the giant whale echoed once more, quickly approaching. With approximately a quarter of the distance remaining, time was running out. Li Fan made a swift judgment, narrowing his eyes as fury ignited within him. Rather than continue towards the abyss, he turned and charged fiercely towards the source of the giant whale's roar. Unfortunately, his fierce determination proved futile. Without a collision, Li Fan felt the world darken around him, realizing he had been swallowed by the giant whale once again. Indeed, Li Fan growled in frustration. Simulation ends. Li Fan exhaled in disappointment, taking a long time to calm himself. This time, he chose to accelerate the charging process. Name: Li Fan. Realm: mortal. Physiological age: 2086. Psychological age: 368-1116. His psychological age had reached its limit and would no longer increase. At least, he consoled himself with the thought that he still had 748 years left to squander. In his 8th life, anchored for 4 years, Li Fan reopened the tomb of Changsheng. He discovered a chargeable item, the stopping residual steel, damaged. Should he proceed with the charging? Upon seeing the prompt for indeed, Li Fan's spirits lifted slightly. At this moment, the anchoring charging progress had reached 51. At least this life had not been in vain. Li Fan remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. Anchored for 5 years, on the day the white mist dissipated, the charging progress for the void transformation had approached 90. However, for Li Fan, anything short of 100 made little difference, leaving him with no choice but to patiently await completion. Anchored for 20 years, Li Fan attempted and failed. Anchored for 35 years, Li Fan tried once more, yet again met with failure. Nonetheless, these attempts were not entirely fruitless. He had become increasingly adept at maneuvering the tie-in boat, managing to evade the giant whale for longer durations. Anchored for 50 years, Li Fan refrained from another reckless attempt to breach the dark layer. He had grown old. His reflexes and mental acuity significantly diminished. Success seemed improbable. Instead, he chose to visit 2 old friends, hoping to glean some clues from their conversation. On the day of his 70th birthday, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi arrived punctually. Dao Xuanzi, do not overstep your bounds. Listening to them, Li Fan felt a pang of nostalgia. Once again, he lured the two to the Grandmaster's residence under the pretense of discussing golden core techniques. After several rounds of drinks, Li Fan produced an ancient scroll. The illustration depicted a terrifying and colossal giant whale, lurking in the shadows, revealing only its fearsome maw, poised to devour. Have either of you encountered such a beast? Li Fan inquired. Is there truly such a fearsome creature in that pitch-black expanse? Ko Hong scrutinized the painting, his brow furrowing in skepticism. I've never seen it. Could it be? Dao Xuanzi seemed to recall something. Oh, it appears you have knowledge of this creature? Li Fan asked eagerly. Dao Xuanzi shook his head. I have only seen related records in an ancient tome. It is said that in ancient times, there was a sect called the Beast Control Sect. The sect possessed no profound techniques, but could command the beasts of heaven and earth to fight on their behalf. At its zenith, the Beast Control Sect was reputed to be on par with the most elite sects, such as Taishang and Dedao. Alas, during the great calamity of heaven and earth, the Beast Control Sect, with its singular focus on one technique, was swiftly annihilated. Among the renowned beasts they controlled, this giant whale seems to be one of them. Now that you mention it, I recall it being called the Rift Whale. Ko Hong interjected eagerly. Li Fan's heart quickened, and he inquired, do either of you know how to evade this Rift Whale? Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi exchanged awkward smiles. We've only heard vague snippets about it. Such a beast has long vanished from the immortal cultivation world for millennia. How could we know its habits? Li Fan could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. In the end, would he have to rely solely on himself? After handing the Qinji Yuhuan golden seal to Dao Xuanzi and bidding the two farewell, Li Fan chose to conclude this life. Name: Li Fan. Realm: mortal. Physiological age: 2086. Psychological age: 418-1116. In his ninth life, Li Fan once again opened the tomb of Qianhong, hoping to absorb the stopping residual steel for charging. Unfortunately, indeed, remained unresponsive. Though regretful, Li Fan had long been mentally prepared for this outcome. Thus, the anchoring charging progress for, indeed, remained fixed at 51. Anchored for 20 years, 35 years, 50 years. Li Fan tried various methods, but could not penetrate the dark layer under the watchful gaze of the giant whale. Anchored for 65 years, Li Fan, now 85 years old, was nearing the end of his vitality. He chose not to end his life prematurely this time, for he was uncertain how many more attempts he would need to breach this immortal extermination array. It was better to try once more. Alas, age had rendered him too old, his thoughts had slowed, and his reflexes dulled. Unable to outsmart the giant whale any longer, Li Fan relinquished control of the Taiyin boat, allowing it to drift slowly towards the abyss. As he traversed through the layers, the gale layer, the illusory light layer, the inversion layer, the flowing fire layer, the profound ice layer, the thunderstorm layer, and the dark layer, Li Fan dozed off, and upon awakening, he was astonished to find that the Taiyin boat was nearing the very bottom of the abyss. What was happening? Why had the rift whale not appeared this time? Li Fan was utterly baffled, but this did not hinder his acceleration towards the distant twinkling lights. Yet, with his newfound speed, the roar of the giant whale suddenly echoed. Why had it detected him now? Li Fan furrowed his brow deeply. Then, as if struck by a bolt of lightning illuminating the night sky, realization dawned upon him. So that was it. The rift whale could not see or would overlook objects moving at a constant speed. As long as he maintained the same velocity, he could safely traverse this immortal extermination array. With this epiphany, Li Fan could not help but laugh heartily. Thus, the final shackle binding him to this realm of immortality was shattered. Amidst Li Fan's raucous laughter and the giant whale's roars, the Taiyin boat broke through the rift between worlds, heading back to the immortal cultivation realm. The surroundings became blurred, as if he had traversed countless worlds in an instant. Overcome by immense pressure, Li Fan let out a muffled groan, blood gushing from his nose and eyes. Yet, he paid it no mind. As he glanced back at the immortal realm from which he had come, the distance rendered his perspective infinitely elevated. And Li Fan witnessed a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of rift whales marching in unison, day and night, carving out expanses of darkness in the void. The immortal realm he once knew grew ever more distant from this place. Chapter 21. Stepping into the realm of immortality. Is this truly the realm of immortality? Taiyin boat breached the immortal oblivion great array, emerging amidst a range of undulating mountains. Below lay an unfathomable abyss, from which a faint aura reminiscent of the void abyss emanated. The mountains rolled majestically, shrouded in ethereal mists, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. Atop the tallest peak stood an immense city, soaring into the heavens. Li Fan felt an urge to laugh heartily, yet he was overwhelmed by a relentless cough, blood spilling forth uncontrollably. He had aged considerably, having already teetered on the brink of life and death. The strain of crossing the immortal oblivion great array had utterly shattered his vitality. Nevertheless, to behold the realm of immortality before his demise rendered his life worthwhile. Indeed, after the darkness, Li Fan's consciousness gradually revived. He recalled the struggles of his previous life, the myriad of methods he had attempted to breach the immortal oblivion great array, only to inadvertently stumble upon the path to its unraveling. This reflection stirred within him a profound sense of the capriciousness of fate. What lingered most vividly in his memory was the haunting image of the rift whales in the final moments of his past life. How deeply did those immortals despise mortals? They had exiled all of humanity, sealing them with the immortal oblivion great array, and even dispatched numerous rift whales. No wonder the dark layers extended so vast, surpassing the sum of the preceding layers. It seemed to be a realm painstakingly carved out by the rift whales from the void over millennia. As the distance grew, it seemed that in years to come, the land of immortal oblivion might truly detach from the realm of immortality. A myriad of thoughts surged within Li Fan's heart, each one swiftly quelled. In its stead blossomed an uncontainable joy. After 9 cycles of reincarnation and nearly 500 long years, he had finally touched the threshold of immortality. It was foreseeable that the path ahead would be fraught with even greater challenges. Yet, the pursuit of longevity burned steadfastly in Li Fan's heart, unwavering across countless lifetimes. Returning to the present, faced with the choices following this simulation, Li Fan found himself unusually perplexed. According to his prior intentions, he had planned to accelerate the charging process. The sooner he completed the charging of Haijin, the sooner he could venture into the realm of immortality. Indeed, even if the path to the realm of immortality was now devoid of peril, Li Fan still resolved to bide his time until he had the opportunity to start anew. After all, the path of immortality is arduous. This realm of immortality seemed decidedly unfriendly toward mortals. Prudence first, there was no fault in that. However, upon perusing the list of selectable items, Li Fan hesitated. For there, he beheld the stopping monument. After some contemplation, he chose to retain the monument, seeking to validate a certain conjecture in his heart. Name: Li Fan Realm. Mortal physiological age: 2086. Psychological age: 483-1116. Void charging progress: 0 anchor charging progress. 51 current anchor points. 1 bound items. Qianji Yuhuan Golden Seal. Taiyin Boat. Stopping monument damaged. Thus commenced the life of Li Fan in his 10th reincarnation. In the 20 years awaiting the completion of charging, Li Fan navigated the historical trajectory with ease. During this time, he undertook a few actions that did not sway the course of history, preparing for his eventual journey to the realm of immortality. After 3 years of anchoring, Li Fan arrived at the tomb of Changsheng. After a moment of contemplation, he refrained from using the immortal mortal mist to breach the tomb, instead retrieving the stopping monument from Haijin. Upon its appearance, the monument underwent a peculiar transformation, enveloped in a soft white glow, appearing somewhat ethereal. Moments later, it began to dissipate slowly, akin to ice melting under the scorching sun. Subsequently, Li Fan commanded his men to assault the tomb of Changsheng. As anticipated, the power of the stopping monument within the tomb had seemingly amplified significantly. Just as he had suspected, the laws of immortality could not coexist, nor could these remarkable artifacts. It was an established truth that the world could not harbor two identical wonders, yet through the abilities of Haijin, he had conjured another identical artifact from thin air. The consequence was the spontaneous fusion of the two artifacts, ultimately merging into one. As for which would vanish and which would endure, naturally, the stronger would persist, while the weaker would fall away. Li Fan squinted, commanding his subordinates to unleash the immortal mortal mist upon the tomb. The enhanced stopping monument proved formidable, requiring considerable effort even with the immortal mortal mist to gradually diminish its power. Clad in steel armor, Li Fan entered the tomb of Changsheng, his gaze falling upon the stopping monument. Externally, it bore no significant changes, appearing merely less damaged. Haijin still could not absorb it, indicating that the change was quantitative rather than qualitative. Li Fan lamented inwardly. After instructing his men to remove the monument from the tomb, the destructive forces surrounding it abruptly dissipated, conveniently aiding Li Fan. He carefully stowed the fortified stopping monument within the Taiyin boat, preparing it as a resource for his future journey to the realm of immortality. After 20 years of anchoring, Haijin was nearing completion. Li Fan ruthlessly eliminated a cadre of corrupt officials and tyrannical landlords, seizing their amassed wealth of gold and jewels across generations. This was imperative, for dealings with mortals awaited him in the realm of immortality, necessitating ample preparations of wealth. Additionally, as immortals often required gold and silver in their crafting, he need not worry about their worthlessness in the outside world. Besides wealth, provisions were equally indispensable. However, grain was the foundation of a nation, and Li Fan's demands were excessively high. The officials vehemently opposed, and merchants in the capital seized the opportunity to inflate grain prices, aiming for profit. Li Fan, undeterred, took advantage of the morning court session, presenting the Taiyin boat at its maximum size, levitating above the palace. The colossal Taiyin boat loomed like a storm cloud over Changsheng city. Countless citizens knelt in reverence, while the court officials, witnessing Li Fan's celestial display, turned pale and swiftly altered their demeanor. The grievances that had arisen from Li Fan's previous actions dissipated in an instant, and the officials eagerly assisted him in procuring provisions. With the officials' proactive support, coupled with the elimination of a few unscrupulous merchants, the Taiyin boat was finally laden to the brim. With all preparations complete, Li Fan harbored no earthly concerns. He piloted the Taiyin boat, once more ascending above the void abyss. Opening his mind, he allowed the tie-in boat to navigate autonomously at a steady pace. A mere few hours passed, yet to Li Fan, it felt as though an eternity had unfolded, far longer than the hundreds of years he had endured prior. After this prolonged wait, Li Fan finally traversed the immortal Oblivion Great Array, entering the realm of immortality. Acclimatizing to the rift induced by crossing realms, Li Fan excitedly peered outside the tie-in boat. However, upon taking in the surrounding scenery, he found himself momentarily speechless. Chapter 22. Fellow stowaways. Unlike the continuous mountain ranges of his previous life, Li Fan now found himself adrift above an endless expanse of ocean, boundless and unending. It stretched as far as the eye could see. What was happening? Why had his emergence taken such a different form this time? Li Fan felt bewildered. Retrieving the map he had drawn from memory, he endeavored to locate the ocean's position. Yet, after repeated comparisons, he found no trace whatsoever. Very well. He could only proceed step by step. Uncertain of where the error lay, Li Fan sighed, grateful for the mobility afforded by the tie-in boat. Otherwise, he might have been trapped here indefinitely. He could only wonder if he would find land before the spiritual stones within the tie-in boat were exhausted. Not one to wallow in self-pity, Li Fan quickly set about taking action. Choosing a direction, he piloted the tie-in boat while scanning the horizon for signs of civilization. The ocean was indeed vast and boundless. He flew for 7 days and nights without encountering a single soul. Fortunately, the provisions aboard the tie-in boat were ample, alleviating any fears of survival. However, as days turned into weeks, the tie-in boat's speed began to wane, clearly nearing the limits of its power. At the moment when hope seemed utterly lost, Li Fan finally caught a distant glimpse of a ship on the horizon. Overjoyed, he promptly lowered the height of his tie-in boat and approached it slowly. However, as he drew nearer, he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, it was a ship, but one that was on the verge of sinking. It appeared to have suffered some sort of attack, with a large hole in its hull, 2/3 of it already submerged. Surrounding the vessel, dozens of individuals struggled in the water, evidently the ship's crew. Most of them lacked swimming skills, clinging desperately to broken pieces of wood to keep themselves afloat. As Li Fan hesitated over whether to release his tie-in boat to rescue these people, he heard one of the surviving men shout hoarsely, "Do not be afraid, everyone. I have already signaled for help from the Immortal Master. He will be here shortly to save us. Just hold on a little longer." Upon hearing this, Li Fan felt a stirring in his heart. He stowed away the tie-in boat and leapt into the sea, swimming quietly towards the struggling individuals. Blending into the crowd, he feigned a state of near drowning, struggling for survival. After a while, a streak of light flew in from the distance and hovered above the group. "Immortal Master, save me. Immortal Master, help." The people, seeing a glimmer of hope, cried out in unison. The voice seemed to belong to a man, yet his appearance was shrouded as if obscured by a veil. With a cold snort, he cast a spell, and Li Fan found himself unable to utter a sound. The crowd fell silent as well. The Immortal Master then flew to the side of the sinking ship, gently lifting it with a hand, retrieving the vessel from the depths. A beam of light shot forth, instantly mending the gaping hole in the ship's hull. Turning his gaze towards those floating in the water, he snorted again and gestured vaguely forward. Li Fan and the others felt themselves being lifted by an unseen force, soaring towards the repaired vessel. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, the rescued individuals were unceremoniously tossed onto the deck, like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Unable to speak, they could only emit muffled groans. Their faces a mix of awe and relief, too intimidated to voice any complaints. Once everyone was safely aboard, the Immortal Master hovered above the crowd and spoke tersely. "Who signaled for me?" The man who had previously comforted the group immediately knelt. The Immortal Master waved his hand, dispelling the spell that had silenced him. Bowing repeatedly, the man said, "I am Su Changyu," but was cut off by the Immortal Master, who interrupted, "You understand the rules, do you not? Once we reach our destination, I will have no further connection with you. I have never seen you before and do not know who you are. Do you comprehend?" Su Changyu bowed once more. "I understand. My elders have already instructed me." But his voice trailed off as the Immortal Master nodded in satisfaction and silenced him again. Ignoring the mortals, the Immortal Master approached the ship's bow and, casting an unknown spell, set the vessel on a swift course towards a specific direction. Witnessing this, the onlookers were largely struck with astonishment. Some, still reeling from the previous disaster, sat on the deck, trembling and curled up, seemingly weeping in silence. The ship was engulfed in an eerie stillness. As time passed, half a day went by until darkness fell, and finally, a faint flicker of light appeared in the distance. It was an island that appeared quite prosperous. Although still far away, the sounds of voices could be faintly heard. However, the ship did not head towards the dock, but rather navigated around the island's perimeter. Arriving at a sparsely populated area on the backside, the vessel silently entered a natural cave along a waterway. After winding through the narrow cavern for some time, it finally came to a halt. As the ship steadied, several burly men in black attire approached to assist. These men seemed oblivious to the presence of the immortal master. Silently ushering the passengers off the ship with weapons in hand, they led everyone into a spacious hall, where one of the black-clad men finally spoke. "You will rest here tonight. The hall is stocked with food. Help yourselves. Tomorrow, someone will take you to obtain your identities. Also, do not make any unnecessary noise." Scanning the room with a threatening gaze, the man turned and left. A profound silence fell over the hall. After a long while, the spell of silence cast by the immortal master finally dissipated. Gradually, the people began to converse in small groups. What terrible luck to encounter a sea monster attack. We started with nearly 100, and now less than half have survived. What is the purpose of seeking the Tao, pursuing immortality? I wonder what my father was thinking, sending me to this vast world to cultivate. I would rather enjoy music. Indeed, back home, I was the son of the Southern King, accustomed to riches and pleasures. What is so appealing about this cursed place? Yet, before he could finish, his voice dwindled into muffled sobs, as a swift companion covered his mouth. At this moment, Su Changyu spoke up. "What good is it to lament now? Every family has expended great resources to send you here. Rather than complain, it would be wiser to cultivate patiently. If we can truly become immortal masters, not only will we have a chance at eternal life, but also the opportunity to return home and bring our families with us." Li Fan, hiding in the shadows, listened to the discussions and gradually understood the identities of these individuals. They, like him, were likely mortals banished from the realm of immortals. However, it seemed that the existence of the immortal realm was not a secret to them, and a mature smuggling route had already been established. Li Fan stroked his chin, lost in thought. Chapter 23. Entering Lioli Island. While Li Fan pondered, a somewhat plump young man approached him. The young man patted Li Fan's shoulder, exuding a familiarity. "Brother, you seem a bit unfamiliar. May I inquire about your position in the Dali court, or perhaps if you are a wealthy merchant from some island?" Li Fan swiftly shrugged off the young man's hand and coldly regarded him in silence. The plump youth instantly felt as if he were being eyed by a venomous snake, a chill creeping down his spine. Although embarrassed by being intimidated by a mere glance, the young man quickly inferred that Li Fan was not an ordinary person, given the unyielding authority he exuded despite his unremarkable appearance. Realizing this, the plump youth discreetly withdrew. Observing this, the others understood Li Fan's unfriendly demeanor, and thereafter, no one dared to approach him. As the flickering lights dimmed, the voices of the people gradually faded until silence enveloped the room, and they all fell asleep. The following day, before dawn, everyone was awakened. A middle-aged man with a long beard, dressed in a blue robe and hands clasped behind his back, stepped forward. "I will take you to receive your household registrations shortly. Once you have your registrations, you will officially become members of Lioli Island." He surveyed the crowd coldly. Upon hearing his words, excitement spread across the faces of the people. "Remember, do not speak of matters that should not be spoken of. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety," he added, narrowing his eyes. The crowd understood that what they were about to undertake was clandestine, and they all nodded in agreement. Following the middle-aged man's instructions, Li Fan and the others changed into ragged clothing and were taught a standardized narrative. "You are residents of the western Dayu Island. After suffering a storm, your island was destroyed, and you fled here. If anyone inquires, you must respond in this manner." Everyone readily acquiesced, with the middle-aged man leading the way and under the watchful eyes of several burly men in black. They followed a hidden path out of the cave and emerged onto the surface. After meandering through the residential areas of the city for an indeterminate time, they finally arrived at a stately mansion. Li Fan observed that, although their group consisted of several dozen individuals, the island's residents merely glanced at them before losing interest. Clearly accustomed to such scenes, they did not enter through the grand entrance of the mansion. Instead, after a servant went inside to announce their arrival, he soon returned and led them through a side door to a spacious hall. Before Li Fan and the others arrived, 2 or 3 groups had already gathered. comprising over 100 individuals. Despite the number, the hall did not feel crowded. A middle-aged man gestured for everyone to wait patiently. Soon, it was their turn. Manager Zhao. The middle-aged man greeted. Are these the disaster victims seeking to register? Manager Zhao appeared to be in his 50s or 60s and looked somewhat aged. However, his gaze was exceptionally sharp, scanning the crowd before he remarked with a hint of a smile, Sun Zhang. These victims are either wealthy or noble. Sun Zhang remained unfazed. Merely sighing, indeed. They were previously the affluent families of Dayu Island. Unfortunately, without the protection of an immortal master, natural disasters have turned their wealth and glory to mere illusions. Now, they must travel thousands of miles to seek refuge on our Liuli Island. After speaking, Sun Zhang discreetly produced an item from his bosom and handed it to Manager Zhao. Zhao glanced at it, accepted it, and then sighed. Not long ago, a wind disaster wreaked havoc, affecting even our Liuli Island. The Western Islands suffered devastating losses. Reportedly, over 200 islands were reduced to rubble, and countless mortals perished in the sea. Fortunately, the immortal masters are compassionate, allowing us to assist the victims. Your Tianbao Tower's dedication is commendable. Rest assured, I will accurately report to the Island Lord. When the immortal masters bestow their rewards, you shall not be overlooked. Sun Zhang was overjoyed at this and continued to offer compliments. While Manager Zhao listened, he processed the registration for the others. Before long, it was Li Fan's turn. Zhao looked at Li Fan, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. What is your name? He inquired. Li Fan, he replied truthfully. Now, please let a drop of your blood fall here. Manager Zhao swiftly inscribed the characters for Li Fan on a rectangular object that resembled neither jade nor paper, then handed it over. Li Fan pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall. The blood seemed to possess a will of its own, merging into the characters he had written. Keep this spiritual talisman safe. It will serve as your identification. You must present it for all matters on the island, including receiving work, food distribution, and inspections. Do not lose it. Unlike with the others, Manager Zhao was noticeably more cordial with Li Fan, providing additional instructions that drew the attention of Sun Zhang and the rest. Uncertain of what Zhao had perceived, Li Fan did not express further gratitude. He simply nodded, pocketed the talisman, and stepped aside. The efficiency of the registration process was remarkable, and soon the entire group had obtained their household registrations for Liuli Island. Excitement radiated from everyone. They departed from that place, not returning to the previous cave, but were instead led by Sun Zhang to a large courtyard of a residence. Now that the registrations are complete, we can sign the contract. Sun Zhang addressed Su Changyu among the crowd. Su Changyu cautiously retrieved a thin sheet of paper from his bosom, pricked his finger, and solemnly inscribed his name in blood. Once he completed the signature, the paper spontaneously ignited without flame, turning into a wisp of azure smoke, drifting away to an unknown destination. After the burning, only a small remnant of the contract remained. This is known as the three-contract conclusion. As soon as we settle down completely, I will sign the final contract as agreed. Su Changyu stated with dignified composure. Humph, dealing with you outsiders is troublesome. If it weren't for the immortal master's sake, we at Tianbao Tower would not engage in this unprofitable venture, Sun Zhang huffed, displaying some dissatisfaction. However, he refrained from further comment and instead outlined the important matters for the group to consider during their time on the island. All residents of Liuli Island may use their household talisman to claim a residence. Although it is located in a remote area on the northern outskirts of the island, it at least provides shelter from the elements. Additionally, in the first year of registration, you will receive a monthly allotment of food free of charge. Of course, if you are accustomed to lavish feasts and find the relief rations unpalatable, you may choose to dine at your own expense. After Sun Zhang spoke extensively, he paused for breath, only to hear Su Changyu inquire, "How might we pursue cultivation?" This question resonated with Li Fan, causing him to perk up and listen intently. Chapter 24. Purging the miasma for Qi refinement. Sun Zhang glanced at Su Changyu and patiently explained, for mortals to cultivate, they must eliminate the miasma within their bodies. Those of you returning from the exiled lands possess a far greater concentration of miasma than the average person. Without purging this miasma, cultivation is impossible. Su Changyu frowned. We are already aware of this, but how do we eliminate the miasma? There are various methods to expel the miasma. One is the pure body spiritual pool on the island. A single day and night of soaking in the pool can completely cleanse the miasma from your body. Unfortunately, the materials required to open the pool are quite extraordinary. Although our Liuli Island is affluent, we can only open it once every 3 years. The last opening was a year ago, which means we must wait nearly 2 more years for the next opportunity. Moreover, the number of spots in the pool is limited, and competition is fierce. As outsiders without roots, how could you possibly compete with the islanders? Sun Zhang shook his head. What about other methods? Su Changyu pressed on. The second method involves practicing the Xian Huang Qing Xian chant in conjunction with specific herbs and dietary adjustments. Over time, this can gradually transform your constitution and ultimately eliminate the miasma within. While this method takes several years, often 5 or 6, it is stable and does not require any extraordinary sacrifices. The chant and corresponding elixirs can be purchased at the island's apothecary. 5 or 6 years. Su Changyu murmured quietly, yet he remained undeterred and inquired further. Is there another way? The third method is to become a test subject. At this point, Sun Zhang's expression grew grim, as if he struggled to suppress a sense of dread. Nevertheless, he continued to respond to Su Changyu. A test subject? Su Changyu asked, bewildered. Indeed. Some immortal masters are quite interested in the miasma within mortals. Each year, they select volunteers from among the island's inhabitants to serve as test subjects. The immortal masters employ special means to continuously extract the miasma from the subjects for research purposes. In just a few months, they can completely cleanse the miasma from a subject's body. As if recalling something, Sun Zhang's face paled. However, the process is extraordinarily painful. It can be described as a struggle for survival, with no hope of escape. The vast majority of individuals do not endure until the miasma is entirely extracted and are driven to madness by the torment. I do not recommend this method. It is not something ordinary people can bear. Su Changyu appeared to ponder Sun Zhang's advice, remaining silent for a moment before asking, are there any other options? Sun Zhang shook his head. It is said that the direct descendants of those immortal masters can utilize rare treasures to reshape their bodies. They need not worry about the miasma and simultaneously enhance their cultivation aptitude. However, such methods are beyond our imagination. Even our island lord does not enjoy such privileges. That is all I know. If you are truly intent on cultivation, consider your options carefully in the days to come. After speaking, Sun Zhang noticed Su Changyu's dejected demeanor and could not help but offer some encouragement. I understand that you have endured tremendous hardships returning from the exiled lands, and you all harbor a sincere desire to pursue the path. Who among us was not once in your shoes? Unfortunately, the path of immortality is fraught with difficulties. Even if one manages to purge the miasma, the likelihood of sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and drawing it into one's body is exceedingly rare. Why burden yourselves with unnecessary worries? Living as a mortal is not without its merits. Sun Zhang seemed to be offering comfort to Su Changyu, and perhaps to himself as well. With the ethereal essence of heaven and earth nourishing them invisibly, even if they could not cultivate, they could still live longer than they would in exile. Their families had expended great resources to send them here, after all. Rather than desperately pursuing the path of immortality, it would be wiser to savor life, to revel in the present moment. After Sun Zhang finished speaking, he departed. Among those present, some more expressions of joy. Deeply resonating with his words, as if they had found an excuse for indulgence, others could not accept the harsh realities of cultivation and wept inconsolably. While still others wore troubled faces, uncertain of what to do. Only Su Changyu maintained a resolute demeanor, seemingly having made a silent vow. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Li Fan couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Not wishing to meddle, he quietly slipped away while the others were still in a daze. He inquired along the way and discovered the location on the island where free housing could be obtained. Presenting his spirit talisman, he was led by a guide to the residential area in the northern part of Liuli Island. The area was densely packed with an unknown number of houses, some unoccupied and others already inhabited. Most of these houses consisted of a single room, but fortunately, each had a small courtyard enclosed by walls, preventing them from appearing too shabby. The 6th house from the 7th row was the one he was assigned. Impatiently, the attendant handed him the key and hurried away. Li Fan opened the courtyard door and stepped inside, casually shutting it behind him. The interior was quite rudimentary, containing only a bed and a few tables and chairs, which left Li Fan feeling somewhat uncomfortable. However, he paid little heed to such trifles. After a brief cleanup, he settled down to contemplate his future plans. His initial luck had been favorable, allowing him to establish himself with minimal effort, thanks to the blessings of those exiled. Unfortunately, apart from Su Changyu, the rest seemed to be rather ordinary individuals, lacking any true aspiration for the Tao. unlikely to achieve greatness. Although this dwelling was somewhat lacking in comfort, it provided a sense of security. He had previously inquired and learned that there were celestial masters stationed on Liuli Island, and it had been quite some time since any audacious individuals dared to commit misdeeds. The immediate priority was to expel the miasma from within his body. Although spots in the purification spirit pool were rare, the treasures he had scavenged from the tie-in boat were numerous, and securing a spot should not prove too difficult. The downside was that such wealth could attract unwanted attention. As the saying goes, one should not flaunt their riches. As an outsider without roots, should he suddenly reveal such a fortune, it was certain to draw scrutiny. Therefore, careful planning was essential. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted Li Fan's thoughts. Who is it? Li Fan felt a surge of vigilance. It's me. The voice was somewhat low and oddly familiar. Li Fan remained composed, retrieving a dagger from the tie-in boat and concealing it in his sleeve. Peeking through the door, he recognized the visitor as the overweight young man who had previously attempted to strike up a conversation. Li Fan decisively chose to close the door. Wait, the plump youth quickly blocked the door with his hand and whispered, "You're not one of us from the exiled realm, are you?" "What?" Li Fan was momentarily taken aback. Seizing the opportunity, the young man slipped inside. He scrutinized Li Fan with a malevolent look and said, "Who exactly are you? And what is your purpose in infiltrating this Liuli Island? How do you know I'm not from the exiled realm?" Li Fan countered. The young man scoffed. "When I fell into the water, I caught a glimpse of your sneaky figure. At first, I thought it was a hallucination, but after seeing your behavior last night, I became increasingly suspicious and decided to keep an eye on you. Sure enough, the moment I tested you, you revealed your true self." The young man looked rather pleased with himself. "You seem somewhat clever, with a meticulous mind," Li Fan acknowledged. "Indeed, besides myself, none of those fools noticed that a stranger had mingled among them." "Really, no one else noticed this?" Li Fan inquired. "Of course not. Those dimwits are no match for me." The young man's words faltered abruptly as a sharp dagger pierced through his chest. Watching the body slump to the ground, Li Fan's expression remained impassive. Chapter 25. The allure of wealth dragging the young man's corpse into the tie-in boat. Li Fan swiftly cleaned up the bloodstains on the floor before returning to his room as if nothing had happened. "Truly foolish," Li Fan remarked. This young man clearly had not grasped the situation. Relying on a bit of cunning, he realized that Li Fan might be an imposter and hastily attempted to threaten him, perhaps hoping to glean some advantage from their encounter. Yet, he failed to consider that Li Fan had indeed infiltrated Liuli Island. However, were not they, the exiled, also masquerading as victims to obtain their own residency? What fundamental difference was there between them? Once granted residency on Liuli Island, did they truly believe themselves to be natives? Li Fan saw through it all. The celestial master who had previously obscured his identity and the Tianbao Tower where Sun Zhang resided operated with great caution, fearful of exposure. It was evident that their identities as exiles were not meant to see the light of day. Thus, Li Fan saw no reason to hesitate in eliminating the Na'vi young man who dared to threaten him. He had no faith that Tianbao Tower and the cohort from the exiled realm would make a fuss about this incident. Moreover, even if they discovered that the young man had visited Li Fan before his disappearance, with the body now gone, as long as Li Fan steadfastly denied having seen him, they would have no leverage against him. After all, escalating the situation would yield no benefit to either party. Conversely, if Li Fan hesitated and chose not to act, keeping the young man alive could potentially invite various troubles. Hence, he decisively opted to nip any potential threats in the bud. As Li Fan had anticipated, several days passed without anyone else expressing concern over the young man's mysterious disappearance, aside from Su Changyu's brief inquiry. This incident merely served as a minor interlude in Li Fan's life on the island, quickly fading from his mind. During this time, he busied himself gathering information about the island and devising a reasonable plan to utilize the treasures within the tie-in boat. Gradually, he developed a clearer understanding of Liuli Island. This maritime expanse was known as the Tsongyun Sea. The Tsongyun Sea was vast and boundless, dotted with countless islands of varying sizes. Liuli Island was situated in the southern part of the central region of the Tsongyun Sea and was of moderate size. The island derived its name from the abundant Liuli fish found in the surrounding waters, known for their delectable flesh. Liuli fish were not only popular among the mortals of nearby islands, but certain celestial masters also incorporated the Liuli beads, occasionally found within these fish, into their elixirs. Consequently, celestial masters were stationed on Liuli Island to collect a specified quantity of Liuli beads each year. Generally, celestial masters remained aloof from worldly affairs, making them difficult for commoners to encounter. The various matters on Liuli Island were primarily managed by the Liuli Mansion, established by the island's master. Residents could secure employment through the Liuli Mansion, with higher-risk jobs offering greater rewards. Among these, fishing for Liuli fish was the most sought after. There was little risk involved, and the compensation was quite generous. Moreover, fishermen were allowed to keep 30% of their catch for personal sale after surrendering 70% to the Liuli Mansion. Thus, this fishing job was indeed highly coveted. However, going out to sea required large boats, and the schools of Liuli fish were notoriously elusive. Locating them necessitated the use of special spiritual lures, which the Liuli Mansion only dispensed during fishing trips and reclaimed upon their return. Fishing privately was out of the question, and those caught doing so faced execution. Thus, fishing for Liuli fish was strictly permissible only with the Liuli Mansion's approval, and those who could venture out to sea were the envy of the island's residents. Recently, a fishing fleet that had set out to sea returned triumphantly, not only with an abundant catch of Liuli fish, but also having discovered a sunken ship. It was said that this vessel had been fleeing a storm with its entire family aboard, carrying several chests of gold and jewels. Now, all of that had fortuitously fallen into the hands of the fishing fleet. Regarding the items salvaged from the sunken vessel, the island's regulations are akin to those concerning the Liuli fish, allowing individuals to retain 30% of the bounty. Thus, upon the fleet's return to port, the entire island was abuzz with excitement. Even the island's treasurer and money manager came to inspect the situation personally. Observing the grins plastered on the faces of the crew members, many islanders were filled with envy, hastily seeking connections to secure a place on the next voyage. In Li Fan's view, he could employ a similar strategy to gradually launder the countless treasures aboard the Taiyin boat, with relatively low risk. The sole challenge lay in obtaining the qualification for an independent voyage, as the existence of the Taiyin boat must remain concealed. There were numerous individuals on the island eager to join the fleet, and a casual inquiry revealed a crucial piece of information. The three trusted aides of the Liuli Island master, Zhao, responsible for personnel, Qian, overseeing finances, and Shou, in charge of public security. The majority of the slots for the fleet's voyages were firmly held by Qian, while Zhao and Zhou had persistently sought a greater role, but were consistently thwarted by Qian, who controlled the allocation of ships. Wherever there are people, there is competition. Li Fan recalled Zhao's reaction upon meeting him on the day he acquired his residency and pondered the possibility of arranging a meeting with Zhao. However, Zhao was not someone who could be easily met on a whim. Li Fan resolved to follow the path of Sun Zhong from the Tianbao building. After discovering the location, he approached the Tianbao building, intent on meeting Sun Zhong, only to be met with a cold reception. "Go away. Our elder son is of such high status. Do you think you can just waltz in?" A few burly men in black eyed Li Fan with ill intent, seemingly ready to act at the slightest provocation. Seeing this, Li Fan reluctantly left, feeling perplexed. After all, the Tianbao building was a commercial establishment. Who ever heard of turning away customers without a word? Moreover, these men had taken the liberty to act on their own, as if they were already aware of Li Fan's identity. Li Fan concluded that they must have received orders to deliberately avoid him. After some investigation, he learned that a significant event had transpired involving Su Changyu, who had chosen to become an experimental subject for the Immortal Master in a bid to swiftly eliminate the miasma within him. Before departing, Su had signed his name on the remaining contract, thus sealing the 3 contracts and rendering the agreement null. It was no wonder that they had suddenly turned hostile and sought to avoid him. Li Fan lamented Su's resoluteness, recalling how they had all advised him not to rush. Yet he had refused to heed their counsel. The speaker of those words was none other than Xiaohong, who had previously introduced himself as the son of the King of the South within the cave of the Tianbao building. Xiaohong appeared deeply distressed, lamenting that if it were not for his sister's terminal illness, Su would not have been so reckless. Li Fan listened, pondering thoughtfully. Chapter 26. The art of persuasion. Though Sun Zhong chose to avoid him, Li Fan was not one to easily concede. From his previous attempt to console Su Changyu, it was clear that the man was not inherently malicious. His prior cold demeanor likely stemmed from a desire to avoid entanglements with mortals from the Forbidden Lands. Preferring to engage with those who understood the underlying circumstances, Li Fan returned to the Tianbao building. "You dare return? Seeking death, are you?" The black-clad man at the entrance glared at Li Fan menacingly. Li Fan smiled slightly. "I come to negotiate a business deal with your esteemed Tianbao building." Why must you rush to dismiss me without so much as a conversation? Is this how you treat your guests? Li Fan raised his voice intentionally, drawing the attention of those nearby. The man fumed, ready to strike, but was halted by his companions. After conferring, the man begrudgingly ushered Li Fan inside. Seated in a guest room, a maidservant brought forth a cup of tea. Li Fan leisurely savored a sip, feeling a wave of warmth spread from his stomach throughout his body. In mere moments, he felt as though he had basked in the winter sun for an eternity, enveloped in a comforting heat. "What excellent tea!" he exclaimed. The Dai Yu Yen Long, a rare variety grown near the underwater volcanoes surrounding the Yu Island, had become a delicacy following the island's destruction. A smiling figure entered the room. It was Sun Zhang. "Your fortune is tied to elder Sun," Li Fan remarked, finishing the remaining tea. Once Li Fan set down his cup, Sun Zhang squinted, slowly inquiring, "With matters of the greatly concluded, we should have no further entanglements. Why have you sought me out again?" Sun Zhang's tone was curt, underscored by an underlying threat, as though he would resort to violence should Li Fan's response fail to satisfy him. Li Fan disregarded the hostility and replied with a smile, "Elder Sun, you misunderstand. I am indeed here to discuss a business proposition." "Business? You?" Sun Zhang initially appeared taken aback, then scoffed, scrutinizing Li Fan. Unfazed, Li Fan maintained his composure, prompting Sun Zhang to grow increasingly serious. "What sort of business? I wonder if Tianbao Building has any interest in the quotas for the fleet's voyages," Li Fan replied calmly. "Each expedition not only yields the occasional treasure, but also brings in significant profits from Liuli fish and other marine specialties. It would be impossible for Tianbao Building to lack interest. However, the quotas are tightly held by Qian, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone, even Zhao, to secure additional slots. What capabilities do you, a newcomer, possess to challenge his authority?" Sun Zhang scrutinized Li Fan, as if seeking to unearth something hidden in his expression. "If I could meet with Manager Zhao, I would have my own means to persuade him," Li Fan asserted, exuding confidence. Sun Zhang, momentarily uncertain, considered the proposition. Allowing him to meet Zhao was not an insurmountable challenge. If the endeavor failed, they could simply dispose of him. At that moment, a languid voice drifted in from outside. Li Fan's gaze sharpened as a young woman clad in pale yellow and veiled attire entered. She appeared to be no older than 17 or 18, yet her curvaceous figure exuded an alluring maturity. "Greetings, esteemed manager," Sun Zhang stood in respect upon seeing the woman. "Thank you for your courtesy, esteemed manager," Li Fan responded, maintaining a composed demeanor. "You seem to possess a certain level of confidence, not akin to mere bravado." Taking her seat opposite Li Fan, the young woman tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. "I am a man of my word, unwavering in my commitments," Li Fan declared. The woman chuckled lightly. "Should this indeed come to fruition, Tianbao Building shall require its share of the rewards. According to the island's regulations, one may retain 30% of the spoils from each voyage. I shall claim none of that. Half will go to Manager Zhao, and the other half to Tianbao Building," Li Fan boldly stated, leaving the woman momentarily speechless. She scrutinized Li Fan anew. "That is quite remarkable. If so, what exactly are you hoping to gain from this elaborate endeavor?" "I seek a spot in the pure body-spirit pool, granted once every 3 years," Li Fan confessed candidly. The woman was taken aback, staring at Li Fan in disbelief, seemingly verifying whether she had misheard. Their eyes locked, Li Fan's gaze unwavering. "Ha-ha!" The young woman burst into laughter, as if hearing the most amusing joke. "Dear sir, at your age, do you still wish to pursue the path of immortality?" After a fit of laughter, she struggled to regain her composure, offering a strained remark before succumbing to laughter once more. Sun Zhang regarded Li Fan with incredulity, while Li Fan remained silent, simply observing the young woman. The laughter of the woman in yellow gradually faded. "Ha-ha!" Eventually, she let out a dry laugh, awkwardly regaining her composure. "I seek longevity, and though I may die, I have no regrets," Li Fan stated with a serene demeanor. The woman in yellow remained silent for a long time. "Very well, I shall agree to this matter," she finally declared. "Once we have set a date, I will send someone to inform you. So it shall be decided. I reside in room 7 of the 6th district outside the city. You may come there to find me." Li Fan cupped his hands in respect and turned to leave. Only the woman in yellow and Sun Zhang were left in the room. After a prolonged silence, Sun Zhang could no longer contain himself and spoke. "Shopkeeper, regarding the quota for the purification pool. Although the competition for the purification pool's quota was fierce each year on the island, Tian'ao Tower was not without the strength to contend. Moreover, if he could indeed secure a maritime fleet, the profits generated within 5 years would scarcely equal the value of a single quota. This venture was bound to yield profits without loss. The woman in yellow remained unconvinced. However, she furrowed her beautiful brows, gazing in the direction Li Fan had departed, muttering to herself. "What is it?" Sun Zhang asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. "That man's gaze seems rather frightening." The woman in yellow patted her chest, seemingly unsettled. Sun Zhang was taken aback. On his way home, Li Fan stopped by the apothecary to purchase the Xian Huang Calming Heart mantra along with the corresponding herbs. Even if all went smoothly, it would still take 2 years before the purification pool opened. Such a lengthy period could not be wasted. It would be better to practice the Xian Huang Calming Heart mantra to gauge its effects. Perhaps Li Fan possessed extraordinary talent and could rid himself of the miasma before the 2 years were up. For the next few days, Li Fan remained at home, diligently practicing, awaiting his meeting with Manager Zhao. To his surprise, before he could meet Manager Zhao, Li Fan received shocking news. Su Changyu had died. Chapter 27. Recognizing talent with insight. Ultimately, Su Changyu could not hold on any longer. In just 7 or 8 days, he succumbed. When his body was returned, Li Fan took a look. What remained was a grotesque mass of flesh and blood, unrecognizable as human and quite gruesome. The flesh occasionally twitched inexplicably. The details of the conversation between the two individuals remained unknown to Tian'ao Tower. However, upon learning that Li Fan had effortlessly persuaded Manager Zhao and secured a spot for the next voyage, they were left utterly astonished. Could it be that the elder had not been exaggerating? Did he truly possess the confidence to command a fleet? Within the confines of Tian'ao Tower, a woman clad in yellow rested her chin upon her hand, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. What could be the source of his assurance? Sun Zhang was equally perplexed. No matter how he perceived Li Fan, he appeared to be an utterly ordinary middle-aged man. "Deliver the deed for that vacant courtyard on East Street to him," the yellow-clad woman suddenly declared. Sun Zhang was momentarily caught off guard. "Isn't that inappropriate, manager? That courtyard is a valuable asset we acquired with great expense, intended as a bribe for the financial overseer. How can we simply give it to him? If we are to offer it, it should be after he secures the fleet for us." The woman shot him an exasperated glance. "If I instruct you to do it, you shall comply. By the time that moment arrives, I fear a mere courtyard will not suffice." Sun Zhang muttered under his breath, yet dared not defy his manager's command, obediently delivering the deed to Li Fan. Li Fan did not decline, finding little to arrange, and promptly moved into the East Street courtyard that very day. Compared to the slums outside the city, the surroundings of this courtyard were decidedly superior. Law enforcement personnel from the Lioli mansion were stationed at the alley's entrance, ensuring security. The courtyard itself was far more spacious than his previous residence, featuring 3 main rooms and 2 side rooms on each side. Though not excessively large, it was ample for Li Fan's solitary needs. He declined the offer of several maidservants sent by Tian'ao Tower, choosing instead to reside there quietly, awaiting the next opportunity for the fleet to set sail. Initially, Li Fan believed it would not be long before they departed. However, an unforeseen calamity rendered their plans indefinitely postponed. A tempest was upon them. Previously, during discussions among the residents of Lioli Island, Li Fan had heard numerous mentions of this catastrophe, but had paid little heed, assuming it would merely resemble the typhoons and hurricanes he had encountered before, just a more intense storm. Yet, when the tempest truly arrived, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. On that day, while Li Fan was at home practicing the Xian Huang Qing Xianjia, he was suddenly alerted by a series of urgent sounds emanating from outside. An eerie, piercing noise reverberated through the skies above the island, quickly spreading throughout Lioli Island. "Return home. The tempest is approaching. May the immortal master bless us. Mother, where are you? Hurry back." The island erupted into chaos, filled with frantic cries of fear, leaving Li Fan momentarily bewildered. Suddenly, he beheld a blue light curtain manifesting in the sky above Lioli Island. The curtain resembled an inverted giant bowl, spanning the entire island and enveloping all within. The protective array had been activated. There was no need for alarm. "Stay indoors and do not venture out." A melodious female voice accompanied the light curtain, instantly echoing across the island. "Bless the immortal master." Listening to the rising chorus around him, Li Fan looked up, closely observing the protective array. The blue light shimmered, creating a barrier between the island and the outside world. Strange characters, unfamiliar to Li Fan, intermittently flickered across the curtain. appearing extraordinarily mysterious. As the howling winds began to rise like a ghostly wail, he realized the storm had arrived. The curtain rippled with each gust, effectively shielding them from the fierce winds. Inside the curtain, tranquility reigned, untouched by the tempest outside. Rain began to pour down in torrents, with dense droplets hammering against the curtain, producing ripples that kept the deluge at bay. Outside, the storm raged, but within the light curtain, calm prevailed. Was this the work of celestial beings? Li Fan thought, impressed, though he had previously witnessed the destructive prowess of Ko Hongdao and Xuanzai. The sight of this protective array ignited an insatiable yearning within him. The tempest and rain persisted for over half an hour. Gradually, the rain began to abate, and the winds lessened. Just as Li Fan believed the storm was subsiding, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The skies did not clear. Instead, they grew darker. Countless ominous clouds loomed overhead, layer upon layer, appearing endless as they descended. In an instant, the world was shrouded in darkness. The thick clouds seemed to be brewing something ominous, and a tense silence fell over Liuli Island. The stillness was abruptly shattered. Boom! A thunderous clap resonated in Li Fan's ears. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sound echoed from every direction, relentless and continuous, like an unending symphony reverberating through the heavens. Amidst this cacophony, Li Fan felt dizzy, stars dancing before his eyes, as if a colossal stone pressed against his chest, making it hard to breathe. When he touched his face, he felt blood streaming from his nose. Alarmed, he instinctively sought refuge indoors, but suddenly the ground trembled violently beneath him. As the world spun wildly, Li Fan quickly lost his balance and fell. It felt as though something was relentlessly battering him, the earth quaking beneath his feet. Looking up, he beheld a sight that nearly stole his breath away. A towering wall of water filled his entire field of vision, descending with destructive force, poised to crush Liuli Island. The monstrous waves were about to cascade down, threatening to obliterate all life below. Li Fan instinctively raised his hands to shield himself. Boom! The colossal wave crashed against the blue curtain. The curtain warped, as though on the verge of shattering. Yet, after a flash of blue light, it returned to its original state, standing steadfast like rocks against the tide. The ocean, thwarted in its attempt to engulf Liuli Island, seemed enraged. Waves crashed one after another, each more ferocious than the last. Liuli Island swayed like a sapling in the storm, on the brink of being torn apart. For many moments, it appeared as though the island was entirely submerged by the sea, leading Li Fan to believe that this world was drawing to a close. Fortunately, the protective array proved to be more resilient than anticipated, enduring without breaking. The relentless onslaught of waves persisted, creating a cataclysmic scene that nearly left Li Fan in a daze. Time became indistinct as the tumultuous waves gradually subsided. However, it was merely a lull. The tempest had arrived swiftly and departed slowly. Amidst the storm, day and night blurred together. Li Fan felt as if 2 or 3 days had passed before the tempest finally receded. "Thank you, Immortal Master." The surviving islanders knelt, weeping profusely. Amidst their fervent discussions, Li Fan received news that left him even more astounded. The tempest that Liuli Island had just endured was considered relatively minor. The storm that struck 15 years prior had been several times more powerful. During that time, the protective array had nearly faltered, compelled to reduce its protective span. Thus, after the tempest, areas that had not been shielded by the array were entirely ravaged. The size of Liuli Island had shrunk to merely 1/3 of its original expanse. For over a decade after the storm, the island gradually gathered its displaced inhabitants, slowly regaining vitality. So this is what a tempest truly is, Li Fan pondered, deeply shaken. The might of nature is indeed terrifying. In the days following this tempest, all residents of Liuli Island received directives instructing each household to inspect the protective array for any damage. The inspection method was straightforward. The Liuli mansion would distribute a spiritual talisman that needed to be hung in each home for several days, observing for any signs of red light. Specialized personnel were also assigned to check various remote corners of the island. With 36,780 nodes in the protective array, it was imperative to ensure that each node remained unscathed. Under the will of the Immortal Master and in consideration of the safety of all life, all activities on Liuli Island were temporarily halted, prioritizing the maintenance of the protective array. In the past, the Celestial Masters would oversee the maintenance of the Great Array. But this time, it was rumored that the spirit stones necessary for its operation were nearly depleted. Consequently, the Celestial Master returned to Wanshan Island to procure more spirit stones. Li Fan also received a talisman. He hung the talisman in his home and, with careful attunement, could faintly perceive an invisible wave emanating from it. After expanding outward for a distance, it seemed to encounter some obstruction and then returned. As the wave receded, the talisman emitted a burst of blue light, which extinguished after several breaths, only for the wave to continue its cycle anew. The self-check of the Great Array operated on a cycle of 360 flickers of the talisman, with each small cycle comprising 360 repetitions, culminating in a larger cycle. As long as no red light appeared in a single large cycle, it indicated that the array remained intact. Li Fan recalled the warnings given to him when he received the talisman. The protective array of the island was vast, yet remarkably intricate, making it almost unimaginable how it was constructed. Wanshan Island is said to be the gathering place for the majority of cultivators within this boundless sea of clouds. It is shrouded in mystery, and even Steward Zhao had limited knowledge of it. He only knew that if a mortal could rid themselves of the miasma and draw in spiritual energy, a celestial master would descend to take them to Wanshan Island. It seemed that my goal in this world lay there. However, one step at a time. First, I must secure a position within the maritime fleet to have the opportunity to enter the purifying spirit pool. Li Fan had waited for centuries, so he was not anxious about the matter at hand. Time passed quietly amidst the anxious prayers of the island's inhabitants. 5 days later, a collective sigh of relief swept through the island as the result was announced. The protective array remained undamaged. With the return of the celestial master bearing ample spirit stones, the island's residents finally felt at ease. Life on Lioli Island gradually returned to normal. In the subsequent months, refugees from other islands occasionally arrived at Lioli Island seeking sanctuary. Those who survived were but a handful. The vast majority of their fellow islanders perished in the recent tempest. Upon learning that Lioli Island was under the protection of a celestial master, the faces of these refugees reflected deep envy. The Sea of Clouds was vast and boundless, with countless islands of various sizes. Only those islands with special resources to offer would have celestial masters stationed upon them. During these months, Li Fan was not idle. He diligently practiced the Xianyuan cleansing heart mantra daily and finally began to see results. Name: Li Fan Realm. Mortal physical age: 4188. Psychological age: 504-1119. Both his physical and psychological age limits had increased once more, although the growth was modest. It invigorated Li Fan. From that point on, he devoted himself to his practice, spending every moment outside of meals and meditation on the cleansing heart mantra. Another month passed, and Li Fan finally received news from Steward Zhao. The tempest in the Sea of Clouds had completely dissipated, and the fleet was set to sail again. 3 days later, at the Lioli Island dock, the vessels were slightly larger than the second form of the tie-in ship, measuring around 200 to 300 meters in length. A dozen grand ships lined up in succession on the surface of the sea, creating a spectacular sight. Due to the tempest, the fleet had been stalled for quite some time, and Lioli Island had fallen behind in supplying necessary provisions. Thus, the island's master ordered the entire fleet to set sail. This was a rare grand occasion. Previously, for safety reasons, only 1 or 2 fleets would venture out at once. The dock was bustling with residents eager to witness the spectacle. Occasionally, familiar faces appeared aboard the ships, and they waved cheerfully. Li Fan followed Steward Zhao's assistant aboard a ship named Song Yuan. Among the crew were many like Li Fan, who were sailing for the first time. Their faces radiated excitement, filled with hopes of sudden wealth. In stark contrast, the seasoned sailors wore expressions of worry, continuously lamenting, "Who knows what has gotten into the island master?" Insisting on some ridiculous assessment, the fleet with the least catch this time will be deemed unqualified and lose their right to sail in the future. What are we to do? Don't even mention it. It's all because of the tempest. I've heard whispers that Coral Island to the south was completely leveled due to the shattering of its protective array. The provisions they were supposed to provide have now fallen upon us at Lioli Island. What a predicament. How will we survive from here on out? They say it's just temporary. We merely need to make up the previous deficit. A chorus of sighs echoed through the crew. Look at you all, wallowing in despair. Why not consider the silver lining? Isn't there a reward for the first place? The share increases from 30% to 50%. 50%. Can you imagine? If we hit the jackpot, we won't have to sail again for the rest of our lives. At that moment, a bronze-skinned man approached and began berating the crew. Stop dreaming, Captain. You know our fishing skills well. We barely scrape by with our catches each time. Exactly. I reckon this will be our last venture at sea. Why not just not return and live freely as pirates instead? Clearly, The crew had a good rapport with the man, as they responded to his rebuke not with fear, but with laughter and banter. The man, however, remained unperturbed, standing confidently with his hands on his hips. "What's this? Captain, do you have a plan?" The crew, familiar with his demeanor, began to inquire eagerly. "Rest assured, this time we have a capable individual aboard. We will surely return laden with treasures." He gestured toward Li Fan, standing behind him. "Just him? He looks pristine. Has he ever been to sea?" The crew squinted at Li Fan, disappointment evident on their faces as they shook their heads in disbelief. "You blind fools, unable to recognize talent. This is the distinguished individual specially invited by Steward Zhao, who will soon take over our ship. Show him some respect." The man chastised, seemingly quite agitated. At the mention of this, the ship erupted into a cacophony of chatter. The bronze-skinned man glanced back at Li Fan, revealing a sly smile that hinted at his scheming intentions. Chapter 30. The Deep Sea Holds No Treasure. Captain, you've been at the helm of the Tsang Yuan for nearly a decade. How can you simply relinquish it? My life was saved by you, Captain. If you want to drive him away, I, Lu San, will be the first to object. Indeed. Why not just toss him into the sea to feed the fish once we set sail? After all, it's perfectly normal for someone to die at sea. The crew was ablaze with fervor, and in that moment, Li Fan had seemingly become the target of their collective ire. The man attempted to pacify the crew. "Calm down. Everyone. While I appreciate your esteem for me, Zhang Haobo, the Tsang Yuan ultimately belongs to Steward Zhao, and we are merely his subordinates. If Steward Zhao wishes to replace someone, what can I do?" Zhang Haobo's words only incited further rage among the crew, their eyes blazing with fury as they glared at Li Fan. Li Fan, however, remained unfazed, internally mocking the petty schemes of Zhang Haobo. His apparent praise of Li Fan was merely a ruse to instigate distrust among the crew. Under the guise of defending Li Fan, he was sowing discontent in their hearts, feigning loyalty while covertly undermining him. These were tactics Li Fan was all too familiar with. Unfazed, Li Fan stepped forward, raising his voice to address the crew. "Do you doubt my abilities? Do you not trust Steward Zhao's judgment?" He continued, "With our imminent voyage, allow me to demonstrate my capabilities. I assure you, I will not disappoint." His resonant voice drowned out the clamoring discussions of the crew. Observing Li Fan's commanding presence, the crew found themselves momentarily silenced, none daring to oppose him. Seizing the moment, Li Fan bid them farewell and made his way into the ship's cabin, leaving behind a crowd of wide-eyed sailors and a sullen Zhang Haobo. The crew began murmuring among themselves. Could that fellow truly have some skill? It should perhaps be true. Zhao, the manager, possesses an extraordinary pair of eyes, rarely misjudging anything. He does not seem like an ordinary person. The notion that he finds treasure every time he sets sail is incredulous. Clearly, he has leveraged connections to usurp my position as captain of this fleet. As if I were unaware. Regardless, the boast has been made, and I am eager to see how it unfolds. Zhang Haobo harbored deep resentment, observing his subordinates, who were easily swayed by Li Fan's words, becoming increasingly frustrated. "Set sail. To the sea," he barked. The Tsang Yuan ship moved without wind, departing the harbor and heading toward the vast ocean. Over 100 large vessels from Lioli Island dispersed, each navigating to their designated waters. The Tsang Yuan ship relied not on wind or manpower, but on a miniature magical array powered by spirit stones. The ship was equipped with a spiritual lure, which would signal when the nearby waters revealed the presence of Lioli fish. However, the ocean is vast, and the lure's sensing range is limited. Thus, it required experienced crew members to locate the general vicinity of the fish schools. In ordinary years, the Lioli fish exhibited predictable patterns, making them easier to catch. But in times of tempestuous weather, when the fish migrate, all previous experience becomes futile, leaving one to search blindly, relying solely on luck. Unfortunately, the Tsang Yuan ship has not been particularly fortunate. After more than half a month, aside from catching some ordinary fish and discovering a few common sea minerals, there have not been any significant gains. The crew wore long faces, and even Zhang Haobo felt the mounting anxiety within. After all, there were penalties for coming in last. Compared to other tasks on the island, the risks of being a seafarer were minimal, and the rewards substantial. No one wished to lose out on such an opportunity. The island's regulations mandated a return within a month. With our meager catches thus far, we might indeed end up with the least. We can only hope for a turn of fortune in the coming days. May the celestial masters bless us. Zhang Haobo gazed upon the tranquil and profound sea, feeling helpless. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw Li Fan walking toward him. "What's this? Have you finally decided to leave your cabin? If it weren't for your daily food fetches, I might have thought you perished in there," Zhang Haobo remarked. Since setting sail, Li Fan had remained in his quarters, avoiding all interaction. Zhang Haobo, in a foul mood, offered him no kindness. Li Fan paid no heed to the slight, instead staring thoughtfully into the distance at the sea. His expression grave, he stood silently, not uttering a word. Zhang Haobo, perturbed by Li Fan's odd demeanor, followed his gaze, yet saw nothing unusual upon the calm surface of the water. Li Fan's expression only grew more solemn, remaining silent. After a considerable time, Zhang Haobo could no longer contain himself and asked, "What do you see?" Li Fan, startled, turned back, his face filled with frustration as he glared at him. "What are you trying to conjure?" Zhang Haobo felt a twinge of unease but pressed on with his inquiry. "I need a small boat." Li Fan replied not with a direct answer but, in a deep tone, declared, "I have seen treasure." What Zhang Haobo was initially bewildered. "What?" But he quickly regained his composure, exclaiming, "You must be joking. Hurry, prepare a small boat. I see jewels sparkling beneath the depths, waiting for me to retrieve them." Li Fan stated solemnly. Zhang Haobo hesitated, only to hear Li Fan add, "Opportunities slip away quickly. The brilliance of the treasures is dimming. I am about to lose track of their location." Zhang Haobo snapped to attention. "Quick, prepare the boat." The Tsungyuan was equipped with several small boats, typically used to explore narrow channels or probe dangerous, uncharted waters. Once the small boat was lowered and Li Fan deftly piloted away, Zhang Haobo suddenly realized the folly of his impulsive belief in Li Fan's claim. To see buried treasure in the depths? How could that be possible? Just as he was about to voice his doubts, Li Fan called out from afar, "Do not follow me. Wait for my signal." "Why?" Zhang Haobo could not help but shout back. "You are too noisy. You might disrupt my focus." Li Fan retorted. Zhang Haobo felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but recalled Li Fan's earlier fierce glare, leading him to reconsider the possibility that perhaps Li Fan spoke the truth. Time passed, and it had been 2 hours since Li Fan had set off alone. Could he have possibly escaped on his own? One of the crew members gazed longingly in the direction Li Fan had taken, unable to contain himself. What nonsense! The ocean is vast, and he has no provisions. Where could he possibly go? Zhang Haobo scolded his subordinate. Just as he was about to continue, a red signal flared in the distant sky. "Quick, steer the ship toward it." Zhang Haobo commanded urgently. The Tsungyuan surged into full motion, quickly arriving at the signal's location. There stood Li Fan on the small boat, looking weary. "The treasure is right here," he declared to the crew. Zhang Haobo and the others exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the truth. Moments later, gritting his teeth, Zhang Haobo resolutely commanded, "Into the water. Cast the nets." Amidst the crew's skepticism, 1 chest, 2 chests, a total of 16 chests filled with gold and jewels were gradually brought to the surface. Chapter 31. A bounty returned to Lioli under the cool moonlight. The crew of the Tsungyuan, all with reddened eyes, gasped for breath. Even now, it felt as though they were in a dream. 16 chests brimming with treasures lay quietly on the deck. Some crew members, still doubting, pinched themselves, feeling the pain before returning their gaze to the abundant riches, unable to tear their eyes away for even a moment. Mr. Li had not exaggerated. He truly enabled them to return laden with bounty. Yet the extent of their haul exceeded their wildest imaginations. The chests contained a dazzling assortment of jade, gold, silver, and jewels, overwhelming all with their brilliance. Having spent half their lives fishing at sea, they had never encountered such a fantastical sight, even in their most splendid dreams. Zhang Haobo, in a daze, could hardly process the reality. It was indeed true, that fellow genuinely uncovered treasure from the ocean floor. Such skill, such prowess. Having lived on Lioli Island for over 20 years, Zhang Haobo was acutely aware that aside from the celestial masters, there existed ordinary individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. Some could communicate with the birds above, some could foresee disasters, and others could hold their breath for extended periods, exploring the depths of the sea, much like Zhao, who could discern truth from falsehood. Yet these extraordinary individuals were rare. They were either entrusted with significant responsibilities on various islands or taken as servants by the celestial masters to the island of 10,000 immortals. Encounters with them were indeed rare. Zhang Haobo never imagined that Li Fan was one of these extraordinary individuals. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Li Fan had only recently moved to Lioli Island. Could it be that he was forced to relocate here due to a disaster that had struck his previous island? No wonder Zhao regarded him with such esteem. Despite being a new resident, everything began to make sense. Zhang Haobo felt a wave of regret wash over him. Zhang Haobo, you had a rare opportunity to meet someone of great merit, and not only did you fail to seize it, but you also foolishly believed he sought to usurp your meager ship. The more he pondered, the more regretful he became, wishing he could slap himself. No, I must hurry to apologize. Immediately, right away. Such extraordinary individuals are esteemed wherever they go. If they were to rise to prominence and bear a grudge for my past actions. Zhang Haobo shuddered at the thought and rushed to Li Fan's quarters to seek forgiveness. Is it my imagination? Or do these chests seem like they haven't been soaked for long? How strange. We did not see a sunken ship during the salvage. They must have drifted here with the ocean currents, or perhaps they were swept from the sky by the storm and fell into this sea. Why ponder such matters? The treasure is indeed real. Amidst the hushed whispers of his crew, Zhang Haobo departed hastily. In the room, Li Fan, having amiably sent Zhang Haobo away, stretched his weary frame. The 16 chests of treasure had indeed been cast into the sea by him alone. He had navigated his vessel to a deserted expanse of ocean, unfurled the Taiyin boat, and extracted a small portion of the riches he had plundered from Dashuan to toss into the depths, subsequently signaling for the crew of the Tsangyuan to come and salvage it. The chests were undeniably heavy. Had it not been for his diligent practice of the Xianhuang Qingxin spell over the past few months, coupled with the nourishing essence of the universe, he might have found it impossible to manage alone. Nevertheless, after the task was completed, Li Fan felt as if his entire body had fallen apart. He intended to make a grand initial impression, yet he resolved that in the future, he need not discard so many treasures. As for Zhang Haobo, Li Fan scarcely regarded him. For Zhang Haobo, the captaincy of the fleet was the foundation of his existence. If someone were to suddenly attempt to seize it, it would be odd for him not to react. Moreover, the tricks he employed were laughably naive in Li Fan's eyes. Were he in Zhang Haobo's position, he would have engaged in light-hearted banter over the past several days, maintaining a facade of amiability until they ventured deep into the ocean, gradually lowering their guard, before stealthily entering the cabin at night to deliver a fatal blow, followed by casting the body into the vast sea, leaving no evidence behind. Even if someone possessed the ability to locate the treasure, being a newcomer to Liuli Island without any established connections, who would truly risk their standing for a stranger? Especially a deceased one, when faced with a captain who commanded dozens of loyal subordinates. Even if the steward Zhao were to insist on punishment, it would merely entail the loss of the captaincy. After all, there was no notion of life for a life on Liuli Island. What the immortal masters required was simply a steady supply of resources from the island. Thus, in Li Fan's view, there was no reason to refrain from taking action. Regrettably, Zhang Haobo lacked the fortitude that Li Fan possessed. Stripped to the essence, he was merely a simple fisherman. The fleet he valued was but a minor stepping stone in Li Fan's grand design. How could a sparrow comprehend the aspirations of a swan? Shaking his head, Li Fan cast aside these thoughts and immersed himself in the arduous practice of the Changsheng spell. With the treasure secured, the Tsangyuan no longer engaged in fishing. The ship turned promptly towards Liuli Island. Given the magnitude of their haul, the crew could not afford to remain at sea for another day without the assurance of safety. They pushed the vessel to its limits, and within 2 days, Liuli Island was within sight. Upon returning, they were to avoid the shore. Lu San, you will discreetly enter the water and inform Steward Zhao at his residence, requesting him to personally send someone to assess the bounty, Zhang Haobo instructed gravely. If all went as expected, their ship would have garnered the greatest yield from this voyage. According to the rules, they were entitled to 50%. An outsider's assessment could never guarantee against any potential underhandedness or omissions. A slight reduction in their share would be a source of immense regret. Without kinship, it was impossible to feel secure. The crew nodded in agreement, their vigilance heightened as they observed the customary vessel approaching the island for inventory. Zhang Haobo, what is your intention? Are you denying us access to the ship? The opposing crew seemed to harbor grievances against Zhang Haobo, their words tinged with barely concealed ire. However, Zhang Haobo paid them no heed. Seeing his lack of response only fueled their mockery. Given the draft of your ship, it seems you are returning empty-handed this time. It appears your captaincy has reached its conclusion. If you truly cannot make ends meet, come aboard my ship. I assure you will not starve. The crew of the Tsangyuan, incensed by the insult to their captain, prepared to retort, but were halted by Zhang Haobo. Regardless of the provocations, he feigned ignorance, waiting for Zhao's men to arrive. It seemed that Zhang Haobo's ability to maintain his position as captain was not without justification. He was not as inept as Li Fan had presumed, though his origins and experiences had undoubtedly constrained him. Witnessing this from the shadows, Li Fan could not help but nod in approval. The commotion at the dock attracted numerous onlookers, who pointed and speculated about the Tsang Yuan. Fortunately, the confrontation did not linger long, as soon Zhao arrived in person, accompanied by his men. With the 16 chests of jewels being unloaded amid the scrutiny of the crowd, the entire dock was abuzz. It was known that the last time a fleet had such a bountiful catch was merely a few months prior. When had it become so effortless to salvage treasures from the ocean depths? Or had the waters surrounding Lioli Island become so bountiful that treasures lay scattered everywhere? The islanders were engulfed in deep suspicion, soon transforming into fervent excitement. Who would not yearn for sudden wealth? Countless eager individuals rushed home to share their newfound knowledge with their families, eager to venture out to sea and recover treasures from the depths. Thus, news of the Tsang Yuan's immense fortune spread rapidly throughout Lioli Island. At Tianbao Tower, a woman clad in yellow was engrossed in appraising a collection of newly acquired items when she was interrupted by hurried footsteps. Shopkeeper, shopkeeper. Sun Zhang burst in without preamble. What is it? The woman in yellow asked, somewhat taken aback. Treasure. Over a dozen chests. Tsang Yuan. Sun Zhang gasped, struggling to catch his breath. The woman in yellow dismissed him. What of a mere dozen chests of treasure? Is such a trivial matter worthy of such commotion? All these treasures on the island will still require our Tianbao Tower's channels to circulate. As she spoke, her expression suddenly shifted. Wait, did you say Tsang Yuan? Is that the ship associated with the man named Li Fan? Sun Zhang nodded vigorously. The woman in yellow stood in stunned silence for a long moment before regaining her composure. No wonder that fellow was so adamant about persuading Steward Zhao. He was utterly convinced he would find treasure at sea. Indeed. His prowess is akin to our esteemed shopkeeper at Tianbao Tower, Sun Zhang remarked, both envious and admiring. Fortunately, you foresaw this and gifted him a small estate previously, establishing a connection. Upon his return, he will undoubtedly gain widespread acclaim. Enticing him again may require considerable expenditure. The woman in yellow interrupted, instructing, you must arrange a meeting for a meal with him as soon as possible. Also, send someone to clean the Whispering Pavilion and deliver the land deed to him. Sun Zhang was taken aback but said nothing further, hastening to fulfill her orders. The room fell silent, leaving only the soft whispers of the woman in yellow. The fabled spirit-communing body was said to resonate with rare treasures within a certain radius. The master of Tianbao Tower, the sister of the woman in yellow, Yin Yuding, possessed this extraordinary trait. It was through this extraordinary ability that she had built the vast Wanbao Tower, a major trading house spanning the Cloud Sea over the past decade. Unbeknownst to Li Fan, he had been mistakenly identified as possessing the spirit-communing body by the people of Tianbao Tower. At that moment, he found himself within Steward Zhao's residence. Your talent is indeed remarkable. Your first voyage has yielded 16 chests of treasure, truly a delightful surprise. Steward Zhao exclaimed with a broad smile, filled with admiration. Li Fan chuckled softly, refraining from responding. He understood that Steward Zhao had the ability to discern truth from deception. So he deftly shifted the topic. This haul is indeed significant, yet I fear future endeavors may not yield such abundance. Steward Zhao dismissed his concerns. That is only to be expected. One cannot rely on such fortune every time. He continued, however, with this bounty alone, I can arrange for you to command a separate fleet. Li Fan nodded appreciatively. In that case, I am most grateful, Steward Zhao. I have heard that your ambitions are focused on securing a spot in the pure body spirit pool? Steward Zhao inquired, taking a sip of tea before suddenly posing the question. Indeed, Li Fan replied, having faced great upheaval. I have come to realize that worldly wealth and glory are but fleeting illusions. Even with an inexhaustible treasury, a century later it will inevitably turn to a handful of dust. Only by seeking immortality and enlightenment can one justify their existence in this world. Li Fan sighed deeply, overwhelmed with emotion. Zhao, the steward, gazed at Li Fan for a considerable time before he too sighed. At such a young age, you still harbor aspirations of becoming an immortal. I cannot compare. As if recalling something, a complex expression crossed Zhao's face. Over a decade ago, when I was of similar age to you, I fortuitously saved a celestial master. The master asked if I wished to follow him in cultivation, but I knew I had long passed the prime age for such endeavors. Even if I undertook cultivation, success was not guaranteed, and with age, the toxins within the body become more ingrained, making their removal increasingly painful. Thus, I settled for a simple job. Now, as the years pass, I find myself filled with regret. Alas, the mistake has been made, and there is no remedy for it. Zhao lamented, then turned to Li Fan, exclaiming, "Among the hundreds of thousands of mortals on Liuli Island, few possess a spirit like yours." "Flattery," Li Fan replied. "As for the quota for the pure spirit pool, I cannot assist you with that. The opening of the pure spirit pool requires the oversight of the celestial masters on the island, and they determine the quotas. A year prior to the pool's opening, the masters will announce the required materials. Each family must gather the items from the list and submit them, with the quotas determined by the level of contribution," Zhao explained, shaking his head. "However, you need not worry. Tianbao Tower has branches on all the islands of Songyun Sea. Few can match their capability in gathering resources on Liuli Island." Li Fan's mind drifted to the image of the woman in yellow, and he nodded. After spending some more time with Zhao, he took his leave. Upon returning to his courtyard, he was greeted by Sun Zhang, who had evidently been waiting for a while. "Your shopkeeper has invited me to dinner? What a coincidence." Li Fan, eager to see him again, readily accepted. As for the deed to the Tingyu Tower that Sun Zhang brought, Li Fan declined. He intended to meet the woman in yellow that evening first. As night fell and the lanterns lit up, Li Fan arrived at Tianbao Tower. Inside the room was a single person, now dressed in a purple gauze dress, her face unveiled. "I am Yin Yuzhen, the shopkeeper of Tianbao Tower on Liuli Island." "Li Fan," he introduced himself. Yin Yuzhen chuckled lightly. "Uncle, you are indeed succinct. A mere mortal has little of significance to convey," Li Fan stated candidly. "Is the spirit communication body of no consequence in your eyes?" Yin Yuzhen regarded him with a smile that danced on the edge of mischief. "Oh, I am unfamiliar with what you call a spirit communication body," Li Fan replied, maintaining his composure despite the stirring curiosity within him. "Then how did you locate treasures amidst the vast ocean?" Yin Yuzhen questioned skeptically. "It was merely intuition," he retorted. "Still claiming you are not a spirit communication body?" Yin Yuzhen furrowed her brow, speaking through clenched teeth. Yet, seeing Li Fan's genuine ignorance, she reluctantly divulged the matter of the spirit communication body to him. "So, your sister is also a spirit communication body?" Li Fan narrowed his eyes. "How old is she now? What does she look like? Where was she 20 years ago? Where is she now?" Chapter 33. Sisters, both celestial beauties. Li Fan's barrage of seemingly nonsensical questions left Yin Yuzhen bewildered, unsure of his intent. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her complexion paled as she stared at him. "Could it be that you are our long-lost father?" But quickly, she dismissed the notion. "No, you bear no resemblance to us. Just curiosity," Li Fan replied, ignoring the girl's erratic reasoning. "Oh, I understand. Curiosity about one's kind is only natural." Yin Yuzhen nodded vigorously. Li Fan grew weary of explaining. With a sigh, Yin Yuzhen began. "We originally hail from Nightlon Island in the north. Our parents passed away when we were young due to calamities, leaving my sister and me to rely on each other. I remember we had to beg for our daily sustenance, often going hungry. But at some point, my sister began to find valuable items in various places, and our lives gradually improved. Eventually, she single-handedly established Tianbao Tower." Yin Yuzhen's eyes glimmered with nostalgia. "Unfortunately, I haven't seen her for several years." "Oh, where has she gone?" Li Fan inquired, frowning. 3 years ago, she was taken by a passing celestial master. Initially, she would send news through intermediaries, assuring us of her safety. But then, we lost all contact," Yin Yuzhen lamented, resting her chin in her hands. "Taken by a celestial master? Was she not taken to cultivate?" Li Fan questioned. Yin Yuzhen sighed. "If only that were the case. In a letter she sent back, using a code only we understood, she warned me that her situation was perilous. If she ceased to contact me, it would mean she might have encountered misfortune and advised me not to seek her." Li Fan was intrigued. Could it be that her spirit communication body has drawn trouble upon her? "That is the perplexing part," Yin Yuzhen admitted. "While the spirit communication body is indeed powerful, able to sense treasures within a certain range, its ability is limited. My sister is merely a mortal. The treasures she could sense would only hold value for mortals. To the celestial masters, they might as well be worthless scraps. Although some celestial masters recognized her talent, they ultimately did not regard it seriously. I cannot fathom why she was taken." Yin Yuzhen sighed again, her eyes glistening with sorrow. though my sister's fate seems dire. Her legacy endures. The Tian'ao Tower, which she toiled for most of her life to build, must not fall to ruin in my hands. She gazed intently at Li Fan. This is the reason I sought you today? Li Fan raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Yin Yuzhen continued, I do not possess my sister's extraordinary abilities. Since her disappearance, the business of Tianbao Tower has declined day by day. Moreover, I misjudged several items and failed to recognize them as forgeries, resulting in significant losses. The elders have grown increasingly dissatisfied with me, even considering uniting with outsiders to oust me and seize control of Tianbao Tower's assets. Fortunately, they still hesitate due to my sister's connection to the Celestial Master, which has thus far prevented them from taking action. So, I came to Liuli Island under the pretense of expanding our market, seeking to avoid the storm for a spell. I initially planned to develop my strength here for a few years and then return to settle scores, but unexpectedly, I encountered another spirit communication body. Yin Yuzhen appeared quite excited. With your assistance, I can surely regain control of Tianbao Tower. Why should I help you? Li Fan remained unmoved. I have no interest in your affairs. My sole ambition lies in cultivating immortality. Previously, you promised that if I helped you secure the fleet, you would assist me in obtaining a quota for the pure spirit pool. You have not gone back on that promise, have you? Yin Yuzhen seemed prepared for his response. Nodding. At Tianbao Tower, we have always prioritized integrity in business. What we promised, we will uphold. However, she paused, casting a cunning glance at Li Fan. But what? Li Fan's expression darkened. Yin Yuzhen smiled lightly. Even if you manage to enter the pure spirit pool, what then? Eliminating the toxins in your body is no simple task. Every year, only about half of those who enter the pool succeed. Moreover, the older one is, the higher the likelihood of failure. Uncle, you are not exactly young. Do you possess absolute confidence in your success? Each individual is granted but a singular opportunity to enter the spirit pool within their lifetime. Should one fail, they may bid farewell to the path of cultivation forever. I am acutely aware that the purification of the spirit pool does not guarantee success. However, with a 50% chance of success, it is certainly worth my endeavor. Yet, if I understand you correctly, Li Fan gazed at Yin Yuzhen, his eyes narrowing slightly. Indeed, the triumphant expression on Yin Yuzhen's face revealed her certainty that Li Fan would take the bait, along with my sister's final letter. There was also a pill, known as the dust cleansing pill. According to my sister's correspondence, consuming this pill significantly increases the likelihood of dispelling the miasma within one's body. If coupled with the spirit pool, even with your age, uncle, the chances of success are greatly enhanced. With such miraculous efficacy, why have you not consumed it until now? Li Fan could not help but inquire. Uncle, not everyone is as resolute as you in pursuing cultivation. My aspiration is to thrive in business and safeguard the Tianbao Tower left behind by my sister. Yin Yuzhen replied. Each person has their own ambitions. Li Fan nodded slowly. So, does this mean you agree, uncle? Yin Yuzhen looked at Li Fan with hopeful eyes. Allow me some time to contemplate. I shall provide you with an answer in 3 days. Li Fan pondered for a moment before refraining from an immediate agreement. Very well, then I shall await your news. Although Yin Yuzhen felt somewhat disappointed, she still nodded in acknowledgement. Farewell. I hope I have not misjudged this time. As Yin Yuzhen watched Li Fan's retreating figure, her expression turned serious, and she murmured softly. Throughout her dealings with Li Fan, Yin Yuzhen had consistently played the role of a younger, innocent girl. Her intuition suggested that Li Fan did not despise her demeanor. Furthermore, engaging with him as a junior would likely facilitate greater success in their endeavors. Unlike her sister, Yin Yuzhen, who possessed an innate ability to sense treasures, Yin Yuzhen had her own unique gifts. Apart from her sister, no one knew that since childhood, Yin Yuzhen had harbored a subtle premonition of fortune and misfortune. It was through their respective talents, Yin Yuzhen's spiritual physique and Yin Yuzhen's instinct for auspiciousness, that the sisters had managed to flourish together. Chapter 34. The efficacy of tranquility. Li Fan secretly investigated and confirmed that Yin Yuzhen was not deceiving him regarding the dust cleansing pill. Thus, 3 days later, he met with her again and acquiesced to her request. They agreed that prior to the opening of the spirit pool, Li Fan would assist Tianbao Tower in gathering a certain number of treasures at intervals. When the spirit pool opened, Yin Yuzhen would present the dust cleansing pill to Li Fan. To demonstrate her sincerity, Yin Yuzhen also produced the deed to the Tingyu Tower. With the agreement established, Li Fan accepted it without further hesitation. Consequently, Li Fan relocated once more. Tingyu Tower was situated in the bustling heart of Liuli Island, surrounded by vibrancy. Yet, its unique architectural design and verdant embellishments isolated it from the surrounding clamor. Though situated in a lively district, it felt as though one resided in a secluded mountain retreat. This juxtaposition of movement and tranquility was the essence of its name, Tingyu. The space of Tingyu Tower was several times larger than Li Fan's previous courtyard, and its interior, adorned with rockeries, lakes, flowers, and trees, required diligent maintenance. Once again declining the maidservants sent by Tianbao Tower, Li Fan personally hired several workers from the island to clean every 3 days. Yin Yuzhen found Li Fan's caution somewhat vexing. Fortunately, he remained diligent in fulfilling their agreed-upon tasks. During the year that Li Fan resided in Tingyu Tower, he completed 3 official sea voyages from Liuli Island, each time returning with several chests of treasures, which not only astonished the entire island, but also earned Tianbao Tower a fleet of ships. Subsequently, Li Fan accompanied the Tianbao Tower fleet on every voyage. By the end of the year, Tianbao Tower had amassed an impressive fortune, nearly equivalent to the total earnings of the previous 5 years combined. Moreover, he established a formidable reputation among the members of Tianbao Tower, who regarded him with both respect and awe. To them, Elder Li was not only immensely capable, able to lead them to treasures during their voyages. He was also astute and decisive. On one occasion, during a sea expedition, driven by greed for the treasures salvaged, several crew members conspired to murder and seize the riches. However, Elder Li had already sensed the disturbance and preemptively struck, executing them all and displaying their severed heads as a warning to others. Whispers among the crew suggested that perhaps those individuals had merely spoken carelessly in inebriation and would not have dared to implement their nefarious intentions. Yet, the mere possibility of such treachery was enough for Elder Li to act without mercy. Furthermore, the officials of Liuli Island, including the shopkeeper, praised Elder Li's actions, declaring that he had effectively safeguarded the island's assets. Even the islanders, upon learning of the events, condemned the would-be thieves as deserving of their fate, lauding Elder Li's decisive actions. Henceforth, no one in the Tianbao Tower fleet dared to harbor ulterior motives. All were cautious in Li Fan's presence, fearful of incurring his wrath. Li Fan, however, remained indifferent to the opinions of others. To swiftly gain full control over the fleet, employing some exemplary measures was essential. He simply did not possess the luxury to squander energy on mundane affairs. Throughout the year, whenever he found a moment of leisure, he diligently practiced the Xianhuang Changsheng mantra. This was not only due to its ability to dispel miasma, but also because Li Fan discovered something exceedingly gratifying. The progress of his Huanzhen charge was accelerating. Previously, the progress of Huanzhen could only increase naturally with the passage of time, achieving 100% every 20 years before reaching a capped limit of 200%. In his previous 9 lifetimes, Li Fan had attempted various methods to expedite this progress, yet none had yielded success. Having spent over a year in the cultivation world since departing from Dashuan, according to previous patterns, the progress should have been between 6 to 7%. However, to his astonishment, Li Fan found that the progress had reached an impressive 15%. The rate of progress had nearly doubled. Aside from the Changsheng mantra, Li Fan had not engaged with any other elements that could contribute to this acceleration. The only plausible explanation was that practicing the Xianhuang Changsheng mantra could indeed hasten the progress of Huanzhen, although he remained uncertain of the underlying principles. This did not hinder his relentless pursuit of cultivation. The display of the Huanzhen panel allowed him to witness every incremental advancement clearly, thus preventing him from losing motivation despite the repetitive nature of his training. In addition to the progress of his charge, Li Fan's age limit had also seen a notable increase. Name: Li Fan Realm. Mortal physical age: 4295. Mental age: 505. 1210. Huan Su charge progress: 15. Ding Ma charge progress: 51. Current anchor count: 1 bound items: Qianji Yuhuan gold seal, Taiyan boat, Jibu remnant steel, damaged. Time passed quietly as Li Fan immersed himself in his cultivation. Soon, only a year remained until the opening of the spirit pool. Liuli Island also announced the list of required materials for this occasion. At this moment, Li Fan was alongside the members of Tianbao Tower, scrutinizing this list. While most items were straightforward, he furrowed his brow at the mention of star, sea-flowing sand. After reviewing the list, he inquired, "What exactly is this star, sea-flowing sand?" Having worked at Tianbao Tower for a year, Li Fan had not returned empty-handed. He had gained a general understanding of the conventional ores and rare materials circulating within the Changsheng Sea. However, not only did Sun Zhang appear baffled, but even the shopkeeper Yin Yuzhen fell silent. All materials on the list were quite commonplace, except for this star sea flowing sand, of which they had no prior knowledge. It seems that the key to securing this quota lies in the star sea flowing sand, Sun Zhang remarked. I've been in business for over a decade and have never heard of such a thing, Yin Yuzhen mused, lightly tapping her fingers on the table. It appears we must inquire with the Wanhua Merchants Association. These individuals are insatiably greedy. It may cost us dearly, Sun Zhang sighed. The quota for the spirit pool is something I am determined to acquire, Li Fan stated solemnly. The Wanhua Merchants Association is not a local entity from the Changsheng Sea, but rather hails from a continent many thousands of miles away. The Chamber of Commerce is rumored to have the support of celestial masters, enabling it to effortlessly traverse the boundless seas and engage in commerce in the remote Cloud Sea. Since the connection between Yin Yuzhen and the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce was established over a decade ago, both parties have maintained a consistent trade relationship. It is precisely through the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce that Tianbao Tower has been able to swiftly liquidate the vast treasures salvaged by Li Fan, converting them into profits. With a year left for preparations, the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce is expected to pass through the Cloud Sea in 3 months. At which point I can reach out to them, stated Yin Yuzhen. However, we cannot place all our hopes on the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce. In the past year, Liuli Island has gathered numerous refugees from various islands, some of whom may be familiar with the Star Sea quicksand and could provide leads. Other factions on the island are also searching for the Star Sea quicksand, necessitating vigilance. If they make any discoveries, we must be ready to act, Li Fan decisively concluded. Chapter 35. The outcome is predetermined with the announcement of the materials required for the purification spirit pool. The surface of Liuli Island appeared tranquil, yet beneath it, currents of intrigue swirled. Even the ordinary folk, indifferent to the matter, were aware that the island's great powers were in pursuit of something called Star Sea quicksand. After conducting discreet inquiries without success, Li Fan was unexpectedly visited by a guest, Xiao Hong, a person he had encountered upon first arriving in the world of cultivation. Make yourself comfortable, Li Fan offered, pouring him a cup of tea. Xiao Hang surveyed Li Fan's current abode, his eyes filled with envy and nostalgia. What brings you here, young brother? Li Fan inquired kindly, having a favorable impression of Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong initially scanned the surroundings cautiously before leaning closer and whispering. I heard that Brother Li is also searching for Star Sea quicksand? Li Fan's gaze sharpened. Indeed. As I grow older, my path to cultivation relies solely on the purification spirit pool. Do you possess knowledge of this substance? Xiao Heng swallowed hard and nodded. Yes. When the celestial master descended upon Dali, he promised that gathering the necessary materials would grant passage for a group to the great world of cultivation. Among these materials is the Star Sea quicksand. Li Fan was taken aback, then expressed his confusion. Is that so? I have no recollection of this. Previously, he had inquired among the Dali group, all of whom claimed ignorance, hence his question. Xiao Heng's demeanor grew awkward when the announcement was made. Several items were already removed from the list, allocated as reserved quotas to the prominent families of Dali. The item my family needed to collect was precisely the Star Sea quicksand. Li Fan nodded slowly. Speak. What are your conditions? He asked directly. Taken aback by Li Fan's forthrightness, Xiao Heng's face flushed as he explained, You financially assisted in the burial of Changyu, which I consider a favor. I should not impose. But life on Liuli Island has become exceedingly difficult. I lack the capabilities of Brother Li and currently reside in a slum, toiling daily to make ends meet. Interrupting gently, Li Fan smiled. There is no need for excessive words. I understand your plight. I am determined to obtain this item, as long as you can provide leads. Feel free to state your requests, and I will do my utmost to fulfill them. Grateful, Xiao Heng replied. Then I thank you, brother. He paused, then remarked with a hint of melancholy. In truth, this item is not rare. It is merely the nomenclature of celestial masters that differs from ours. Of course, had the explanation of each material not accompanied the list, I would not have realized that the so-called Star Sea quicksand is simply meteorite iron. Li Fan pondered this revelation, then suddenly understood, Star Sea quicksand. So that is the case. But is meteorite iron sufficient? Are there any other specific requirements? Yes, indeed, Xiao Heng nodded vigorously, gradually detailing the specific conditions. Firstly, the meteorite iron must have an appealing appearance. Any rough surface would not suffice. Secondly, each piece must weigh no less than 50 pounds. Then, listening attentively, Li Fan committed every detail to memory. Once Xiao Heng concluded, he did not forget his promise. Now, what do you desire? Xiao Heng quietly requested. I simply wish for a modest home and a somewhat less demanding job. Naturally, having a few maidservants would be even better. Li Fan, having prepared for Xiao Heng's potential greed, was pleasantly surprised by his modest requests and chuckled, shaking his head. Who would have thought that the son of the southern town king would have such simple needs? Why not ask for a bit more? I have some influence at Tianbao Tower. Xiao Heng politely declined. I am well aware of my own limitations. Being well-fed and sheltered without excessive toil is already a great satisfaction for me. Sudden wealth could invite misfortune. Li Fan nodded, choosing not to press further. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Heng took his leave. Do you not have any intentions of cultivation? After all, you have endured countless hardships to reach this great world of cultivation. It would be a pity to leave without making the most of it, Li Fan suddenly asked as they parted. Perhaps another time. I have no interest in cultivation. That Xian Huangqing Xian Zhen puts me to sleep the moment I read it, and I have no idea how long it would take to dispel the miasma, Xiao Heng replied. Disinterested, departing without a backward glance. After sending off Xiao Heng, Li Fan hurried to Tianbao Tower. Upon finding Yin Yuzhen, he recounted Xiao Heng's insights regarding the Star Sea quicksand. Star Sea quicksand is merely meteorite iron. Is it truly that simple? Yin Yuzhen was taken aback. Can we trust this Xiao Heng? He likely speaks the truth, Li Fan affirmed. However, we must verify it. You mentioned that the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce would soon arrive at Liuli Island. We should ascertain the truth from them. That is an excellent suggestion, Yin Yuzhen concurred. If we can save a significant amount, that would be ideal. Regardless, we should discreetly procure the required meteorite iron now. Not many are aware of this item yet. But that will soon change. Furthermore, we must mix the purchase with other items to obscure our intentions and create confusion. Additionally, we can release false information about Star Sea quicksand in the market to further muddy the waters. Li Fan contemplated this and patiently advised. To secure the allocation for the purification spirit pool, meticulous planning is essential. You truly are remarkable, Yin Yuzhen remarked, her curiosity piqued by Li Fan's organized approach. What did you do before? She inquired. I merely taught others to read, Li Fan replied nonchalantly. Yin Yuzhen appeared skeptical. Very well. I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. I must return to my cultivation. Unless there is an exceptional circumstance, do not disturb me. Oh, and please attend to the matter I promised Xiaoan. Li Fan concluded, then departed from Tianbao Tower. Great fortune. How can it always be great fortune? Yin Yuzhen mused. Staring in the direction Li Fan had left, filled with confusion. Since her acquaintance with Li Fan, her premonitions regarding tasks assigned to him had consistently indicated auspicious outcomes. This had led her to believe her ability to avert misfortune was faltering. Before meeting Li Fan, she had never experienced such fortunate events. In contrast, when she once contemplated taking the Lichen pill to embark on the path of cultivation, she sensed impending peril. Foreseeing a treacherous journey fraught with danger, a clear sign of disaster. Chapter 36. A fortuitous discovery. Yin Yuzhen's intuition told her that by aiding Li Fan, she would undoubtedly reap boundless benefits in the future. Though uncertain of the achievements this uncle would attain, she chose to trust her instincts and do everything in her power to assist him. Thus, under Yin Yuzhen's direction, Tianbao Tower mobilized its resources to operate at full capacity. While collecting meteorites, in order to conceal their actions, a substantial quantity of entirely unrelated materials was procured simultaneously. Other factions within Liuli Island began to notice the unusual activities of Tianbao Tower and discreetly dispatched individuals to investigate. However, under Yin Yuzhen's meticulous preparations, they were unable to uncover any substantial evidence. Instead, following Li Fan's suggestion, Tianbao Tower disseminated a plethora of false information regarding the Star Sea sand. Sensing a possible deception, the other factions initially opted for caution. Yet, one particular group, driven by the notion of purchasing first and selling later, even if the rumors were false, began to acquire items related to the rumors in large quantities. Consequently, they too could not remain idle and joined the fray, leading to a sudden surge in prices across Liuli Island, giving rise to chaos. As the architect of this entire scheme, Li Fan remained quietly engaged in meditation within the Tingyu Tower. It was not until 3 months later that Yin Yuzhen finally made contact with a merchant from the Tianhua Chamber of Commerce. On that fateful morning, Yin Yuzhen and Li Fan departed Liuli Island aboard a small vessel owned by Tianbao Tower, heading north for several dozen miles to arrive at the agreed-upon maritime location. The ship was laden with goods for this transaction, filled to the brim. After the sun reached its zenith, they awaited the arrival of the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce. A small black dot in the sky rapidly enlarged. Upon closer inspection, Li Fan realized it was a flying boat. A flag fluttered above it, emblazoned with a prominent character for Wan. The flying boat appeared to be only half the size of a tie-in boat, approximately 50 meters in length. It soon hovered above them before gently settling on the water's surface. "Manager Ian, it has been a long time," boomed a hearty laugh from within the flying boat as it stabilized. Yin Yuzhen was gazing at Li Fan, hoping to see a look of surprise on his face. To her astonishment, Li Fan exhibited no reaction upon seeing the flying boat, as if he had long grown accustomed to such sights. Disappointed, yet increasingly curious about Li Fan, Yin Yuzhen turned to greet the merchant. "Wu, it has been 3 years since we last met, hasn't it?" She replied with a smile. "Time truly does fly," Wu remarked, already stepping onto the Tianbao Tower vessel. "And who might this be?" he asked, eyeing Li Fan with a smile. "He is an elder VE engaged at Tianbao Tower," Yin Yuzhen succinctly answered. Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, Wu wisely refrained from further inquiry. "Let us inspect the goods. After this encounter, it may be difficult for us to meet again," he added. Yin Yuzhen was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean by that? Is there some unforeseen circumstance?" Wu shook his head. "I am not entirely certain of the details. Just a few days ago, we received a sudden notification from headquarters that all merchants operating in the Zhongyun Sea must cease business and return promptly. If we hadn't already arranged this transaction, I would likely be on my way back now. Therefore, we must expedite this exchange." Yin Yuzhen felt a surge of panic. It was the backing of the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce that had allowed Tianbao Tower to flourish in Liuli Island. Now, with the Wanhua Chamber withdrawing from the Zhongyun Sea, what would become of Tianbao Tower's business? Could she ensure its survival? Why had her instincts failed to react this time? Her mind became a tumult of confusion, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Manager Yin?" Zhao, another merchant, called out, noticing her daze. Yin Yuzhen forced a smile and regained her composure. Stepping into the cabin to begin counting the transaction's goods: 16 pairs of jade discs, 23 pieces of coral, 46 luminous pearls. Li Fan led Zhao through the various items. Occasionally, Zhao would pick up an item, scrutinizing its quality, nodding in approval before gently placing it back down. 3 pieces of star sea sand. As they reached the center, Li Fan reported with an unperturbed expression. Zhao's face lit up with excitement as he hurried to the meteorite pieces, gently caressing them and flipping them over for a closer examination. Li Fan observed, recognizing that Zhao was no ordinary individual. Each meteorite weighed at least 50 pounds, yet in Zhao's hands, they appeared as mere playthings. After a moment, Zhao reluctantly set the meteorites down. "Manager Ian, it seems fortune smiles upon us this time, having collected such exquisite star sea sand," he declared. Li Fan and Yin Yuzhen exchanged relieved glances, confirming that Xiao Heng was indeed correct. Tianbao Tower had gained an advantage, acquiring a significant quantity of star sea sand. They should be able to secure a spot in the purification spirit pool. After this, there were no more valuable items, and Zhao expressed satisfaction with the goods provided by Tianbao Tower. Additionally, due to the likelihood of not meeting for a long while, he graciously invited Li Fan and Yin Yuzhen aboard the flying boat for a visit. Following a delightful feast, Zhao led them to the vessel's storage area. "These are items I have gathered from various islands within the Zhongyun Sea, some of which are priceless, while others remain a mystery to me. They simply appeared intriguing, so I purchased them. If you are interested, feel free to select a few," Zhao said proudly, surveying the multitude of treasures. Yin Yuzhen felt a surge of excitement. With her ability to attract good fortune and avert misfortune, this was akin to a mouse falling into a grain bin. Li Fan, initially uninterested, felt compelled to accompany her as she eagerly explored the array of items. "Only a stick of incense's worth of time," Zhao called out, seemingly excited by the activity. Yin Yuzhen, however, was oblivious to his words, her exhilaration propelling her through the storage. With thousands of treasures surrounding her, even with her skills, she was momentarily dazzled. Li Fan, on the other hand, felt a sense of ennui, casually picking up an item here and there before discarding them. Having traversed 9 lives and experienced 3 centuries, he had seen countless mundane treasures. Unless something pertained to cultivation, he held no interest. As he pondered, his hand brushed against an object, and suddenly his body froze. A notification from Changsheng flashed before his eyes. Rechargeable item detected. Would you like to recharge? Chapter 37. Wonders of the Sea. Li Fan examined the item in his hand with a calm demeanor. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary azure glass orb. But upon closer inspection, one could discern the radiant light swirling within, as if a piece of azure was gestating inside. Heavenly wonder, Songhai Pearl, initial. Where the sea departs, there the sea is born. Li Fan could scarcely believe his fortune at encountering such a heavenly wonder here, especially one that was still in the process of formation. Suppressing his excitement, he carefully placed the Songhai Pearl back in its original position, feigning indifference as he resumed his examination of the surrounding items. He did not glance at the Songhai Pearl again until Wu announced that time was up. Yuzhen emerged with a mix of regret and exhilaration, clutching several items. Aren't you going to select anything? It's rare for Wu to be so generous. Once this opportunity is lost, it won't come again, she remarked. Noticing Li Fan's empty hands, Wu chimed in, Manager is correct. Who would leave a treasure mountain empty-handed? That would be a slight against me. Li Fan mused that he was grateful for their encouragement. Otherwise, he would have had to suggest the same himself. Thus, he approached the vicinity of the Songhai Pearl, selecting a jade statue, and casually taking the Songhai Pearl as well. I'll take these too, he said nonchalantly. The statue resembled an ancient tree, and upon Wu's glance, he praised, Elder, you have an eye for quality. This ancient tree jade statue was uncovered from a lesser-known island in the northernmost part of the Zhongyun Sea. It has been venerated by a primitive tribe for thousands of years and possesses remarkable qualities. Placing it in one's home fosters tranquility and enhances health. Wu Xing walked around, lavishly praising the jade statue, but only cast a fleeting glance at the Songhai Pearl before dismissing it. Thanks to Wu Xing's enthusiasm, Li Fan clasped his hands, expressing his delight. And what about this? Li Fan inquired, toying with the Songhai Pearl. This, Wu Xing pondered for a moment before recollecting. I received it from a fisherman on Luyan Island. There's nothing particularly special about it. I merely thought it looked rather peculiar and decided to take it. Li Fan committed the name Luyan Island to memory and quickly changed the subject. What have you selected, Manager Yin? Wu Xing's gaze shifted to Yuzhen. Noticing the painting, a pair of jade bangles, and a gem she had chosen, he enthusiastically began to introduce them to the two. Li Fan listened half-heartedly, his thoughts distracted by the extraordinary Songhai Pearl. As the transaction concluded, the Tianhua Chamber of Commerce acquired a trove of treasures, while Yuzhen amassed a considerable fortune in gold and silver. Manager Yin, may our paths cross again, Wu Xing remarked with a touch of nostalgia as he piloted the Wanhuan vessel out of sight. On their return journey, despite her ample gains, Yuzhen could not shake the frown of worry from her brow. Are you concerned about the future business of Tianbao Building? Li Fan asked. Indeed, she sighed. Without the Tianhua Chamber of Commerce, we have lost a crucial sales channel. I fear our profits will significantly dwindle. Yuzhen lamented. Puzzled by the sudden withdrawal of the Tianhua Chamber from Yunhai, there will always be a way forward, Li Fan reassured her, though he could not conjure a solution and resorted to comforting words. Yuzhen nodded, though it was evident she was not truly reassured. Upon returning to Liuli Island, Li Fan bid farewell to Yuzhen and hurried back to Tingyu Building. After firmly closing the door, he took out the Songhai Pearl in his chamber. His initial intention was merely to verify whether the Xinghai Lusha was indeed meteorite iron. Unexpectedly, he had acquired this treasure, a delightful surprise. Gazing at the Songhai Pearl, he felt a surge of joy. Yet, he pondered its peculiar significance. In Li Fan's understanding, every extraordinary artifact represented a certain characteristic or principle of the world. The Qiulong branch symbolized the act of swallowing through small means. The Xiujian Dao Xian embodied unwavering willpower, capable of staving off corrosion. The Jibukan Bei was inscribed with decrees, commanding actions. What, then, warranted this small glass bead the name Songhai? Could it truly harbor an ocean within? Li Fan lifted the Songhai Pearl, entranced by its profound blue hue, his thoughts adrift. Regrettably, after hours of contemplation, he could not discern the Songhai Pearl's unique properties. Perhaps only an immortal cultivator could glimpse its mysteries. With a long sigh, Li Fan reluctantly tucked the Songhai Pearl away. Should he absorb it now? He hesitated for a moment, but according to the feedback from Haozhen, the Songhai Pearl was still in its nascent state. Absorbing it might only yield a mere 1 or 2 increase in charging progress. Better to wait until it fully matured before absorbing it. After all, it was already in his possession, and there was no fear of losing it. Eventually, Li Fan settled down from the excitement of acquiring this wondrous artifact and returned to his practice of the Xian Huangqing Xing. Days later, he was startled awake by a series of urgent knocks on the door. It was still dark outside. Who could be disturbing him at this hour? Cautiously, Li Fan retrieved a dagger, concealing it in his sleeve, and approached the door. "Who is it?" "Li Gu, it's me," came Xiao Heng's voice from outside. What could this fellow want at such an hour? Did he perhaps have issues with the residents at Tianbao building that I promised him? A flicker of doubt crossed Li Fan's mind, yet he opened the door and let Xiao Heng in. The young man's face was etched with anxiety and panic. "Sit down," Li Fan instructed. Once inside, Xiao Heng hurriedly exclaimed, "Li Gu, something terrible has happened. Our secret of smuggling from the outer realm has been exposed." "Who leaked the information?" Li Fan asked, taken aback. "We do not know. But now everyone on the island is aware that we are not the native inhabitants of the immortal cultivation world, but rather have crossed over via Tianbao building. It is said the immortal master is extremely enraged and intends to capture and kill us all. Some among us, terrified, have fled by boat overnight. The rest of us are at a loss for what to do. They all say that you must have a solution, so I rushed over to ask you." Xiao Heng explained breathlessly. After listening, Li Fan pondered briefly before chuckling softly. "Do not worry. This matter is not grave." Xiao Heng was taken aback. "Li Gu, what do you mean?" Li Fan smirked. "Do you think the authorities would notify criminals before executing them? If they truly intended to kill you, you would have already met your end without a chance to know about it, let alone escape and plot a countermeasure. Are you suggesting this is a deliberately leaked message to intimidate us?" Xiao Heng's confusion began to clear. "Indeed, I believe this matter is not aimed at us," Li Fan declared suddenly. "Their target is Tianbao Pavilion." Chapter 38. Finally entering the spirit pool without elaborating further to Xiao Heng, Li Fan assured him to remain at ease and promptly set off for Tianbao building. Yin Yuzhen was surprised by Li Fan's unexpected visit. After hearing his reasons for coming, she expressed her anger and explained the situation's background. It turned out that after months of investigation, the various factions on Liuli Island had finally uncovered that the Xinghai Lusha was indeed the meteorite iron from the heavens. However, when they sought to collect the meteorite iron, they discovered that Tianbao building had already cleaned out all the Xinghai Lusha within the island's waters. The previous chaos in the Liuli Island market had been orchestrated by Tianbao building. Tianbao building treats everyone like fools. In a fit of indignation, they approached the island master seeking an explanation. Naturally, Yin Yuzhen defended her actions, asserting that her conduct was merely legitimate business competition. The island master conceded that while her methods were somewhat extreme, the competition for quotas in the spirit pool was based on individual merit. And as long as they could gather the materials required by the immortal master, a few unorthodox tactics were permissible. Thus, the island master refrained from punishing Tianbao building and instead reprimanded those who had caused the disturbance. Yet these individuals could not accept this resolution, and a few days later, rumors began circulating on the island about Tianbao building secretly engaging in smuggling operations for mortals. The tales grew more outlandish, suggesting that the immortal master would soon hold Tianbao building accountable and execute its members. Li Fan could not help but ask, how serious is this situation? Will the immortal master truly hold them accountable? Yin Yuzhen frowned. That is precisely the troubling aspect of this matter. The severity of the consequences is uncertain. Assisting mortals in smuggling has never been explicitly prohibited, yet it carries certain taboos and cannot be conducted in the open. Moreover, a decade ago, an immortal master happened upon a smuggling operation and, in a fit of rage, executed all the mortals present. Since then, everyone has quietly engaged in this smuggling business under the radar. Li Fan's brow furrowed at this. So this matter could be significant or trivial, depending entirely on the immortal master's mood? Exactly. If the immortal master chooses to overlook it, then all is well. But if the immortal master is in a foul mood, then, Yin Yuzhen's words trailed off, her complexion paling. Li Fan fell into silence, recalling his initial encounter with Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi. To them, mortals were akin to ants, easily extinguished. It was no wonder that they would risk execution to engage in the smuggling trade. The profits must be exceedingly high. That is indeed the case, he sighed. The cost of a single smuggling operation often requires nearly a decade's worth of plundering from a small world to cover. Yin Yuzhen nodded, acknowledging the gravity of their predicament. It is precisely for this reason that some celestial masters cannot resist secretly joining in to seize a share of the spoils. These masters would never admit their involvement. When they interacted with us, they employed celestial arts to obscure their appearances. Moreover, they would ultimately take away a significant portion of the profits. At this point, Yin Yuzhen expressed her helplessness. Thus, this matter must be handled by our Tianbao Tower. Li Fan recalled the celestial master he met upon entering the world of cultivation, who was responsible for guiding those leaving the realm, and nodded thoughtfully. What sort of temperament does the celestial master stationed on Liuli Island possess? What is his stance on this matter? Li Fan inquired further. The celestial master of Liuli Island tends to remain reclusive, and I have scarcely seen him. Therefore, it is difficult to ascertain his attitude. However, based on his previous methods of dealing with mundane affairs, he is certainly not one to show mercy, Yin Yuzhen replied solemnly. After analyzing the situation in his mind, Li Fan let out a sigh. He understood that no matter how many schemes he devised, they would be futile in the face of absolute power disparity. Concerning such a time bomb-like unstable factor, Li Fan felt utterly powerless. A thought struck him as he remembered that a certain cabin on the Taiyin boat contained a considerable amount of celestial and mundane poison. If he were in the Dashuan realm, with thousands of death warriors at his disposal, perhaps he would stand a chance. Unfortunately, he swiftly quelled this dangerous thought. Let us set a time to meet. This matter should not be made too public, Li Fan suggested. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, Yin Yuzhen agreed. They merely want us to surrender some star sea sand. Since we have already gained the upper hand and collected enough, we might as well throw out a portion and let them fight amongst themselves. They will undoubtedly turn against each other soon enough. Li Fan snorted in disdain. There is no such thing as an unbreakable alliance in this world. 3 days later, Tianbao Tower met with various factions on Liuli Island and proposed the following demands. Tianbao Tower agreed to relinquish a portion of the star sea sand, but required the opposing parties to provide equivalent resources in exchange. Additionally, how the star sea sand would be distributed among the various factions would be determined by them. Finally, it was imperative to secure a spot in the pure body spirit pool for Tianbao Tower. The conditions were not overly harsh, and after some discussion, both parties quickly reached a reconciliation. After all, there were no deep-seated enmities. It was merely a matter of vying for a spot in the pure body spirit pool. Consequently, after paying a price of several pieces of meteorite iron, Tianbao Tower successfully extricated itself from this chaotic whirlpool. Almost on the same day, rumors regarding smuggling on the island vanished without a trace. Other factions, eager for the meteorite iron, began openly contending with one another, leaving Tianbao Tower free from scrutiny. Time flew by, and the day for the opening of the pure body spirit pool was fast approaching. After concluding the inventory of resources submitted by various factions, the spots for the upcoming pure body spirit pool were finally confirmed. There were a total of 13 spots, with Tianbao Tower securing one. With this significant matter settled, Li Fan couldn't help but exhale in relief. Once the spirit pool opened, he would be able to purge the toxins from his body and officially embark on the path of cultivation. This day had been long awaited. Thus, even with Li Fan's composure, he felt a surge of excitement. Name: Li Fan Realm. Mortal physical age: 4299. Psychological age: 505. 1299. Void charging progress: 121. Anchor charging progress: 51. Current anchor points: 1. Bound items: Qianjiyu 1 gold seal. Taiyin boat, stopping stone tablet, damaged. Li Fan gazed at the panel of, indeed, noting that after 2 years of transformation, his physical age had reached the limit of 99, showing no signs of further growth. His psychological age, however, continued to slowly rise due to his relentless practice of the Xian Huang Changsheng mantra. He wondered what changes would occur after the baptism of the spirit pool. The day for the opening of the spirit pool finally arrived. On this day, Li Fan consumed the dust-free pill given to him by Yin Yuzhen and, under the guidance of a designated individual, entered the central formation of Liuli Island. Chapter 39. The first lesson of cultivation among the 13 individuals entering the central formation, apart from Li Fan, all were youths in their teens. They had been instructed not to speak lightly and merely observe their surroundings with excited and curious eyes. The moment they stepped into the formation, the environment transformed dramatically, transporting them from the bustling island to a serene mountain landscape. Surrounding them were lush trees, vibrant greenery, and the constant melody of birds and insects. In the distance, peaks rose and fell, enveloped in mist. A gentle breeze rustled through, creating a soothing sound that echoed like waves. Li Fan and the others found themselves at the foot of a mountain. Looking up, the summit was shrouded in thick clouds, veiled from sight. The group ascended the ancient stone steps, climbing for 2 straight hours without pause. These youths possessed remarkable stamina and climbed without breaking a sweat. In contrast, Li Fan, being older and having not exercised for some time, was drenched in sweat, struggling to keep pace. After another hour of climbing, they finally reached the mountain's peak. The summit was merely a small clearing, where the group stood somewhat crowded. This peak was the highest among the surrounding mountains, and as they looked around, they were greeted by a vast sea of clouds. The wind howled, and the clouds rolled, occasionally revealing mountain tops that resembled islands. Having grown up over the ocean, these youths had never witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle, leaving them all in awe. For Li Fan, however, this view was nothing extraordinary. He squinted up at the sun and noticed that despite being in the formation for much of the day, the sun's position remained unchanged, suggesting some form of illusion. "What do you think of this scenery?" Suddenly, a voice rang out among them. The youths were startled but quickly composed themselves upon recognizing the celestial master. They bowed in greeting. Li Fan followed suit. The newcomer was naturally the celestial master who guarded Liuli Island. He appeared to be around 30 years of age, clad in blue robes, with kind eyes and a warm smile, exuding an amiable aura. Seeing that this celestial master did not seem as intimidating as the legends portrayed, one brave youth ventured to speak. "The scenery here is truly magnificent. It is indeed a celestial paradise. I have never witnessed such extraordinary sights. It stirs my heart." Master, he smiled and nodded, but his next words rendered the young men silent. "When I first arrived at Liuli Island, this peak was merely a lowly hill, far beneath the clouds." The youths were taken aback by Master He's statement, and after a moment of silence, one finally praised, "The celestial master's abilities are truly incredible. You can raise mountains." Master He chuckled softly, "I am but a humble foundational cultivator. How could I possess such power?" The youth who had flattered him turned crimson and bowed his head in embarrassment. The others exchanged glances, uncertain of the meaning behind Master He's words. Li Fan, however, gazed thoughtfully at the numerous peaks within the sea of clouds. "Do you know that mountains, like people, can gradually rise in height?" Master He continued, no longer being cryptic. The youths were left dumbfounded, their faces painted with disbelief. Is it truly so? Could it be that these mountains and rivers are living entities? Although the notion that mountains could grow was astonishing, coming from a lofty celestial master, the youths chose to believe it, though their faces paled as they struggled to accept the idea. Master He then added, "Some peaks may appear towering, yet their destinies are exhausted, never to rise further. Conversely, some may currently be mere knolls, yet possess boundless potential. Who knows, in a few years, they may become towering pillars of the sky. Just like this Shaowei mountain beneath our feet, it was inconspicuous in the past, yet in just a few decades, it has become a sight to behold, dwarfing all others. Certainly, much like the countless peaks beneath the sea of clouds, many may serve throughout as mere adornments, silently gazing up at the towering mountains above the clouds. If mountains are thus, what of humanity? Today, you are fortunate to step into the spirit pool, cleansing yourselves of the miasma. Whether you can embark on the path of immortality or anticipate future achievements depends entirely on your own fortune." Observing the bewildered and hazy expressions of the youths, Master He sighed. "Regardless of what the future holds, today demands your utmost effort. With that, you may depart." "Master He, may I inquire where this spirit pool is located?" Some youths, though not fully comprehending Master He's words, understood well enough that they were finally allowed into the spirit pool. Retaining the essence of youth, they eagerly inquired. "Right over there," Master He replied nonchalantly. The crowd turned to where he pointed, which revealed a sheer cliff at the mountain's peak. "Is the master jesting?" A youth could not contain his astonishment and exclaimed. Master He's expression shifted, with a cold huff, without any visible movement. The youth's head was severed and fell to the ground, his body collapsing with a thud. Blood sprayed forth, splattering those nearby. This sudden scene left the youths dumbfounded. Some, gripped by fear, wished to scream but stifled their cries, trembling and pale. Others collapsed in fright, while a few immediately knelt, bowing in apology to Master He. Let this serve as another lesson. In your future cultivation, perspective is vital. You must discern who can be offended and who cannot, what can be said and what cannot. Weighing your words carefully. Do not wait until your demise to blame me for not warning you today. Master He transformed from his previous amiable demeanor to a cold observer of the youths. Li Fan witnessed this spectacle, observing the varied reactions of the young ones. Realizing that Master He's lesson would leave a profound impression. Not only the youths, but Li Fan himself found wisdom in Master He's words, bowing deeply in sincere acknowledgement. He then turned and approached the mountain's edge. Before him lay a precipice. A misstep would lead to certain demise. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Li Fan stepped forward. Instead of plummeting, the vast sea of clouds seemed to respond, swirling and converging beneath him, securely holding him aloft. As he steadied himself, Li Fan stepped out again, enveloped by the rolling white clouds, soaring into the depths of the cloud sea. Master He, observing Li Fan's retreating figure, murmured, a remarkable temperament, yet alas, too old. Chapter 40. Serendipity breeds extraordinary achievements. The youths watched as Li Fan ascended like a cloud, suddenly enlightened, realizing that Master He's words held neither deceit nor exaggeration. Feeling a twinge of shame, those who enter the spirit pool first will receive more of its essence. Hurry along. Master He's expression softened as he addressed the youths. Thus, they rushed eagerly toward the sea of clouds. Surrounded by thick clouds, Li Fan felt disoriented. The surrounding white mist continually gathered, becoming denser. In an instant, it coalesced into a white essence, enveloping Li Fan. Within this essence, he felt no suffocation. Rather, he experienced an overwhelming warmth and comfort, akin to a fetus in the womb. Gradually, Li Fan's spirit relaxed completely. A gentle, soothing breath flowed over his skin, penetrating through his pores and into his being. His body and soul felt as though they were immersed in warm water, nearly prompting a contented sigh. However, the warmth transformed into searing heat, then into scalding intensity, ultimately becoming a fiery torment. Caught off guard, Li Fan let out a wail. In that moment, he lost control of his body, feeling a molten stream of heat wreaking havoc within him, tearing through every nerve. This agony was unbearable, and instinctively he wanted to cry out for help. But he restrained himself. 300 years of relentless pursuit culminated in this moment. No matter what, I shall not relent. I yearn for immortality. Though Li Fan's consciousness shattered under the excruciating pain, a singular resolve sustained him, preventing his collapse. The heat coursed through him in an endless cycle, each iteration deepening the destruction and pain. Eventually, the torment reached a level beyond description, akin to being endlessly cleaved by blades. Even with an indomitable will, Li Fan found his resistance gradually waning. Slowly, his consciousness began to drift, dissipating into nothingness. Yet even at this juncture, his fervent desire kept him anchored, preventing him from succumbing to despair. His thoughts faded into the void. Immortality, purification, the spirit pool, Liuli Island, the wonders of heaven and earth. In this state of instinct overtaking self-awareness, the Xian Huangqing Xian mantra, which Li Fan had diligently practiced since arriving at Liuli Island, began to operate naturally. As the mantra flowed, his consciousness felt as though it had found a solid anchor, gradually coalescing and strengthening. Though still in a state of ignorance, he stood firm against the tempest, unyielding like a rock by the sea. 3 days passed. Among the 13 who entered the spirit pool, 12 emerged. Of those, only 4 succeeded in purging the miasma from their bodies. The remaining 8 could not withstand the torment and failed. As for the solitary figure yet to emerge, that was naturally Li Fan. He Jinghao sensed the faint yet potent aura within the spirit pool's formation, growing increasingly astonished. As the one overseeing the formation, he was acutely aware of the excruciating pain endured when expelling the miasma, which had been intertwined with the mortal blood since conception. The spirit pool formation, crafted by one of the leaders of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, Dongji Tianzuan, employed a method of thorough bodily destruction to expel the miasma, subsequently using regenerative power to rebuild the body. This process was repeated until the miasma was entirely eradicated. The older one was, the more difficult the separation became, necessitating multiple cycles of destruction and reconstruction to completely expel the miasma. The pain endured was unimaginable. Having presided over the formation on Liuli Island for over 50 years, He Jinghao had witnessed the oldest individuals barely succeed at 31. For someone of Li Fan's age, he believed success to be utterly unattainable. Yet now, Li Fan's performance far exceeded his expectations. The steadfastness of this individual's will was astonishing. If he succeeded in purifying himself, reaching the foundation stage would surely be no challenge, even the golden core. He Jinghao's gaze flickered. Perhaps I can forge a favorable connection early on. He decided to send the others out of the formation first, remaining to await Li Fan alone. Another 3 days passed, and He Jinghao gazed at the still absent Li Fan, astonished and momentarily speechless. Had he not sensed Li Fan's stable life force within the formation, he would have rushed in. Yet, the spirit pool formation could not be arbitrarily interrupted, and thus he could only continue to wait. 3 more days elapsed. He Jinghao's expression grew grim. He could scarcely fathom what sort of anomaly could endure within the spirit pool formation for such an extended duration. To make matters worse, the materials sustaining the formation were running low. Insufficient materials will inevitably lead to the abrupt cessation of the formation, which may provoke unforeseen consequences, potentially nullifying all prior efforts. Logically, even if the formation were to halt at this moment, it would merely signify bad luck for Li Fan, having no bearing on He Jinghao. However, contemplating Li Fan's formidable and unwavering will, He Jinghao's expression shifted dramatically. So be it. Let it be a gamble on this young man's future greatness. With that, He Jinghao gestured with his hand, and item after item flew from his storage ring, vanishing into the depths of the cloud sea. Fortunately, I always managed to discreetly reserve a portion for myself, He Jinghao lamented, observing the now significantly depleted state of his storage ring. 2 days later, the tumultuous cloud sea gradually calmed. The white clouds danced joyfully, escorting Li Fan back to the mountain peak. Scanning with his consciousness, He Jinghao noted that the miasma within Li Fan had dissipated, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Congratulations, young friend. The shackles are now gone, and immortality is within reach. He Jinghao exclaimed warmly. Feeling an unprecedented vigor in his body, Li Fan was still acclimating to his entirely new form. At this moment, he noticed the sudden shift in He Xianshir's demeanor, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Although he had rid himself of the miasma, he had yet to formally embark on cultivation and remained an ordinary mortal. Why was He Jinghao treating him with such courtesy? Li Fan gazed at He Jinghao with a questioning expression, understanding his unspoken thoughts. He Jinghao revealed that Li Fan had spent a full 8 days in the purification spirit pool. What? I was in there for so long. Li Fan was genuinely astonished. Indeed, my young friend, you were unaware that the materials for the formation were nearly depleted. I made a significant investment to replenish them for you. He Jinghao took pride in his own contributions. Li Fan felt a profound stirring within. It was not merely due to He Jinghao's selfless act, but because he discovered that his panel had inexplicably acquired a new technique. It was not the Xian Huang Qing Xian Zhou he had previously practiced, but rather the Xian Huang Lian Xian Zhou. Chapter 41. Sitting on the mountain to reap the rewards after expelling the miasma from his body. Li Fan's panel underwent a remarkable transformation. Name: Li Fan Realm. Mortal physiological age: 42 120 psychological age: 505 205 3 void filling progress: 121 anchoring progress: 51 current anchor points: 1 bound items. Qianji Yu Huan Jin Zhang. Tai Yin Zhou. Jibu Kan Bei. Damaged. Technique. Xian Huang Lian Xian Zhou. His physiological age limit had surpassed the century mark, and it appeared to be on an upward trajectory. What delighted Li Fan even more was the psychological age limit, which had nearly doubled, reaching over 2,000 years. Such results could not possibly stem solely from the purification spirit pool. Could it be the mysterious emergence of the Xian Huang Lian Xian Zhou? As for why the Xian Huang Qing Xian Zhou had transformed into the Lian Xian Zhou, Li Fan was equally bewildered. In the purification pool, he had nearly lost consciousness due to unbearable pain, leaving him unaware of subsequent events. Nevertheless, now was not the time for detailed examination. Li Fan steadied his mind and clasped his hands in gratitude towards He Jinghao. I shall not forget the grace of my master. I will repay it handsomely in the future. This was precisely the response He Jinghao had anticipated, and his tone became increasingly benevolent. What are you saying, young friend? The path of immortality is fraught with challenges. I merely did what I could to assist. He produced a book and handed it to Li Fan, after expelling the miasma. You must begin to sense the spirit energy of the world and draw it into your body. If you can condense even a single strand of spirit energy within you, it will signify your entry into the qi refining stage, at which point you may officially be called a cultivator. This Wuling Gan Qi Fa is a compilation of experiences from predecessors regarding the sensing of spirit energy. You must study it diligently. He then retrieved a square talisman and solemnly presented it to Li Fan. This is the Li Chun talisman. You must carry it with you before drawing energy into your body. Once Li Fan had safely stowed these 2 items, He Jinghao elaborated. Although you have expelled the miasma, it is not a permanent solution. You still reside in the mortal realm, interacting with ordinary people daily and over time. It is inevitable that you may become reinfected by the miasma. This Li Chun talisman will help shield you from its influence, but its effect is temporary, lasting only about 5 years. However, given your talent, breaking through to the qi refining stage within that time should not prove particularly difficult. He Jinghao smiled. Once you reach the qi refining stage, you may come to the island to find me, and I shall lead you to our Wanxian alliance base in this vast cloud sea, Wanxian Island. Upon your arrival, you will be able to select appropriate techniques and continue your cultivation. He Jinghao meticulously conveyed various precautions for the process of drawing energy into the body, which Li Fan committed firmly to memory. Once all matters were addressed, Li Fan, being perceptive, took his leave. I hope this endeavor yields fruitful results, he thought to himself as he departed. Watching Li Fan's retreating figure, He Jinghao mused aloud. He then surveyed the mountain peak beneath him, shaking his head. Potential has been fully tapped. It is time to seek a new mountain. With that, he soared into the cloud sea, sweeping the billowing clouds into his sleeves with a flourish. Gazing down at the undulating mountain ranges, He Jinghao selected the peak with the highest potential for growth in the coming century. The technique He Jinghao practiced was known as Washanju. Its primary characteristic was to sit on the mountain and enjoy its fruits. By choosing a peak and sitting upon it, he could operate the technique over several years, merging his essence with that of the mountain. Subsequently, with every increment in the mountain's height, his cultivation would be reciprocally enhanced. Conversely, should he miscalculate and the mountain's elevation remain stagnant, it would result in a significant waste of years of cultivation. In addition to benefiting from the mountainous growth, he could also gain advantages from aiding others. For instance, by assisting Li Fan. If Li Fan were to break through to the qi refining stage in the future, He Jinghao would receive a corresponding boost in his own cultivation, akin to the idea that when one achieves enlightenment, their companions also rise. The mountain's elevation would elevate the trees upon it. The growth of giants would likewise uplift the treasures within their sleeves. Naturally, in contrast to mountains, the conditions for assisting others were less stringent. There was no need to bind oneself to a single individual, allowing for broader outreach. However, the extent of future rewards would be proportional to the initial investment made. Thus, when encountering promising juniors, He Jinghao never hesitated to lend them a helping hand. Upon exiting the central formation of Liuli Island, Li Fan returned stealthily to the Tingyu Tower without disturbing anyone. After expelling the miasma, Li Fan indeed felt a significant difference compared to before. It was as if he had regained a decade of youth. His vision and hearing had improved remarkably. He could even faintly sense the pure energy flowing throughout the world, omnipresent. Is this what spirit energy feels like? Li Fan's heart brimmed with joy. Once he draws energy into his body, he would become a qi refining stage cultivator. He was eager to commence uninterrupted cultivation day and night. Yet before that, he needed to examine the inexplicably acquired Xian, Huang, Lian, Xian Zhou. After searching his mind, he found no new operational methods. Therefore, Li Fan began his cultivation following the methods of the Xian, Huang, Qing, Xian Zhou. As he commenced, he quickly discerned the distinction between the Lian, Xian Zhou and the Qing, Xian Zhou. Previously, practicing the Qing, Xian Zhou often required nearly half an hour to calm his mind and eliminate all extraneous thoughts. However, upon initiating the Lian, Xian Zhou, in mere moments, Li Fan felt as if his heart was a clear mirror. It was as though a colossal grinding wheel had emerged in his mind, continuously absorbing and pulverizing distractions into nourishment that strengthened his spirit. Having practiced the Qing Xian Zhou for 3 years, Li Fan had not noticed any other benefits aside from the observable changes on his panel. Yet, with the Lian Xian Zhou, he could distinctly feel his mental acuity enhancing with every passing moment. Although the increase was minuscule, it was indeed progress. Li Fan was filled with inexplicable delight, followed by a cascade of questions. Why did the Xian Huang Qing Xian Zhou, commonly used in the cultivation world to dispel miasma, transform into this extraordinary Xian Huang Lian Xian Zhou within his experience? The art of cultivation cannot be practiced simultaneously. So does the heart refinement spell qualify as a cultivation technique? With his current understanding of the cultivation world, Li Fan finds himself unable to arrive at a definitive answer. Yet, he senses that a tremendous secret lies hidden within. In the future, he must seize the opportunity to investigate further. Li Fan reflects inwardly. Having almost crossed the threshold into the realm of cultivators, and now he has unexpectedly acquired the wondrous heart refinement spell. This fills him with a sense of elation. However, not long after, he receives a letter that shatters his self-satisfaction into fragments. Changsheng has successfully drawn energy into his body and has already departed for the island of 10,000 immortals. Chapter 42. Celestial beings cannot coexist. I have no interest in cultivation, Changsheng had claimed, and Li Fan could vividly recall the expression on his face at that moment. How could it be that so little time has passed, and he has already expelled the miasma from his body, directly breaking through to the qi refinement stage? Li Fan is left in a state of shock and confusion. He reads the letter from Changsheng several times, and then goes out to inquire further, reluctantly accepting the reality. It turns out that although Li Fan had earnestly reassured him that the rumors of smuggling on the island were aimed at the Tianbao building, Changsheng had still felt anxious and unable to sleep after returning home. With closed eyes, he envisioned terrifying scenes of celestial masters descending from the heavens to slay all those from the mortal realm. For several days, Changsheng remained in such a state. After much contemplation, he finally resolved that in order to sleep peacefully and to become a cultivator free from daily fears, he must diligently practice the heart purification spell. To his surprise, once Changsheng committed himself, his progress in cultivation was astonishingly rapid. With the aid of medicinal supplements, he managed to completely expel the miasma from his body in under a month. Subsequently, he felt the spiritual energy of the world swirling around him like a sentient being, drawing him into a profound state of fascination. After a blissful slumber, he successfully drew energy into his body. Initially, he hesitated to believe that he had become a legendary celestial master. However, upon attempting to engage intimately with a maid in his household, and suddenly experiencing a pang of anxiety that led him to inadvertently strike her dead, Changsheng finally recognized that he had indeed become a cultivator. Celestial beings and mortals must remain forever apart. Though he had reached the qi refinement stage, Changsheng was utterly bewildered about what to do next. He desired an audience with the celestial master guarding Liuli Island. Unfortunately, at that moment, Yi Jinghao was occupied with the purification array of the spirit pool and could not be disturbed. Changsheng had no choice but to return home and wait patiently. When Li Fan finally emerged from the spirit pool, Yi Jinghao was available, and Changsheng was at last able to meet him. Upon hearing of Changsheng's experiences, Yi Jinghao conducted a thorough investigation and confirmed that Changsheng had spoken the truth. Initially overjoyed, he then struck his thigh in regret. After a moment, he composed himself and eagerly prepared to escort Changsheng to the island of 10,000 immortals. Changsheng requested to bid farewell to his friends, and Yi Jinghao naturally agreed. Thereafter, Changsheng said his farewells to everyone from the mortal realm before floating away. As for Li Fan, Changsheng had initially intended to visit him. However, he understood Li Fan's dedication to cultivation, having succeeded in purifying his body only after over 3 years. Furthermore, not long ago, he had explicitly told Li Fan of his disinterest in cultivation. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had become a cultivator in the qi refinement stage. Changsheng felt uncertain about how to face Li Fan and feared that his sudden appearance might disturb him. Thus, he left a letter to be delivered instead. Grateful for Li Fan's repeated assistance, he wrote that he would await him on the island of 10,000 immortals, promising to repay Li Fan in due time. The achievements of today are all thanks to your support, brother. I have heard of your success in expelling the miasma, and surely you will soon break through to the qi refinement stage. I will proceed ahead and await your arrival on the island of 10,000 immortals. On the day we meet, should you have any requests, I would face any peril without hesitation. With a bow, Heng expressed his respect. Li Fan set aside Changsheng's letter and exhaled slowly. Is this the legendary prodigy? Achieving a breakthrough to the qi refinement stage without any assistance, merely through sheer happenstance? He could even sense the world's spiritual energy affectionately surrounding him. Although Li Fan had long understood that cultivators possess varying degrees of aptitude, he also recognized that his own talent was not particularly high. Yet, the feeling that such a genius exists so close to him is indeed disheartening. It seems Changsheng's concerns were not without merit. Had he truly appeared before me just after I had successfully expelled the miasma, I might have found my mental state unbalanced. Li Fan could only manage a wry smile. Yet, it was merely a slight imbalance. He knew well that his reliance had never been on innate talent, but rather on the countless opportunities for rebirth that Zhen had bestowed upon him. With Zhen in hand, he held confidence that he could surpass any genius. Yet, the process might be lengthy, requiring careful planning over multiple lifetimes. As the heart refinement spell circulated, Li Fan's chaotic thoughts gradually settled. He opened the 5 elements energy absorption technique gifted by He Zhenghao and began to study it meticulously. The text described that in ancient times, there existed the notion of spiritual roots. In that era, only mortals endowed with spiritual roots could cultivate. There were ordinary roots corresponding to the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as rare roots of attributes such as thunder, wind, and darkness. Those with singular roots tended to experience rapid cultivation in their early stages, easily mastering the corresponding techniques. In contrast, those with multiple roots faced slower progress, often exhausting their energy without significant results. However, if a prodigy emerged with multiple roots, they could excel in all aspects, often surpassing those with single roots of the same realm. Yet, these were merely tales of old. In the ancient cultivation world, the unity of heaven and man was paramount. Spiritual roots were a divine gift, and only those favored by the heavens could perceive the laws of the world, thus earning the right to ascend to immortality. Yet how many mortals exist? Only a handful possess spiritual roots. The vast majority can only yearn for the path of cultivation from afar, which seems profoundly unjust. Fortunately, in ancient times, there were celestial masters who imparted teachings. The 5 elements energy absorption technique records that the celestial master, harmonizing with heaven and earth, faced countless mortals who yearned for the impossible and imparted the path to longevity. The celestial master proclaimed, "If I wish to become immortal, why must I seek the heavens? If heaven does not provide, I shall take it for myself. To align with heaven is to remain mortal. To oppose heaven is to attain immortality. A mere mortal, aspiring for longevity, need not seek unity with the heavens, but should strive against them." Thus, the celestial master established a doctrine and expounded upon his path, which is still followed by cultivators today. The path of immortality is: absorb the essence of heaven and earth to command its energy. Utilize the wonders of heaven and earth to build a foundation. Observe the laws of heaven and earth to refine the elixir. Seize the essence of heaven and earth to form the primordial infant. Extract the marrow of heaven and earth to attain the spirit. Sacrifice the soul of heaven and earth to unite with the path. Contradict the principles of heaven and earth to attain longevity. With a thud, the 5 elements energy absorption technique fell to the ground. Li Fan, trembling, picked it up, unable to conceal his astonishment. The methods of cultivation in this world were entirely different from what he had anticipated. In fact, they were somewhat terrifying. No wonder. Since he first encountered cultivators in this world, he had felt a strange sense of foreboding. The heavenly laws seemed to harbor immense malice towards cultivators. Whether it was the prohibition against simultaneous cultivation of spells, or the eerie phenomena of cultivators illuminating the sky for thousands of miles after death, or the strange miasma within mortals that posed a severe threat to cultivators, all hinted at this truth. Now, after his exposure to the cultivation world, the enigma had finally been unraveled. To contradict the principles of heaven and earth to attain longevity, Li Fan murmured softly, exhaling a long breath. Chapter 43. Solidifying the roots of heaven and earth. The descriptions of the celestial path within the 5 elements energy absorption technique increasingly sent shivers down Li Fan's spine. Prior to the golden elixir stage, the teachings seemed relatively normal: absorb the essence of heaven and earth, utilize the wonders of the world, and observe the laws of nature. However, as one reached the primordial infant stage, the tone shifted dramatically towards the grotesque. Seizing the essence of heaven and earth, extracting the marrow, sacrificing the soul, culminating in the ultimate contradiction of heavenly principles. Merely reading these phrases sends chills through one's spine. The heavenly path is exalted, nurturing all things. The cultivation practices of these cultivators are akin to rebellion against the heavens, an act of profound defiance. What does this signify? Do the cultivators not comprehend? Alas, this method of cultivation leads to rapid advancement. The texts record that ever since the immortal sovereign imparted his teachings, a considerable number of previously untrained mortals have risen to prominence in just a few decades. Cultivators of golden core, nascent soul, and spirit transformation emerged in droves, akin to bamboo shoots after a rain. The flourishing of the cultivation world at that time was indeed remarkable, with golden cores plentiful and nascent souls common as dogs. Yet, those who adhered to the ancient methods of cultivation, upon witnessing their levels surpassed effortlessly by mere mortals, How many could still maintain their integrity and refrain from adopting the immortal sovereign's approach? Thus, the ancient methods gradually declined, supplanted by the new. A millennium after the widespread adoption of these new techniques, the cultivation realm reached its zenith. Unfortunately, as the natural order dictates, what flourishes must eventually decline. Countless cultivators, like ravenous wolves, indiscriminately plundered the resources of heaven and earth. Even the increasingly frequent heavenly tribulations could not suppress the ever-growing number of cultivators. Eventually, the day arrived when the retribution of the heavenly path descended. The world underwent a tremendous upheaval, and calamity struck. Henceforth, the cultivation methods could no longer be practiced in tandem. The once prosperous cultivation realm was struck as if by a devastating blow. In their desperate quest for survival, cultivators became embroiled in endless slaughter against one another. For an extended period, the cultivation world bore an air of desolation and decay, only gradually recovering over the course of several thousand years. Presently, the cultivators have grown accustomed to the malice of the heavens. They have drawn lessons from the past and established a new order of cultivation upon the wasteland left by the Great Calamity. With the historical background of the current cultivation realm laid out, the subsequent content of the book delves into the 5 spirits breathing technique. Should an ordinary person, free from miasma, find it challenging to draw in energy, they can nurture their own 5 spirits, forcibly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thus refining it to break through into the chi refinement stage. The term 5 spirits refers to the innate 5 emotions of humanity: greed, fear, rage, hatred, and self-importance. These 5 emotions lie hidden within the human heart, inexhaustible and eternal. The 5 spirits breathing technique utilizes these emotions as fuel to cultivate the root of heaven and earth within the dantian. This root connects the cultivator's dantian to the cosmos, and once formed, the cultivator can draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through it for their own use. In contrast to the ancient methods of cultivation, which relied heavily on innate talent, the 5 spirits breathing technique emphasizes stability. Those with exceptional talents can cultivate their root of heaven and earth in merely a day and a night, embarking on the path of cultivation. Even those devoid of any innate talent can, through diligent practice over a span of up to 10 years, form their own root of heaven and earth. Having mastered the method of drawing in energy, Li Fan secluded himself at home daily to practice the 5 spirits breathing technique. Despite having mentally prepared for a potentially arduous journey, after 3 long years, Li Fan had still not succeeded in drawing in energy. He was keenly aware of his own cultivation aptitude, average, neither a genius nor particularly lacking. The current predicament must be attributed to other factors. The Xianyuan heart refining spell. Truly a double-edged sword. Li Fan felt a sense of helplessness. This 5 spirits breathing technique required the 5 emotions as fuel to facilitate the formation of the root of heaven and earth. However, practicing the Xianyuan heart refining spell caused Li Fan to accumulate very little of these 5 emotions. Even when he did not intentionally operate the heart refining spell, it instinctively shattered the negative emotions swirling in his mind. It was akin to carrying a heavy burden, severely slowing his progress. Li Fan had attempted to draw in energy without relying on the root of heaven and earth, but he lacked the innate talent of Xiaohong. The external spiritual energy seemed to completely disregard him. Without guidance from others and relying solely on his own exploration, Li Fan had no confidence in how long it might take to succeed in drawing in energy. Thus, he resolved to diligently employ the 5 spirits breathing technique to break through to the chi refinement stage. While his progress was slow, it was steady. Time was something Li Fan had in abundance. During the initial phase of these 3 years, He Jinghao had occasionally sent someone to inquire about Li Fan's cultivation progress. However, after realizing Li Fan had made little advancement, such visits ceased. As for the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, thanks to Li Fan and Xiaohong, although they no longer had the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce as a backing, their business on the surrounding islands had actually improved. No one wished to offend a merchant house that might have connections to an immortal master, so they endeavored to avoid conflicts with the Wanbao Pavilion. Consequently, the Wanbao Pavilion thrived over the past 3 years, expanding its market with great vigor. Yin Yuzhen became increasingly confident, eager to reclaim control of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's headquarters on Yilan Island. Li Fan's interest in worldly matters was sporadic at best. Most of his focus was dedicated to nurturing the root of heaven and earth. Regrettably, this was not something that could be rushed. Li Fan estimated that barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would require around 2 more years to succeed. Having been cooped up at home for an extended period, one day, Li Fan felt an urge to venture outside. Without alerting anyone, he donned a new outfit, placed a felt hat atop his head, and made his way to the marketplace of Lily Island. Compared to 3 years prior, it appeared unchanged. The sounds of bargaining, calls to attract customers, and the laughter of children echoed all around him. In this lively atmosphere, Li Fan felt a long-lost sense of humanity. His mind, previously parched like a withered sapling, blossomed with thoughts. In that single moment, the progress of his route of heaven and earth surpassed what he might have achieved through 3 days of solitary cultivation at home. Li Fan suddenly realized that for the average cultivator, seclusion and focused practice are essential, as they do not lack the 5 spirits that serve as fuel. However, Li Fan's situation was unique. With the heart-refining spell constantly operating in his mind, these distractions transformed into powerful nourishment for enhancing his spirit. The 5 spirits breathing technique, evidently inferior to the Xianyuan heart-refining spell, could only capture a small fraction of this energy. At present, he could not alter this circumstance. To hasten the formation of his root of heaven and earth, he needed to increase the daily influx of distractions in his mind. Clearly, mere seclusion would not suffice. He needed to engage with the world. Having grasped this truth, Li Fan felt a surge of joy. Perhaps he would not need 2 years to enter the Qi refinement stage after all. The Elder? At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice called from behind him. Turning around, Li Fan recognized the speaker after a brief pause. It was none other than Zhang Haobo, the captain of the Tsangyuan ship from Liuli Island, with whom he had a brief encounter in the past. Chapter 44. Entering the Qi refinement stage, Zhang Haobo regarded Li Fan with a mixture of reverence and delight. He had heard that Li Elder had shed the miasma and would soon be revered as a respected immortal master. Naturally, he felt both awe and fear upon seeing him. "Ah, it is you." Li Fan had a favorable impression of this individual and smiled warmly. "It has been several years since we last met. How have you been?" Zhang Haobo, not daring to be negligent, candidly replied, "Thanks to Li Elder, our fleet has been quite prosperous in recent years, especially with your voyages returning immense treasures. We've attracted many young people eager to join our ranks. Our status on the island has also risen significantly, leading to envy from countless others." As he spoke, Zhang Haobo hesitated, seemingly struggling to find the right words. "But, go on," Li Fan encouraged him to continue. "Well, the brothers on the Tsangyuan ship have been discussing leaving Liuli Island. I too have this vague inclination." "Oh," Li Fan expressed surprise. "Where do you intend to go?" "To be honest, we haven't decided yet," Zhang Haobo admitted, a hint of apprehension in his tone. Li Fan's interest was piqued. "If life is good, what prompts such thoughts of departure?" Zhang Haobo scratched his head. "I fear you may laugh at me for this, but I have felt an unsettling sense of unease." "Unease? Elaborate, please," Li Fan urged. Zhang Haobo fell silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts. After some time, he glanced around and spoke softly. "To be candid, we've encountered various strange occurrences during our recent voyages." "Such as?" Li Fan inquired. "On our last few trips, we would often catch thousands of pounds of fish in a single net, consistently filling our holds. 9 out of 10 nets would yield similar results. And every type of fish was included. Isn't that a good thing?" "Good things are indeed good. Yet I have been fishing at sea for over a decade and have never encountered such occurrences before." A flicker of confusion and fear crossed Zhang Haobo's eyes, as if all the fish in the ocean were fleeing, congregating together. "And what else?" Li Fan pondered for a moment before continuing to inquire. "My brothers and I have lived on Liuli Island since childhood and are quite familiar with the reefs surrounding it. However, we have recently noticed an increase in the exposed rocks around the island," Zhang Haobo said with a serious tone. "Are you implying that the water level is dropping?" Li Fan suddenly grasped the situation. "Water levels have fluctuated annually, but this year's changes appear rather unusual. The brothers are quite concerned." Zhang Haobo added, "We reported this matter to the Liuli government a month ago, but they seemed indifferent, dismissing it as a routine change in water levels." Zhang Haobo supplemented, "There is another matter that has further troubled us. Over the past 3 years, there have been no storms whatsoever. This is not just the case around Liuli Island. The entire Tsangyuan Sea has been the same. We have communicated with various fleets from other islands, and there is no doubt about it. Storms have vanished from the Tsangyuan Sea for 3 years." Zhang Haobo, fearing Li Fan might not believe him, hastily reiterated, "What this means is uncertain." Li Fan remained silent. "Storms have never ceased since my birth. There have been years with over 10 storms, and even in lean years, there were still 2 or 3. For decades, this has been the norm. Yet now, an entire 3 years have passed without a storm. Some on the island applaud, attributing it to the protection of a celestial master. My brothers and I, however, do not share this perspective. This is too abnormal. Undoubtedly, something significant is about to occur, Zhang Haobo asserted. Perhaps it is merely a sign of hotter weather to come, Li Fan mused, attempting to offer comfort. The island is protected by a great array, and there is a celestial master stationed here. Even if something were to happen, we should be able to cope. Elder Li's words hold merit, and many aboard the ship share this sentiment. Yet I cannot shake this sense of unease. I find it impossible to rest easy, Zhang Haobo sighed. Thus, I have resolved to leave the Zhongyun Sea. His gaze gradually grew resolute. Seeing this, Li Fan could only respond. Leaving one's homeland is no trivial matter. It requires careful consideration. Zhang Haobo nodded in agreement. Li Fan ceased further discourse, bidding farewell to Zhang Haobo before wandering through the market for the remainder of the day, ultimately returning home. Upon reflection, it seemed Zhang Haobo was not merely a worrywart. The myriad signs indeed suggested that something unusual was afoot in the Zhongyun Sea. Perhaps a colossal storm is quietly gathering strength, or perhaps a severe drought is subtly taking shape. However, none of this is particularly alarming. After all, Zhang Haobo is merely a mortal. When disaster strikes, he has no means of self-preservation and can only leave it to fate. It is natural to feel anxious and fearful. On the other hand, Li Fan has already stepped onto the threshold of becoming an immortal. As long as he can break through to the Qi refinement stage, he can journey to Wanjian Island, where immortals congregate, rendering such disasters a concern of little consequence. Even if a calamity arises that even immortals cannot contend with, worrying would be futile. Therefore, what Li Fan needs to focus on now is diligently practicing the 5 spirits breathing technique. Oh, I should inform Yushin at Wanbao Tower to prepare in advance. This brief interlude soon passed, and Li Fan continued his dedicated training. Time flowed by, and another year had elapsed. 6 months prior, Zhang Haobo ultimately chose to depart the Zhongyun Sea with some of his brothers aboard the Songyuan ship. This decision stirred quite a commotion on the island, and people began to worry. However, the ensuing 6 months remained tranquil, with no signs of disaster. And thus the matter became a subject of jest. Yushin finally accumulated sufficient strength and returned to Yilan Island, spirited and invigorated, reclaiming her position as the head of Tianbao Tower after navigating various challenges. With Yilan Island stabilized, numerous trivial matters required her attention. To guard against treachery, Yushin must remain on Yilan Island for the next few years and cannot return. She only sent someone to bring Li Fan the good news. He Jinghao has not sent anyone to visit either. In his eyes, Li Fan's nearly 4 years of effort to cultivate qi has evidently reached its limit, and he is no longer worth the expenditure of his attention. Xiao Heng occasionally sends letters inquiring about Li Fan's well-being. It is said that Xiao Heng has progressed rapidly and is now at the mid-qi refinement stage. Amidst the tumult of the world, Li Fan observed like a passerby, patiently focusing on his cultivation. One day, a thought sparked within Li Fan. Having amassed a sufficient amount of 5 spirits fuel, the roots of heaven and earth were finally taking shape. A shadowy figure appeared within Li Fan's dantian, and in an instant, he sensed a subtle yet profoundly intimate connection with heaven and earth. Like a water wheel drawing water from a river to irrigate parched fields, strands of spiritual energy flowed gently through the roots of heaven and earth into Li Fan's dantian, quickly spreading throughout his body. In the 7th year of his cultivation journey, Li Fan finally entered the qi refinement stage. Chapter 45, Transmitting to Wanjian Island. Upon stepping into the qi refinement stage, Li Fan felt a tremendous transformation within himself. Spiritual energy surged and circulated within, silently rejuvenating his somewhat weary physique. The fine wrinkles on his face vanished, and his skin regained its smoothness. A long-lost vitality surged within Li Fan, as if he had returned to his youth, brimming with boundless energy. Rejuvenation had significantly enhanced his constitution. Most importantly, Li Fan could now finally harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Threads of spiritual energy danced under Li Fan's command, morphing into various forms. Alas, he could only manipulate the energy instinctively for now. To utilize it more efficiently, corresponding spells would be necessary. After experimenting for a while, Li Fan dispersed the energy in his hands, directing his focus to the Zhun panel before him. Name: Li Fan Realm. Early Qi Refinement Physiological Age, 47,199 psychological age, 510-2169 upon breaking through to the Qi refinement stage. Li Fan's lifespan limit now reached a maximum of 199 years. The five spirits breathing technique had once mentioned that while the lifespan of cultivators far exceeds that of ordinary people, it has been considerably curtailed compared to ancient times. The lifespan of a Qi refinement cultivator does not exceed 200 years. As for a foundation establishment cultivator, they may only live an additional 100 years before facing their demise. Only by achieving the golden core and grasping the laws of heaven and earth can one greatly extend their lifespan to around 500 to 600 years. In contrast to his physiological age, his psychological age hardly increased. After all, he had already significantly extended it through cultivating the Xian Wang mind refining spell. So Li Fan felt no particular surprise. Next, Li Fan took out the Qianji Yuhuan golden seal from the Taiyin boat. He had long obtained this nascent soul technique from Ko Hong, but due to a lack of spiritual consciousness, he had been unable to examine it until now. It had always lingered in his thoughts. Now that he had finally reached the Qi refinement stage, Li Fan was eager to discover its contents. Qianji Yuhuan Golden Seal. A nascent soul technique, current practitioners, 0. As he held the jade slip, the description of the technique naturally manifested within his mind. Li Fan understood that this was also a change that appeared due to the great calamity of heaven and earth, where immortals could not cultivate simultaneously. As he sensed the jade slip with his spiritual consciousness, an instant later, a torrent of words and images surged into Li Fan's mind. During his first reading of the jade slip, Li Fan felt somewhat unaccustomed, as if his mind were being forcefully filled with too much information, causing a dull ache in his temples. Fortunately, his spiritual consciousness was considerably stronger than that of the average Qi refinement cultivator, and he quickly adapted, returning to normal. He then calmed his mind and meticulously reviewed the technique. After a long while, Li Fan finally gained a general understanding of its content. The Qianji Yuhuan Golden Seal is a technique practiced by the ancient Tianji sect. In ancient times, the principle of harmony between heaven and humanity was emphasized. The Tianji sect believed that all things in heaven and earth possess their own thoughts, akin to humans. Such thoughts are often imperceptible. However, just as a person harboring murderous intent exudes a murderous aura, heaven and earth also occasionally emit a hint of their own aura. Heaven manifests its deadly intent, resulting in the decay of all things and the shifting of stars and their abodes. The earth, too, reveals its lethal nature, leading to the transformation of seas into mulberry fields and the emergence of dragons and snakes upon the land. By capturing and refining the myriad energies of heaven and earth, one may return to the source, achieving a state of resonance and unity with these forces. The Qianji Yuhuan Jinzhong is a method of sensing and refining these energies for personal use. Upon mastering this technique, one can not only harness the lethal intent of the universe to harm others, but also extrapolate and predict the future through the flow of energy. This method is formidable, yet fraught with peril. The will of heaven and earth is immensely vast. Even a mere thread of its energy can exceed the power of a cultivator by hundreds or thousands of times. To recklessly engage with it can lead to grievous harm, or worse, result in the unwitting assimilation into the will of the cosmos, becoming a mere puppet. Thus, the ancient heavenly mechanism sect refrains from refining the energies of heaven and earth, opting instead for various alternative methods to cultivate their own lethal intent, drawing vitality from the awakening of all things in spring, and sensing energies from certain spiritual entities within the universe. By gathering countless energies and concealing oneself, they aim to obscure the heavenly mechanisms and sense the will of the universe. Theoretically, if one reaches the pinnacle of this practice, they may merge with the cosmos and embody the Tao. Regrettably, this remains a mere theory. In practice, even with shortcuts, mastering the Qianji Yuhuan Jinzhong is an arduous endeavor. The ancient sect has endured for millennia, with countless cultivators attempting to master this technique. Yet the highest achievement has only reached the nascent soul stage. This was true in the past, and the current realm of cultivation, rife with malicious intent, is even more treacherous. Nevertheless, with the assistance of Huanzhan, Li Fan need not worry excessively about the risks associated with this technique. After a moment of contemplation, Li Fan decided not to rush into mastering the technique. He would first visit Wanxian Island to assess the current state of the cultivation world before making a decision. Thus, he made his way to the central formation of Liuli Island, intending to seek an audience with He Zhenghao. Upon arriving at the formation's periphery, he discovered several attendants had been waiting for him. Guided by the attendants, Li Fan soon stood before He Jinghao. This place was no longer the towering peak from before, but rather an unremarkable hill nestled among the mountains. He Jinghao sat in a small pavilion atop the hill. I sensed a disturbance in the spiritual energy of the island, and I knew it must be your breakthrough, He Jinghao remarked with a look of satisfaction. Though it took some time, you have nonetheless succeeded, Haven Tiyu. I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed elder, Li Fan replied modestly. It was merely a trivial effort, He Jinghao chuckled, feeling the increased cultivation within himself. Have you come to seek passage to Wanxian Island? Indeed. I am free of worldly concerns and can depart at any moment, Li Fan confirmed with a nod. Very well. Then follow me. In an instant, He Jinghao appeared before Li Fan and grasped his shoulder. Do not struggle. Li Fan felt He Jinghao's voice beside him and relaxed the protective energy surrounding him. He was lifted into the air, soaring upwards with remarkable speed, swiftly passing through the sea of clouds to the mountaintops. Guide. He Jinghao gestured with one hand towards the undulating mountains below. Moments later, countless peaks emitted beams of white light, converging before He Jinghao to form a colossal sphere of light. Open, he commanded, raising his hand skyward. The sphere accelerated sharply, shooting straight up in the direction indicated by He Jinghao, forming a pillar of light that pierced through the heavens and struck the sun above. The surface of the sun twisted and then split in two, creating a portal in the midst. Let us proceed. Chapter 46. The Celestial Treasure. The heavenly mirror, a low hum echoed in Li Fan's ears, and the scenery before him spun chaotically, obscuring his vision. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure. The first time using a teleportation array tends to be disorienting. You will soon become accustomed to it, He Jinghao casually explained. Li Fan nodded silently, observing his surroundings. They appeared to be in a vast plaza, at the forefront of which stood a monumental statue of a long-bearded elder wearing a high crown. Beneath the statue, the plaza was filled with thousands of stone figures of various sizes and shapes, all gazing up in reverence at the elder. The teleportation array Li Fan had emerged from was situated before one of these statues. This is the Law Transmission Plaza, established to commemorate the Immortals' teachings. Every outpost of the Wanxian Alliance contains such a plaza, He Jinghao elaborated, recalling the scene described in the Five Spirits Sensing Technique, where the Immortal imparted wisdom to all beings. Li Fan gazed at the statue for a long while, nodding silently in acknowledgement. Flying is permitted on Wanxian Island. However, do not exceed the height of the Immortal's statue. Otherwise, you will provoke the Wanxian array's defenses, which could swiftly lead to your demise, even for a nascent soul cultivator. He Jinghao warned solemnly. Li Fan felt a chill run down his spine and committed the warning to memory. While flying is not forbidden on the island, I advise against it unless necessary. Many cultivators, including formidable golden core and nascent soul experts, gather here. If you fly above them, you may inadvertently draw their ire, and they could easily eliminate you without recourse, He Jinghao continued, sharing essential precautions as they walked together. After a short while, they traversed a naturally formed corridor woven from vines and entered a verdant, tranquil grove. In the clearing stood a massive, ancient mirror, through which hurried cultivators passed, seemingly bound for unknown destinations. This mirror is the heavenly mirror of our Wanxian Alliance. Legend has it that before the Immortals' teachings, it was merely an ordinary mirror. However, after reflecting the Immortals' form, it developed a semblance of consciousness and began to cultivate like any other practitioner, evolving from a mundane object into the celestial treasure it is today. Most matters concerning cultivators in the Wanxian Alliance are managed through this mirror. It is said to harbor a grudge, so be cautious with your words, He Jinghao advised in a hushed tone. Then, He Jinghao led Li Fan into the mirror. Upon entering, they found themselves in a solitary space devoid of other cultivators, as if suspended in the void, surrounded by nothingness and darkness. This individual is a newly initiated cultivator, here to join our Wanxian Alliance, He Jinghao announced, pointing to Li Fan. Introducing a Qi refinement stage cultivator, credited with medium-level achievements, equating to 50 contribution points. Current total contribution points, 920. A voice echoed in the space, and He Jinghao remained unfazed. Li Fan pondered this revelation as He Jinghao received the contribution points with visible satisfaction. Now that you have reached this point, I can rest easy. Feel free to inquire about anything. The heavenly mirror will provide detailed answers. I must attend to my duties on the island, so I cannot linger. With that, He Jinghao departed, leaving Li Fan alone in this enigmatic realm. A faint light flickered in the surrounding darkness before extinguishing, recording consciousness fluctuations. Establishing independent space. Cultivator, please state your name. A peculiar voice resonated. Li Fan, he replied. Cultivator Li Fan, welcome to the Wanxian Alliance. As a welcome gift, you will receive 20 contribution points. You may use these points to exchange for spiritual stones, techniques, treasures, and more. Contribution points can be acquired through providing resources, completing tasks, or trading. Additionally, if you encounter problems beyond your ability to resolve, you may spend contribution points to issue a bounty. Your current total contribution points, 20. As a newly initiated cultivator of the Wanxian Alliance, you are entitled to a complimentary 30-day stay within the Wanxian Mirror. After this period, you shall be required to pay a contribution fee to extend your residence, which amounts to 10 contribution points for every additional 30 days. Alternatively, you may opt to use your contribution points to purchase your own cave dwelling on Wanxian Island. The Wanxian Mirror tirelessly conveyed the essential knowledge of life within the Wanxian Alliance to Li Fan. If I find it untenable to remain within the Wanxian Alliance, may I choose to depart and join the Five Elders Association? Li Fan inquired after a prolonged silence. The Wanxian Mirror abruptly ceased its discourse, as if grasped by an unseen hand. After a brief pause, it resumed, stating, once one has joined the Wanxian Alliance, joining the Five Elders Association is no longer an option, and vice versa. Should one contravene this rule, they will face joint retribution from both factions. Li Fan fell silent, pondering the implications. It seems I have yet to formally agree to join your esteemed Wanxian Alliance, correct? The Wanxian Mirror responded. Upon entering the Wanxian Mirror and having your consciousness recorded, it is deemed as a voluntary admission to the Wanxian Alliance. Li Fan continued. Can I disengage from the Wanxian Alliance and choose to remain a wandering cultivator without joining the Five Elders Association? The Wanxian Mirror fell silent once more. After some time, it replied, yes. However, should you choose to leave, all items acquired during your time in the Wanxian Alliance will be forcibly reclaimed. Please deliberate your choices carefully. Can gold and silver be exchanged for contribution points? Li Fan asked. Indeed, please refer to the exchange list for specific details, came the response. Li Fan, with unwavering curiosity, continued to pose questions to the Wanxian Mirror. Eventually, he ceased his inquiries. I have no further questions for the moment. The Wanxian Mirror replied, very well, cultivator. Should any new queries arise, feel free to summon me at any time, or you may consult the information through your consciousness. The space fell silent once again. As Li Fan manipulated his consciousness, the dark void transformed into an ancient room, adorned in a manner reminiscent of his previous abode within the Daxian Grandmaster's estate. He touched the decorations and items within the room, noting their striking resemblance to reality, indistinguishable from the genuine article. The Wanxian Mirror is indeed a remarkable treasure. Li Fan mused silently. Through his recent inquiries, he had gained a foundational understanding of the Wanxian Alliance. Upon accessing the cultivation method exchange menu, Li Fan discovered that even the simplest qi refinement techniques required a staggering 1,000 contribution points. As he perused the task list, filtering for missions suitable for early-stage qi refinement practitioners, he found that the rewards ranged merely from 5 to 10 points. A sense of inexplicable emotion began to stir within him. You have received a new visual communication. Please check promptly. The voice of the Wanxian Mirror suddenly announced again. Li Fan was taken aback. He had only recently arrived on Wanxian Island, yet someone was already sending him a message. Upon opening it, a somewhat familiar figure materialized, Changsheng. He appeared remarkably different from the last time Li Fan had seen him, dressed in a flowing white robe, his long hair cascading elegantly, exuding an ethereal aura. Brotherly, you have finally arrived. Changsheng exclaimed with a smile. I am grateful for your previous kindness on Liuli Island. I have long harbored a sense of indebtedness, especially after departing abruptly upon my breakthrough to the qi refinement stage, which added to my guilt. It is only upon arriving at Wanxian Island that I realized the scarcity of cultivation methods in today's cultivation world. Newcomers to the Wanxian Alliance often require 1 to 2 years to accumulate sufficient contribution points to exchange for qi refinement techniques. I was once in the same situation. Fortunately, as one's strength increases, the means to gain contribution points also expand, and the situation gradually improves. Throughout my cultivation journey, I have encountered numerous fortuitous events. A year ago, I just broke through to the mid-qi refinement stage, Yet now I find myself facing yet another bottleneck. I intend to venture to the center of the Zhongyun Sea, to the ruins of the Yun Sui Tiangong, in search of rare celestial treasures to establish my foundation. Such treasures are elusive. My journey may take several years before I return. Before my departure, I have left you a water attribute technique. Given that Zhongyun Sea's abundant water energy, this technique is particularly easy to cultivate and possesses considerable power. Brotherly, I implore you to practice diligently. It is best not to leave the island until you have reached the mid-chi refinement stage. Upon my return, I shall certainly share a drink with you. Xiao Heng's figure gradually faded, leaving behind a jade slip titled Xiao Yin Water Decision, a chi refinement technique with no current practitioners. Upon inspecting it, Li Fan noted that the technique was incomplete, covering only up to the mid-chi refinement stage. Even so, it required a hefty 800 contribution points to exchange within the Wanxian mirror. Li Fan felt a warmth in his heart. After all, his assistance to Xiao Hong had been minimal, merely providing a decent resting place on Liuli Island after burying Su Changyu and offering accurate information regarding the Star Sea Sands. Yet Xiao Hong had cherished this small kindness, holding it dear even as he surpassed Li Fan in cultivation. This demonstrated Xiao Heng's commendable character. Of course, part of this sentiment might stem from their shared identity as exiles. Regardless, Li Fan took note of this. He was not one to forget a kindness. Accompanying the Xiao Yin water decision was another small jade slip, the Taishang Primordial Classic, which Li Fan had previously heard about from Ko Hong. This technique allows practitioners to disperse their cultivation without significant loss of progress, making it essential for every cultivator in the current realm. With the Xiao Yin water decision and the Qianji Yuhuan Golden Chapter, supplemented by the Taishang Primordial Classic, Li Fan swiftly made a decision. He would outwardly cultivate the Xiao Yin water decision to maintain discretion while secretly practicing the Qianji Yuhuan Golden Chapter. Naturally, it would be prudent to find an excuse to begin this secret practice after departing from Wanxian Island. Though the Wanxian mirror might not pay heed to a mere early Qi refinement cultivator, caution is always wise. As Li Fan embarked on his journey in the cultivation world, he found himself woefully uninformed about many matters and needed to fill the gaps in his knowledge. Fortunately, the Wanxian mirror offered free access to information on common knowledge. Thus, he spent several days immersed in the Wanxian mirror, voraciously absorbing relevant information. The Zhongyun Sea Atlas detailed the geography, specialties, and history of the islands within the Zhongyun Sea. Preliminary considerations for cultivation outlined crucial aspects to consider before formally practicing any technique after entering the Qi refinement stage, including the basic applications of consciousness and the manipulation of spiritual energy. The four essential elements of cultivation introduced the indispensable components of cultivation: techniques, wealth, companions, and dwellings, emphasizing the rarity and significance of techniques in the current cultivation landscape. It sternly warned young cultivators against indiscriminately revealing their cultivation methods to others, lest they invite unimaginable calamities. The secret history of ancient cultivation narrated from a first-person perspective the journey of an outer disciple of the ancient Tao sect, detailing how he overcame various trials to become an inner disciple, a true transmission disciple, a Daozi, and ultimately the sect leader. The Wanxian Mirror Shopping Guide listed several items that cultivators should prioritize exchanging for, such as storage rings and protective garments. Li Fan devoted 7 or 8 days to thoroughly reading these free texts. However, his eyes soon fell upon more enticing tomes like Introduction to Formation Techniques, Fundamentals of Alchemy, Basics of Refining, and Catalog of Treasures in the Cultivation World, all of which required substantial contribution points for exchange. As a newcomer, Li Fan found himself financially constrained and resolved to defer those aspirations for the time being. Seizing the opportunity during his remaining free stay in the Wanxian Mirror, Li Fan began cultivating the Xiao Yin water decision. He had quickly recognized the advantages of practicing within the Wanxian Mirror by consuming contribution points. He could activate the mirror's auxiliary cultivation mode. In this mode, the concentration of spiritual energy within the Wanxian Mirror would increase several-fold compared to the outside world, rivaling that of premier cave abodes. Moreover, it could be transformed into the corresponding attributes of spiritual energy required by cultivators, providing an inexhaustible supply that allowed for uninterrupted practice without concern for shortages. Moreover, the celestial mirror bestows the practitioners engaged in internal cultivation with an awakened state. In this state, their comprehension significantly enhances, rendering their training practices considerably easier. Having expended 10 contribution points, Li Fan exchanged for a day of assisted cultivation. With a substantial influx of spiritual energy, he diligently practiced the minor transformation water technique. Soon, he felt the celestial mirror's augmentation of his cultivation speed. The spiritual energy seemed to compress and accelerate, naturally converging towards Li Fan's body. The obscure phrases within the technique became instantly comprehensible, as if he had previously mastered them. The spiritual energy commenced its inaugural circulation along the prescribed path of the technique, flowing with unparalleled smoothness, as if it had undergone countless cycles before. This extraordinary state of cultivation almost led Li Fan to believe he was a prodigy of celestial talent. The act of cultivation transformed into sheer enjoyment, and he became utterly absorbed in it. Before long, the day passed swiftly. As the time elapsed, Li Fan abruptly emerged from that remarkably fluid state of cultivation. Upon resuming his practice, he profoundly sensed the disparity. The cultivation speed during the assisted mode was over 30 times that of his solitary efforts. This stark contrast nearly compelled Li Fan to exchange for another day. However, upon gazing at his remaining 10 contribution points, he forcibly restrained himself. Such a treasure rightfully belonged to him. A surge of greed welled up within Li Fan's heart. Chapter 48. The Extinct Glazed Pearl. Regrettably, Li Fan could only indulge in such thoughts for now. The celestial mirror was a treasure of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, foundational in nature. Far beyond the reach of a mere chi refining stage practitioner like Li Fan, it was more pragmatic to accept tasks and earn contribution points. Suppressing his avarice, Li Fan opened the contribution task list, filtering for low-risk tasks suitable for the chi refining initial stage. At a glance, the list was filled with menial errands and trivial tasks, most rewarding merely 1 or 2 contribution points. Moreover, these tasks often vanished shortly after their appearance, indicating that Li Fan was not the only one vying for them. After removing the low-risk condition, several new tasks emerged. These tasks typically required travel to various islands within the Cloud Sea to accomplish certain objectives. However, due to their dealings primarily involving mortals, these tasks did not necessitate combat, and thus bore relatively low danger. The rewards for these tasks ranged around 5 to 10 points. Additionally, utilizing the teleportation arrays of the 10,000 Immortals Island also required contribution points, deducting 1 point for each use. After accounting for the 2 points required for round-trip travel, the net reward for a task was scant. Earning sufficient contribution points to remain within the celestial mirror while periodically cultivating proved to be a formidable challenge. Although the acquisition of contribution points would become increasingly effortless with the enhancement of one's strength, the contribution points necessary to activate the assisted cultivation mode would also escalate correspondingly. Thus, Li Fan remained in pursuit of contribution points. Furthermore, the exchange of techniques similarly demanded a significant amount of contribution points. Li Fan suddenly comprehended why the celestial mirror had introduced this assisted cultivation feature. Any practitioner who had experienced that extraordinary cultivation mode would find it exceedingly difficult to resist the temptation to try again. Furthermore, when considering the time spent, accumulating contribution points to activate assisted cultivation would yield a faster overall cultivation progress compared to solitary, arduous practice. Techniques, resources, assisted cultivation. The 10,000 Immortals Alliance had indeed grasped the practitioners firmly. While contemplating this, Li Fan continued searching for tasks suitable for him. Earning contribution points was secondary. His primary goal was to find an opportunity to retrieve the Tai Yin boat concealed within the Xinjiang. The Tai Yin boat harbored a considerable amount of gold, silver, and jewels, as well as a unique artifact, the Stopping Fragment Monument, which would undoubtedly yield substantial contribution points. As for why he did not simply release it on the 10,000 Immortals Island, he was not foolish. Doing so would directly reveal to others the existence of his extraordinary treasure. Li Fan believed that every inch of land on the 10,000 Immortals Island was under the vigilant gaze of the celestial mirror. Should he attract unwanted attention, it would lead to trouble. Though the Xinjiang could transform reality into illusion, it required his conscious control. If a formidable being intervened and immobilized his consciousness, preventing him from thinking, he would be utterly powerless, at the mercy of others. Even if there was a slight chance of such an occurrence, Li Fan would not dare to take the risk. Moreover, judging by the celestial mirror's displayed prowess, it was evident that such powerful beings existed in the current cultivation world. Regardless, caution and prudence were Li Fan's foremost principles. At that moment, Li Fan suddenly spotted several familiar words among the tasks. Glaze Island. His heart leaped with joy as he promptly accepted the task. He then carefully examined the task details. It turned out that the glazed pearls, a specialty of Glaze Island, had been completely depleted. According to regulations, the next submission would not be due for another 6 months. The alchemical demands were pressing, prompting the alchemy chamber to issue a commission, seeking individuals to travel to Glaze Island and procure a minimum of 20 glazed pearls. The rewards would depend on the quality and quantity of the pearls. Li Fan had heard of the glazed pearls since his arrival at Glaze Island. They occasionally formed within the bodies of glazed fish. However, he was unaware of which elixirs they were used to concoct. Nevertheless, this task was perfectly suited for him. After spending 5 contribution points to purchase the smallest storage ring for concealment, Li Fan wasted no time and exited the celestial mirror, heading straight for the transmission square. Retracing his steps, he arrived at the stone statue he had encountered earlier. Li Fan now understood that each of the myriad statues in the transmission square corresponded to an island within the cloud sea. The teleportation array was interconnected with the protective arrays of each island. The statue before him, representing Glaze Island, depicted a leaping glaze fish. After deducting 1 contribution point, Li Fan activated the teleportation array. This time, the dizziness was notably diminished, and he quickly regained his composure. "Which fellow cultivator is this?" a voice faintly inquired. "Huh, it's you?" Upon recognizing the visitor, He Jinghao appeared somewhat puzzled. Li Fan promptly recounted his task of procuring glazed pearls. "Glazed pearls? I'll have someone accompany you to fetch them." He Jinghao responded nonchalantly, nodding. "You seem to have adapted quite swiftly. You're eager to undertake tasks already." Alas, the demands of life. Li Fan feigned a tone of resignation. He Jinghao immediately donned an understanding expression. Following his servant, they arrived at Glaze Mansion, where Li Fan met Qian, the steward responsible for finances. Steward Qian respectfully prostrated himself, though it was uncertain if he recognized Li Fan. After all, Li Fan had previously overseen a fleet for Glaze Island, and they had crossed paths several times. However, even if he recognized him, Steward Qian would likely pretend otherwise. In their eyes, celestial masters were exalted beings not to be offended. Upon receiving the order, Steward Qian swiftly retrieved all the glazed pearls currently in stock on the island. "Esteemed master, there are only 23 glazed pearls remaining on the island. This is the entirety of what Glaze Island can currently gather. If you require more, it may take a year or so." Steward Qian spoke with a hint of trepidation. "Oh, what has caused this predicament?" Li Fan inquired. "Forgive my hesitance, esteemed master. According to reports from the fishing fleet on the island, it seems that due to overfishing, the schools of glazed fish have become increasingly scarce. It may take some time for their population to naturally recover before we can resume fishing," Steward Qian explained. Li Fan nodded in response, though a sudden thought from Zhang Haobo surfaced in his mind. "I understand this matter." After receiving the glazed pearls and storing them in his ring, Li Fan did not return immediately, but instead headed to the listening ghost tower. Once inside, he waited a moment before releasing his spiritual consciousness to ensure that He Jinghao was not secretly observing. He then summoned the Tai Yen boat and swiftly transferred the gold, silver, and the stopping fragment monument from within. After completing these tasks, Li Fan returned to the protective array. Just as he was about to teleport back to the 10,000 Immortals Island, he heard a voice calling from behind. "Young friend, please hold." Li Fan's hair stood on end, and he turned around, casting a wary gaze at He Jinghao. Chapter 49. Rare goods awaiting a market. He Jinghao, bewildered, could not fathom why Li Fan would react in such a manner. Fortunately, He Jinghao did not ponder too deeply, but instead smiled at Li Fan and said, "There is no need to be anxious. I merely wish to inquire if you are interested in the matter of guarding an island. Of course, I am not referring to Liuli Island, but rather to Taiyan Island, which lies to the west of Liuli Island. The guardian of Taiyan Island is a friend of mine who is currently facing a bottleneck in his cultivation and wishes to seek opportunities outside. Unfortunately, due to his responsibilities, he cannot leave freely. Thus, he has asked me if I could recommend a suitable candidate. By coincidence, I have encountered you." He Jinghao elaborated, "To guard an island, one must at least possess foundational cultivation. I am merely at the initial stage of qi refinement. Can I truly serve in such a capacity?" Li Fan expressed his surprise. In the myriad islands of the Tsongyan Sea, any location of certain value would typically have cultivators stationed there. The tenure of such guardianship could range from a decade to a century. Given the necessity to remain on the island, the constraints are considerable. Thus the remuneration is quite generous. Depending on the size and scale of the island, one could earn a contribution of several hundred to over 1,000 points annually. Therefore, the position of an island guardian is indeed a coveted opportunity, one that cannot be secured without certain connections. Moreover, the guardianship of prosperous islands is even more competitive, often reserved well in advance before the previous guardian departs. However, this is not an official guardianship position, rather. It is a specific commission from my friend for you to temporarily assume the role. Additionally, Taiyan Island is not particularly large, and with the protective formation in place, a chi refinement cultivator could adequately oversee it for a time. You need not worry. As the recommender, I will, of course, receive a certain share of the reward. He Jinghao enthusiastically explained to Li Fan. During the proxy guardianship, how long can I leave at most? Li Fan inquired further. The protective formation typically operates every 5 days. If there is a need to go out, it is best to return within that time. Over the course of a year, one should not venture out more than 3 times. I understand that you are concerned about delaying your cultivation, He Jinghao added, but after receiving your contributions each year, you can exchange them at the Changsheng mirror for 5 days of auxiliary cultivation time. This span can often equate to 6 months of arduous training. Li Fan recognized the opportunity as beneficial and promptly agreed. However, I must first return to Wuxian Island to complete my tasks. Of course, He Jinghao replied. You may go ahead, and once Taiyan Island is prepared in a few days, I will come to the island to find you. Subsequently, Li Fan bid farewell to He Jinghao and returned to Wuxian Island. He did not need to visit the apothecary hall. He simply had to deliver the Liuli pearls at the Tianshan mirror. Moments later, the apothecary hall confirmed the receipt of 23 Liuli pearls. Due to the varying quality of this batch, Li Fan ultimately received a reward of 21 contribution points. His total contribution had now reached 26 points. This is insufficient. It only covers 2 days of cultivation, Li Fan remarked, shaking his head. Taking out gold and silver as well as the fragmented steel of stopping steps from his storage ring, Li Fan sought to exchange these for contribution points. After a brief moment, the Tianshan mirror relayed the results. Gold and silver, convertible to 235 contribution points. Heavenly and earthly rare object, fragmented steel of stopping steps. Quality, flawed, convertible to 1,968 contribution points. Li Fan opened the exchange menu of the Tianshan mirror and searched for heavenly and earthly rare objects. He discovered that undamaged rare objects required at least 4,000 points. The recovery price of the Tianshan mirror was shockingly halved. This is outrageous. Although it has some flaws, it should not warrant such a drastic price reduction. Li Fan's face twitched. However, after some contemplation, he chose to proceed with the exchange. The Tianshan mirror does not facilitate anonymous transactions. One must reveal their true identity when trading with other cultivators. Yet, as a newly initiated chi refinement cultivator, presenting a foundational rare object could undoubtedly attract unwanted attention and potential troubles. Thus, opting for a direct transaction with the Tianshan mirror alleviated much of his concern. In the vast expanse of the Wuxian Alliance, countless cultivators have encountered fortuitous opportunities. While possessing foundational rare objects may be exceedingly rare among chi refinement cultivators in the Zhongyan Sea, it is not an extraordinary occurrence within the entire cultivation world. After confirming the exchange, the gold and silver along with the fragmented steel of stopping steps gradually vanished, and Li Fan's contribution points rose to 2,229. Suddenly wealthy, Li Fan refrained from immediate extravagance. Instead, he first inquired with the Tianshan mirror about his concerns. Are there any impending calamities in the Zhongyan Sea? Li Fan recounted the various abnormal occurrences described by Zhang Haobo. The Tianshan mirror fell into silence for a considerable time before finally responding, Please do not worry, cultivator. These are merely normal celestial fluctuations. According to calculations, there will be no significant disasters within the next decade. Having received reassurance from the Tianshan mirror, Li Fan felt a sense of relief. After a moment's thought, he searched for information regarding the Liuli pill. The Liuli pill is an auxiliary pill suitable for both chi refinement and foundational cultivators. Upon consumption, one's heart becomes clear as crystal, enhancing comprehension of techniques and accelerating cultivation speed. Furthermore, its effects can be compounded with the auxiliary cultivation provided by the Tianshan mirror. Given that the vast majority of cultivators in the Wuxian Alliance are often engaged in external endeavors to accumulate contribution points, the time for cultivation is precious. Thus, the Liuli pill, which enhances cultivation efficiency, becomes exceedingly valuable. The Liuli pill is highly sought after among qi refinement and foundational cultivators, with prices fluctuating between 5 and 6 contribution points per pill. Checking the current price, Li Fan noted that it was now 6 points each, due to unknown reasons. The Liuli fish had nearly gone extinct, causing the price of the Liuli pill to inevitably soar. Contemplating this, Li Fan spent 2,100 contribution points to purchase 350 Liuli pills in one go from the Changsheng mirror. He then relayed the near extinction of the Liuli fish schools to the Changsheng mirror. After a moment of silence, the Changsheng mirror responded, awarding him 1 contribution point. This confirmed the validity of the information he provided. Indeed, offering information to the Changsheng mirror could also yield contribution points. The higher the value of the information, the greater the reward. Logically, the information Li Fan provided should be worth significantly more than 1 point. It is possible that the Changsheng mirror viewed his hoarding behavior unfavorably, resulting in a mere 1-point reward. Li Fan was not bothered by this. His objectives had already been achieved. First, he confirmed that the Changsheng mirror was not aware of events occurring after he left Wuxian Island, meaning he had no need to worry about its scrutiny once he departed. Second, he established that the Changsheng mirror indeed possesses its own will, as evidenced by its decision to grant him only 1 contribution point in a seemingly spiteful manner. Third, he naturally seized this opportunity to make a substantial profit. The market reacted swiftly. The price of the Liuli pill surged dramatically, soaring from 6 points to 9 points each within a short span. The prices of items sold in the Changsheng mirror are not fixed. They are influenced by the mirror's regulation and are positively correlated with the number of purchasers. For instance, when news spread that the supply of Liuli pearls had been cut off and that the Liuli pill would soon be unable to be refined, it prompted a buying frenzy among a segment of the population. Some genuinely needed the Liuli pill to expedite their cultivation, while many, like Li Fan, sought to hoard and profit from the situation. Thus, the price of the Liuli pill quickly escalated from 6 points to 9 points. This sudden shift in price caught the attention of those who were unaware of the situation. After some inquiries, they too learned of the impending rarity of the Liuli pearls and hastened to join the buying frenzy. Consequently, the price of the Liuli pill surged once more, briefly reaching an astonishing 12 points each. Sensing the opportune moment, Li Fan decided to sell all of his Liuli pills. Naturally, he sold them directly to the Changsheng mirror. Given the high volume of buyers, the acquisition price offered by the Changsheng mirror was not nearly as steep as the previous near halving of the price for the fragmented steel of stopping steps. Instead, it stood at a premium of 10 points each. Without greed, Li Fan swiftly sold all 350 Liuli pills, with 3,500 contribution points gained. And adding the remaining 129 points, Li Fan's total contribution now reached an impressive 3,629 points. After Li Fan made his move, the fervent emotions in the market gradually began to cool. The price of 12 points per piece evidently exceeded the intrinsic value of the Liuli Dan. After all, the efficacy of the Liuli Dan is not irreplaceable. There are numerous other elixirs with similar functions. The reason for the Liuli Dan's popularity lies in its affordability. The recent surge in its price was merely a consequence of the market's impulsive reaction to unexpected news, leading to a temporary loss of rationality. Once the crowd regained their composure, the price of the Liuli Dan stabilized at a relatively reasonable level of 8 contribution points each. At this juncture, Li Fan procured an additional 100 Liuli Dan for his own cultivation, expending 800 points and leaving him with 2,829 contribution points. Through this maneuver, Li Fan not only augmented his contribution points by 600, but also acquired 100 Liuli Dan for free. 600 contribution points are equivalent to the annual surplus of an ordinary qi refining cultivator who diligently undertakes tasks. Not to mention the substantial value of those 100 Liuli Dan, which could be likened to precious currency. Li Fan mused, such is the irony of fate. However, despite his contemplations, his spending pace as a beneficiary remained unabated. He hastily purchased various texts such as Introduction to Formation, Fundamentals of Alchemy, Basics of Refining, and Treasures of the Immortal Realm, regardless of their utility. Moreover, he did not hesitate to acquire commonly used items for cultivators, such as protective garments, concealment talismans, primary compound formation arrays, and basic alchemy kits. As his storage ring gradually filled, his contribution points swiftly diminished to 346. Li Fan felt no remorse. After concluding his purchases, he consumed a Liuli Dan and activated the auxiliary cultivation mode. initiating his practice of the Shaoyan water technique. The abundant water attribute spiritual energy surged forth, allowing Li Fan to once again experience the extraordinary speed of a genius's cultivation. With the assistance of the Changsheng mirror's auxiliary cultivation mode combined with the Liuli Dan's effects, Li Fan's progress was nothing short of meteoric. In just 2 days, he broke through to the initial stage of qi refinement. Subsequently, after 3 more days, he brought the Shaoyan water technique to perfection at the mid-stage of qi refinement. There were no bottlenecks, and the progress was smooth and exhilarating. Li Fan was deeply engrossed in this mode of cultivation. So when his practice came to a halt due to the absence of advanced techniques for the late stage of the Shaoyan water technique, he felt an overwhelming sense of loss and emptiness. Fortunately, the price of 600 contribution points for the late-stage portion of the Shaoyan water technique helped him regain some composure. Just as he contemplated selling some Liuli Dan to acquire the forthcoming techniques, he received a visitation request from He Jianghao. After a moment's thought, Li Fan donned the recently purchased concealment talisman before admitting He Jianghao. Upon seeing Li Fan, He Jianghao expressed his excitement, stating, "I have arranged matters with the guardian of Taiyan. Next, I'll take you to meet him to accept the commission." He then produced a spiritual talisman and handed it to Li Fan. "Wear this. Remember, during the meeting, do not speak too much. Leave everything to me." Li Fan took the talisman and scrutinized it, his face darkening. Had he not recently purchased an identical one, he would have struggled to identify it. This talisman, known as the Songwei talisman, had effects contrary to the concealment talisman. While the concealment talisman hid one's cultivation level, the Songwei talisman was intended to disguise oneself as a cultivator of a certain realm. He Jinghao's intent in providing this talisman was clear. He wanted Li Fan to masquerade as a foundation establishment cultivator. Indeed, the notion that a qi-refining cultivator could serve as a guardian of an island was nothing but a ruse. He Jinghao had long intended for Li Fan to impersonate a foundation establishment cultivator to accept the commission for guarding Taiyan Island and profit from the price difference. It is worth noting that hiring a foundation establishment cultivator and a qi-refining cultivator entails vastly different expenditure of contribution points. Oblivious to Li Fan's expression, He Jinghao cheerfully introduced the guardian of Taiyan Island, Zhou Qinggang. Li Fan, unable to expose He Jinghao's scheme, could only muster a strained smile in greeting Zhou Qinggang. This person is not to be befriended. Li Fan glanced at the grinning He Jinghao, internally critiquing him. Zhou Qinggang examined Li Fan with satisfaction and promptly issued a targeted commission to He Jinghao. After He Jinghao accepted the commission, he turned to Li Fan and relayed the details. While Zhou Qinggang sought opportunities for advancement, Li Fan was to substitute for him as the guardian of Taiyan Island. The remuneration, 800 contribution points annually. Fortunately, He Jinghao did not impose an exorbitant cut. At this point, Li Fan could only accept the task. Zhou Qinggang handed a jade token to He Jinghao before eagerly departing to seek his breakthrough opportunity. Observing this, He Jinghao sighed in relief and solemnly handed the token to Li Fan, stating, "This is the guardian decree of Taiyan Island. With this, you can control the island's protective formation. Be sure to keep it safe and do not lose it." Li Fan accepted the token, and the two proceeded through the teleportation array to Taiyan Island. The protective formation of Taiyan Island was not as grand as that of Liuli Island, with its towering peaks. It resembled a seemingly bustling city instead. Uniquely, the residents of this city were all peculiar fruits with human faces. These fruits, akin to real people, lived, worked, married, and raised families within this city shaped by the formation, completing their lives. This was the specialty of Taiyan Island, the Taiyan fruit. He Jinghao and Li Fan strolled through the city, pointing out the bustling crowd. When these fruit-formed beings perish, it signifies that the Taiyan fruits have ripened. Consuming a mature Taiyan fruit can extend the lifespan of foundation establishment and lower realm cultivators by 5 years. Only the first consumption yields effect, He Jinghao lamented. The mandated annual submission of Taiyan fruits was 30. Any surplus could be kept as a benefit of the guardian role. On average, 2 Taiyan fruits could be retained each year. In the Tianxin mirror, the price of Taiyan fruits generally ranged from 90 to 100 contribution points. Therefore, when calculated, the compensation for your proxy guardianship is indeed substantial, He Jinghao cheerfully elaborated. Li Fan nodded. Although He Jinghao had employed some underhanded tactics, his words bore truth. In the myriad Immortal Island, it was exceedingly rare for a qi-refining cultivator to earn 1,000 contribution points annually. In this matter, While He Jinghao enjoyed the lion's share, Li Fan benefited as well. I must express my gratitude to you, Senior, Li Fan said, cupping his hands. No need for such formality. You hail from my guarded island. It is only natural that I lend you assistance. As long as you continue to progress in your cultivation, my efforts will not go to waste. He Jinghao was speaking when he suddenly paused, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he scrutinized Li Fan. Have you broken through to the mid-stage of qi refinement? Li Fan was taken aback, surprised that his use of the concealment talisman could be detected. He nodded, candidly admitting, indeed, I share a close bond with Changsheng. Before he departed, he entrusted me with a water attribute technique. This technique resonates well with me, allowing for rapid advancement. I just achieved a breakthrough a few days ago. Ah, how cautious you are, young friend. Had it not been for my unique technique, I might have missed it altogether. You used the concealment talisman, didn't you? Li Fan nodded, understanding that caution is never misplaced. In the realm of cultivation, there are indeed many with ulterior motives. As He Jinghao spoke, he suddenly noticed the peculiar look in Li Fan's eyes and hastily changed the subject. I didn't realize your relationship with Xiaoheng was so close. He even left you a technique. Xiaoheng is truly a prodigy, advancing toward foundation establishment in just a few years. His future is limitless. Clearly, He Jinghao had been keeping an eye on Xiaoheng, and his tone was filled with admiration. With the potential to achieve Golden Core and even Yuan Ing, young friend, your deep connection with him is truly a blessing. He Jinghao continued, his tone growing increasingly enthusiastic. Encountering a senior is indeed a stroke of fortune, Li Fan casually remarked. Upon hearing this, He Jinghao burst into hearty laughter, clearly delighted. At that moment, he paused, turning his gaze towards a particular direction in the city. Coincidentally, a Taiyan fruit had ripened. Allow me to demonstrate to my young friend how to harvest this Taiyan fruit. Li Fan nodded and followed He Jinghao to a residence. Before they could enter the courtyard, they were met with a chorus of wails. Upon stepping inside, Li Fan was taken aback to find dozens of human-faced fruits kneeling, clad in mourning attire and white garments. In the center lay a coffin, within which rested a seemingly sleeping human-faced fruit. Its eyes were closed, its mouth slightly askew, bearing a peculiar smile, while its body remained motionless. The assembled human-faced fruits were oblivious to Li Fan and his companion's arrival, consumed by grief for their departed kin. The scene was both grotesque and eerie. As they approached, Li Fan caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance wafting from the coffin. He Jinghao stood beside the coffin, murmuring incantations, and gently touched the fruit's brow. A soft glow enveloped it, causing the smiling fruit to slowly rise from the coffin and hover in midair. Gradually it shrank, transforming into a small, vibrant red fruit. With the Taiyan fruit taking shape, the mourners, draped in white, fell into an abrupt silence. Their garments gradually faded away, and their expressions shifted from sorrow to confusion. After a brief moment of bewildered glances, they dispersed into silence. What do you think? He Jinghao inquired, presenting the Taiyan fruit to Li Fan. It was truly remarkable. Witnessing the harvest of the Taiyan fruit left Li Fan with an inexplicable unease, prompting him to respond only with reluctance. He held the Taiyan fruit in his hand, scrutinizing it closely. The fruit bore a resemblance to an apple from his memories, albeit with a color so strikingly vivid it was almost blinding. Moreover, a continuous stream of fragrance emanated from the Taiyan fruit, penetrating deep into one's soul. Upon inhaling it, Li Fan instinctively swallowed. You have yet to taste this Taiyan fruit, haven't you? Why not give it a try? He Jinghao suggested. The allure of longevity-enhancing substances holds an innate appeal for cultivators like us. The longer the temptation lingers, the more potent it becomes, He Jinghao added with a knowing smile. Observing Li Fan's hesitation, indeed, the fragrance seemed to intensify, mirroring Li Fan's indecision. A wave of hunger surged from within, compelling Li Fan to finally relent and swallow the Taiyan fruit whole. The hunger dissipated instantly. Though small, Li Fan felt as if he had consumed a grand feast. Checking his status panel, he discovered that his physiological age limit had increased by 5 years. Savoring the Taiyan fruit's taste, he mused that this remarkable fruit capable of extending life was a rarity he had never encountered before, despite its unsettling appearance, resembling that of a human. He Jinghao chuckled. The Taiyan fruit is indeed transformed from humans, hence its likeness. Li Fan's expression froze momentarily, suppressing the turmoil within. With a mix of astonishment and dread, he inquired, are all the Taiyan fruits in this city truly humans? He Jinghao regarded Li Fan's reaction with mild amusement. However, Understanding that Li Fan had only recently entered the realm of cultivation, he continued to elucidate. Strictly speaking, the Taiyan fruit is a fruit, not a human. Li Fan exhaled slightly, albeit still troubled. What exactly does it mean to be transformed from a human? This leads us to the origin of the Taiyan fruit. He Jinghao began, as he guided Li Fan back above the city. 5 centuries ago, Taiyan Island was merely an ordinary isle, surrounded by seas devoid of valuable resources, inhabited by a mere few thousand mortals. Countless small islands lay hidden in the clouds and seas. Yet one day, everything changed. The mortals from neighboring islands noted the prolonged absence of Taiyan Island's residents. Previously, traders from the island would occasionally visit. Yet more than a year had passed without a single sighting. Driven by curiosity, some took to their boats to investigate. To their dismay, several groups vanished without a trace. Realizing something was amiss, they reported the matter to the island's then guardian, a golden core cultivator. Even he was engulfed in profound fear upon witnessing the events unfolding on Taiyan Island. Chapter 52. Guardian of Taiyan Island. All the mortals on the island had vanished. The once bustling city, now transformed, was overrun by towering trees akin to a primeval forest, their branches heavy with human-faced fruits. As the breeze blew, the fruits bore unsettling smiles. As he Jinghao recounted the tale, Li Fan envisioned countless faces smiling back at him, sending chills down his spine, especially remembering that he had just consumed one of those fruits. He Jinghao continued, the Golden Core Guardian, after regaining his composure, descended into the city for investigation. Not a single mortal remained. All had been transformed into smiling fruits. Yet the reason behind this bizarre occurrence eluded him. Thus, he reported the incident. The Wanxian Alliance dispatched personnel to investigate, but the outcomes remained unknown. Eventually, the trees in the city were felled, restoring its original appearance, while the smiling fruits continued their lives as if nothing had transpired. Generation after generation, they proliferated to the present day. The Wanxian Alliance established a great formation to oversee the island and harvest the fruits. Upon hearing this, Li Fan remarked, so, the Taiyan fruit is, in essence, human? He Jinghao shook his head. How could they be human? They lack consciousness and act solely on instinct. If anything, they retain mere vestiges of human sentiment. Li Fan pondered for a moment but ultimately refrained from disputing. The matter was too enigmatic, and he was uncertain how to classify these Taiyan fruits. Nevertheless, once their longevity-enhancing properties were discovered by cultivators, such distinctions became trivial. Even if they were once mortals, if consuming them promised extended life, they would inevitably face a grim fate. Li Fan fell into deep thought. He Jinghao, seemingly recalling something, also lapsed into silence. After a prolonged pause, they returned to the present. Subsequently, He Jinghao imparted essential considerations for guarding the island, which Li Fan committed to memory. The Great Formation enveloped the entire island, extracting a trace of vital energy from the mortals within each time it activated. The quantity was minimal, ensuring no adverse effects on the mortals. However, when accumulated, it became substantial. This energy, upon transformation, could enhance the spiritual energy density within the formation. Thus, while cultivating within this protective array was less efficient than utilizing the auxiliary cultivation mode in the Tianxian mirror, it still surpassed regular external environments. Finally, He Jinghao, with a sense of pride, shared a secret known only to those who had served as island guardians. After reiterating the importance of contacting him with any questions, He Jinghao departed gracefully. Holding the guardian spirit token, Li Fan felt his consciousness envelop the entire island. The ordinary mortals and the Taiyan fruits within the central formation were all leading their busy lives. After observing for a while, Li Fan sighed, pondering the depths of cultivation and the sacrifices made therein. If given the opportunity, Li Fan naturally wished to take some action. Unfortunately, he was merely a novice cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. The only course of action available to him was to diligently practice his cultivation. Li Fan suppressed the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. From that point onward, he settled on Taiyan Island. It must be said that the duty of guarding the island was quite leisurely. The mortals on the island dared not disturb the immortal master without cause. Li Fan's responsibilities primarily involved periodically checking the protective array of the island for proper operation and timely harvesting and storing the ripe Taiyan fruits, among other trivial tasks. During the remaining time, Li Fan was free to allocate his hours as he wished. Unsurprisingly, he devoted himself entirely to rigorous training. Beginning with the foundational texts such as 100 Techniques of Spiritual Energy Utilization, Initial Understanding of Spells, Secrets to Winning in Combat, Strike First, survival is victory, and speed is unbreakable. Li Fan gradually mastered some simple spells, including breath concealment, false death, wind manipulation, and mighty strength. Throughout his studies, Li Fan couldn't help but marvel at the level of knowledge monopoly enforced by the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. The knowledge he purchased from the heavenly profound realm was fine for his own learning and application, but he could not teach it to others after mastering it, unless his strength surpassed that of the heavenly profound mirror, thereby enabling him to break the restrictions embedded within. Li Fan was uncertain of the exact power equivalence of the heavenly profound mirror to that of a cultivator's realm. However, by common reasoning, it should be at least equal to that of a nascent soul cultivator. The might of a nascent soul cultivator was far beyond Li Fan's current comprehension. Thus, despite any dissatisfaction he harbored, he had no choice but to accept the reality. After finishing these texts, Li Fan began to delve into the more complex subjects of alchemy, artifact forging, and formation techniques. In contrast to the previous spell-related content, these subjects proved exceedingly intricate. With countless threads of knowledge, Li Fan was unsure where to begin his studies. Just the foundational knowledge and introduction to alchemy, which covered the age and efficacy analysis of various herbs, took him over 10 days to read thoroughly, not to mention the subsequent topics concerning the selection and control of alchemical fires, ritual practice of alchemy furnaces, and practical aspects of alchemy. Li Fan estimated that completing these sections would take him no less than a year and a half. Understanding that such skills often require a master to guide one through the initial stages, Li Fan ultimately decided to temporarily abandon these pursuits. He cast aside his distractions and began practicing the golden chapter of the 1,000 mechanisms. This ancient technique from the heavenly mechanism sect was indeed obscure and difficult to grasp. Diverging significantly from the minor water decision he had practiced earlier, it seemed almost entirely from a different system. Even with the constant assistance of a luminous pearl to enhance his comprehension, Li Fan spent over half a year merely reaching the threshold of understanding. The arduousness of this endeavor led him to contemplate training under the superlative conditions provided by the heavenly profound mirror to master the golden chapter of the 1,000 mechanisms. However, in the end, this thought was suppressed within him. Ultimately, Li Fan remained wary of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. From their methods, it was evident they were hardly benevolent. If he were to attract the attention of the heavenly profound realm, exposing his nascent soul techniques would be trivial, but revealing the existence of his true self would spell his doom. Therefore, Li Fan preferred to progress at his own pace. Thus, a year passed. Li Fan received his compensation for acting as the deputy guard, amounting to 800 contribution points. He returned to the island of 10,000 Immortals in exchange for the latter part of the minor water decision, focused on the chi refinement stage. After 5 days of training under the assistance of the heavenly profound mirror, he reluctantly returned to Tian Island. Those 5 days of intensive practice made Li Fan acutely aware that he was not far from the peak of the chi refinement stage. Chapter 53. A Cultivator's Calamity on Tian Island, within the protective array. A bottleneck? A heavenly calamity? Li Fan perused the cultivation notes he had purchased, his brow furrowing. Since returning from the island of 10,000 Immortals a few days prior, he had not paused his cultivation for a moment. Initially, he had hoped to seize the momentum and break through to the later stage of chi refinement in one fell swoop. However, despite sensing he was close to a breakthrough, no matter how he practiced, he felt an elusive barrier blocking his progress. This seemingly minor gap loomed before him like a chasm. After reviewing the cultivation notes, Li Fan finally confirmed that he had encountered a bottleneck. In ancient times, the concept of a cultivation bottleneck was already recognized. During the cultivation process, one's progress could stagnate at certain nodes, preventing any advancement. In the contemporary realm of cultivation, the impact of such bottlenecks on practitioners was even more pronounced. From the mid-chi refinement stage onward, every cultivator would inevitably encounter a bottleneck when attempting to break through each minor realm. This bottleneck could not be surpassed through sheer effort alone. One must find the serendipity sensed within oneself to dispel it and achieve a successful breakthrough. This fortuitous moment could arise from witnessing a painting, sipping a cup of tea, experiencing an epiphany during life and death struggles, or even a casual remark from another person or the careful guidance of a senior. In summary, the occurrence of such moments was utterly unpredictable, relying solely on the whims of fate. The existence of these bottlenecks undoubtedly stifled the cultivation speed of practitioners, akin to a calamity from heaven obstructing their paths. Thus, Cultivators referred to it as the heavenly calamity. In any case, this calamity had descended upon Li Fan, thwarting his plans for a swift breakthrough. After sitting in the array for several days, he felt no sign of the opportunity for advancement. Recognizing that this matter could not be rushed, he remained calm and temporarily set aside the practice of the minor water decision, opting instead to focus on the golden chapter of the 1,000 mechanisms. The golden chapter of the 1,000 mechanisms comprises 5 layers, corresponding to the 5 major realms of pre-heaven: chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul in ancient times. The pre-heaven realm represented a rather unique existence within certain sex practices of that era, emphasizing the expulsion of all impurities acquired since birth to return to a state of pristine purity. Those sects believed that beginning cultivation from the pre-heaven realm would facilitate a deeper comprehension of the Tao of heaven, leading to both accelerated progress and a higher upper limit compared to ordinary cultivators. The Heavenly Mechanism sect was one such sect advocating that all cultivation begins from the pre-heaven stage. However, since new methods replaced the old, practitioners no longer emphasized the unity of heaven and humanity, rendering the notion of returning to pre-heaven moot. Nevertheless, the foundational aspect of the golden chapter of the 1,000 mechanisms remained rooted in the pre-heaven realm. Thus, what Li Fan needed to do was replace pre-heaven with chi refinement to achieve the first layer of cultivation. Generally, substituting a higher realm for a lower one would allow for smoother progress, but the differences between ancient and modern cultivation systems made this considerably challenging. Particularly as Li Fan was still a novice with only a few years of practice, his knowledge base was severely lacking. This explained why he had spent a significant amount of time merely achieving the threshold of understanding previously, even while consuming luminous pills that enhanced his comprehension. Now, having hit a bottleneck in his practice of the minor water decision, he turned his attention to the second layer of the golden chapter of the 1,000 mechanisms. He intended to cultivate both techniques simultaneously up to the mid-chi refinement stage, hoping to break through the bottleneck in this manner. After all, in this era, where techniques were precious, it was truly rare for an ordinary cultivator like him to be able to cultivate multiple techniques concurrently. According to the description of the golden chapter of the 1,000 mechanisms, upon successfully cultivating the second layer, one would gain the ability to discern the mechanisms of the world. As the term suggests, discern mechanisms means the ability to perceive various energies resonating throughout the heavens and earth. This capacity formed the foundation of the golden chapter of the 1,000 mechanisms. Only by first discerning these energies could one subsequently capture and refine them. The difficulty of mastering the second layer of this technique exceeded Li Fan's expectations. If the minor water decision plainly instructed one on how to cultivate without any superfluous words, the golden chapter of the 1,000 mechanisms concealed its teachings within a labyrinth of cryptic language, compelling the practitioner to decipher and ponder its meaning. Moreover, it occasionally interspersed insights on the Tao of heaven and anecdotes from the ancient cultivation world, creating a chaotic amalgamation that left Li Fan feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. After reading through it once, it seemed clear. However, upon engaging in my own cultivation, I realized that I had not comprehended anything at all. Fortunately, Li Fan was not one to easily surrender. Despite the numerous challenges he faced, he diligently immersed himself in the study and contemplation of each word and phrase. As a year passed in his arduous training, there was nearly no progress in the cultivation of the Qianji Jinjiao. Yet, Li Fan remained undeterred. During his second visit to Wanjian Island to collect his agent's remuneration, he exchanged all 800 contribution points and the 5 Tian fruits he had accumulated over 2 years for some ancient cultivation insights. Subsequently, Li Fan activated an auxiliary training mode in the Tianxian realm. Without practicing any techniques, he merely read these insights, comparing them with his own experiences accumulated over the past year. Like a sudden awakening, all the perplexities that had previously eluded him were now elucidated. When he encountered particularly captivating sections, Li Fan could not help but dance with joy, overwhelmed with delight. At this moment, he began to grasp the concept of hearing the Tao in the morning. One can die content in the evening. 5 days swiftly passed. With newfound understanding, Li Fan hurried back to Tian Island and resumed his seclusion. This time, the experience was indeed unlike the previous one. The obscure aspects of the techniques were now thoroughly understood, and his cultivation progressed without hindrance. Li Fan quickly became absorbed in his practice, losing track of time. One day, a golden mist of spiritual energy, distinctly different from the water attribute, suddenly appeared in his dantian. Li Fan's eyes flew open, a look of joy spreading across his face. He had finally mastered the second level of Qianji Yuhuan Jinjiao. Letting out a long breath and stretching his somewhat stiff body, he turned to check the time, momentarily dazed. To his astonishment, this period of seclusion had lasted a full year. Yet, in his perception, it felt as though he had merely taken a brief nap. Fortunately, hard work had yielded rewards. As Li Fan focused, drawing the golden spiritual energy into his eyes, he activated his discernment technique. Let me see what this so-called cosmic energy truly looks like. Excited by his initial attempt at divine power, he gazed toward Tian Island, only to be met with a sight that sent chills down his spine. A thick, black aura of death loomed like dense clouds, enveloping the entire island. The oppressive energy was almost tangible, casting Tian Island in a shadowy gloom akin to the underworld. Dismissing the spell, he cast it again, and after several attempts, he confirmed that he was not mistaken. How could this be? Li Fan's heart raced with uncertainty. Suddenly, it dawned on him, and he quickly performed the water mirror technique to gaze at his reflection. To his shock, the deathly energy swirling above his head was countless times more potent than that of the ordinary inhabitants of the island. Chapter 54. The killing intent of heaven and earth. What is happening? Overwhelmed by dread, Li Fan's water mirror technique shattered. His mind buzzed, plunging him into a momentary chaos. After a brief interlude, he gradually regained his composure. Could it be that the Qianji Yuhuan Jinjiao was flawed? His first instinct was to suspect that the technique might have become obsolete in the drastically changed world of cultivation following the upheaval. After all, Li Fan was currently within the protective array of Tian Island, which lay at the heart of the Songyun Sea, under the auspices of the Wanjian Alliance. Having previously experienced safety, how could a mere retreat lead to such calamity? Yet, as he sensed the thick death energy surrounding him, he found it increasingly difficult to convince himself otherwise. His unease intensified. Li Fan made a quick decision. Regardless of the truth, he needed to seek refuge on Wanjian Island. He intended to activate the teleportation array to make his way there, but to his dismay, the array failed to respond. His expression darkened. He then took out the communication talisman given to him by He Zhenghao, attempting to contact him. After channeling his spiritual energy, there was still no reply. The situation was evidently strange. Remaining on Tian Island was a path to certain demise. He could not sit idly by. Summoning the Tian boat and retrieving the Songyun Sea Atlas, he prepared to pilot the vessel himself. The spiritual stones originally powering the Tian boat were nearly depleted, but fortunately, during his earlier extravagant purchases, he had acquired a sufficient supply of spiritual stones as part of a necessary set for solitary cultivation. Li Fan estimated that it would take 2 to 3 months of flight from Tian Island to reach Wanjian Island. He had enough spiritual stones for the journey. Thus, he disregarded any duties of guarding the island and set off directly. Just as the Tian boat was about to exit the protective array, Li Fan suddenly sensed an overwhelming killing intent from the outside world. It felt as though countless blades were poised throughout the heavens and earth. His heart stopped, and he immediately halted the Tian boat. An instinct warned him that should he venture beyond this protective array, death would be inevitable. Narrowing his eyes, he surveyed the calm sea, uncertain of the source of this crisis. Ultimately, Li Fan chose not to take the risk. He stowed away the Tian boat, deciding to inquire with the island's inhabitants about any recent events. However, upon scanning the entire island with his divine sense, he was taken aback. It turned out that the population of the island had decreased by a third. The remaining inhabitants appeared gaunt and emaciated, as though they had not eaten in a long while. Realizing that something significant must have transpired during his year of seclusion, Li Fan's expression turned grim as he soared to the residence of the island's master. Since taking on the role of guardian, Li Fan had been secluded and had little involvement in the island's mundane affairs. He had only met the island master a few times. Upon seeing Li Fan, the island master immediately knelt, banging his head on the ground in desperation. "Great Immortal, have mercy. Please save us." The island master wept bitterly, nearly bleeding from his forehead. "What has happened? Speak quickly." Li Fan's expression was exceedingly dark. "Great Immortal, we can no longer endure this life. It hasn't rained for over half a year, and our fresh water and food supplies are nearly depleted. If this continues, we will all starve to death." The island master cried while prostrating. Half a year without rain. Li Fan recalled Zhang Haobu's words from a few years prior. Had the drought finally arrived? But why? When he inquired with the Tianxian mirror, did he receive an answer indicating no significant changes would occur? Was such a scale of drought not deemed worthy of notice by the Tianxian mirror? The island master continued to lament. The coastal fish have all been caught, and the weather has become unbearably hot. No fishing vessels returning from the open sea have survived. We are truly on the brink of starvation. Great Immortal, please save us. Li Fan felt annoyed by the island master's incessant pleading and noticed that despite his emaciation, the island master still bore a rather corpulent figure. Enraged, he retorted, "Half the island's inhabitants are starving, yet you remain unscathed?" The island master's face turned pale, ready to defend himself. However, Li Fan's divine sense swept through the kitchen of the island master's residence, further fueling his rage. Without waiting for the island master to speak, he struck him down, turning him into a pulpy mass. Those who indulge while others starve deserve death. Li Fan scoffed, using the array's power to broadcast his voice across the island. The island master has been slain. All responsible parties, come to the island master's residence at once. Moments later, several trembling inhabitants approached Li Fan. Noticing that they too appeared underfed, he suppressed his murderous intent. Through their tearful recounting, Li Fan finally grasped the events that had unfolded during his year of seclusion. The drought had begun half a year ago. Initially, the absence of rain had not raised concern, but as 2 consecutive months passed without precipitation, panic set in among the islanders. While there were fresh water sources on the island, they had gradually dried up due to the prolonged drought. At first, they managed to sustain themselves by catching fish from the nearby sea, but as temperatures soared and no fishing vessels returned from the open sea, Taiyan Island fell into famine. Within just a month, a third of the population had perished and countless tragedies had occurred. The remaining survivors were merely clinging to life. Had Li Fan delayed his departure even slightly, he might have encountered not a single living soul. Faced with such circumstances, he could not stand idly by. When he left the great Xian realm, the Taiyan boat was laden not only with treasures of gold and silver, but also filled with provisions. This preparation stemmed from his cautious habit of exploring the unknown realms of cultivation. Little did he anticipate that nearly a decade later, these provisions would finally prove useful. The Taiyan boat was equipped with a purification array, ensuring that the food remained unspoiled. He immediately expanded the boat to its maximum capacity and commanded the mortals on the island to retrieve some provisions for urgent needs. Upon witnessing the arrival of life-saving supplies, the islanders fell to their knees, expressing their gratitude with fervent bows. Li Fan paid them no heed, allowing their joy to resonate around him. If the food was rationed carefully, it should sustain the islanders for several months. However, the pressing issue was the scarcity of fresh water. With water, life could be sustained. Li Fan made his way to the primary freshwater source on the island, a medium-sized lake at its center. The lake was already guarded, preventing common folk from approaching. Due to a prolonged drought, it had shrunk to a mere tenth of its original size, teetering on the brink of complete desiccation. When the protective array for the island was built, no one had foreseen such a water crisis. Holding the decree for the defense of Taiyan Island, Li Fan shook his head in resignation. It seemed imperative to construct a seawater purification array. Chapter 55, Life After Death. Half a month later, a rudimentary seawater desalination array was completed. With ample drinking water and vegetation restored, the surviving residents of Taiyan Island bowed deeply, thanking their savior for their lives. Yet, Li Fan did not share in their joy. Instead, he felt a growing sense of concern. After painstakingly constructing an array, he had barely begun to tread the path of formations. It was then he discovered that the island's protective array was deteriorating at an alarming rate. Typically, such arrays could function for centuries, but if the current rate of damage persisted, it would become utterly ineffective within 2 or 3 years. Through meticulous investigation and referencing the introduction to formations, Li Fan identified the cause of the array's deterioration. The spiritual energy in the world had become exceedingly volatile and fierce. This fierce energy seemed to possess a will of its own. Upon being absorbed by the protective array, it began to erode the critical nodes within. The array now resembled a machine whose vital components were rusting away, diminishing with each operation. Although he had pinpointed the issue, Li Fan found himself at a loss for a remedy. The protective array was far too complex, consisting of over 10,000 critical nodes, each formed by countless miniature formations. It was said that the original construction involved numerous array masters from the Wanjian Alliance. With the array currently in disarray, it was beyond the capabilities of a novice like Li Fan, especially since the root cause lay in the nature of the absorbed spiritual energy. Even if he temporarily repaired the array, as long as the external turbulent energy remained unchanged, it would merely be a stopgap solution. Remaining on Taiyan Island would only lead to eventual demise. He had to find a way to escape. Yet, the outside world was engulfed in chaos, and to venture forth recklessly would likely spell disaster. Caught in a dilemma, it seemed as if he had reached an impasse. Was this the deadly trap set by fate? Li Fan gazed intently at the sky beyond the protective array, feeling like a fly ensnared in a web, helplessly struggling for escape. However, he did not choose to retreat. Returning would waste over a decade of accumulated energy, and without understanding the underlying cause of the turmoil, he would likely face death again. Even if he fled to the clouds, could he guarantee that new dangers would not arise? The heavenly laws of this world bore an inherent malice towards cultivators, which was inescapable. Li Fan did not believe that merely changing his location would provide safety. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he would not opt to abandon this realm. In the following days, Li Fan continued his cultivation while seeking a solution to his predicament. However, the external volatile energy showed no signs of abating. Rather, it grew increasingly ferocious with the passage of time. The protective array, under such relentless assault, became precariously unstable, threatening imminent collapse. Was there truly no recourse? Li Fan felt a twinge of helplessness. To end this life without clarity felt profoundly unjust. Yet, it seemed he had little choice left. Suddenly, he paused. Observing the mortals below gradually regaining their vitality, an idea struck him. The rampant spiritual energy appeared not to target ordinary people. According to the islanders, outside the protective array, the weather had merely grown hot, with no significant dangers reported. The heavenly malice seemed directed solely at cultivators. If he were to disperse his own powers and temporarily revert to being an ordinary person, could he not survive? Li Fan recalled the Taishang Yuan Shijing. With this extraordinary technique at his disposal, the loss in cultivation would not be substantial. Provided he found a safe haven, he could quickly regain his former prowess. Was this not the essence of survival through adversity? With a solution emerging, Li Fan felt a flicker of hope. He then considered his current cultivation practices. He was working on two techniques: the Shaoyan Water Decision, acquired from the Wanjian Alliance, and the Qianji Yuhuan Golden Chapter from the ancient Tianji sect. One was a new method, the other an ancient one. The new technique's cultivation style was aggressive, which had drawn the ire of the heavens. Now, with the world shrouded in peril, the target was the cultivators of this new method. What if he merely dissolved the Shaoyan Water Decision and retained the realm of the Qianji Yuhuan Golden Chapter? Would that not lessen the heavenly malice directed at him? Li Fan was a man of decisive action. With the array on the brink of collapse, he made a swift decision. Channeling the energy within him, he activated the Taishang Yuan Shijing. The nameless essence of the Taishang returned to its primordial state as the technique flowed through him. The water attribute's spiritual energy acquired from the Shaoyan Water Decision dissipated like snow, transforming into pure energy that settled in Li Fan's dantian. In just half a day's time, the Shaoyan Water Decision was entirely dissolved, leaving Li Fan feeling no discomfort. The Taishang Yuan Shijing was indeed remarkable. With a sense of relief, he flew to the edge of the protective array. It was evident that this strategy was effective. Sensing the heavenly malice outside diminish significantly, Li Fan's spirits lifted. Alas, the Qianji Yuhuan Golden Chapter continued to function through its aggressive cultivation style. While the malice had lessened considerably, it had not completely vanished. Realizing that he would still face danger upon stepping outside, he resolutely chose to continue dispersing his energies. Soon, another surge of pure energy accumulated within his dantian. Despite originating from different techniques, the two energies merged harmoniously. According to the Taishang Yuan Shijing, this pure energy could sustain him within his dantian for approximately a century. At this moment, Li Fan had reverted to the state of an ordinary person. Yet, he felt no particular concern. As long as he returned to Wanjian Island, he could swiftly resume his cultivation. With determination, Li Fan piloted the Taiyan boat, gently gliding out of the protective array. The rampant, scorching spiritual energy surged around him, tinting the distant sky a fiery orange. However, as an ordinary person, he found that the chaotic energy merely rushed past him, failing to launch an attack. With a sigh of relief, he chose a direction and accelerated the Taiyan boat to its maximum speed, heading towards Wanjian Island. Along the way, he passed numerous islands, all devoid of life, their inhabitants extinguished. A chill ran down his spine as he quickened his pace. 3 months later, Li Fan arrived at the original location of Wanjian Island. He opened the map, comparing it several times, yet he still could not believe his eyes. The once vast Wanjian Island had completely vanished, leaving only a colossal black void, desolate and stretching across the ocean. Chapter 56. Compassion for mortals. The surrounding seawater flowed continuously into the black hole, only to be vaporized into mist upon reaching its edge. Above the void, the air warped due to the extreme heat, creating a surreal spectacle of black and white amidst the rising fog. Li Fan piloted the tie-in vessel, gazing at this haunting scene, suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming fear. Wanshan Island, has it truly disappeared? Memories of the island flashed rapidly through his mind, the adorned with countless statues, the throngs of cultivators, and the magnificent structures rumored to house powerful beings at the heart of the island. All gone? Not even a trace of dust remained. What kind of force could achieve such devastation? Was it the malice of heavenly will? Li Fan did not know. In the face of this shocking reality, his mind was a chaotic storm. Cultivating immortality, seeking eternal life, his lifelong aspirations seemed utterly laughable at this moment. In the wake of this sudden catastrophe, cultivators became as vulnerable as ordinary mortals, no different from ants. Once fear took root in his heart, it became impossible to suppress. Flee. Escape this dreadful place. Li Fan's eyes reddened as he desperately maneuvered the tie-in vessel towards the western skies of the cloudy sea. He aimed for land, seeking to distance himself from this hellish ocean. Thus, in a daze, he soared through the skies, unaware of the passage of time. Boom! The tie-in vessel collided with something, abruptly halting its flight. Thankfully, the protective array prevented immediate destruction. Although slightly injured from the violent impact, Li Fan gradually regained his composure. He peered outside the vessel. There was nothing. In the distance lay a continuous coastline. He was not far from the mainland. As he attempted to navigate the tie-in vessel forward, he was met with another collision. Something blocked his path. Each attempt to breach this barrier was futile. He tried other directions, but to no avail. An invisible shield separated the cloudy sea from the nearby continent. No entry, no exit. Li Fan was stunned. Suddenly, a phrase sprang to mind. A turtle in a jar. After a long moment, he chuckled softly. He looked up at the sky. How ruthless. Then, a sense of confusion washed over him. Should he summon, haven't really, returning to the initial anchor point? Or perhaps he should explore further? Li Fan felt a sense of helplessness, devoid of purpose. He drifted aimlessly upon the cloudy sea. He passed by Yilan Island, which, like the others, bore the marks of an apocalyptic scene, devoid of survivors. He traversed Liuli Island. The island's protective formation lay shattered, and He Jinghao was nowhere to be found. Corpses littered the ground, and life had vanished. Lu Yun Island, Zhongxiu Island, all transformed into desolate wastelands. Occasionally, he encountered other survivors like himself, but they had all descended into madness, fleeing in terror at the sight of him as if he were a ghost. Ultimately, Li Fan found himself back at Taiyan Island. Here, he felt a long-lost vitality. Perhaps, this was the last bastion of life amid the cloudy sea. As he walked through the streets, he observed the mortals of Taiyan Island. They remained blissfully unaware of the calamity that had befallen the world beyond. Their faces still adorned with smiles of survival. Little did they know that doom awaited them. Yet, perhaps ignorance was a form of blessing. Witnessing such apocalyptic scenes would surely haunt their dreams for years to come, he mused wryly. As he continued walking, a fervent sound of prayer reached his ears. Compassionate Master, save us from suffering, grant us favorable weather and abundant harvests. Compassionate Master, protect my beloved Yu as she grows safe and sound. Li Fan paused, turning to see a temple that had mysteriously appeared in Taiyan Island. Inside, a statue was enshrined, and the tablet before it bore the words Compassionate Master. The statue bore a faint resemblance to Li Fan, its eyes cast down, gazing sympathetically upon the kneeling devotees. Compassionate Master. Li Fan fell into silence. After a long while, he sighed deeply. Well, how long can I protect you? However, safeguarding mortals under the threat of celestial malice was evidently no simple task. Li Fan had initially believed the disaster had passed. Little did he know that the true calamity was only just beginning. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. The heavens showed no signs of rain. The sea level began to recede, water continually retreating from the islands. Even with the desalination arrays, the mortals of Taiyan Island found it increasingly difficult to procure water. They had to journey long distances to find a source. They did not understand why heaven had descended such a disaster upon them, but they feared that the cloudy sea would eventually dry up completely. Consequently, every household began to enshrine Li Fan's wooden statue, praying day and night. Li Fan felt helpless. The cataclysmic shifts in the world were beyond his capacity to counter. The only glimmer of hope was that, perhaps due to the demise of most cultivators in the cloudy sea, the murderous intent targeting cultivators gradually dissipated. Li Fan took this opportunity to advance his cultivation to the mid-stage of qi refinement. When you no longer pray to me, I shall return to the anchor point. Being venerated day and night by mortals was indeed a peculiar experience. He activated his discerning abilities, observing the increasingly dense death energy hovering above the mortals, secretly deciding to investigate further. Wait, why did a hint of white appear within this black death energy? Li Fan was taken aback. Ever since restoring his cultivation, he had been monitoring the qi of Taiyan Island daily. This time, for some unknown reason, he detected a flicker of life that had previously eluded him. Where did this life force originate? Li Fan pushed the Qianji Yuhuan Jinzhong to its limits, discovering that the vitality of the people on Taiyan Island was linked to himself. This revelation left him even more puzzled. After confirming multiple times, he finally realized that the life force did indeed stem from himself, but not from Li Fan directly. Rather, it was from an item he possessed, something he had nearly forgotten. A celestial wonder, the Songhai Pearl. As it had yet to fully take shape, he had left the Songhai Pearl in a corner of the Taiyan vessel. Only today, under the reflection of qi, did Li Fan recall its existence. Unlike the moment he first encountered it years ago, the pearl now radiated a vibrant blue, exuding a rich aura of moisture, as if it contained an entire ocean within. Where there is the ebb of the sea, there is the flow of the sea. Li Fan gazed at the Songhai Pearl in a daze, suddenly struck by inspiration. He piloted the Taiyan vessel upwards, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters, gazing down below. The cloudy sea, after prolonged drought, revealed vast expanses of exposed seabed. The underwater mountain ranges gradually emerged from obscurity, and the islands that once dotted the cloudy sea were, in fact, the peaks of these mountains. A flash of Ko Hong's enthusiastic visage crossed Li Fan's mind. He had once said to Li Fan, "No worries. Should you venture out, come find me in the Lingtian city within the Tsongyun mountain range." Li Fan chuckled. The cloudy sea, the Tsongyun mountains, what a singular location. Chapter 57. Fortune unforeseen in his past life. When Li Fan was nearing the end of his lifespan, he fortuitously broke through the barriers of the immortal's great array, entering the world of cultivation for the first time. At that time, he beheld a scene of rolling mountains and a magnificent city suspended in the air. In this life, however, upon entering the realm of cultivation, he found himself upon a vast ocean. Until now, Li Fan had not given it much thought, believing it to be a mere anomaly during his teleportation. Only today, upon witnessing the desolate cloudy sea and the emergence of the Songhai, did he finally comprehend the truth. There had been no anomaly. He had indeed arrived at the same place through the immortal's great array, merely at different points in time. In his previous life, he had entered the realm of cultivation at the age of 85, having anchored himself for 65 years. In this life, Li Fan entered the realm of cultivation at the age of 40, having completed a full 100 progress in his energy accumulation. This marked a pivotal moment anchored for 20 years, with a subsequent interval of 45 years. He encountered both the vast ocean and towering mountains. It is no wonder that Li Fan had not contemplated this aspect. Without personal experience, even if someone had forewarned him of such monumental changes in the world, he would likely have been only half convinced. Thus, he smiled, first, at himself for still being unable to shed the mindset of a mere mortal. Had he been able to connect the various anomalies pointed out by Zhang Haobo with the differences he had witnessed on 2 occasions, perhaps he could have anticipated this cosmic upheaval. Second, he smiled because he finally saw a glimmer of hope for the alleviation of this disaster. With a 50-year anchor, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi breached the Great Xian realm, proclaiming themselves as emissaries from Lingtian City in the Tsongyun mountain range. Presumably, prior to that, the drought had already passed. The parched ocean would transform into vibrant mountains, and now, with 34 years already anchored, the end was not far off. The most agonizing wait is one devoid of hope, yet knowing the eventual outcome made this seemingly endless inferno less terrifying. Li Fan calmed his mind and returned to Taiyan Island. Observing the anxious and somewhat numb mortals, who could only pray day and night, he communicated island-wide, assuring them that this calamity would ultimately pass. Upon receiving the guidance of the immortal master, the island's inhabitants rejoiced and rekindled their hope for survival. Li Fan then entered seclusion, once again retrieving the ocean pearl. Was this the thread of survival? Li Fan observed this azure wonder of the world. As his consciousness surged into it, it vanished like a stone cast into the sea, lost in an instant. It appeared that utilizing it would require considerable effort. Realizing this, Li Fan pondered. The wonders of the world were crucial to establishing a foundation for the Tao. How to discover and wield them was invaluable experience. The exchange price required in the Tianxian realm was exorbitant, necessitating over 2,000 contribution points. At this moment, Li Fan could only explore on his own. Consequently, he undertook numerous attempts, infusing it with spiritual energy, nurturing it with his consciousness, and even employing external force to strike it, ultimately trying the method of blood refinement. Yet, the ocean pearl remained unresponsive, its vast reservoir of vapor untapped. Eventually, a spark of inspiration struck him as he recalled a method from the Qianji Yuhuan Jinjiao that involved sensing and refining the energy of various celestial wonders. He promptly activated the discernment technique, directing his focus toward the ocean pearl. A deep blue radiance enveloped it, ancient, profound, and vibrant. Though the ocean pearl was small, the complexity and strength of its energy overshadowed all beings on Tian Island. However, it remained dormant and nurturing for now, making it difficult to discern without careful observation. Li Fan cautiously attuned himself to the ocean pearl's energy. Upon contact, he felt his corporeal form dissipate. It was as if he ascended to the ninth heaven, gazing down at the ocean below. That Songyun Sea had existed since time immemorial, nurturing countless lives. Yet, one day, a certain will descended upon the world. Thus began the ocean's decline. Heaven's decree, the principles of the Tao. Heaven desired to incinerate the sea, and the sea was powerless to resist. Yet, it refused to submit. Although the ocean faded, a new ocean arose. Boom! Li Fan jolted back from that wondrous state. Before he could savor the scenes he had just witnessed, he suddenly felt a wave of weakness and nearly faltered in his stance. Upon inspection, he was alarmed to find a strand of white hair had appeared, and fine wrinkles had emerged on his face. This was merely the fleeting moment of merging with the ocean pearl's energy. Opening the Huanjin panel, he gasped in astonishment. Name: Li Fan Realm. Mid-stage Qi Refinement Physiological Age. 89-199 Psychological Age. 517-2280. In that instant, Li Fan's physiological age had jumped from 54 to 89. It felt as if he had traversed 35 years in a heartbeat. No wonder even in the ancient Tiangong sect, few practitioners of this technique existed. Just a touch of the ocean's consciousness had rapidly consumed his lifespan. Had it not been for the swift depletion of his lifespan triggering a bodily alert, he might have been assimilated by the ocean's consciousness without understanding how. At that point, whether he could still activate Huanjun would be uncertain. Li Fan pondered what had just transpired, feeling a pang of fear. No, this could not be the way to manipulate the wonders of the world. He realized he had certainly employed the wrong method. The human perception of time pales in comparison to that of the heavens, mountains, and oceans. Even those powerful cultivators who might live for thousands of years cannot be compared to such entities. To recklessly engage with them using human consciousness would only lead to assimilation. But how then could one manipulate the wonders of the world? Li Fan clutched the ocean pearl, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. Days passed, and Li Fan still failed to discover a method for using the ocean pearl. The weather grew increasingly scorching, as if to purify that Songyun Sea completely. The mortals on the island gradually lost even the strength to pray. Li Fan understood that if this continued, these mortals might perish before the disaster passed. Dying just before the dawn is a despairing fate. Li Fan could not help but feel agitated, his mind swirling with thoughts. To calm himself, he instinctively began to circulate the long-forgotten Xian Huang Lian Xian Ju. Since becoming a Qi refinement practitioner, most of his energy had been devoted to cultivating the Yin Shui Ju and Qianji Yuhuan Jinjiao. He had not consciously practiced the Xian Huang Lian Xian Ju in a long time, as it provided little substantial improvement to his cultivation. Moreover, it would continue to operate slowly and automatically even without his active practice. Thus, he had set it aside. Now, as he activated the heart-cleansing spell, all his negative emotions, anxiety, fear, urgency, gradually dissipated, transforming into nourishment for his Tao heart. With a renewed sense of tranquility, Li Fan suddenly felt a stirring within him. The opportunity for his breakthrough lay with the ocean pearl. Chapter 58. Comprehending the energy of heaven and earth. Li Fan had been trapped in mid-stage Qi refinement for several years, making no progress. After cultivating both techniques to mid-stage, he still could not locate his own opportunity. Now, gazing at the ocean pearl, he suddenly sensed a breakthrough opportunity in the ether. It was akin to before. To engage with the ocean pearl through his consciousness. Li Fan was acutely aware of the peril involved. It was effectively tantamount to courting death. The cultivation notes contain numerous accounts of practitioners sensing their own opportunities. While there were inherent risks, they were also accompanied by potential rewards. Why had he not sensed it before, yet now it emerged? Suddenly, he understood. It was the Xian Huang Lian Xinju. Perhaps operating the Xian Huang Lian Xinju would help him resist the assimilation of the ocean's will. With this resolution, Li Fan cradled the ocean pearl, gently lowering it to his dantian. Sitting cross-legged, he activated both the Qianji Yuhuan Jinjiao and Xian Huang Lian Xinju simultaneously. Initially, multitasking felt somewhat unfamiliar, but the heart-cleansing spell did not involve the circulation of spiritual energy. It was merely a refinement of the mind, so the two techniques did not conflict. After hundreds of attempts, Li Fan gradually mastered the simultaneous operation of both techniques. His consciousness flickered, and he felt as if he transformed back into a vast ocean. Witnessing the changes of the world, day turned to night, the stars shifted, and clouds drifted, all accelerating thousands of times, flashing rapidly before his eyes. A single thought felt as though it spanned over a century. The ancient, timeless breath began to permeate Li Fan's consciousness, and he started to perceive the world from the ocean's perspective. He began to forget that he was a human. At that moment, a refreshing sensation suddenly surged forth. Like a mountain spring washing away the worn markings of time, Li Fan gradually regained his awareness. Indeed, it was effective. Confirming his hypothesis, he felt neither joy nor sorrow. Although the Xian Huang refining heart mantra can diminish the assimilation of the Tsang Hai will to a certain extent, he remains insignificant in comparison to the Tsang Hai will. Consequently, he inevitably experiences its influence. The consumption of his lifespan is still several times greater than that of ordinary cultivation, and human emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness have been infinitely dulled. However, there are benefits. At this moment, he has managed to harness a fragment of the power from the Tsang Hai Pearl. His consciousness has been exponentially enhanced, effortlessly enveloping the entire Taiyan Island with a mere thought. Without pause, Li Fan's awareness ripples outward, revealing a series of lifeless islands in his mind. Through his consciousness, he perceives that beneath one island, a dormant volcano, once extinguished, is reawakening due to the influence of a fiery calamity. He observes not far from Liuli Island, a colossal fishbone lying amidst numerous human corpses. At the center of the fishbone, a massive glassy pearl glimmers under the sun. He sees remnants of several cultivators, long thought extinct, hidden in various secret corners of the cloud sea. He discerns countless secrets that had been concealed, now revealed only in this apocalyptic era. However, none of this concerns him any longer. His heart is devoid of greed. He swiftly retracts his consciousness, channeling the Tsang Hai Pearl to attract the residual moisture from the cloud sea, gathering it above Taiyan Island. Consequently, the surviving humans on Taiyan Island witness dark clouds forming in the sky. As thunder rumbles and rain begins to pour, they weep with joy, embracing one another and rolling in the rain. The deluge lasts for half an hour, with the clouds above Taiyan Island still lingering faintly, not entirely dissipating. This phenomenon is orchestrated by Li Fan, who has established a routine to draw moisture from the Tsang Hai Pearl every fortnight, ensuring rainfall on Taiyan Island to sustain the lives of its inhabitants. After accomplishing this, Li Fan gazes quietly at the sky. His lack of desire for the myriad secrets within the cloud sea does not stem from an unexpected transcendence, but rather from discovering something far more worthy of pursuit, an opportunity to connect with the will of heaven and earth. In the theoretical framework of the Qian Ji Yuhuan Jin Zhang, the most ideal state of cultivation is to sense and refine the energies of heaven and earth. The energies of heaven and earth, as the external manifestation of the cosmic will, are vast and unparalleled. For ordinary cultivators, contact with these energies can lead to rapid depletion of lifespan and the loss of self-will, becoming mere puppets of the heavenly path. Yet now, Li Fan possesses a rare opportunity to engage with the cosmic while retaining his consciousness. He is no longer merely an ordinary chi-refining cultivator. A part of his awareness has intertwined with the Tsang Hai Pearl. If it is self-destructive for a cultivator to probe the cosmos, then perhaps it is not without a path to survival when engaging with the Tsang Hai. Li Fan's heart begins to stir with excitement. This is the true essence of seeking the Tao. He embodies the Tsang Hai, quietly observing the world, feeling the myriad breaths flowing through it. and sensing the will of heaven and earth. Year after year, the passage of time has lost its significance for Li Fan. The more he gazes at the sky, the deeper his insights become. Previous notions are systematically dismantled. He once believed that the overwhelming killing intent permeating the cloud sea had gradually dissipated. Now, he realizes that the cosmic killing intent has never waned. It still exists. The violent killing intent he previously sensed was never part of the heavenly path itself. The cosmic killing intent does not alert mortal cultivators. It does not manifest in fury or anger laden with emotion. It is merely a pure will, a manifestation of unyielding loss. It is the indifferent cosmos, treating all beings as mere fodder. It destroys you, indifferent to your existence. Beneath the heavenly path, all are insignificant. Mortals, cultivators, Songhai. In its eyes, there is no distinction. Cultivators seize the heavens and the earth, and the heavenly path generates killing intent. Yet the heavenly path does not intervene directly. For cultivators are part of the heavenly path itself, governed by corresponding laws that resonate with cosmic killing intent. For instance, the prohibition against simultaneous cultivation of certain techniques, and so forth. At this moment, Li Fan witnesses a crimson, translucent figure hovering above the cloud sea, coldly observing below. In its hand, a small flame flickers incessantly, scorching the cloud sea. Upon sensing Li Fan's gaze, the red figure turns its head, locking eyes with him. The waters within the Songhai Pearl boil violently for an instant. Fortunately, it merely glances before averting its gaze, allowing Li Fan's consciousness to remain intact. Due to that fleeting glance, Li Fan comprehends its identity, the essence of heaven and earth. Yen. Chapter 59. The transformation of Songhai into mulberry fields. Upon beholding that crimson figure, a torrent of information floods Li Fan's mind. The essence of heaven and earth is the tangible embodiment of a certain cosmic law. When specific conditions are met, the essence of heaven and earth manifests in a given region. If the heavens dispatch killing intent, establishing a plan for cultivators to be eradicated, then the essence of heaven and earth serves as the executor of that plan. They possess no independent thought, acting solely upon instinct. They are the very laws, slaughtering cultivators as easily as one would butcher livestock. Their mission is to annihilate those cultivators who defy the cosmic order. For cultivators, the essence of heaven and earth is exceedingly perilous. Once targeted, it typically signifies certain death, yet simultaneously, as an incarnation of the great cosmic laws. The essence of heaven and earth also represents an immense opportunity for cultivators. The saying goes, to sacrifice oneself to the essence of heaven and earth is to unite with the Tao. If a cultivator can successfully offer and refine an essence of heaven and earth, regardless of their previous cultivation level, they can instantly achieve the Tao integration realm. It is their nemesis, yet it holds unparalleled allure for cultivators. At this moment, witnessing the essence of heaven and earth, Yen, an insatiable greed surges from the depths of Li Fan's heart. Consume it. By consuming it, one can attain the Tao. By consuming it, one can ascend in broad daylight. It is as though a starving person encounters a sumptuous feast, or a traveler lost in the desert discovers a clear lake. This greed whispers like a demon, incessantly urging Li Fan to approach the crimson figure above. As he strives to quell the intense sensations radiating from the Songhai Pearl, he frantically operates the Xian Huang refining heart mantra to dispel the tumultuous greed within. He understands that he is only able to observe the essence of heaven and earth through the Songhai Pearl. In the eyes of the red flame, Li Fan is merely an unformed consciousness of the Songhai. Thus, even after noticing his gaze, it merely glances before losing interest. Yet, should Li Fan lose his composure and attack the red flame, revealing his identity as a cultivator, he would undoubtedly meet a merciless demise. Rationality and desire tear at Li Fan's soul. The two opposing thoughts nearly rend his consciousness asunder. He can only struggle to maintain the operation of the Xian Huang refining heart mantra, preserving his Tao heart. Time passes, and the storm stirred by greed gradually subsides. Li Fan, still trembling with trepidation, dares not to gaze further. It is a stroke of fortune that he could glimpse the secrets of heaven while preserving his conscious clarity. Just as he intends to withdraw from the Songhai Pearl and return to his body, he discovers an exceedingly awkward reality. To dispel the greed incited by the essence of heaven and earth has consumed nearly half a year of his time. His prolonged connection with the Songhai Pearl has far exceeded the limits that a chi-refining cultivator can endure. At this moment, while his consciousness remains connected to the Songhai Pearl, he is safe. However, should he return to his physical form, it would not be long before he ages and perishes. Merely a fleeting glance has wrought such dire consequences. It appears that this lifetime of cultivation may be at an end. Although Li Fan feels a pang of regret, he does not harbor remorse. He has unraveled the truth behind the upheaval in the cloud sea, witnessed the essence of heaven and earth, and personally comprehended the cosmic mechanisms. His gains are undeniably substantial. Even if this life were to conclude now, he would find acceptance. Moreover, he currently has no intention of activating Huanzhan to bring this life to a close. Having arrived at this point, one might as well find solace in it, for his consciousness has already become ensnared within the Shanghai Pearl. Seizing the opportunity, he indulged in once more comprehending the essence of the world. As long as he refrained from recklessly probing the soul of the universe, merely engaging in the contemplation of the natural flow of energy should pose no issue. His physical body, however, was on the verge of extinction. Devoid of the nourishment that a corporeal form provides, his consciousness, like a spring without source or a tree without roots, would gradually be depleted within the Shanghai Pearl. Based on Li Fan's estimations, he could endure for no more than a decade. If he could wisely utilize this time, it might not be impossible to achieve further insights. Li Fan summoned a trace of pure power from the Shanghai Pearl to safeguard his body from decay. Subsequently, his consciousness once again immersed itself in the perspective offered by the Shanghai Pearl. He observed the circulation of the world's energies, the rise and fall of the sun and moon, and the lingering life amidst the clouds of the sea as it gradually faded away. He felt the indifferent and eternal killing intent that pervaded the universe. In the blink of an eye, 5 years slipped by, anchored at the 40-year mark. The once vibrant Songyun Sea had utterly withered, transformed into a true wasteland. Only on Tian Island, under Li Fan's protection, did a scant few mortals manage to survive. On one particular day, Li Fan felt a stirring within his heart and gazed skyward. The crimson figure that had loomed in the sky for over a decade finally vanished. Its mission accomplished, it naturally dissipated. No one could predict where, in the realm of cultivation, it might reappear one day. Li Fan fixated on the direction of the red flame's disappearance, and his spirit sank once more into the depths of its Shanghai Pearl. As time progressed, Li Fan's consciousness began to wane, his thoughts growing sluggish. It was as though he had lost the ability to reflect independently, relegated to silently observing the world through the lens of its Shanghai Pearl. In the second year following the red flame's departure, a group of cultivators clad in azure robes arrived at the Songyun Sea. With the casting of various spells, the skies finally opened, pouring down the long-awaited rain. More cultivators soon followed, and azure light blossomed across the parched seabed. Life-giving vegetation broke through the earth, and as a gentle breeze swept through, trees sprang forth from the ground. Within a year, the scorched earth regained its vitality, and the previous scene of the red flame boiling the sea faded like a distant nightmare. The Songyun Sea transformed into the Songyun mountain range. A city began to rise above the mountains, attracting cultivators from all corners of the world. The Songyun mountain range grew increasingly lively, with occasional cultivators visiting the only surviving island from the inferno, seeking opportunities. Yet, under Li Fan's instinctive concealment, they discovered nothing. At the 48-year mark, a foundation-building cultivator returned to the Songyun Sea. He arrived at what was once Liuli Island, now the Liuli mountain range, wearing a sorrowful expression. Li Fan, not far off, sensed this moment and felt a wave of nostalgia. This individual was none other than Zhang Haobo, who had previously decided to leave the Songyun Sea due to unease in his heart. 20 years had passed. He had undergone unknown experiences and had become a foundation-building cultivator. Scenes from Li Fan's past life raced through his mind, and his consciousness was on the brink of dissolution. Before it vanished entirely, Li Fan's awareness returned to his corporeal form. The insights gained over the years regarding the flow of energy dissipated the barriers that had obstructed his breakthrough. The spiritual energy of the universe surged forth, propelling Li Fan's cultivation to the late stage of qi refinement. A smile flickered across Li Fan's face, only to freeze in place. His body began to age rapidly, and with a gust of wind, he was reduced to dust, vanishing into the cosmos. Only a skeletal remnant remained, lying in quiet repose. Truly, just before his dissolution, Li Fan called out in his heart. Chapter 60, Reflection and Strategy. As consciousness gradually returned, Li Fan felt his youthful body of 20 years, gazing at the familiar yet strange surroundings. After a long while, he finally regained his composure. Though only 48 years had passed in his last life, it felt far longer than all 9 previous lives combined. This was not only due to the intricacies and wonders of the cultivation realm surpassing his mundane life in the Great Xian, but also because the assimilation of the Songhai Pearl's will and the comprehension of the world's energies were pivotal factors. Naturally, his initial foray into the realm of cultivation yielded extraordinary rewards. Li Fan turned his attention to the first item available for selection. The storage ring purchased from the Tianqian mirror, along with various tomes, and the wondrous artifact, the stopping remnant steel, were all listed. Li Fan focused his thoughts on the Songhai Pearl, realizing that should he choose it, he would acquire the Songhai Pearl, which was largely formed by the time his previous life neared its end. After 10 years of resonance with the Songhai Pearl, Li Fan was acutely aware of its power. Though tempted, he resolutely chose the second option, to preserve his cultivation realm. After all, cultivation was fundamental. A mere mortal wielding treasures would only invite calamity. Moreover, Li Fan understood that the Songhai Pearl still resided on Luyun Island, and he could retrieve it later. With his decision made, 2 familiar streams of spiritual energy materialized within his dantian. At that moment, Li Fan's expression shifted. He suddenly recalled that he was still merely a mortal, his body filled with the impurities of the immortal and mundane realms. If the suddenly appearing spiritual energy clashed with these impurities, it would spell disaster for him. Fortunately, the scenario he feared did not unfold. An inexplicable wave enveloped Li Fan, and moments later, the spiritual energy surged from his dantian like a river, sweeping over him, transforming his body and elevating his cultivation level. From the initial stage of qi refinement to the late stage, in a mere breath, he achieved what had previously consumed his life to attain. Li Fan's breath gradually stabilized, though he was engulfed by a profound astonishment. It was not merely the rapid ascent to the late stage of qi refinement that astonished him, but rather the inexplicable wave that had descended upon him. Li Fan distinctly sensed that, from the moment this wave manifested, the impurities within him dissipated in an instant, vanishing entirely. The effect far surpassed his previous life's attempts to forcibly expel them through the purification spirit pool array. This wave, Li Fan painstakingly reflected on the fleeting sensation, a vague familiarity tugging at his memory. It was the will of the heavens, the power of the laws. Li Fan suddenly realized. In his past life, through the Songhai Pearl, he had observed the flow of the world's energies for over a decade. Although he was still far from mastering this power, he could recognize it when he saw it. If the impurities of the immortal and mundane realms represented the will of the heavens separating the two, then the wave he had just experienced was entirely its antithesis. The immortal mortal impurities that had plagued the cultivation realm for millennia had vanished with such ease. Truly, it was astonishing. If I could master this method of purifying the immortal mortal impurities, Li Fan's thoughts surged with excitement. After a lengthy period, he slowly calmed himself. The foundation of a 9-story platform begins with a heap of earth. With his current level of cultivation, attempting to replicate the recently experienced power of the laws would be akin to dreaming. He had to take it one step at a time. Li Fan opened the Xinjiang panel to review his previous life. Name, Li Fan Realm. Late stage qi refinement physiological age, 2199 psychological age, 531-2300 energy restoration progress, 0 anchoring energy progress, 51 current anchor points, 1 bound items, Qianji Yuhuan gold seal, tie-in boat, stopping remnant steel, damaged, cultivation techniques, Xianhuang refining heart mantra, Shaoyan water method, Qianji Yuhuan gold seal. The path of cultivation is fraught with hardship, especially in this realm where cultivators seize the heavens and the earth, and danger lurks everywhere. In my previous life, upon entering the realm of cultivation, I encountered Su Changyu. I believed he possessed exceptional resolve and was dedicated to the path, destined for great achievements. Who would have thought he would meet an untimely death merely days later? Instead, it was the unassuming Xiaohong by his side, who possessed extraordinary talent. In just a few years, he was poised to reach the Tao Foundation. Both He Jinghao and I believed that he would undoubtedly achieve the golden elixir path in his lifetime. Yet who could have anticipated that the heavens had long since laid down a killing intent? Among the myriad beings in the Songyun Sea, whether they experienced fleeting triumphs or setbacks, be they cultivators or mortals, they were all fated to meet their demise. Only the ordinary fisherman Zhang Haobo managed to escape one calamity, leading to another extraordinary encounter, ultimately becoming a foundation establishment cultivator. The unpredictability of the world is unparalleled. Li Fan reflected on his previous life, feeling an overwhelming sense of emotion. Soon after, a hint of doubt surged within him. Just as I had previously mentioned to Xiaohong, if the authorities wished to ambush bandits, they would never allow the bandits to be forewarned. The relationship between the heavens and the cultivators mirrors that of the authorities and the bandits. Hence, when the heavens unleash a killing intent to eliminate cultivators, the cultivators naturally remain oblivious. This explains why I inquired whether the Tianxian mirror sensed any calamity, and the mirror responded in the negative. It was merely shrouded in heavenly secrets. But why did the Wanhua Merchant Association seem to have sensed something in advance, ordering all their subordinates to withdraw from the Zhongyan Sea? And why did they not alert the Wanxian Alliance, allowing countless lives to be lost? There must be some hidden agenda behind this. If given the opportunity in this lifetime, I will undoubtedly seek clarity. After careful consideration for a long while, Li Fan began to devise a plan for this life. The cultivation realm is exceedingly perilous. It would be wise not to recklessly step into it before completing my energy accumulation. Currently, as I practice the Xianhuang Lianxin spell, my energy accumulation speed has significantly accelerated. Unlike before when it took 20 years to complete, within 10 years, I should be able to reach 100. Consequently, my arrival in the cultivation realm should be a decade earlier than in my previous life. I recall that during those years, a significant event transpired in the Zhongyan Sea, providing an opportunity for early planning. Moreover, after the Zhongyan Sea was depleted in my previous life, I discovered the hidden treasures buried within various islands. Now that they remain unknown to others, should an opportunity arise, I will claim them all. The Xianhuang Lianxin spell aided me repeatedly in overcoming predicaments in my former life. This technique is truly exceptional, and it seems to harbor deeper secrets. I must diligently cultivate and not become complacent. As for whether I should choose to flee alone or reveal the existence of the Qiyin burning sea, I can only adapt to circumstances as they arise. In my previous life, I plunged headfirst into the unfamiliar cultivation realm, only managing to reach the late stage of Qi refinement after 48 years before meeting my demise. In this life, with foresight and awareness, I firmly believe I will traverse even further. Chapter 61. The Trial of Separation in the Great Xian at the Separation Mountain. Towering thousands of meters high, its peaks resemble a knife, piercing the clouds. On a perilous mountain path halfway up, two youths were walking one behind the other. The one in front was a slender boy wearing a straw hat, his face resolute. Following him was a more robust boy, who appeared a few years younger but was quite sturdy, with thick brows and large eyes, exuding a simple-hearted demeanor. At this moment, the burly boy wiped the sweat from his forehead and plopped down. "Erlang, let us take a break. We've been walking for most of the day. I simply cannot continue." The slender boy turned back, offering his water flask. There are occasionally fierce tigers and wild beasts in these mountains. Resting here is unsafe. I know of a hidden cave not far ahead. If you are truly exhausted, we can rest there. The burly boy took the flask, gulping down a few mouthfuls, and after a long sigh of relief, he curiously asked, "Erlang, are there really immortals in this mountain?" "Certainly, I have seen them with my own eyes," Erlang replied, gazing up at the mountain peak hidden in the clouds with conviction. The burly boy, however, appeared skeptical. "Since 5 years ago, you've acted as if possessed, delving into this separation mountain whenever you have the chance. I've lost count of how many times you've come, yet I've never seen you truly find an immortal. If you ask me, you should abandon this futile hope. The pursuit of immortals and the Tao is too ethereal." Before he could finish, Erlang interrupted him with a frown. "Wang Xuanba, how have you become so verbose like my mother? If you continue with this nonsense, you can go down the mountain alone." Wang Xuanba awkwardly scratched the back of his head, realizing his folly, and fell silent. The two continued their ascent along the mountain path. Not long after, a sudden chilling wind swept through the mountain. Wang Xuanba's ears twitched, his expression changing. He stepped forward, pressing down on Erlang and signaling for silence. There's something ahead. His eyes narrowed, just as he was about to speak. He froze in place, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. On the mountain path ahead, accompanied by rustling sounds, a gigantic white python slithered down the mountainside. The python was massive, with just the head visible, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length. The rest of its body was concealed among the vegetation, its full length unknown. The python's head was as thick as a basin, with enormous crimson eyes glowing ominously. It flicked its forked tongue and raised its head, moving along the cliffside. Upon witnessing this terrifying creature, both Wang Xuanba and Erlang were filled with dread, not daring to move, even holding their breath. The python's enormous body dragged along the ground for a while before gradually disappearing from their sight. Phew! Wang Xuanba exhaled deeply, just about to speak when they heard a sudden commotion. The massive snake head suddenly reappeared from below the cliff, fixated intently on the two of them. Wang Xuanba and Erlang were once again petrified. Hiss! The white python swayed its head, slowly approaching the two. Its enormous mouth opened, creating a foul wind. As the shadow of the python loomed over them, it seemed as though their heads would soon be swallowed whole, prompting Wang Xuanba to finally lose his composure. He let out a tremendous roar, his muscles bulging as his body expanded significantly. He leaped up, swinging his fist down towards the python's head. Clang! It surprisingly emitted a sound akin to metal clashing. At that moment, Erlang also sprang into action. With a powerful stomp, the mountain rock shattered, and his figure blurred, appearing behind the white python in an instant. Transforming his fist into fingers, he struck fiercely multiple times. Clang! 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 The sounds of collision echoed continuously. Yet, their combined assault failed to even break the python's skin. The white python roared furiously, twisting its body and striking Wang Xuanba. Boom! Wang Xuanba was instantly sent flying, crashing against the cliff and sending debris flying. However, shrouded in the shadow of the white python, Erlang found himself devoid of any strength to resist and could only despairingly close his eyes, just as he resigned himself to fate, awaiting death. A resounding crane call suddenly echoed from the distant mountains. Upon hearing this cry, the white python seemed to have encountered its nemesis. It raised its head abruptly, flicked its tongue, and fixated its gaze on the source of the sound. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Erlang opened his eyes and beheld a white crane soaring in from an unknown direction in the mountains, engaging in battle with the white python. The crane darted and flitted gracefully, evading the python's strikes while pecking at its body with its sharp beak, drawing forth strands of blood and flesh. Though the python was not as agile as the crane, its tough skin and thick flesh allowed it to endure several blows without suffering significant harm. Yet, should the python manage to land even a single bite on the crane, it would be gravely injured. Gradually, the crane began to fall behind in this fierce struggle. Erlang, witnessing the fierce clash between these two extraordinary beasts, took advantage of their distraction and struggled to rise, intent on dragging Wang Xuanba to flee. Just then, a sound reminiscent of a tidal wave echoed from the mountains. Erlang froze, looking up to behold a wondrous sight. Countless birds flocked in swarms from various parts of the mountains, resembling a dense, dark cloud, heading toward them. On the mountainside, mountain mice, reptiles, and even monkeys and leopards, along with numerous creatures Erlang had never encountered before, suddenly emerged from all directions, forming a torrent of beasts rushing toward the place where the crane and python were entangled. Realizing the impending danger, Erlang's complexion paled. There was no chance of survival for the two of them amidst this horde. The red-eyed white python also sensed the crisis and ceased its struggle with the crane, attempting to flee. Yet, the crane was relentless, as if harboring a deep-seated vendetta against the python. Even as it was bitten and bloodied, it refused to let the python escape. In an instant, the birds and beasts descended upon the scene. They disregarded both the crane and Erlang, their sole focus being the massive python. The python emitted a terrified cry, but it was already surrounded by numerous wild beasts, with no escape in sight. The animals went wild, trampling over one another in their fervor to devour the python's flesh. Some beasts even met their demise in the process, but their places were quickly taken by others. It was as if the python had committed some unforgivable sin. All the birds and beasts surged forward, vowing to consume the python entirely, refusing to relent until it was no more. The python was engulfed by the tide of beasts, its struggles growing weaker until, eventually, silence fell. After an indeterminate amount of time, the beasts gradually dispersed, leaving no trace of the once mighty red-eyed white python. Witnessing such a bizarre spectacle, Erlang stood frozen in place, unable to utter a word for a while. After a prolonged moment, he managed to swallow hard and regained his composure. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he looked around and shouted loudly, "Immortal Master, is that you? It must be your doing, right?" In his mind, the extraordinary beast tide that had just unfolded was undoubtedly the work of the immortal residing in this dissolution mountain. Erlang felt a surge of excitement and urgency. Unfortunately, his voice was nearly hoarse, and he could not catch a glimpse of the immortal's presence, plunging him into profound disappointment. Yet not far from him, Li Fan observed with a smile. The immortal was close at hand, yet a mere mortal could not perceive him. This child possesses potential. His physique seems somewhat unique, and his determination to seek the Tao is commendable. Li Fan regarded Erlang with a hint of admiration in his gaze. Alas, I am still finding my footing. How can I teach you? Li Fan chuckled and shook his head. Perhaps in the future, when the time is ripe, I shall bestow upon you a great fortune. He gently pointed at Erlang. Instantly, Erlang felt a wave of confusion wash over him, and in a daze, he glanced around before hoisting the still-collapsed Wang Xuanba and descending the mountain. As he watched the two depart from Dissolution Mountain, Li Fan took another look at the site where the python had been devoured, feeling a sense of joy within. My 9 years of diligent research into the formless killing mechanism have proven worthwhile. It is indeed extraordinary. The recent commotion among the birds and beasts in Dissolution Mountain that led to the python's demise was entirely orchestrated by him. In this life, having reached the late stage of qi refinement, he sought refuge in Dissolution Mountain to avoid the effects of the immortal mortal miasma, while simultaneously awaiting the completion of Zhenjun's charging and engaging in rigorous cultivation. With no spiritual energy in the realm of immortal severance, he devoted most of his time to comprehending the natural energies he had observed in his previous life. After 9 years of relentless effort, he finally grasped a technique known as the formless killing mechanism. Once unleashed, this technique can masquerade as the heavenly killing intent within a defined scope and degree. When the heavenly killing intent manifests, it naturally gives rise to various lethal tribulations. A target locked by the formless killing mechanism does not require Li Fan to take action. It will inevitably perish amidst its own tribulations. Take, for instance, the red-eyed white python, which became the target of heavenly killing intent within the confines of Dissolution Mountain after being locked by Li Fan's formless killing mechanism. The heavens nourish all beings, and their will governs the vast majority of creatures in the world. Thus, countless animals were compelled by this will, generating an insatiable killing intent toward the python. This killing intent would only dissipate once the python met its end. The ingenious aspect of the formless killing mechanism lies in its ability to simulate divine providence. Not only is its power formidable, but its methods are also elusive, with a high degree of concealment. The formless killing mechanism itself resembles the heavenly killing intent, akin to a pure will and set of rules, undetectable by ordinary cultivators. With so many advantages, it is undoubtedly an essential tool for eliminating foes. No wonder Li Fan was so pleased. Of course, the initial test subject for the formless killing mechanism was an ordinary beast in the mountains, resulting in a considerable commotion. The actual effects on cultivators of equal or even higher cultivation levels than Li Fan remained to be seen, as he must personally experiment in the future to uncover the truth. After concluding his demonstration of divine abilities, Li Fan returned to the straw hut where he resided at the summit of Dissolution Mountain. After tidying up briefly, he checked the charging progress of the transformative void, which was now at 99. It was time to once again step into the realm of cultivation. At that moment, Li Fan summoned the Taiyan boat and soared toward Zhuangqing City. With the might of an immortal, he plundered vast treasures and provisions, filling the Taiyan boat to the brim. Afterward, he made his way to the entrance of Qianhong's tomb. With his current cultivation level, the prohibitions on the remnants of the steel could no longer inflict harm upon him. Upon entering Qianhong's tomb, Li Fan retrieved the bound remnants of the steel from Zhenjun's space. The two remnants fused together, forming a brand new steel. Unlike before, which was worn and ancient, this one bore only a few cracks. Yet, it still seemed to lack a certain quality necessary for transformation. Li Fan paid it no mind. Having experienced the immense power of the Songhai Pearl, he had grown somewhat disdainful of the steel. After all, it was merely to be sold to the Tianguan mirror in exchange for contribution points. After also taking the two cultivation techniques from Qianhong's tomb and the damaged Taiyan boat, Li Fan prepared to depart. After flying a distance, he returned to collect Qianhong's remains, intending to bring them back to the realm of cultivation to fulfill his final wish. At that moment, Li Fan was free of all attachments and smoothly traversed the array of immortal severance, returning to the realm of cultivation. Upon once again gazing upon the azure sea of clouds, Li Fan couldn't help but feel as though he had been transported to another world. He took Qianhong's remains, transforming them into ashes and scattering them into the vast ocean. In the sky above, a miraculous phenomenon manifested. A petal drifted down from the branches, carried by the wind. Endlessly wandering. Foundation establishment cultivator Changsheng, having cultivated for 265 years, achieved his Tao foundation with the wondrous falling plum. After wandering for 3,670 years, he now returns to his homeland, returning his spirit to the heavens. The miraculous phenomenon lasted only the briefest moment before vanishing without a trace. After the phenomenon dissipated, Li Fan keenly sensed that some ineffable change had occurred within him. Yet, upon careful examination, he could not discern the nature of this change. Nevertheless, it did not seem to be a negative development. Li Fan decided to set it aside for now, merely noting it in his mind. Upon discerning his current location, Li Fan realized that it bore a slight deviation from the site where he had appeared in the realm of cultivation during his previous life. Nevertheless, the distance was not significant. This place was closest to Liuli Island, and Li Fan resolved to head there first. After all, he had spent a considerable amount of time on Liuli Island in his past life and was familiar with its surroundings. Although the good-natured He Jinghao exhibited a touch of greed, he was at least reliable in his endeavors. Compared to others, Li Fan preferred to interact with acquaintances, aiming to minimize uncertainties. Having determined his direction, Li Fan chose not to manipulate the Taiyin boat, but instead employed a wind control technique to fly towards Liuli Island. The persona he wished to assume was that of a loose cultivator amidst the Songyun Sea, who fortuitously had cultivated to the later stage of qi refinement. He aspired to break through to the foundation establishment stage, but lacked the proper method, hence his desire to join the Wanjin Alliance. In the contemporary cultivation world, the lives of loose cultivators could be described as exceedingly arduous. Unlike members of the Wanjin Alliance or the Five Elders Association, who had fixed avenues to acquire cultivation methods, loose cultivators often risked their lives to explore various ancient sect ruins in search of techniques. They faced not only the bizarre traps within these ruins but also had to be wary of fellow cultivators, equally covetous and predatory. A moment of carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Despite these challenges, many loose cultivators were reluctant to join the two major organizations, preferring not to be subservient or serve others. For them, freedom was paramount, held above all else. The differing choices simply reflected individual perspectives, making it difficult to declare one superior to the other. Thus, the Taiyin boat was somewhat ostentatious for the identity of a loose cultivator. To avoid unnecessary trouble and suspicion, Li Fan opted to fly on his own. Although this method was slower, he was in no rush and saw it as an opportunity to acclimate. It was worth noting that during his time in Dashuan, Li Fan had sensed an inexplicable increase in his affinity for spiritual energy in this life. However, due to the absence of spiritual energy in the land of immortals, he had been unable to validate this feeling. Upon entering the cultivation realm and sensing the spiritual energy around him, Li Fan finally confirmed that his intuition was correct. If in his previous life he had forcibly extracted spiritual energy from the heavens and earth as if using a pump, in this life, all it took was a mere thought for the spiritual energy to flow into his dantian, without any need for coercion. While it still paled in comparison to the intimacy with spiritual energy described by Xiao Hong, it was a significant improvement from before. Li Fan speculated that this transformation was likely rooted in the essence of the heavens and earth. In his past life, the essence was cultivated through 5 emotions: greed, fear, rage, hatred, and self-importance. In this life, however, his Dantian's essence was directly manifested through the Huanjin. If the essence cultivated through the 5 spirit qi method was rife with brutality and darkness, then the essence bestowed by Huanjun was characterized by balance, tranquility, and naturalness. He had not anticipated that inheriting his past life as cultivation through Huanjun would also yield such benefits. Amidst his joy, Li Fan felt an inkling that there might be deeper reasons behind this change. However, before he could ponder further, his expression suddenly shifted. A palpable aura of murderous intent emerged from afar, locking onto him and swiftly approaching. The energy emanating from this presence was formidable, at least at the foundation establishment stage. Though the situation felt perplexing, Li Fan did not hesitate. He summoned the Taiyin boat, ramping up its speed as he fled towards the nearest Liuli Island. The pursuer seemed taken aback by Li Fan's possession of such a treasure, momentarily stunned before accelerating in pursuit. Within the Taiyin boat, Li Fan's expression darkened. The distance was too great, exceeding the range of his divine sense. Yet, judging from the encroaching murderous intent, The opponent's speed was undoubtedly superior to that of his Taiyan boat. After a brief moment of hesitation, Li Fan directed a formless killing intent towards the approaching figure. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he heard faint whispers. The surroundings became surreal and distorted, as if countless eyes were watching him from the shadows. Fortunately, this hallucinatory scene was fleeting, dissipating in an instant. Li Fan understood that the recent experience was a consequence of releasing formless killing intent beyond his current realm. Formless killing intent was a manifestation of false destiny, inherently fraught with risk. Just as a mortal impersonating the emperor would face dire consequences, so too would one feigning divine mandate. The greater the disparity in cultivation between himself and the target of his killing intent, the more likely it was to draw the attention of the will of heaven and earth. Thankfully, it appeared that he was merely crossing a major realm, so the risk was manageable. After releasing the formless killing intent, there was initially no response. However, Li Fan soon sensed a sudden gust of wind manifesting in the air. This wind spiraled along the path of his pursuer, swiftly coalescing into a tornado. The tornado shimmered with a faint azure light, resembling a colossal dragon as it roared towards the adversary. Caught off guard, the pursuer was ensnared by the cyclone, providing Li Fan with an opportunity to hasten his escape. Moments later, a thunderous crash echoed from behind. The opponent seemed to have extricated himself from the tornado and was now racing towards Li Fan with increased ferocity. Just as he was closing in, a gigantic alligator shark leapt from the ocean, devouring the assailant whole before crashing back into the sea, sending waves crashing high. A fiery blast erupted from the ocean, incinerating the alligator shark to ashes. The adversary, somewhat disheveled, emerged from the water, looking frantic as he sensed Li Fan's position and accelerated in pursuit. Yet, each time he neared, he encountered unexpected obstacles. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless chase. Despite his superior speed, the pursuer could not catch up to Li Fan. At last, Liuli Island came into view. The pursuer cautiously scanned his surroundings, relieved to find no immediate threats, and prepared to unleash his technique to eliminate Li Fan. Under the bright daylight, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, striking him squarely. Had it not been for a protective light that flared around him at that critical moment, mitigating much of the lightning's damage, he might have perished instantly. Even so, he emerged charred and unrecognizable. Seeing this, Li Fan hurriedly flew towards the central protective array of Liuli Island. The pursuer lingered in midair for a moment before regaining his composure. In a fit of surprise and rage, he bellowed, "He Jinghao? Why are you not coming out to slay this little thief with me?" From Liuli Island, a familiar voice echoed, "Wanjin Alliance? Why have you become like this?" As Li Fan soared towards Liuli Island, he halted abruptly upon hearing their exchange. Surrounded and with no means of escape, he cursed inwardly. He then silently recited in his heart, Huanjun. Chapter 63. Return to Liuli Island. This simulation has concluded. Upon regaining consciousness, Li Fan remained somewhat speechless. This life had been the briefest he experienced since embarking on the Huanjun reincarnation journey, ending merely 9 years after it began. He had harbored grand ambitions and devised various plans, only to find himself inexplicably pursued upon entering the realm of cultivation. Even more absurdly, his pursuers turned out to be from the Wanjin Alliance. Unaware of their identities, he had sought refuge with He Jinghao on Liuli Island, only to find himself cornered by 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. Their intent was clear, to eliminate Li Fan. He did not believe that inquiring about the reasons for their pursuit would yield honest answers. Faced with 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, he had no chance of survival. Thus, he decisively chose to start anew. Why would members of the Wanjin Alliance hunt him down so soon after his entry into the cultivation realm? Li Fan furrowed his brow, engulfed in deep confusion. Until this question was resolved, any future plans would remain mere fantasies. That Song Yunxi was still under the control of the Wanjin Alliance, and it was evident that they could pinpoint his location through some means. Where had things gone awry? Could it be because he had brought back the remains of Qian Hong to the cultivation realm? Or was it? Li Fan meticulously examined his possessions, ruling out possibilities. Ultimately, he zeroed in on the target. Li Fan pondered deeply, concluding that the suspicion surrounding the Shaoyin water technique was the most compelling. After all, he currently had no ties to the Wanxian Alliance, and this technique was the sole inheritance from his past life within that very sect. Narrowing his eyes, he contemplated the implications and felt a faint answer emerging in his mind. The Shaoyin water technique, along with all other techniques within the Alliance, was undoubtedly under constant scrutiny. If it were to be discovered that one technique had not been redeemed while the number of practitioners inexplicably increased by one, it would signal a leak of information regarding that technique. Regardless of how the leak occurred, the Wanxian Alliance would certainly seek to reclaim the technique, and their method of retrieval would invariably be lethal. He pondered how they could pinpoint his location with such precision. Practitioners of the same technique share a connection, allowing them to sense each other's whereabouts. For a mere qi refinement stage technique, the involvement of a foundation establishment cultivator was excessive. Judging by the tone of his conversation with He Zhenghao, it was likely that this individual was even more skilled than He Zhenghao, possibly at the mid to late stages of foundation establishment. In his mind's eye, he envisioned a scene within the Wanxian Alliance, where thousands of pieces of technique information were meticulously arranged like an impenetrable wall. Before this wall, a pair of eyes observed intently, capturing every subtle change. Should a technique that previously had practitioners suddenly drop to zero, or conversely, a technique that had no practitioners suddenly gain one without redemption, the owner of those eyes would calmly make arrangements. Guardian, indeed. Li Fan clapped in appreciation. With the options still vivid before him, he steadied his emotions and chose to retain his previous realm. In an instant, he returned to the qi refinement stage. Without hesitation, he began to circulate the Taishang Yuan Shi Jinjing, dissipating the cultivation of the Xiao Yin water technique at the late stage. Following this, as he had done in his past life, he anchored himself for 9 years, re-entering the realm of cultivation. After traversing the Xianzhu Grand Formation, Li Fan waited patiently in place. As he had suspected, his theory proved correct. Without practicing the Xiao Yin water technique, he had evaded the pursuit of the Wanxian Alliance's guardian. Only then did he slowly make his way toward Liuli Island. As he approached the waters near Liuli Island, a fleeting memory surged through his mind. He abruptly halted and gazed downward. His vision pierced through the water, reaching the ocean's depths. There, schools of glass fish were dragging the bodies of mortals who had met untimely fates for various reasons, offering them to a massive golden glass fish. This gluttonous creature swayed its corpulent body, voraciously consuming the offerings from its subordinates. After chewing, it spat out the remains, displaying a look of dissatisfaction. Its greedy eyes fixated on the surface, as if there were fresher mortals to be had. Li Fan observed this scene with a cold snort, his latent killing intent stirring to life. Beneath the depths, the once obedient glass fish, who had eagerly presented their tributes to their leader, suddenly froze. The golden glass fish, sensing something amiss, prepared to reprimand its subordinates, only to realize that they had turned against it, their eyes glowing red, fixated upon the giant fish. Realizing the danger, the golden fish attempted to flee, but it was too late. Countless glass fish besieged it in a frenzy, and its silhouette was swallowed by the swarm. Crimson blood rising to the surface. Li Fan held a glass orb about the size of a pigeon egg, examining it closely. Unfortunately, it was not a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Nevertheless, merely carrying it on his person conferred effects akin to consuming a glass elixir. It was indeed extraordinary. Satisfied, he stowed it away and continued toward Liuli Island. As he neared the island, he paused mid-air, releasing his spiritual energy. Before long, a voice echoed from afar. Which friend comes to Liuli Island? Accompanying the voice was He Zhenghao's figure. Despite his foundation establishment cultivation, He Zhenghao remained humble when facing an unexpected visitor from the late qi refinement stage, addressing him as a fellow cultivator. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Li Fan clasped his hands in respect. I am Li Fan, a loose cultivator from Zhongyunsi. Reaching the late qi refinement stage has proven immensely challenging for me, and I realize that as a loose cultivator, I have little hope of establishing a foundation. Thus, I seek to join the Wanxian Alliance in pursuit of a foundation establishment technique. After a brief pause, he added, I have long heard of your reputation for benevolence and generosity, hence my visit to pay my respects. I hope you might recommend me, and I shall surely repay your kindness once my endeavor is successful. He Zhenghao was momentarily taken aback by Li Fan's desire to join the Wanxian Alliance. He had not anticipated encountering such fortuitous circumstances. Upon hearing Li Fan's promise of future reciprocation, He Zhenghao's joy intensified. Ah, fellow Taoist, you flatter me. As cultivators, we understand the difficulties of cultivation. If I can assist, I shall gladly do so. Rest assured, I will take responsibility for your entry into the Wanxian Alliance. Li Fan smiled faintly. Your reputation as a timely reign is indeed well-deserved, and I admire your character. He Zhenghao was about to clarify that he did not possess such a title, but reconsidered, finding the moniker quite fitting. If it spread, it could greatly benefit his cultivation, and thus he chose not to deny it. The two exchanged smiles. Chapter 64. Re-entering the Wanxian Alliance, Li Fan floated in the air, observing Liuli Island, which he had anchored to for 9 years. At this moment, Liuli Island bore little resemblance to the bustling place he had witnessed in his past life. The population was less than a third of what it would be a decade later, and the island lacked the vibrant vitality it once had. Traces of the devastation wrought by a storm were still visible along the island's edges, and smiles were a rare sight among the mortals. Liuli Island had yet to recover from the catastrophic tempest that had struck 5 years prior. If only the replenishment speed of the Zhun could be accelerated. Perhaps he could witness the restoration firsthand, Li Fan mused. When he was still an ordinary mortal, he had heard tales of the storm's might, which had devastated 2/3 of Liuli Island, instilling in him a profound respect for the forces of nature. However, having later witnessed the transformation of the sea into mountains over the years, he found the tempest's fury to be relatively insignificant by comparison. At this moment, Li Fan awaited He Zhenghao's return from Liuli Island. According to He Zhenghao, cultivators above the late Qi refinement stage who entered without permission would face autonomous attacks from the Wanxian Grand Formation. Thus, He Zhenghao had gone ahead to secure passage for Li Fan. Fortunately, he did not keep Li Fan waiting long. Success. He handed Li Fan a jade talisman engraved with the character for 10,000. Simply leave your aura on this talisman, and you will be granted passage. Li Fan accepted the talisman and infused it with his spiritual energy. A flash of light emanated from the character, vanishing into the ether. He Zhenghao nodded in approval. That will suffice. But remember to return the talisman once you officially join the Wanxian Alliance. Do not lose it, or you will be required to compensate with corresponding contribution points. A fleeting look of displeasure crossed He Zhenghao's face as he recalled an unpleasant memory. This little talisman requires 100 contribution points. It's quite outrageous. He halted mid-sentence, noticing Li Fan's keen interest in his words, and quickly changed the subject. Apologies for my rambling. He coughed lightly, regaining his composure. Leading Li Fan into the protective formation of the island, He Zhenghao activated the teleportation array. After a brief sensation of disorientation, Li Fan found himself once again on Wanxian Island. In the Law Transmission Square, the statue of an elder with a high crown and long beard stood vigil, overseeing the bustling activity of cultivators as they hurried through various teleportation arrays to distant locales within Songyun-si. At that moment, who could have foreseen that everything here would soon dissolve into nothingness? Li Fan felt a surge of emotion within him. He Zhenghao was momentarily awestruck by the breathtaking scenery of Wanxian Island, yet he paid little heed to it. As in his previous life, he provided various introductions to Li Fan. This is the Dharma Transmission Square, constructed to commemorate the teachings of the immortal sovereign. Li Fan nodded in understanding as he listened. Following the path, the two arrived at the location of the Tianxian Mirror. As a loose cultivator, you may be unaware, but members of our Wanxian Alliance can recommend external loose cultivators for membership. Depending on the realm and potential of the recommended member, corresponding contribution rewards will be granted. Before entering the Wanxian Mirror, He Zhenghao seemed to recall something and turned to Li Fan, saying, "Thus, your request for assistance is quite agreeable to me." "Ah, I see. I feared I was imposing on you, but I was mistaken," Li Fan replied with a dawning realization, then seriously added, "Regardless, your efforts shall not be forgotten." He Zhenghao smiled and nodded, visibly pleased with Li Fan's response. The two then entered the Tianxian Mirror. This individual is the loose cultivator I reported earlier. Seeking to join our Wanxian Alliance, He Zhenghao stated as he regarded Li Fan. Moments later, a voice echoed within the space. Recommendation of a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator, with a medium-level contribution recorded, equating to 300 contribution points. Current total contribution points, 1340. He Zhenghao was taken aback, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. After studying Li Fan for a moment, he inquired, "If it isn't too forward, may I ask your age?" Li Fan pondered briefly before responding, 29. He Zhenghao gasped in astonishment. A late-stage Qi refinement cultivator at just 29, and a loose cultivator at that. His expression quickly shifted to one of elation. "Your talent is truly extraordinary, a rarity in a lifetime." He promptly produced a communication talisman shaped like a mountain and handed it to Li Fan. "As you are new here, you will undoubtedly encounter numerous challenges. Feel free to ask me any questions. I will offer my knowledge without reservation." should you face insurmountable troubles. I am available to assist you. Though I am merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, my connections within the Wanjian Alliance are quite substantial. Li Fan nodded appreciatively. After He Jinghao offered a few more pieces of advice and departed with an excited demeanor, Li Fan allowed his expression to return to normal. This treatment was far superior to that of his previous life. Li Fan tossed the communication talisman in his hand. In the realm of cultivation, most practitioners were solitary. Individuals like He Jinghao were indeed rare. Moreover, his enthusiasm seemed somewhat excessive for someone whose cultivation talent was merely slightly above average. Li Fan contemplated the reasons, but could not discern any, only feeling a vague connection to the cultivation method He Jinghao practiced. Sensing no malice from him, he decided not to dwell on it. Spiritual consciousness fluctuations recorded. Independent space generated. Cultivator Li Fan, welcome to the Wanjian Alliance. As a benefit, you will receive 100 contribution points free of charge. You may use these contribution points to exchange for spirit stones, cultivation methods, magical artifacts, and more. The Wanjian mirror began to outline relevant matters. Although Li Fan was already quite familiar with the details, he listened intently, comparing them to the scenarios of his previous life. He discovered that upon advancing to the late stage of Qi refinement, the contribution points required to activate the auxiliary cultivation mode had increased from 10 points per day to 30 points per day. The higher the realm, the greater the resource demands, a logical progression. It appeared he needed to amass a significant amount of contribution points before anything else. Accumulating contribution points through mundane tasks was excruciatingly slow, a pace Li Fan found unacceptable. In reality, he had long devised a plan for rapidly acquiring substantial contribution points. After spending 10 contribution points to purchase a slightly larger storage ring, he ventured out via the teleportation array. In an uninhabited area, he stored the gold, silver, and jewels, as well as the stopping stone he had looted from the tie-in boat. He swiftly returned and requested an exchange. Gold and silver, 863 contribution points. Heavenly Wonders, stopping stone. Quality, flawed. 1968 contribution points. A moment later, a notification from the Tianqian mirror appeared. Chapter 65, 100,000 contribution points in his previous life. Li Fan had spent the majority of his plundered treasures on securing a spot for the pure body spirit pool at Lioli Island through a process of laundering. Ultimately, he was left with only 235 contribution points. The total value of 863 contribution points in this life made Li Fan understand why some cultivators clandestinely assisted mortals in smuggling into the cultivation realm. He had merely plundered a few corrupt officials and wealthy tyrants to amass over 800 contribution points. It was only natural for those cultivators to acquire over 1,000 points in a single endeavor. After all, a Qi refinement method typically cost around 1,000 points. Over a decade, such earnings would be quite substantial. Wealth indeed stirs the heart. Li Fan mused, and then retrieved the exquisite Lioli pearl he had obtained from the giant Lioli fish. The exquisite Lioli pearl could be exchanged for 850 contribution points. Reflecting on its value, he concluded that the exquisite Lioli pearl was akin to a weakened version of the Lioli pill. While its efficacy was somewhat diminished, it had the advantage of being non-consumable. It would undoubtedly prove useful in his future cultivation, so he opted not to exchange it and instead stored it away. Li Fan surveyed his total of 2,831 contribution points and shook his head. It was still insufficient, far too little. The knowledge regarding heavenly wonders required over 2,000 points. When he was pursued by the protective law enforcers of the Wanjian Alliance, he had realized that despite his late-stage Qi refinement realm, his actual combat power was alarmingly low. The Qinji Yuan Golden Seal, his primary cultivation method, lacked effective offensive capabilities. Apart from the formless killing intent he had comprehended, he had no other means to confront adversaries. Although formless killing intent was formidable, it had a critical flaw. It often required time to manifest. It was suitable for covert strikes, but not for direct confrontations. Once embroiled in a battle or ambush, Li Fan could only flee. Given his current knowledge of the most rudimentary wind control technique, he was unlikely to escape. Unable to fight or flee, a tragic outcome was inevitable. Thus, within the vast array of offensive techniques, evasion arts, defensive methods, magical artifacts, formation diagrams, and medicinal pills available in the Wanjian mirror, Li Fan desired them all. Yet, such meager contribution points were utterly inadequate. After a moment of contemplation, he began to browse the bounty tasks published by other cultivators within the Wanjian mirror. In his previous life, During the amalgamation with the consciousness of the Songhai, he had glimpsed many hidden treasures within the Zhongyun Sea. Among them were several that he could access with his current strength, such as the exquisite Liuli Pearl. However, many were perilous, even beyond the reach of Foundation establishment cultivators. Rather than allowing these secrets to languish in the depths of the sea, it would be wiser to select a few to sell and quickly convert them into his own combat strength. His gaze swiftly scanned the tasks until it landed on one that caused him to pause. With a flicker of his consciousness, he examined the task details. Elder Chun of the Medicine Hall required a specific auxiliary material for alchemy, blue blood coral. He was offering a reward of 1,000 contribution points for relevant information, and 3,000 contribution points for direct provision of the blue blood coral. After reviewing the remaining tasks, it became evident that this was the most lucrative opportunity he was aware of, so Li Fan accepted the task. 200 miles west of Wuying Island in the northwest sea area of Zhongyun Sea, I once saw this coral on the seabed. Unfortunately, a sea serpent guards the coral. Its strength is unknown, but even from a distance, I felt a sense of lethal danger. Li Fan devised a narrative and submitted the task. Given the efficiency of Wanjian Island, he anticipated that the authenticity of his information would be confirmed swiftly. Sure enough, merely half a day later, he received the task reward. However, it was intriguing that the bounty for the blue blood coral remained active rather than being cancelled. It appears that Elder Chun, who seeks a considerable quantity of the blue blood coral, is indeed after something extraordinary, though the exact nature of the pill he is refining remains a mystery. The fact that he is willing to expend 3,000 contribution points on just one auxiliary ingredient is a clear indication of the exceptional quality of the elixir he aims to concoct. However, Li Fan's curiosity is merely piqued. It is said that Elder Chun is the chief elder of the Medicine Hall of Nexian Island, a formidable practitioner at the nascent soul stage, a realm that Li Fan is still far from attaining. Suppressing his fleeting curiosity, Li Fan redirected his attention to the numerous bounty tasks, particularly one that stood out prominently. This was the very reason behind his eagerness to enhance his own strength. Task: Bounty for Yinshui Tulu. Reward: 100,000 contribution points. These succinct lines, devoid of any further elaboration, held a number that made every cultivator who beheld it tremble with desire. A staggering 100,000 contribution points. Many cultivators within the Nexian Alliance might not accumulate such wealth in their entire lifetimes, with such an abundance of contribution points. While ascension to the nascent soul stage may be uncertain, reaching the golden core stage would undoubtedly be within reach. Countless cultivators have gazed at these two lines of text repeatedly, envisioning the glory they would bask in upon completing the task. Regrettably, this bounty has been posted for over a decade, and not only has it never been fulfilled, but the very essence of Yinshui Tulu remains elusive to all. The task's issuer is shrouded in mystery, having never revealed their identity or provided any clarification, as if to convey that those who understand will grasp its significance, while those who do not will find explanations futile. Within the tumultuous seas of the Zhongyun, no one seems to know the whereabouts of Yinshui Tulu, except for Li Fan. Yinshui Tulu, the Yinshui Heavenly Palace. Li Fan repeated this phrase in his mind. This coveted Yinshui Tulu, valued at a staggering 100,000 contribution points, lies within the Yinshui Heavenly Palace. The Yinshui Heavenly Palace, or rather its ruins, is the very location mentioned in the letters from Xiaohong, where he sought the wonders of heaven and earth. The reason no one is privy to this secret today is simply that the Yinshui Heavenly Palace has yet to manifest in this world. In his previous life, it was Xiaoheng's correspondence that sparked Li Fan's interest in the Yinshui Heavenly Palace, thus etching this monumental event into his memory. The Yinshui Heavenly Palace, isolated from the mainland, was the most powerful sect within the expanse of Zhongyun during ancient times, when the cataclysm descended upon the world. The disciples of the Yinshui Heavenly Palace engaged in fierce battles, leaving only a scant few survivors. Those who remained decided to activate the protective formation of their sect, thus retreating from the world. Consequently, the Yinshui Heavenly Palace remained obscured by the formation, hidden within the central waters of Zhongyun. It was not until the anchor point of 11 years that the formation shattered, allowing the long-concealed palace to re-emerge. Yet, even in choosing seclusion, the Yinshui Heavenly Palace could not escape its ultimate demise. When the cultivators of Zhongyun ventured inside, they discovered that the palace had transformed into a realm filled with peculiar ruins. In the 66th chapter, the peculiarities of the world emerged. The first group to enter the ruins of the Yunshui heavenly palace consisted of over 100 cultivators, primarily at the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. They initially believed it to be an ordinary ruin, only to find themselves surrounded by the uncanny within the palace. Caught off guard, they suffered heavy casualties, with less than 1/10 emerging alive. Among the survivors was a seemingly unremarkable individual named Sikong Yi, whose cultivation was merely at the mid-Qi refinement stage. Many assumed he had survived by sheer luck, but no one anticipated that this inconspicuous Sikong Yi would return to Wnexi in Island and submit Yinshui Telu, thus completing the high-reward bounty task. After receiving his reward, Sikong Yi vanished from their sight, utilizing a long-distance teleportation array to leave the Tsongyun Sea, never to be seen again. Searching for information on the peculiarities, sect ruins, and their associated details, Li Fan slowly recalled his previous life's experiences, simultaneously conversing with the Tiantian mirror. In an instant, countless pieces of information surged forth. However, the majority only revealed the initial few sentences, and to obtain comprehensive details, one would need to pay a certain amount of contribution points. Li Fan did not hesitate. He promptly expended 100 contribution points to acquire the highly sought-after guide to survival in sect ruins. The guide was authored by Qi Yuanzhou, a former rogue cultivator who had spent years exploring various ruins until he reached the Golden Core stage and eventually joined the Wnexi and Alliance. His ability to navigate the treacherous terrain of sect ruins and return unscathed certainly attested to his exceptional skills. Consequently, his guide to survival in sect ruins was revered by many cultivators as a beacon of wisdom. The ruins of the Yunshui Heavenly Palace are fraught with danger, and although Li Fan possessed foresight, he remained vigilant. He meticulously studied the guide. When the great calamity descended upon the world, numerous sects were obliterated, leaving only remnants of their former glory. Some of these ruins had been explored countless times by generations of cultivators, their treasures long depleted and devoid of value. Others, however, remained perilous and vast, yet to be fully explored. Each year, many cultivators risk their lives to enter, seeking either techniques or opportunities for breakthroughs. Furthermore, there exist sects that have long been concealed by cave heavens and formations, remaining hidden from the world. Such sects are uncharted territories brimming with potential. Once they re-emerge, they inevitably attract throngs of cultivators. The experiences detailed in the Guide to Survival in Sect Ruins are particularly relevant to the latter two categories. The guide delineates that within the contemporary cultivation world, all valuable and worthy sects can be divided into two principal categories: those devoid of peculiarities and those that possess them. If a sect is free from peculiarities, one need only exercise caution towards formations and mechanisms, as there is generally no significant danger. Conversely, if peculiarities are present, one must tread with utmost care. Peculiarities refer to the various extraordinary phenomena within the ruins that defy conventional reasoning, seemingly belonging to an entirely different realm, often governed by their own unique set of rules. These peculiar rules vary in strength and within the cultivation community. A customary grading system exists to classify the intensity of these peculiarities based on the highest cultivation realm they can affect, ranging from Qi refinement level peculiarities to foundation establishment level peculiarities, and so forth. Cultivators who find themselves within the influence of a peculiar rule must adhere to its dictates if their cultivation is inferior to its strength. Failure to comply results in certain death. Conversely, those whose cultivation exceeds the strength of the peculiar rules may escape their effects and avoid demise. Nevertheless, irrespective of one's cultivation level, altering the nature of the peculiarities remains impossible. Even a powerful figure at the Dao integration stage cannot modify the rules of a Qi refinement level peculiarity, nor can they rescue cultivators who violate such rules. Once life enters the domain of peculiarities, it triggers a series of events. Only when the death toll reaches a certain threshold or the peculiar rules are unraveled can the intruding cultivators hope to escape. The guide provides an example from 150 years ago. On a nameless island near the western edge of Tsongyun, a cave suddenly materialized. From the moment it appeared, radiant light emanated from within, illuminating the skies for hundreds of miles. Many cultivators, drawn by the brilliance, ventured inside to explore. Upon investigation, they discovered that this cave had been constructed by a nascent soul rogue cultivator named Hong Ji before his passing. The cave contained over 10 techniques and an abundance of treasures. Elated, the cultivators began to seize the items. However, a horrifying event soon transpired. All those who had smiled in triumph after acquiring techniques or treasures found their heads inexplicably severed, their joyous expressions frozen in place. In an instant, over half of the present cultivators perished. However, he was also terrified by the horrifying scene, hastily grabbing a magical artifact and fleeing as if in panic. The news of yet another group's annihilation sent tremors through all the envious cultivators in the vicinity. The expressionless cultivator who had miraculously escaped and acquired treasures from the cave naturally drew everyone's attention. Yet, no matter how they pressed him, he insisted he had no idea how he survived. Eventually, a clever man, after deep contemplation, revealed the secret. It turned out that laughter was strictly forbidden in this cave. For any reason, a smile would lead to immediate decapitation. Although this sounded absurd, when the astute man calmly entered the cave and retrieved a technique unscathed, all the cultivators became convinced. Thus, they followed suit, extracting all the treasures within the cave. What transpired in the cave of Master Hongji was the most typical and straightforward anomaly, governed by a single rule. In reality, the anomalies within sect relics often comprise multiple intertwined rules. Such anomalies are inherently perilous. Without understanding their rules, even a slight misstep could result in death. However, once one grasps the rules of an anomaly, the associated risks diminish almost to zero. Qi Yuanzhou, drawing from his personal experiences of surviving several anomalies, compiled numerous insights. First, always maintain composure. Under the shroud of the anomaly, anything unimaginable could occur. Second, do not act recklessly. The faster one moves without understanding the rules, the quicker one meets their demise. Third, if one wishes to explore an anomaly, gather as many people as possible. The most effective way to uncover the rules of an anomaly is through sacrificing lives. Trust in yourself. You certainly will not be the first to perish. Li Fan meticulously read through the survival guide to sect relics, feeling that the 100 points of contribution were well spent. Armed with this knowledge, he felt significantly more prepared for his exploration of Yinshui, Tiangong 2 years hence. In his previous life, after Sikong, he discovered the Yinshui Tulu from Yinshui, Tiangong, and garnered a staggering 100,000 contribution points. It ignited a fervor among the cultivators of Zongyunsi to explore the palace. Although the Yinshui Tulu had already been taken, the vastness of Yinshui Tiangong suggested there must be more treasures within. With this thought in mind, the cultivators of Zongyunsi surged towards Yinshui Tiangong, disregarding their lives. And even rogue cultivators from distant continents arrived, drawn by the rumors. Their reasoning was indeed sound. Until the 27th year of anchoring, during Li Fan's Qi refinement year, Yinshui Tiangong remained incompletely explored. Periodically, news would circulate of cultivators obtaining treasures, inciting envy among many. As a result of the continuous explorations, most of the anomalous rules within Yinshui Tiangong had long ceased to be secrets. Li Fan had heard whispers of these in his previous life. However, the circumstances surrounding how Sikong acquired the Yinshui Fulu remained a topic of much debate without a definitive conclusion. Therefore, in this life, Li Fan aimed a scheme for the Yinshui Tulu by secretly following Sikong and intercepting him just as he was about to succeed. With 2 years remaining before Yinshui Tiangong opened, he could first gather information about Sikong to know both himself and his adversary. Simultaneously, he needed to enhance his own strength as much as possible. Li Fan set his sights on a collection of lethal techniques in the Tianqian mirror, all suited for the Qi refinement stage. The prices of these techniques were significantly higher than ordinary ones. The technique he had previously practiced, Xiaoyan Shueju, cost only 1,200 contribution points, while the lethal techniques were generally around 1,500 points. As Li Fan quickly perused the descriptions, he selected those that best suited him: Flowing Water Sword Technique, Minor Gale Wind Sword, Crimson Meteor. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to one particular technique, Mingling Illusion Technique. After examining the introduction several times, Li Fan felt a surge of excitement. According to the technique's description, it primarily focused on illusion magic, allowing one to cultivate an illusory spirit in their mind, which could be unleashed to confuse enemies. Once the illusory spirit grew powerful, it could even penetrate an opponent's consciousness and launch a mental attack. This technique seemed tailor-made for him, although he was uncertain how his mental strength compared to other cultivators. The continuous cycles of rebirth over centuries, combined with the enhancement from the Xianhuang refining heart spell, suggested he would not be weak. Moreover, as he envisioned cultivating the illusory spirit, a red figure inexplicably appeared in his mind. If he were to visualize it based on the crimson flame, the resulting illusory spirit should possess considerable power. Contemplating this, Li Fan resolved to acquire the technique. However, the price. He glanced at it, his eyelids twitching. 2,500 points. Nearly the same price as a slightly inferior foundation technique. No wonder this powerful technique had remained unclaimed here for so long. In truth, Li Fan had misjudged. The reason mingling illusion technique was priced so high was merely due to the rarity of illusion-based techniques, not because of its inherent power. In the current cultivation world, the mental strength of most cultivators was fairly uniform. After all, prior to the calamity, techniques specializing in enhancing mental strength were quite scarce. Not to mention the present restrictions against simultaneous cultivation of immortal techniques. Lacking methods to strengthen their mental faculties, the vast majority of cultivators' mental strengths remained on the same level. Under such circumstances, few would opt to use their mental strength to attack others, as this often resulted in mutual destruction. This was also why the mingling illusion technique was regarded as rather impractical by other cultivators. After all, it was merely an illusion technique, a method of utilizing mental strength rather than enhancing it. Few would be willing to expend 2,500 contribution points for a mere illusion. Yet, because Li Fan possessed the Xianhuang refining heart spell and had witnessed the ethereal form of the crimson flame, the method of visualizing the illusory spirit resonated with him. Thus, mingling illusion technique could yield multiplied results in his hands. Regardless, Li Fan ultimately gritted his teeth and purchased the mingling illusion technique. In the blink of an eye, his contribution points dwindled to 1321. Contribution points came swiftly, but departed even faster. He had initially intended to buy a teleportation technique as well, but he was now running low, leaving that for another time. The pressing concern was to cultivate the mingling illusion technique to the late Qi refinement stage. Activating the Tianxian mirror's assisted training mode and placing the exquisite glass bead beside him, Li Fan began his practice. With a mind as clear as a mirror, the profound characters of the technique appeared as straightforward as elementary school textbooks to Li Fan under the dual enhancement. The pure cultivation derived from Shaoyan Shui Ju became nourishment, propelling the progress of mingling illusion technique to soar like a rocket. In less than a day, mingling illusion technique reached the mid-Qi refinement stage. At this stage, he could begin to visualize the illusory spirit. Though it was an illusory spirit, the object of visualization could not be conjured from thin air. It had to be based on something that truly existed in the realm of cultivation. As thoughts flowed, memories unfolded before his eyes. Li Fan felt as if he had returned to the moment he witnessed the crimson flame engulfing the sea. A phantom slowly materialized within his consciousness. Just this unformed specter made Li Fan acutely aware of a sudden surge in temperature. Sweat poured down his body like raindrops. Frowning, Li Fan forcibly circulated the refining heart spell to suppress the intense heat, while continuing to visualize the figure of the crimson flame. As the crimson flame illusory spirit gradually took shape, Li Fan's body temperature escalated further. If previously he felt as though he were in a desert under the blazing sun, now it felt as if he were being scorched by a great fire. With each passing moment, the sensation of searing heat grew more terrifying. Ultimately, as the temperature reached its zenith, the clothing he wore spontaneously ignited. With a gasp, he could no longer maintain the visualizing state, and the phantom in his consciousness dissipated in an instant. Li Fan coughed up a mouthful of blood, the crimson liquid emanating in intense heat. Before it could touch the ground, it evaporated. After purchasing a healing elixir from the celestial mirror, Li Fan recovered momentarily before resuming his meditation. Chapter 68. The illusory spirit of blue flame. As the temperature around Li Fan rose, the image of the crimson flame in his consciousness became clear once more. However, despite operating the mystic yellow heart refining spell to its utmost limit, he paid little heed to the faint smell of scorching emanating from his body. Just before the crimson flame spirit was about to take shape, Li Fan inexplicably withdrew from his meditative state. Could it be that the heat was too intense, surpassing the limits of his body? Pondering this, Li Fan searched the celestial mirror for remedies to combat the heat. He spent 10 contribution points to procure an ice heart pill. After consuming it, he attempted once more to manifest the crimson flame. This time, as the heat surged from the visualization of the crimson flame, a wave of coolness simultaneously emerged from his dantian, circulating throughout his body and suppressing the sensation of warmth. With no distractions to mitigate his discomfort, Li Fan focused entirely on condensing the crimson flame spirit. Yet, it was futile. just as the spirit was about to take form. It shattered once again. It felt as though some unseen force was deliberately obstructing him, preventing the spirit from materializing. After several attempts, the effects of the ice heart pill began to wane, prompting Li Fan to pause. The essence of the heavenly earth spirit was indeed formidable. Even attempting to refine a spirit based on it proved unsuccessful. There must be some underlying rules at play that he did not yet comprehend. Contemplating this, Li Fan sought information regarding the heavenly earth spirit within the celestial mirror. As anticipated, the mirror indicated that his access rights were insufficient for such inquiries. Consequently, Li Fan found himself at an impasse regarding his ambition to condense the crimson flame spirit. Nevertheless, he was resolute in not surrendering. The greater the restrictions, the more significant the rewards upon success. The power of the heavenly earth spirit was vividly apparent. Even a fraction of its might would be extraordinary. However, the specific approach required further contemplation. Thus, Li Fan maintained his auxiliary cultivation, entering a state of enlightenment as he closed his eyes in quiet reflection. Days passed. 1, 2, 3. Time flowed steadily, consuming his contribution points gradually. At last, after 7 days, Li Fan opened his eyes. The heavenly earth spirit was a manifestation of a certain cosmic principle. If the crimson flame represented the law associated with fire, what special significance did the crimson hold? Were there other flames apart from the crimson? Without hesitation, he began experimenting. He visualized the heavenly earth spirit, and the form and essence were identical to the crimson flame. However, the hue changed from red to green. This time, the spirit successfully took shape, albeit in a diminutive form that resembled an empty shell, lacking any offensive power. Dismissing the nascent spirit from his consciousness, Li Fan attempted again, this time shifting the color to black. The black flame, like the crimson flame, failed to materialize. Yet unlike the crimson flame, no searing sensation accompanied the visualization. He continued to explore different colors, attempting every hue he could conceive. He discovered 4 distinct outcomes. The first, akin to the crimson flame, could not take shape, accompanied by intense heat. The second, resembling the green flame, could take form but was insubstantial. The third, like the black flame, also could not materialize, and no unusual phenomena arose during the visualization. The fourth, the most peculiar, revealed a phantom in Li Fan's consciousness. Almost identical to the crimson flame, yet its color was blue. As the blue flame's spirit gradually emerged, the temperature around Li Fan plummeted dramatically. Layers of frost began to spread outward from where he stood. His hair and eyebrows were coated in white frost, and his body grew increasingly rigid, resembling a block of ice. Even the mystic yellow heart refining spell, which had been operating silently, slowed down under this influence, as if it might cease altogether. Li Fan's heartbeat slowed, and his breath diminished rapidly. Yet, within this state, his consciousness entered a remarkable realm. It was as though his soul had detached. Observing his body's transformations from an external perspective, devoid of any emotional turmoil, he sensed a premonition that even if his corporeal form were to be destroyed in this moment, he would harbor no fear. This was a state of absolute calm and rationality. In this state, Li Fan silently witnessed his body being entirely encased in ice, as if plunged into absolute zero, enveloped in profound stillness. Simultaneously, the blue flame spirit within his consciousness fully formed. The temperature did not rise, yet vitality surged within Li Fan, as if the utter cold could no longer affect him. With a mere flicker of thought, the blue flame in his consciousness pulsed gently, and the extreme cold dissipated swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Li Fan reverted to his former self, emerging from that state of absolute rationality. The overwhelming chill felt like an illusion, leaving no trace behind. Was this the power of the blue flame? Within his consciousness, the nascent blue flame spirit entered a slumber. Yet, Li Fan understood that he could awaken it at will, recreating the remarkable state he had just experienced. The 4 scenarios encountered while visualizing the spirits of various colored flames should correspond to the conditions of the heavenly earth spirit. After considerable reflection, Li Fan formulated a hypothesis. The heavenly earth spirit was a corporeal manifestation of cosmic principles. Moreover, cultivators could also ritualize the heavenly earth spirit to achieve the realm of harmony. Therefore, in previous visualization attempts, those spirits that could form yet possessed no power must signify the absence of such types of heavenly earth spirits. Conversely, those that could not take shape, like the crimson flame, likely belonged to the cosmic principle system, where he could harness their power but not claim ownership. As for the black flame, It had presumably been ritualized by a harmonized cultivator, no longer part of this realm's cosmic principles. What, then, did the blue flame signify? The law of potentiality yet to be realized? Did this imply that soon, in some corner of the immortal realm, the true heavenly earth spirit, the blue flame, would manifest? Li Fan fell into deep contemplation. After a long while, he exhaled deeply, burying his various speculations about the heavenly earth spirit deep within his mind. Regardless, although he had not successfully condensed the crimson flame spirit, he had inadvertently visualized the blue flame spirit. The two possessed entirely opposing attributes. Yet the power of the blue flame seemed equally formidable. With newfound joy, Li Fan seized the opportunity to begin cultivating the spirit illusion technique, aiming to nurture the blue flame spirit until it could launch a mental assault. Time flowed slowly as he immersed himself in his cultivation. Before long, he abruptly emerged from his auxiliary cultivation mode. The prolonged exertion had depleted his contribution points to a mere 100. Chapter 69. So it was you before entering seclusion. Li Fan had set a minimum threshold of 100 contribution points. If his points fell below this level, the auxiliary cultivation mode would forcibly terminate. Like being abruptly awakened from a pleasant slumber, Li Fan felt a surge of annoyance, though this emotion was swiftly quelled. The rapid depletion of contribution points was disheartening. The days of holding over 3,000 contribution points felt like a distant memory, and now, in the blink of an eye, he found himself nearly penniless. With nearly 2 years remaining until the opening of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, he needed to devise a means to acquire contribution points to bolster his strength. Thus, he revisited the task page of the Celestial Mirror. Li Fan chose to disregard the official tasks issued by the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. In the late stages of Qi refinement, the official tasks available to him remained low risk with minimal rewards, such as serving as an assistant for alchemy, weapon forging, or talisman crafting, or helping to repair and inspect formations from the various regions of the Cloud Sea. While these tasks were undoubtedly safe, they yielded contribution points at a sluggish pace. If Li Fan were inclined to learn alchemy or weapon forging, it might be a consideration. However, with the imminent opening of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, his immediate priority was to acquire the Cloudwater diagram. Regrettably, Li Fan's luck this time seemed to be lacking. After much contemplation, Li Fan could not find a suitable task. He took out the communication talisman that Zhenghao had given him and sent a message. Dear Taoist, do you have any methods for quickly acquiring contribution points? I have perused the tasks in the Tianxin mirror for quite some time, and most of the rewards amount to only a few dozen points. I require 30 points of contribution just for a day's cultivation. At this rate, when will I ever be able to redeem a foundational cultivation technique? Li Fan expressed his grievances. Once the message was sent, he set the communication talisman aside. While waiting for He Jinghao's reply, he resumed his cultivation. Though the absence of Qiling made his progress considerably slower, he was still making gradual advancements. 3 days later, He Jinghao finally responded. Haha. This is how it is in the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. New cultivators often toil for several years before they can exchange for a technique. Everyone experiences this. However, He Jinghao's tone shifted, and he continued, since you were introduced by me, I naturally wish to lend you a hand. After all, I hope you can enter the foundation establishment stage soon. He then added, however, this matter is not suitable for discussion over a communication talisman. If you are willing, please come to Liuli Island, and we can discuss it in person. Initially, Li Fan had merely inquired out of curiosity, not expecting such a prompt and affirmative response from He Jinghao. It was indeed a timely stroke of fortune. However, he recalled that in both of his past lives, He Jinghao had always been exceedingly generous, making him somewhat of an anomaly among cultivators, which left Li Fan pondering. Without hesitation, Li Fan exited the Tianxin mirror and made his way straight to Liuli Island. Within the protective array of Liuli Island, He Jinghao sat in a pavilion atop a mountain, sipping tea, clearly having awaited Li Fan for quite some time. It seems my friend has been quite eager, He Jinghao boomed with laughter upon seeing Li Fan. He clapped his hands, and suddenly the mountain beneath their feet began to tremble. Li Fan then witnessed the extraordinary sight of the surrounding mountains rising simultaneously. However, he quickly realized that it was not the other mountains ascending, but rather the mountain he was standing on that was descending. The mountain sank rapidly, soon dropping below the horizon into a space shrouded in silvery mist. Looking up, Li Fan saw that the mountains within the protective array now resembled stars, floating above him. The peaks were dispersed, yet seemed to form a cohesive whole according to some unseen pattern. Though they appeared static, They were in constant motion. He Jinghao, noticing Li Fan's expression, took pride in his creation. What do you think of my mountain and star formation? Li Fan, having never witnessed the true nature of the Lioli Island's protective array in his past life, was genuinely impressed. The mountain and star formation is truly remarkable. But why does the protective array of Lioli Island appear to be? He Jinghao, anticipating Li Fan's question, became even more boastful. That is because this array was personally constructed by me, making it distinctly different from those of other islands. Li Fan was taken aback. I did not realize you were also proficient in formations, but I am puzzled. Such a vast formation, could it truly have been constructed by someone at the foundation establishment stage? He Jinghao cleared his throat and replied earnestly, naturally, I had assistance. However, the arrangement of the formation was predominantly my work. To be honest, my unique item for foundation establishment is a diagram of the mountain and river formation. Thus, I possess a talent for formations that ordinary cultivators cannot hope to match. When it comes to formations alone, I would not be inferior even to a typical Yuanying stage formation master. Understanding dawned on Li Fan. I see. But what exactly is the matter you wish to discuss that requires such secrecy and effort? He Jinghao smiled and said, it's nothing of great significance. Merely something considered taboo. Are you aware that many years ago, mortals in the cultivation world were entirely banished to various small worlds? Li Fan squinted slightly. I have heard a bit about it. He Jinghao continued, in truth, there are many valuable items in these small worlds that can be exchanged for considerable contribution points. However, gathering them alone can be quite time-consuming and laborious, often yielding minimal returns. Yet, many powerful mortals in these small worlds are desperately seeking a way back to the cultivation realm. So, Li Fan began to comprehend He Jinghao's intentions. So, we can use this as leverage to have those mortals assist us in collecting resources. Coincidentally, I know of a small world called Dali, which is quite expansive and yields several precious treasures. It even has a considerable amount of star sea sand, a common material used for arranging formations, typically valued at 2 to 3 contribution points per pound. He Jinghao elaborated enthusiastically, but he noticed Li Fan's increasingly peculiar gaze and felt a bit embarrassed. He quickly added, don't look at me like that. I know what you're thinking. How could a noble cultivator stoop to such a task? But little do you know, if you don't do it, someone else will. A small world, plundered over a decade, can yield over 2,000 contribution points. If we have a few such worlds, wouldn't that be equivalent to receiving over 2,000 contribution points annually for free? You see. Once I lay it out like this, doesn't it seem quite reasonable? Listening to He Jinghao's incessant explanations, Li Fan's image of him began to overlap with that of the cultivator he had encountered in his past life, who had saved the group in the Ligia. Oh, so it turns out you are embezzling from your own people. No wonder the Tianbao Tower has been conducting smuggling operations under your nose without any issues. Even in my past life, the rumors of Tianbao Tower smuggling mortals were widespread, yet never attracted trouble. Upon reflection, it made sense. Given He Jinghao's avaricious nature, how could he possibly allow such a lucrative opportunity to slip into someone else's hands? It was entirely reasonable. Li Fan felt a bit speechless, but quickly accepted the reality. So what does Taoist he mean by this? Seeing that Li Fan did not oppose the idea, He Jinghao's mood brightened significantly. This matter is simple. All you need to do is make a trip to Ligia and bring back the resources that I had the people there collect 10 years ago. Once sold, the contribution points we earn will be split evenly between us. I need to guard Lioli Island and cannot leave. I was initially planning to find someone else to cooperate. And since you sent me a message, I decided to contact you instead. After considering it, Li Fan concluded that there was indeed minimal risk involved. Over a 30-day period, the potential to earn over 1,000 contribution points far exceeded what one could typically obtain from tasks. How long will the round trip take? I need to know this in advance. I cannot afford to miss the opening of Yinshui Tiangong. Rest assured, it will take no more than 20 to 30 days. It won't hinder your cultivation, He Jinghao assured him. Very well, I will accept this task. He Jinghao smiled satisfactorily and handed Li Fan a small wooden boat. Once you obtain the resources, give this to the mortals in Ligia, and you need not concern yourself with anything else. Li Fan examined the boat. It resembled the tie-in boat but was far less exquisite. It was merely an ordinary wooden vessel inscribed with a few formations. Nothing more than a protective means for the mortals to cross the immortal severing array. Of course, the strength of the formation only supports a single crossing. Once in the cultivation realm, the formation will expend its energy and dissipate. This is also to prevent those mortals from attempting to replicate it. Taoist he truly has thought this through. Li Fan remarked sincerely. He Jinghao laughed heartily, unfazed. He then took out a spirit talisman and, with some reluctance, handed it to Li Fan. Regardless of the circumstances, assisting mortals in smuggling was still somewhat disreputable. If encountered by other cultivators, not only would it be a loss of face, but one might also have to face the inquiries of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. To exercise caution, it would be prudent for you to carry this concealment talisman to avoid recognition. Li Fan naturally nodded in acceptance. This talisman is capable of shrouding one's form and aura, serving as an advanced version of the concealment talisman. Once employed, even Golden Core cultivators would be unable to see through it. It is indeed an essential item for cultivators venturing out. He Jinghao paused momentarily, then expressed some regret, saying, "Unfortunately, the spirit mist grass required to craft this talisman is rather rare, which has kept its price quite high. Each one demands a contribution of 50 points. However, if you require it in the future, you may seek out a cultivator named Jiao Shiyuan on Wanxian Island. He possesses a large quantity of inferior versions of the concealment talisman, reportedly discarded from the talisman workshop on the island. Although referred to as inferior, they remain functional, albeit with diminished efficacy, only preventing Foundation establishment cultivators from seeing through them. Thankfully, they are priced affordably at just 20 contribution points. Young friend, if you plan to venture out, it would be wise to prepare a few." He Jinghao tirelessly shared this knowledge with Li Fan. He then proceeded to detail the precautions necessary for leaving the realm and the various situations one might encounter. With everything prepared, Li Fan was ready to embark on his journey to the outer realm, aiming for an early departure and return. However, just before his departure, Li Fan could not contain his curiosity. "Friend, there is something I have been pondering, yet I am uncertain if I should ask." He Jinghao was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Feel free to inquire." "Friend, as a Foundation establishment cultivator holding a position in the defense of Liuli Island, and being proficient in formations, you should not be lacking in contribution points. Why do you seem somewhat constrained?" Li Fan pondered before delicately posing the question. He Jinghao assumed Li Fan was concerned about his future within the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. With a wry smile, he clarified, "You misunderstand. Within the Alliance, while Foundation establishment cultivators do have less freedom with their contribution points, it is not as dire as my situation." "Oh, does friend he harbor some unspoken difficulties?" Li Fan queried with curiosity. "To speak candidly, I have set my sights on a certain nascent soul technique, which aligns exceptionally well with my Foundation establishment peculiarities. Should I succeed in changing my cultivation to this technique, I would undoubtedly reach the Golden Core stage within a century, and the nascent soul stage would be nearly guaranteed." He Jinghao's eyes gleamed with longing. "Regrettably, nascent soul techniques are exceedingly precious. Even with my accumulated contribution points, I still find myself significantly short. Hence, I must conserve whenever possible," he sighed. "Even so, I do not know when I will manage to exchange for it. I am also concerned that this technique, which I have yearned for, may be claimed by someone else before I get the chance." He Jinghao lamented. Then, recalling something, he said to Li Fan, "By the way, you are now in the late stage of qi refinement. When selecting Foundation establishment techniques, if conditions permit, remember to choose those that resonate with your own Foundation establishment peculiarities. This will not only make your future cultivation much more efficient, but also offer numerous other benefits. Due to the restrictions of the Tiantian mirror, I cannot elaborate further. But remember this principle, it will serve you well." The notion of aligning one's peculiarities with techniques resonated with Li Fan, who nodded slowly. However, he then heard Yi Jinghao sighing, "The technique I am currently cultivating is also quite remarkable. I stumbled upon it during my youth while exploring an obscure cave. It contains various incredible methods. Alas, the difficulty of cultivation is exceedingly high. It can take decades or even centuries to advance a single minor realm. Given the challenges of Foundation establishment, should I attempt to forcefully cultivate this technique at the Golden Core stage, I will inevitably exhaust my lifespan before I can break through. Changing techniques is truly a last resort." After this discourse, Yi Jinghao fell into a profound silence. Li Fan, having listened, clasped his hands in farewell and made his way toward the outer realm. Watching Li Fan's departing figure, Yi Jinghao sighed once more. There was something he had yet to express. While aiding younger cultivators may result in reciprocal benefits, the path of cultivation is fraught with hardship. Over the years, he had cast a wide net, helping others, yet the majority had met untimely deaths, never even reaching Foundation establishment. To encounter a prodigy like Li Fan, who had already reached the late stage of qi refinement at such a young age, was indeed a stroke of luck. After all, how many prodigies could one hope to find in this world? Chapter 71. The Countenance of Beings in the Outer Realm After Departing from Liuli Island. Li Fan followed He Jinghao's guidance, flying westward for 2 days until he reached a sea teeming with hidden reefs and whirlpools. Activating the concealment talisman, Li Fan submerged into the depths of the ocean, where he discovered the entrance to the outer realm amidst the ruins of a submerged site. It was an unassuming well. Diving into the well, he sensed the familiar aura reminiscent of the great Xian abyss. Continuing down the passage, after an indeterminate time, Li Fan suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Upon regaining his bearings, he found himself in an expanse of impenetrable darkness, devoid of water. It appeared that the celestial formations sealing off the various minor realms were all alike. As Li Fan gazed into the void, he pondered. A congregation of myriad rift whales lurked in the shadows, tirelessly expanding the space and pushing the outer realm away from the world of cultivation. Much like the great Xian he had previously inhabited, the rift whales were acutely sensitive to the presence of mortals but seemed oblivious to cultivators. Nevertheless, Li Fan chose to cautiously avoid the rift whales and approach the storm lair. At that moment, He Jinghao's words echoed in his mind. The celestial formations isolate the outer realm from the world of cultivation. Should one attempt to force their way through? Even Foundation establishment cultivators must tread carefully. However, if one follows my suggested method, they can navigate the formations without triggering an attack. Li Fan began to circulate his spiritual energy according to He Jinghao's instructions and flew into the storm lair. He lingered there for a while, as violent lightning struck around him, yet none struck him directly. Indeed, it proved effective. With this approach, even without the Taoyuan boat, he could traverse the celestial formations. The ordinary wooden boat meant for mortals was designed to stabilize such fluctuations and avert the assault of the celestial formations. The Taoyuan boat's method of passing through the celestial formations had been established from the outset of its construction. He Jinghao had effectively unraveled the defensive system of the formations, creating a separate passage for himself. It seemed he had not exaggerated. His mastery of formations was truly exceptional. With this information validated, Li Fan chose not to cross physically. He summoned the Taoyuan boat and deftly maneuvered through the celestial formations, heading towards the outer realm. The Great Li and Great Xian are both mundane worlds, sharing a similar landscape. However, at the heart of this world lies a towering volcano, thousands of meters high. Every 200 to 300 years, it erupts, causing immense casualties. The eruptions have become increasingly frequent and severe. The ruling class of the Great Li dynasty fears that one day, the volcano will transform the world into a lava wasteland. Thus, they have been tirelessly searching for a means to escape. Yet, they have found no way out. 50 years ago, a celestial master suddenly appeared, promising to transport a group of people every 10 years on the condition that they gather the supplies listed. Naturally, the nobles of Great Li eagerly agreed. Thus, this arrangement has persisted for 50 years. As the time for their scheduled exchange draws near, sentinels are stationed at the 4 lookout towers in the capital, ever watchful. Therefore, when Li Fan arrived at the capital of Great Li, he heard the incessant tolling of bells below. Shortly thereafter, the Emperor of Great Li, accompanied by his officials, approached Li Fan. "We welcome the Celestial Master." In the square, the Emperor and his officials knelt, all exclaiming in unison, "The day of reckoning has arrived. Have you gathered the required supplies?" Li Fan inquired coldly from his elevated position. The Emperor of the Great Li responded hastily, "Esteemed immortal, the items on the list have all been prepared." Li Fan nodded. "In that case, lead me to collect them." Thus, under the Emperor's personal guidance, Li Fan arrived at the royal treasury. Here, the resources prepared by He Jinghao were meticulously categorized and neatly stacked, each labeled with its name and quantity. Li Fan scanned with his spiritual consciousness and nodded in satisfaction. Not only were the necessary supplies intact, but each item exceeded the requested amounts. After placing the resources into the storage ring provided by He Jinghao, this task was deemed successfully accomplished. The journey had been smooth and without incident, with minimal risks involved aside from the time spent traveling. It was no wonder that He Jinghao was so invested. It was indeed a lucrative endeavor. Upon handing over the wooden boat inscribed with formations to the Emperor, Li Fan noticed the joyful expression on his face and suddenly inquired, "Is the king of Southern Town present today?" The Emperor was taken aback. Typically, the immortal would leave immediately after receiving the supplies, and he was uncertain why Li Fan had suddenly asked about the Southern King. Not daring to be negligent, the Emperor replied anxiously, "Esteemed immortal, My brother has long been stationed in the southern frontier and is not in the capital. However, his son, Changsheng, is here, fearing to anger the immortal. The emperor quickly added this detail. Li Fan nodded, knowing that Changsheng was being kept in the capital as a hostage, and was not surprised. Where is he now? Take me to meet him. The emperor, not knowing where a mere hostage of the southern king resided, was momentarily at a loss, his forehead beating with cold sweat. Fortunately, a nearby guard whispered a prompt. Your Majesty, Changsheng should be in the residence of Scholar Su. Hearing this, Li Fan felt a spark of interest. The emperor, relieved, promptly arranged for someone to lead the way. Soon, Li Fan arrived at Scholar Su's residence and encountered Changsheng. At this moment, he was merely a small child of 7 or 8 years, and the sudden attention from so many strangers made his little face tense with anxiety. The resemblance to the memory of Changsheng made Li Fan chuckle softly. I observe this child possesses extraordinary talent. He shall certainly not be a mere fish in a pond. He suddenly spoke. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions varied, as they looked at Changsheng, who remained oblivious to the situation. Li Fan then gently pointed at Changsheng's forehead, imparting the methods of using the Xian Huang Qing Xian spell and its accompanying medicine. When I return in 10 years, I shall personally take him away. He surveyed the crowd and stated nonchalantly. In an instant, those who had previously harbored ill intentions were drenched in cold sweat, trembling in fear. The emperor understood Li Fan's implication and hastily promised, rest assured, esteemed immortal, I shall take good care of him. Li Fan nodded in satisfaction. At present, he was still establishing himself in the realm of cultivation, and in 2 years, he was to explore the Yun Shui Tiangong with an uncertain future ahead. He could only impart the Xian Huang Qing Xian spell to Changsheng and await the day he matured before returning to guide him into the world of cultivation. Having concluded matters in the realm, Li Fan prepared to depart, when he suddenly heard a youthful voice rise from the crowd. Please, immortal, save my sister. This unexpected plea silenced all the dignitaries of the Great Li. The emperor's face turned ashen. They knew well that in the eyes of the immortal, they were no more than ants. What was the fate of ants that dared to make demands? The bloodshed that engulfed the capital 20 years prior was a stark reminder. They all bowed their heads, sweating profusely, stealing glances at Li Fan. Yet that voice, undeterred, boldly repeated, Please, immortal, save my sister. Li Fan turned towards the source of the voice, which belonged to Su Changyu, a girl of about 10. A middle-aged man quickly reacted, rushing forward to kneel her down. Yuer, what nonsense are you talking? He exclaimed, also kneeling and bowing his head to Li Fan while pleading, The child is ignorant. Please forgive her, esteemed immortal. Li Fan fell into silence. The dignitaries of the Great Li, under the emperor's lead, hurriedly knelt as well. Changsheng also bowed his head, cautiously saying, Immortal, please save Sister Su. After a long pause, Li Fan finally spoke slowly. In that case, take me to see her. This shall not be repeated. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. In truth, Li Fan had intended to examine the ailing sister of Su Changyu, but he could not appear too readily agreeable. He had merely put on a show. Moments later, Li Fan entered a basement where he met Su's younger sister. The temperature in the basement was frigid, causing many of the officials who had followed him to shiver involuntarily. A newborn infant lay quietly in a jade cradle, surrounded by piles of ice. The infant's body appeared extremely hot, necessitating the maid beside her to continuously crush the ice and apply it to her skin to cool her down. Witnessing this unusual scene, Li Fan narrowed his eyes. He approached and scanned Su's younger sister with his spiritual consciousness, his expression suddenly becoming serious. You all may leave, he commanded coldly. The dignitaries promptly exited the basement, leaving only Li Fan and the infant. Li Fan placed his hand on the child's scorching body, channeling a delicate strand of spiritual energy into her. After circulating through her body, he was taken aback. Astonishingly, there was no trace of the Xianfan Zhuang within her. Moreover, what kind of constitution was this? The very spiritual energy he had just sent and had returned enhanced. Li Fan concentrated on this strand of energy, gathering it at his fingertip. It felt distinctly different from his original spiritual energy. Instead, it radiated a fervent warmth. Yet it was unlike the heat produced by flames. Rather, Li Fan meticulously analyzed the energy at his fingertip, and after a considerable time, he arrived at a tentative conclusion. His expression turned peculiar. Was this warmth born of anger? Looking at the still sleeping Su's younger sister, he exhibited an inscrutable expression. Could this truly be the legendary innate immortal body? A child favored by heaven, having traversed the realm of cultivation in 2 lifetimes, Li Fan was no longer the naive novice. He possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the common lore of the cultivation world. To begin with, the innate immortal body. It is well known that mortals in the realm of cultivation are born with Xianfan Zhuang within them, and to cultivate, they must purge this miasma. However, when two cultivators unite, there is a certain probability of conceiving offspring devoid of the Xianfan Zhuang. Such individuals are known as innate immortal bodies. They possess an unparalleled affinity for various techniques and spells, and their talent for cultivation is exceptionally high. This combination allows innate immortal bodies to cultivate at a terrifying speed and to execute techniques with a natural enhancement, far surpassing ordinary cultivators. They are truly the favored children of heaven. In distant continents, tales of individuals who formed golden cores within merely a decade of cultivation are often attributed to these heavenly bodies. Now, regarding the favored by heaven, within the realm of cultivation, there exists a class of individuals endowed with innate divine powers. Some may be born with 3 eyes, able to perceive illusions. Others may possess extraordinary bones with boundless potential and seemingly inexhaustible vitality. There are those born with the ability to control water, fire, lightning, etc. These individuals, accompanied by powerful innate abilities from birth, often face divine jealousy commensurate with the strength of their powers. From the moment they are born, they are beset by numerous tribulations. Should they overcome these trials, they may emerge stronger from their ordeals. However, failing to endure them means departing this world while still possessing their divine gifts. This is a test imposed by heaven upon such beings. Those who wield innate abilities may not necessarily cultivate at an accelerated pace, but when it comes to combat, they are often invincible at their level. Indeed, many endowed with formidable innate powers can slay opponents of the same realm as easily as one would slay a chicken. And even when facing opponents of a significantly higher realm, they are not without the means to contend. In the realm of cultivation, individuals of this caliber are notorious for their formidable reputations and remarkable achievements. Both types of physiques are exceedingly rare, appearing only once in myriad occurrences. Yet, what did Li Fan behold? These two extraordinary physiques manifested simultaneously in the form of an infant. Within her, there existed no trace of the mundane, unmistakably marking her as a natural celestial body. Although he could not fathom why a celestial body, typically born from the union of two cultivators, would emerge in this world teeming with mortals, Li Fan was certain he had not erred. The searing force within Su Xiaomei must be her innate divine ability. Li Fan speculated that her power was intricately linked to her emotions, particularly her anger. As her fury intensified, her strength would amplify exponentially, eventually culminating in a conflagration that could reduce both herself and her adversaries to ashes. In her current state of relentless heat, it was likely that her divine ability had spiraled out of control, rendering her unable to master her inner rage. A natural celestial body, seemingly cursed by destiny. It was no wonder she faced such peril from the moment of her birth. Even if she were to hide away in an ice cellar for days on end, Su Xiaomei would not survive to adulthood, given the incessant burn of her inner fury. It was no surprise that in his previous life, Su Changyu had been so desperate, willing to become a test subject for the celestial poison in hopes of hastening his transformation into a cultivator. He believed that perhaps becoming a legendary immortal master could save his sister's life. Alas, as Li Fan gazed at Su Xiaomei, the blue flame spirit within his consciousness stirred from its slumber. Had he not encountered her, not even a golden core cultivator could have preserved her life. A faint blue figure materialized before Li Fan, resembling a delicate mist as it slowly approached the infant's small form. It extended a hand to touch her head, and the overwhelming heat radiating from her began to dissipate. The furrow in her brow relaxed, and Su Xiaomei smacked her lips before gradually turning over. Chapter 73. On the behavior of chives, the blue flame spirit imparted a fragment of its power into Su Xiaomei, aiding her in suppressing the fury within. It then retreated back into Li Fan's consciousness. In that brief moment, fatigue washed over him, having not yet cultivated to the later stages of qi refinement. The nascent spirit remained somewhat weak. He had to concentrate intently to manage the intensity of the spirit's output, ensuring it did not harm Su Xiaomei's tender form. This was no trivial task for Li Fan. Fortunately, there was no immediate danger. He could ensure her safety for the next decade. Should he successfully navigate his journey through the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace and acquire the Cloud Water Chart, he would certainly return to find her. If misfortune befell him, she would still have the opportunity to join Su Changyu and others in the cultivation realm a decade hence. Having restored his spirits, Li Fan exited the basement. The noble families of Dali awaited him outside. After informing them that Su Xiaomei had been treated, he allowed them to disperse, leaving only Scholar Su to inquire further about her condition. Scholar Su's face flushed as he hesitated for a moment before stammering out the details. It turned out that Su Xiaomei was not the daughter of Scholar Su, but rather the daughter of his younger sister, Su Yuqing, much younger than Scholar Su. Su Yuqing had been only 16 when she became pregnant with Su Xiaomei the previous year. Her unexpected pregnancy had caused quite a stir within the Su household, as she was not yet married. Being an unwed mother was a scandal of the highest order. The situation was further exacerbated by Su Yuqing's refusal to divulge the identity of the child's father, insisting that she had committed no impropriety, attributing her condition to sudden fatigue while playing in the garden, after which she had awoken to the realization of her changed state. Yet, as a sheltered young woman, how could she bring herself to admit such a thing? Eventually, her growing belly could no longer be concealed. The absurdity of her explanation was met with disbelief by the Su family. In a fit of rage, the elder Su sought to terminate the pregnancy. However, feeling the heartbeat of the fetus within her, Su Yuqing displayed the strength of a mother, refusing to consent to an abortion, even threatening her own life in protest. Although the elder Su was furious, he could not bring himself to harm his own daughter and opted instead to confine Su Yuqing to her room to prevent any word from escaping. Thus, they awaited the day of delivery. After considerable effort, Su Xiaomei was finally born. Su Yuqing, already frail and poorly cared for during her pregnancy, could not withstand the ordeal and passed away just days after giving birth. In her final moments, she implored her family to take good care of Su Xiaomei. The Su family was not devoid of compassion. After Su Yuqing's passing, they showered affection upon the little girl, hoping for her safety and happiness. Yet, shortly after her birth, Su Xiaomei fell ill with a mysterious ailment, her body burning with fever to the extent that she required constant ice packs for relief. The Su family sought out renowned physicians throughout the capital, but none could cure her. It was only with Li Fan's arrival. After hearing Scholar Su's account, Li Fan looked up at the sky of this world, deep in thought. Perhaps her extraordinary talent was a result of divine providence. However, according to the original timeline, even with her prodigious gifts, she would inevitably succumb to calamity. How many within the cultivation realm, blessed with unparalleled talent like Su Xiaomei, had perished namelessly, akin to ordinary mortals? From this perspective, it seemed the heavenly path truly treated all equally. With this matter concluded, Li Fan sighed deeply and summoned the Taiyan boat. Departing swiftly, it did not take long for him to return safely to Liuli Island. Indeed, as He Jinghao had mentioned, the journey consumed roughly 25 days. Even now, the concealment talisman he had activated earlier continued to function effectively. Remarkably, it could last so long without engaging in conflict. It was truly a cost-effective item. Perhaps he should purchase more for future use, he mused. Within the mountain and stars array, Li Fan handed the storage ring to He Jinghao. He appeared somewhat distracted, merely glancing at it before stowing it away. His focus instead fixed upon an ancient mirror-like surface ahead. It bore a resemblance to the Changsheng realm. Following He Jinghao's gaze, Li Fan noticed a line of small text reflected upon the surface. Lingwu grass. Current price 15 contribution points per stock. The number fluctuated, shifting from 15 to 16 and rapidly back to 14. Oh, it's rising. He Jinghao stared intently at the mirror, seemingly entranced, muttering incessantly. What are you doing, Taoist friend? Li Fan inquired, intrigued. Ah, you are unaware, He Jinghao replied, his eyes glued to the mirror, sighing dejectedly. Not long after you departed, I received reliable news that the island cultivating Lingwu grass had suffered an attack from sea beasts, resulting in the destruction of a significant portion of the crop. As I mentioned before, Lingwu grass is the primary ingredient for crafting concealment talismans and is already exceedingly rare. With so much destroyed, the price is bound to skyrocket. At that moment, before the news spread, I thought to seize the opportunity to profit. I invested heavily in the Tianxian realm and stockpiled a large quantity of Lingwu grass. This maneuver sounded somewhat familiar to Li Fan as he scrutinized He Jinghao, puzzled. Isn't that a good thing? Why do you seem so downcast? Well, it is indeed a good thing, but I may have celebrated too soon, He Jinghao lamented, his gaze unwavering from the mirror. Initially, the price of Lingwu grass did rise a bit, from 20 points per stock to 25. But before I could sell my stock, the price plummeted dramatically, crashing down to 13 points, nearly halving. He Jinghao winced in agony. Fortunately, the recent price had rebounded somewhat, stabilizing around 15 points once more. Li Fan listened to He Jinghao's words and couldn't help but say, why not take this opportunity to sell the Lingwu grass in your possession? At the very least, you could recover some of your losses. He Jinghao quickly shook his head. That's not feasible. I've invested nearly a century's worth of savings into this. I must at least wait for the price to rebound before I sell. He was interrupted mid-sentence, suddenly exclaiming, why is it dropping again? 13, 12, 10, 8. It's still declining. In the blink of an eye, the price of Lingwu grass plummeted from 15 points per stock to 6, only stabilizing after that. Surely it would recover, wouldn't it? After a prolonged silence, observing He Jinghao's despondent and bewildered expression, Li Fan could only offer some words of consolation. Chapter 74. A moment's respite. The erratic fluctuations in the price of Lingwu grass on Wanxian Island had already stirred considerable commotion. A brief inquiry revealed the underlying reasons. Unsurprisingly, someone had orchestrated a scheme to mercilessly harvest cultivators like He Jinghao, who sought to profit from this opportunity. The destruction of the Lingwu grass cultivation island was indeed true, and upon confirmation of this news, many rushed to enter the market, hoping to make a fortune. However, they were unaware that the Wanxian Alliance had recently discovered a hidden cave that had been sealed for a millennium. It was said to be rich in would attribute spiritual energy, filled with various rare spiritual plants, including a plethora of Lingwu grass. One could easily trample several stalks with a single step. Until now, only the upper echelons of the Wanxian Alliance were privy to this information. It was only when the market was thrown into chaos over Lingwu grass that the news was abruptly released. No wonder the price of Lingwu grass suddenly plummeted. It seemed that He Jinghao's hopes of recovering his investment were dashed. Li Fan lamented with a smile. However, this big shot's actions are rather unscrupulous. Li Fan examined the transaction records in the Tianxian mirror. The instigator was none other than Qingmu Huaxingzhenjuan, who had initially driven up the price of Lingwu grass. Later, during the battle between buyers and sellers, he delivered the fatal blow that sent the price crashing down. Clearly, he was an insider who had known the news long before. Li Fan couldn't help but mock inwardly. However, with the Yuanying Xinjuan involved, those who suffered losses likely lacked the courage to confront him, resigned to bitterly swallowing their misfortunes. Li Fan even speculated maliciously that the island where Lingwu grass was cultivated might have been secretly destroyed by this Yuanying Xinjuan. The market was indeed treacherous. He mused as he shook his head. While Li Fan reveled in this misfortune, a message from He Jinghao arrived. Friend, I have sold all the materials obtained from my trip to the outer realm. I feel as though I have been drained of all vitality. He Jinghao's voice was weak. I obtained 2,342 contribution points. As previously agreed, we will split it evenly. Although He Jinghao suffered considerable losses in this venture, he did not embezzle Li Fan's rightful share. Having received 1171 contribution points from He Jinghao, along with the remaining 125 points, Li Fan's total contribution points reached 1296, barely sufficient for his needs for a time. After some contemplation, Li Fan chose not to enter seclusion immediately, but instead searched for information on Jiao Xiuyuan. He had heard that this individual could procure a substantial number of concealment talismans from the Wanxian Alliance's Fu Hall, indicating he had some connections. Seizing the opportunity to buy some talismans, Li Fan hoped to glean information about Sikongyi from him. Wanxian Island was broadly divided into three main areas. The innermost core region housed official structures of the Wanxian Alliance, such as the Assembly Hall, Martial Arts Hall, Pharmacy, and Fu Hall. The middle area consisted of various open caves, which could be purchased with sufficient contribution points, allowing one to avoid residing in the cramped quarters assigned by the Tianxian Mirror. These caves were fully equipped, capable of providing all that the Tianxian Mirror could offer. The outermost region was a blend of commercial and residential zones. The transmission square was located at the intersection of the Tianxian Mirror and the central cave area. Here, the residences provided only the most basic shelter, lacking spiritual energy amplification and connectivity to the Tianxian Mirror. For cultivation, one had to return to the Tianxian Mirror space. The commercial area consisted of shops independently run by various cultivators, often offering lower prices than those in the Tianxian Mirror, though the quality was similarly uncertain. Jiao Xiuyuan operated a shop in this area. Following the information sourced from the Tianxian Mirror, Li Fan arrived at the designated location, Qinli Hall. Glancing up at the slightly crooked signboard, Li Fan stepped inside. The shop was small, cluttered with miscellaneous items, and he could faintly hear a man's voice. Listen. These 10 concealment talismans will definitely be traded at the price we agreed upon. I don't care how much the price has dropped now. What? You're canceling the transaction? Not even the deposit? Bang. Damn. Another one. Do you think I, Zhao Shuyuan, am easy to bully? A man with a scruffy beard and dark skin slammed the table in frustration. However, he soon wilted, muttering to himself, "This is bad. This is bad." Zhao Shuyuan never engages in losing business. Yet I didn't expect to be stuck with such a large batch of concealment talismans. At that moment, he finally noticed a customer had entered the shop, though he couldn't discern their appearance, clearly having used a concealment talisman. Having encountered such individuals frequently, Zhao Shuyuan remained unfazed. What would you like? Formation talismans, magical tools, elixirs, everything you need is here, and bulk purchases come with discounts. He lazily beckoned. How much for the concealment talismans? The customer inquired. Zhao Shuyuan's eyes brightened instantly, his spirit invigorated. 10 contribution points each. How many would you like? If you buy more than 10, I'll give you a 20 discount. More than 100, and it's 50 off. Li Fan chuckled. What would I do with so many? 6 or so will suffice. After a pause, he added, moreover, your price seems off. Before I came here, I purchased one in the Changsheng mirror that can obscure the sight of golden core cultivators for only 20 points. How can you sell these inferior products for such a high price? Zhao Shuyuan's face twitched at the remark, and he quickly revised his offer. 8 points each. That's the lowest I can go. You must understand, there are costs involved in talisman crafting. All right, I'll take 6. Li Fan didn't haggle further. Fearing Li Fan might change his mind, Zhao Shuyuan hurriedly produced 6 concealment talismans. How will you pay? The Tianjin mirror does not support anonymous transactions. Direct exchanges of contribution points would inevitably reveal their identities. However, Li Fan had prepared for this beforehand. Spirit stones, he replied, pulling out 5 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage ring. Standard spirit stones were manufactured in collaboration between the Wanxian Alliance and the 5 Elders Association, classified into different grades, serving as the legal currency of the cultivation world, complete with unique anti-counterfeiting measures. The exchange ratio among top-grade, high-grade, mid-grade, and low-grade spirit stones was 10:1. Within the Wanxian Alliance, 1 low-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 1 contribution point in the Tianjin mirror. Thus, the 5 mid-grade spirit stones Li Fan presented were equivalent to 50 contribution points. No need to give me any change. After receiving the concealment talismans, Li Fan casually inquired, do you deal in information about cultivators? Zhao Shuyuan immediately became wary upon hearing this. He scrutinized Li Fan for a moment, then gritted his teeth and replied, of course I do. Business has been tough lately. If I don't take on some private jobs, I want to be able to make ends meet. What's the name, and what's the cultivation level? Sikong-yi, mid-stage chi refinement, Li Fan answered. Chapter 75. Encountering the dragon whale in the deep sea. Upon hearing that the target was merely a mid-stage chi refinement cultivator, Zhao Shuyuan immediately relaxed. Rest assured, a mere chi refinement cultivator is no challenge. I guarantee I'll uncover his background for you. But the price, well? Li Fan chuckled. Since it's just a small chi refinement cultivator, it shouldn't be too expensive, right? Zhao Shuyuan could hardly restrain his frustration and awkwardly remarked, in this line of work, there is inevitably some risk involved. How about you offer a number? He gestured the number 8 with his fingers. 40 contribution points, no more. Li Fan shook his head. Oh dear, you're haggling far too aggressively. 60 points is still reasonable, isn't it? Otherwise, it would be another loss-making deal. Zhao Shuyuan lamented. Li Fan turned to leave. Wait. Zhao Shuyuan hurriedly blocked Li Fan's path. 50 points, that's truly the lowest I can go, he said, his expression pained. Only then did Li Fan halt. Please provide a 10-point deposit, Zhao Shuyuan said, handing Li Fan a communication talisman. Once there is an outcome, I will notify you through this talisman. Li Fan accepted the talisman and produced a mid-grade spirit stone to give to Zhao Shuyuan. Rather than rushing to leave, he began to scrutinize the other merchandise in the room. Seeing that he had a significant client today, Zhao Shuyuan became increasingly enthusiastic. Is there anything else you require? Do you have any techniques for sale? Ideally, I'm looking for a teleportation technique, or something akin to the concealment talisman, Li Fan inquired. Zhao Shuyuan's expression froze. Oh, you must be jesting. Perhaps you should consider something else. How about this illusory maze formation? It's truly a masterpiece. Once deployed, it can ensnare a foundation establishment cultivator for an entire day. This ice sword talisman is also quite good for ambushes. Oh, please don't leave. Emerging from Qianli Hall, Li Fan returned to the Tianxian mirror. He planned to cultivate the mingling Huan Gong to the late Qi refinement stage before proceeding. Once the blue flame illusory spirit was thoroughly stabilized, he could unleash his offensive. With the auxiliary cultivation mode activated, Li Fan once again entered a seclusion period. A month later, in the eastern region of the Zhongyun Sea, amidst the fiery crystal islands, deep within the ocean, Li Fan concealed his presence. Following a school of crimson flame sharks, there were about a dozen of these sharks hunting a solitary red sea whale. The red sea whale, massive in size, primarily fed on underwater fiery crystals, its skin resembling a layer of hardened rock. The crimson flame sharks, with their sharp teeth and swift movements, worked in perfect unison. Although they could not inflict significant damage on the red sea whale immediately, they were gradually draining its vitality like a dull knife slicing through flesh. The whale made several attempts to break through the blockade of sharks, but to no avail. Its resistance grew weaker over time. Observing this scene, Li Fan knew it was time to act. The blue flame illusory spirit manifested, transforming into a slender blue light, swiftly darting between the crimson flame sharks and the red sea whale. Moments later, it returned to Li Fan's consciousness. The sharks and the whale abruptly halted their movements. Following that, a chilling aura surged from within them, freezing them from the inside out. In an instant, bizarre ice sculptures emerged on the ocean floor, their expressions frozen as if they were alive but devoid of vitality. The power of the blue flame illusory spirit was indeed impressive. Most of these sea beasts were equivalent to the Qi refinement stage in cultivation, with tough skins and thick flesh, making them difficult to hunt using ordinary methods. However, after Li Fan's mental attack with the blue flame illusory spirit, they were as helpless as lambs awaiting slaughter, offering no resistance whatsoever. Li Fan nodded in satisfaction at the initial demonstration of the illusory spirit's lethality. Not long ago, after spending over 20 days, he had successfully advanced the mingling Huan Gong to the late Qi refinement stage, to test the power of the illusory spirit and to earn some contribution points. He accepted a task to hunt the crimson flame sharks and acquire their beast cores. Each core was worth 5 contribution points, totaling around 60 points. Coupled with the materials from the red sea whale, this venture could yield over 80 points in contribution. In the past, he had always obtained contribution points in the thousands, so this small amount hardly stirred any emotions within him. As Li Fan pondered this, preparing to harvest the beast cores from the crimson flame sharks, he suddenly sensed a colossal figure approaching from the depths of the ocean floor. His expression changed. Disregarding the nearby beast cores, he swiftly retreated. A deep brown, grotesque creature, with a deformed protrusion on its forehead, resembling neither dragon nor fish, emerged from the shadows of the sea. Its massive jaws opened wide, swallowing the crimson flame sharks and the red sea whale in one gulp. The enormous beast then swayed and navigated in a particular direction. Li Fan, barely managing to evade the creature, could only watch as his quarry was snatched away. How could he tolerate this? Anger surged within him. Yet, the Xian Huang Lianxin spell activated, allowing him to regain a measure of composure. Wait a moment. This creature, it seems to be the very one that previously ravaged the island where the spirit mist grass was cultivated. Suddenly recalling something, Li Fan froze. When he accepted the task to hunt the crimson flame whale, he had glimpsed another bounty task. Since this task was somewhat related to him, he had examined it closely. It turned out that those who had previously speculated on the spirit mist grass had suffered tremendously, losing everything. They were consumed by resentment and bitterness, unable to focus on their cultivation. Yet, they dared not confront the true monarch Qingmu Huasheng or the Wanjian alliance. So they could only vent their frustrations on the beast that had destroyed the spirit mist grass island. Witnesses claimed that the attacker was a dragon whale, roughly at the Foundation establishment stage. The island was also guarded by Foundation establishment cultivators, but the dragon whale was enormous. The guards' attacks were like mere tickles, having no effect whatsoever. The dragon whale disregarded the defenders, breached the protective array, and wreaked havoc on the island, devouring most of the spirit mist grass. Subsequently, the golden core cultivators from the Wanjian alliance arrived too late. After sustaining an attack from a golden core cultivator, the dragon whale, though gravely injured, managed to escape into the depths of the ocean. The Zhongyun Sea was vast, and these individuals sought to kill the dragon whale to alleviate their rage, searching for over 10 days without success. In desperation, they pooled their remaining contribution points to jointly issue a bounty task, 2,000 contribution points for slaying the dragon whale. Since even Foundation establishment cultivators were helpless against it, Li Fan, as a mere Qi refinement cultivator, had naturally not considered accepting the task. However, the situation was now different. Chapter 76. The Formless Extermination of the Beast. The dragon whale appeared before Li Fan, robbing him of his bounty. How could Li Fan endure this? While Foundation establishment cultivators could not contend with the dragon whale, Li Fan might just have the means to kill it. With narrowed eyes, Li Fan locked onto the dragon whale with a lethal intent. The whispers in his ears and the mesmerizing visions before him reappeared, though this time the side effects were considerably less intense than when he had targeted Protector Wan. Quickly regaining his composure, he pursued the vanishing figure of the dragon whale. The aberrant beast remained blissfully unaware that it had been marked for death. At that moment, it was hunting in the deep sea. The throbbing sensation from its forehead indicated that it was close. If it continued hunting like this, it wouldn't be long before it underwent a dramatic transformation, allowing it to escape its grotesque form and take on the divine image it envisioned in its mind. The dragon whale surveyed the depths, as if strolling through its own garden. Before long, it spotted another potential prey ahead, another dragon whale, this time a female, attracted by the powerful male's presence. The female dragon whale swam forward in a flirtatious manner. The aberrant dragon whale gazed at this beautiful creature among its kin, feeling a surge of dis, but from a certain day onward, everything suddenly transformed. It was as if it had awakened from a long nightmare. Beginning to realize its own consciousness, it developed its own aspirations. It yearned to grow stronger, to become as formidable as the creatures that soared above the ocean's surface. An abundance of knowledge inexplicably filled its mind, leading it to understand which sustenance would facilitate its rapid growth. Its intuition sharpened, sensing immense danger in certain areas of the seabed. Consequently, it circumnavigated these perilous zones while foraging for food. Its growth accelerated, and it grew increasingly astute. Gradually, it even began to perceive beneficial elements from the ocean's surface while submerged. Thus, for the first time in its life, it burst forth from the sea, indulging on an island, swiftly retreating as danger loomed. From that moment, a prominent ridge appeared upon its forehead, and the silhouette of an immensely powerful otherworldly beast materialized within its mind. An instinctive awareness revealed that this was the latent power buried deep within its bloodline. By continuously consuming, it too could attain the strength of its ancestors. Indeed, ruthless consumption. No one could hinder its ascent. A sinister aura yanked the otherworldly creature. The dragon whale, from its memories back to the present, it suddenly realized a colossal sea serpent obstructed its path. In its recollection, this serpent had reigned supreme in these waters since its own inception. In the past, for the sake of safety, it had always circumvented this creature. However, times had changed. A glint of greed flickered in the dragon whale's eyes as it lunged toward the sea serpent. A fierce battle ensued, staining the seabed with blood. The dragon whale devoured the serpent's most prized part, as gentle energy surged from its stomach, mending its wounds. The dragon whale felt a surge of exhilaration. Though it had sustained some injuries, it was undoubtedly worth it. Once it fully absorbed the serpent's energy, before it could indulge in further thoughts, another wave of danger approached rapidly. Was it the giant octopus? Why were they all converging today? It would consume them all. The dragon whale roared and engaged in combat with the giant octopus. After an extensive struggle, the octopus's massive form was torn asunder, but the dragon whale bore numerous scars. With no time to absorb the octopus, the dragon whale sensed 3 or 4 more perilous auras approaching. What a dreadful day! It quickened its pace, attempting to flee from these bothersome foes. Yet, the onslaught was relentless. Wherever it went, adversaries attacked. Even those clearly no match for it seemed frenzied, rushing to their demise. Initially, it contemplated teaching these creatures a lesson, but soon it found itself in a desperate flight for survival. The sheer number of foes was overwhelming, and it had not rested for ages, growing increasingly fatigued. The dragon whale sensed something was awry, yet it could not pinpoint the issue. The pursuit by other creatures of the seabed seemed interminable. Its consciousness began to blur. In the moment before death, it faintly beheld a blue glowing apparition before it. Then, its awareness succumbed to an icy stillness. The blue flame phantom delivered the final blow to the otherworldly dragon whale, and Li Fan finally exhaled in relief. The threat of merciless killing intent dissipated, and the previously predatory creatures of the seabed, after a moment of bewilderment, ceased their advance. The duration of the hunt for the dragon whale exceeded Li Fan's expectations. This creature was extraordinarily formidable. Reflecting on the fierce battles he had witnessed among the sea monsters, Li Fan still felt a shiver of apprehension. Fortunately, no matter how powerful, it could not withstand endless depletion. It took over 20 days for the dragon whale to be worn down to death, a testament to its tenacity. Had it not been for him, an ordinary foundation-building cultivator would have found it impossible to contend with it. Indeed, the formless killing intent, which I comprehended from the essence of heavenly killing intent, proved to be remarkably effective. Without bloodshed, the otherworldly dragon whale was vanquished, and with 2,000 contribution points secured, Li Fan could not help but feel elated. The dragon whale was too massive to fit into his storage ring. He could only carve out a few distinct and valuable portions. Gazing upon the lifeless form of the dragon whale, Li Fan contemplated. After considerable effort, he dismantled it. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly recalled something. It was said that the stomachs of these dragon whales often contained indigestible remnants that accumulated over the years, serving as rare materials for refining. Also worth a considerable amount of contribution points. Adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, Li Fan began to rummage through the dragon whale's stomach. It was indeed a hodgepodge, filled with all manner of items. Ah, what is this? Li Fan picked up a half-digested spherical object, feeling a sense of familiarity. Soon, he realized it was a lioli pearl. In the dragon whale's stomach, Li Fan discovered many partially digested lioli pearls, remnants from the dragon whale's consumption of lioli fish. It seemed that ever since he had eliminated the giant lioli fish, the fate of the lioli fish school had become precarious. Li Fan mused inwardly. Aside from the lioli pearls, there were also fragments of coral and a gleaming fishbone among other assorted items. Li Fan, undeterred by their recognition, gathered everything into his pack. Finally, after ensuring he had not overlooked anything, he departed quietly. The journey back to Wansien Island was uneventful, and after submitting the dragon whale's remains, Li Fan exchanged the items he had scavenged from its stomach for contribution points, totaling 320. Following an assessment, the Wansien Alliance confirmed that the dragon whale he submitted was indeed the one that had previously attacked the island. Thus, he received a task reward of 2,000 points. With an additional 450 points remaining, Li Fan now possessed a total of 2,770 contribution points. With such an abundance, he should have enough to select a satisfactory technique. At present, Li Fan lacked a means to conceal his own aura for tracking purposes. Such techniques were relatively rare, but for a chi refining stage cultivator, 2,770 contribution points were undoubtedly sufficient. Li Fan began his selection in the heavenly profound mirror. Meanwhile, within the Wansien Alliance, the task of hunting the otherworldly dragon whale, which had once left many foundation-building cultivators at a loss, was now completed by a mere chi refining cultivator. This unusual occurrence immediately drew considerable attention, especially from those who had initially banded together to issue the task, leaving them perplexed. A chi refining stage, Li Fan? Who was this individual? Was it not said that the dragon whale could withstand attacks from golden core cultivators? How then could Li Fan have slain it? Could it be that he concealed his true strength? This newcomer must have recently joined our Wansien Alliance, seeking to hide his prowess before the heavenly treasure mirror? Impossible. There is no doubt he is indeed a chi refining stage cultivator. I had someone verify it. He was introduced to our Wansien Alliance not long ago by He Zhenghao. Oh, how then did this individual accomplish such a feat? Could it be that he possesses some extraordinary treasure? The fact that a chi refining cultivator achieved what even foundation building cultivators could not, left many to speculate. Just then, a dismissive voice chimed in. Stop speculating. The latest insider information is that this fellow merely had good luck. This remark immediately caught the attention of many. Daoist Yupeng, what do you mean by that? Indeed. Good luck? How could that be? Yupeng sighed. I too find it hard to believe, but the facts speak for themselves. The remains of the otherworldly dragon whale have been sent to Elder Gongsun at the Hall of Heavenly Secrets for analysis. The conclusion drawn is that this dragon whale had fought with at least 3 other sea monsters of similar caliber before its demise. Most of its wounds were inflicted by these beasts. By the time it died, the dragon whale was utterly exhausted. Even without that fellow's intervention, the dragon whale would not survive much longer. Upon hearing Zhou Peng's words, an immediate silence enveloped the surroundings. Although it was somewhat inconceivable, the name of Elder Gongsun from the Heavenly Mechanism Hall was known to all. Thus, his conclusion was deemed relatively credible. It was said that the dragon whale exhibited signs of imminent transformation into a dragon. Perhaps this was the reason it attracted the covetous eyes of other colossal beasts. This notion made perfect sense. For those extraordinary creatures capable of mutual consumption and evolution, such an awakened ancestral bloodline would be a tremendous boon. Alas, that fledgling cultivator was indeed fortunate. One could only envy him for acquiring a bounty of 2,000 contribution points. Those around nodded in agreement. Li Fan had long been prepared for the potential ramifications of completing the Dragon Whale bounty mission. Yet, he was not entirely unafraid, no matter how one viewed it. The Dragon Whale fell victim to the savage slaughter among the giant beasts. He merely stumbled upon an opportunity, picking up the spoils of fortune. For 2,000 contribution points, a slight risk was certainly worthwhile. Setting this matter aside, after a period of searching and comparison, Li Fan confirmed his target technique, the shadow-following technique. The essence of this technique lay in its very name. It excelled in tracking and concealment. Once it locked onto a target, it could follow like a shadow, making it exceedingly difficult for the target to escape. Moreover, it could remain hidden in the shadows, rendering it virtually undetectable. Such remarkable efficacy naturally came at a high price, 1,800 contribution points. Li Fan, without hesitation, made the purchase. Just as Li Fan prepared to enter seclusion for cultivation, he suddenly received a spiritual talisman communication from He Jinghao. Li Fan, my friend, I did not expect that the cultivator who hunted the dragon whale would indeed be you. I thought it was merely another cultivator sharing your name and realm. It was only when others inquired about your situation that I confirmed it was you who slew that dragon whale. He Jinghao appeared exceptionally excited. What a relief. You have avenged me. You cannot imagine how, every time I close my eyes these days, I see the plummeting prices of spirit mist grass. Li Fan fell into momentary silence, and after a while, he replied, it was merely luck. I happened upon the dragon whale engaged in a battle with other colossal beasts during my task, and seized the opportunity. Not long after sending the message, He Jinghao promptly responded, luck is a part of strength, my friend. Your talent and fortune are both extraordinary. The future holds great promise for you. Before Li Fan could formulate a response, He Jinghao sent another message. I happen to have a matter I wish to ask of you. May I? Oh, what is it? I wish to ask you to act as a proxy guardian for Liuli Island. What do you think? Li Fan felt a surge of curiosity regarding the proxy guardianship. He Jinghao quickly elaborated. Due to the spirit mist grass incident, I lost a significant portion of my savings over the years. As the time to exchange for the nascent soul technique draws near, I find myself unwilling to relent. Recently, several friends discovered an ancient cave and invited me to explore it with them. They believe the cave has been sealed since before the calamity descended and contains numerous rare treasures and perhaps even techniques. If we could make some gains, it would somewhat compensate for my losses. So I have decided to take the chance. Li Fan pondered for a moment, refraining from giving an immediate answer, and instead inquired, how long would you require me to act as proxy guardian? He Jinghao responded swiftly, not for long. At least 1 to 2 years, at most 3 to 4. Chapter 78. The opening of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. I apologize, but I truly am unable to assist. I sense a breakthrough is imminent and will need to venture out in search of opportunities within the next 2 years, making it impossible for me to guard Liuli Island for an extended period. With just over a year remaining until the opening of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, Li Fan was determined not to miss the opportunity for a head start in exchange for the meager contribution points from guardianship. Thus, he had to decline He Jinghao's request outright. I see. In that case, I shall seek others. I wish you a swift foundation establishment. He Jinghao replied regretfully. The communication talisman fell silent thereafter, and Li Fan paid it no mind, opting to spend his contribution points to activate an auxiliary cultivation mode for the shadow-following technique. After all, as an auxiliary technique, the shadow-following technique was considerably simpler to cultivate than the other two methods. With the dual enhancement of the Spirit Awakening and the Linglong Glass Bead, in less than 10 days, Li Fan had reached the later stage of Qi refinement. At that moment, Li Fan was testing the efficacy of the shadow-following technique. He utilized 100 contribution points to simulate a chase against a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator within the Tianxian mirror. The surrounding space transformed into a series of undulating mountains, where a figure swiftly fled into the distance, his designated target. Watching the figure recede further away, Li Fan's mind stirred, and his form abruptly darkened, shrouded as if cloaked in darkness, becoming nearly imperceptible amidst the pervasive shadows. As the target was on the verge of vanishing from view, Li Fan surged forward, propelling himself after it. Compared to his previous straightforward wind manipulation, Li Fan's speed had significantly increased. He felt a subtle connection to the target, and as the target accelerated, so too did Li Fan, as though he had become the target's shadow, unable to be shaken off. He could seamlessly traverse and leap through the shadows cast on the ground. In no time at all, Li Fan caught up to the fleeing figure. The surrounding scenery blurred as the mountains and the figure of the cultivator simultaneously vanished, returning to a pitch-black space. Upon concluding the chase, Li Fan felt quite satisfied with the shadow-following technique. Its innate ability to conceal one's presence was already impressive, and when paired with the concealment talisman, it became exceedingly difficult for anyone to detect him. Although Changsheng was somewhat enigmatic, his cultivation level was undoubtedly late-stage qi refinement. With all his preparations, Li Fan was confident that his plans for the Cloud Water Talisman would unfold smoothly. Now, everything was in place. He awaited news from Jiao Shuyuan and the official opening of the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace. In the Changsheng mirror, Li Fan gazed into the distance with a pensive expression. 2 months later, at Wanxian Island, in the Qianli Hall, having received news from Jiao Shuyuan, Li Fan activated the concealment talisman and hurried over. Upon meeting Jiao Shuyuan, he feigned anger. "What is the matter with your Qianli Hall? It's just a minor qi refinement cultivator. Yet it has taken you such a long time to gather information. I thought you had forgotten about it and were seeking someone else to handle it." Jiao Shuyuan appeared somewhat embarrassed, but he quickly pulled Li Fan aside, activated the shop's formation to shield them from external prying, and whispered, "Please lower your voice." The delay was truly due to unforeseen circumstances. Li Fan's expression shifted as he awaited further explanation. "Honestly, the difficulty of this task exceeded my expectations. The 50 contribution points we previously agreed upon were far too little. You must understand, I had to enlist the help of a late-stage foundation establishment senior to accomplish this." Jiao Shuyuan looked at Li Fan with eager eyes, the implication clear. "What? Do you intend to breach our agreement?" Li Fan narrowed his eyes, fixing a menacing gaze on Jiao Shuyuan. Jiao Shuyuan scratched his head nervously. "Perhaps you could increase the amount a bit." Li Fan turned as if to leave. Jiao Shuyuan nearly leapt up in panic. "Oh dear, my dear friend. I've truly had a streak of bad luck. 2 consecutive transactions have turned into losses for me." "Very well. Let us stick to the original terms. 50 it is." He gritted his teeth. With that, along with the previous deposit, it amounted to exactly 50 contribution points. Li Fan coldly stated, tossing 4 medium-grade spirit stones toward him. "Is it easy for me to earn this little?" Jiao Shuyuan grimaced as he accepted the spirit stones. Before handing over a jade slip to Li Fan took the jade slip and examined it with his spiritual sense, his expression shifting to one of surprise. Afterward, he stowed the jade slip away and departed. As Li Fan gazed at the receding figure of Jiao Shuyuan, the previously ingratiating expression on his face abruptly vanished. He caressed the spirit stone in his hand, emitting a series of cold chuckles. One is shrouded in mystery with an obscure background. The other is clandestine with dubious motives. I shall see what you two are truly up to. Within the Changsheng mirror, Li Fan meticulously scrutinized the contents of a jade slip before finally shattering it. 2 individuals? Li Fan furrowed his brow, sensing a newfound complication. According to the intelligence gathered by Jiao Shuyuan, Changsheng generally led a secluded life, rarely making an appearance. He had a close companion named Bai Li Chun, who was also a male cultivator. Bai Li Chun, slightly weaker, was at the mid-stage of qi refinement. It appeared that Changsheng and Bai Li Chun shared an exceptionally close bond, always acting together during missions, inseparable as shadows. Furthermore, the two seemed to possess some form of combined attack technique. When it came to combat, their coordination was seamless, as if they were one entity. Typically, they remained within the confines of Wanxian Island, only venturing out to undertake missions and accumulate contributions. However, during Jiao Shuyuan's investigation, both had mysteriously vanished once, losing all trace after leaving Wanxian Island, their whereabouts unknown. Who exactly is Bai Li Chun, and why do I have no recollection of him? Li Fan ruminated, unable to recall any information regarding Bai Li Chun from his memory. It seemed this person had likely perished within the ruins of Yun Shui Tiangong. Nevertheless, I did not anticipate that the number of cultivators I had to contend with would increase. My current preparations seem insufficient. Fortunately, I still have ample time. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Fan resumed his plotting. A year later, at the 11th year, in the central waters of Yunhai, the skies, having brewed storms for months, rumbled incessantly. The thick swirling clouds had turned pitch black, slowly rotating and accumulating power. The clouds appeared as towering walls, guarding the center of the vortex. There, streaks of blue light flickered incessantly. With each flicker, an inexplicable change seemed to unfold in the central waters. Such anomalies naturally attracted cultivators. Rumors even hinted that an ancient sect's ruins were about to surface here. Consequently, a growing number of cultivators congregated over the past few months. And Li Fan was among them. His gaze swept through the crowd, subtly lingering on Si Kong Yi and Bai Li Chun before catching sight of Jiao Shou Yuan. Jiao Shou Yuan stared eagerly at the swirling clouds above, his expression brimming with excitement. He likely presumed he had stumbled upon an opportunity to seize. Little did he know, he was merely courting disaster. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Li Fan's eyes. Chapter 79. Chief of the Transmission Hall. As the swirling clouds continued their rotation, they seemed to generate an inexplicable suction. The clouds throughout the sky of Tsong Yunhai were gradually absorbed, growing in scale and occupying the entire field of vision, evoking a sense of suffocation merely from looking up. Meanwhile, the frequency of the blue flashes at the vortex's center quickened. Finally, when everything reached a critical point, a sudden explosion of blue light erupted from the vortex's center, forming a blue halo that expanded outward at an astonishing speed. Initially, onlookers found themselves merely within the swirling clouds. In the blink of an eye, the blue light swept over all the cultivators present. They barely had time to register their astonishment before those engulfed by the blue light slowly vanished like phantoms. The blue light continued its outward journey. If one could gaze down from 10,000 meters above, they would witness the blue halo rapidly spreading from the central waters to envelop the entire Tsong Yunhai, reaching the edges of the sea before finally halting. Then, it abruptly contracted, collapsing back to its origin at a speed several times faster than its expansion. The blue light became dazzlingly brilliant. The storm within the swirling clouds ceased. The thick clouds, stretching for thousands of meters and spanning tens of thousands of miles, seemed to be squeezed and kneaded by an invisible giant hand. Simultaneously, beneath the Tsong Yunhai, countless blue light points emerged from various parts of the sea surface, floating upwards. Gradually, the thick accumulation of clouds began to morph into a series of interconnected structures. And under the attachment of the blue light points infused with misty water vapor, the clouds transformed into a brilliant azure, becoming transparent. This extraordinary phenomenon persisted for a full quarter of an hour. Ultimately, a colossal celestial palace, composed of gathered clouds and waters, existing in a state between reality and illusion, appeared above Tsong Yunhai. The Yun Shui Tiangong, sealed for millennia, re-emerged into the world. With the conflict escalating ahead, all major sects suffered heavy losses. As the leader among the sects of Tsong Yunhai, our Yun Shui Tiangong was no exception. I cannot fathom how many brothers have fallen on the battlefield. Before departing, the sect master entrusted me with the task of recruiting disciples. I cannot fail his expectations. Fortunately, this journey has yielded considerable rewards. Li Fan gradually regained his awareness. Surveying his surroundings, he found a plaza strewn with over 100 cultivators in disarray. However, all their garments were now a blend of blue and white, faintly displaying the characters for cloud and water. Before them stood a tall, strikingly handsome man clad in white, with starry brows and a sword-like gaze, seemingly engaged in a monologue. Although the man appeared quite charming, there was an underlying air of irreverence in his demeanor. Li Fan observed the scene, recalling experiences from his past life, realizing that he had successfully entered the interior of the Yun Shui Tiangong. At this moment, it was prudent to remain still and await the unfolding of events. Thus, he concealed his presence and remained motionless. Gradually, the cultivators in the plaza began to awaken. Upon comprehending their circumstances, several displayed signs of agitation. What is happening? Where are we? I distinctly remember being beside that swirling cloud. And what is with this attire? They noticed the lone white-clad man ahead, who appeared starkly different from the rest. Someone immediately called out, "Hey, you in the white clothes. Did you bring us here? Who are you, and what is your purpose?" The white-clad man finally snapped out of his soliloquy. Glancing at the crowd of cultivators, he broke into a delighted smile. "Ah, you are finally awake. Now, please remain quiet. I must convey some important instructions." Before he could finish, he was impatiently interrupted. "Stop the rambling and tell us where we are." A smile crept across the white-clad man's face as he shook his head repeatedly. It seems the newcomers this time are rather disobedient. Without any visible motion, he merely cast a glance. In a flash, a blue light flickered, and the head of the speaking cultivator fell to the ground. What was once a somewhat noisy plaza fell into an eerie silence. Some cultivators wore expressions of terror, while others appeared to grasp the reality of their situation. The white-clad man looked upon the now quiet crowd with satisfaction before leisurely stating, "My name is Qin Tang, the chief of the transmission hall in Yunshui Tiangong. You may refer to me as Senior Brother Qin. All of you are my newly recruited outer disciples. Over the next few months, as long as you can pass my various tests, you will officially join Yunshui Tiangong. However, there are several points you must remember. The first rule is to maintain sufficient respect for me, Senior Brother Qin. Whatever I say, you must comply. As for the consequences of defiance, you have just witnessed." The second rule. Qin Tang continued his lengthy discourse. While the cultivators below appeared outwardly calm, they had already begun to communicate telepathically amongst themselves. Does anyone know what is happening? This is bizarre. This Yunshui Tiangong must be a sex ruin shrouded in enigma. Is Qin Tang a real person or merely an illusion? He certainly does not seem alive. Did you not notice the absence of any aura around him? Everyone, do not panic. There are rules to this enigma. As long as we adhere to what Qin Tang says, we should face no immediate danger. Li Fan subtly cast a glance at Si Kong-yi and Bailey Chen. The two appeared unfazed, as if they had anticipated the impending strangeness. Or perhaps, even amidst the oddity, they were composed and prepared. Turning his gaze towards the figure clad in white, Qin Tang, Li Fan recalled the experiences of those who had previously explored the Yunshui Heavenly Palace. Qin Tang served as the initial gatekeeper, not a living soul, but rather an enigmatic presence. His words embodied the bizarre rules one must adhere to for survival. Only by passing his trial could one gain the right to explore the various realms of the Yunshui Heavenly Palace. At last, Qin Tang concluded his discourse, clapping his hands together. "It is getting late. I shall escort you to your quarters. Tomorrow morning, we will commence the trials. Follow me." With that, he turned and strode toward the plaza's exit. The majority of the cultivators, including Si Kong-yi and Bailey Chen, obediently trailed behind the white-clad Qin Tang. Li Fan followed closely as well. Only a few individuals exchanged glances, opting not to join the others, instead hastening in the opposite direction, attempting to flee. Qin Tang seemed oblivious to their furtive actions, showing no reaction. As these individuals attempted their escape, their speed increased. Unbeknownst to them, the farther they distanced themselves from Qin Tang, the more blue light surged from their bodies. Eventually, after covering a certain distance, they all transformed into lifeless corpses, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 80. Remember to sleep early. The cultivators following Qin Tang noticed the scene unfolding in the distance, their expressions turning pale with shock. What fools! They were warned of the strangeness, yet still dared to flee. They truly do not understand the meaning of death. Among them was a familiar face. The Foundation establishment cultivator's son Chiron, whose skills were quite remarkable. It was surprising he had met such a silent demise. Strange. Why did their deaths not provoke any celestial anomalies? Is this your first encounter with the bizarre? One asked. In the realm of the strange, rules manifest independently. Previous knowledge often proves ineffective, so one must exercise utmost caution. Thank you for the guidance. As they walked and communicated through their thoughts, the crowd displayed varying expressions. Shortly thereafter, Qin Tang led them into a grand edifice. The center featured a straight corridor, flanked by small compartments. Each room contained no embellishments, merely 5 wooden beds. Very well, you shall rest here tonight. Assemble in the plaza at dawn, Qin Tang announced, then shook his head and exited. Oh, and remember to sleep early. His voice lingered as he vanished. With the strangeness dissipated, the cultivators finally exhaled in relief. Most were familiar with one another, seeking rooms together. Si Kong-yi and Bailey Chen naturally shared a space, while Li Fan chose a nearby room, avoiding their company. Inside, 2 others were already present, engaged in mental dialogue. Li Fan refrained from greeting them, lying down on the bed, the Xian Huang Lian Xian mantra circulating within him, dispelling all distracting thoughts. Soon, he slipped into a deep slumber. The 2 conversing individuals were initially taken aback by his sudden sleep. However, a realization struck them, their faces turning ashen with dread. They hastily ceased their discussion and forced themselves to sleep. Yet not all could sense the impending calamity. Many continued to share tales of the day's discoveries and their aspirations for treasures hidden within the newly unveiled Yunshui, a heavenly palace, their excitement rendering sleep elusive. Time trickled by, and soon, the lights within the grand building abruptly extinguished, plunging the space into darkness. Qin Tang's voice echoed eerily. Ah, these newcomers are rather disobedient. I explicitly stated the importance of resting early. Why are there still so many awake? Should you be unable to sleep, allow me to assist you. The chilling sounds of death reverberated, and countless cultivators perished without uttering a single cry. In that moment, all present comprehended that Qin Tang's earlier admonition about sleeping early was no jest. It was already too late. The essence of many cultivators faded into silence. Some attempted to rouse their sleeping companions, but their cries were abruptly stifled. Death and slaughter permeated the darkness. The master believes that among the three, innate talent is of utmost importance. However, I beg to differ. I hold that the essence of one's character is paramount. Thus, the threefold trials I have devised are all related to this aspect. Qin Tang spoke slowly, guiding everyone into a three-story pavilion. On the first level, there were over 100 bookshelves, each laden with tomes. As the crowd gazed intently, titles such as Flying Cloud Illusions, Thunderbolt Escape, and Rejuvenation of the Greenwood caught their eyes, each book a profound method of cultivation. The breath of all present quickened in unison, a singular thought emerging. This time, fortune smiled upon them. Just on this first level, there were certainly tens of thousands of techniques. To carry even a few out would equate to a decade's worth of toil. A wave of greed surged within the cultivators. Although they were envious of the techniques displayed, they refrained from acting recklessly, still weary of Qin Tang's earlier might. Unperturbed by the palpable tension, Qin Tang gazed at the rows of shelves. Nostalgia glimmering in his eyes as he intoned, "The path of the heart lies in focus, in courage, and in perseverance. This first trial will assess your concentration. Here lie 36,541 techniques. For the time being, you shall remain here to transcribe these methods. You will have 3 months. After this period, I shall evaluate your work based on both the quantity and quality of your transcriptions." Joy erupted on the faces of the cultivators at Qin Tang's words. So many techniques were at their disposal for transcription? If they could memorize just a few, even if they gained nothing further, this venture would be worthwhile. Ignoring the crowd's excitement, Qin Tang casually gestured, and hundreds of desks and chairs materialized, complete with ink and paper. Let the endeavor commence. I hope you will not disappoint me. With that, he produced a gourd of wine, took a swig, and leaned against the wall, appearing to doze off. As soon as Qin Tang spoke, the cultivators could no longer contain themselves. They rushed to the bookshelves, eager to discover the contents within. Moments later, the pavilion erupted with noise. What? How is this possible? Golden flame fire technique, a fire attribute method. Can it truly lead to the nascent soul stage? This one, and this one are all nascent soul techniques? Haha, we've struck gold this time. Observing the frenzied reaction of the cultivators, Li Fan could not suppress a cold smile. He casually selected a technique and took a seat at a desk, beginning to transcribe without delving into the content, merely copying word for word with patience. He understood that these techniques were but illusions. In his previous life, countless cultivators had concluded that any record made during the trial would vanish upon exiting the Cloud Water Heaven Palace, as if they had never existed. This enticing collection of methods was mere bait to ensnare the heart. While some cultivators sensed the underlying truth, how many could resist the allure of the nascent soul techniques? A few were completely absorbed in the technique's mysteries, neglecting to copy. Even when reminded by others, they continued to be distracted, pausing to reread. In contrast, Li Fan's pen moved swiftly and resolutely, a rarity among the crowd. With endless supplies of paper and ink, he soon completed the transcription of his chosen book, returning it to the shelf before selecting another. His dispassionate approach drew the attention of some. After contemplating, they too abandoned their initial attempts to memorize, focusing solely on transcription. Meanwhile, those still entranced by the techniques received no encouragement from their peers. Days passed, and the monotony of continuous transcription weighed heavily. Having learned from past experiences, none dared to resort to magical shortcuts. Soon, fatigue set in, and some cultivators succumbed to the urge to rest. Some closed their eyes for a brief moment before resuming, while others took a more extended break to recuperate. Li Fan, however, did not pause even for a moment. Only 2 or 3 others, seemingly bolstered by their cultivation methods, exhibited similar stamina. They appeared unaffected by extended wakefulness. Li Fan pressed on purely out of determination, for he understood that Qin Tang's evaluation would hinge not only on the volume and accuracy of transcriptions, but also on the duration he maintained focus from the moment he picked up the pen until he set it down. As Qin Tang had previously stated, this trial was one of concentration. Thus, Any interruption, regardless of cause, would signify a disruption of focus. Li Fan immersed himself in the transcription, suppressing all fatigue. Time slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, a voice broke through the silence. "Ah, what a splendid nap." Qin Tang's voice rang out, and with a stretch, the paper and ink before Li Fan vanished. "Time's up. Let us see how you fared." He squinted slightly, as if inspecting something, shaking his head repeatedly. Wait, this is intriguing." Noticing Li Fan, a smile crept onto his lips, though he quickly withdrew his gaze. "The first trial concludes here. Tomorrow, you shall rest, and the second trial will commence the day after." He clapped his hands, and Li Fan felt the world shift, returning to the imposing structure where they had previously rested. Qin Tang's figure did not accompany them. The cultivators finally relaxed, their expressions animated as they exchanged thoughts. "This truly is a great opportunity. I managed to transcribe a total of 15 techniques, most of which are golden core methods, with a few nascent soul techniques as well. I also recorded quite a few. What's the point of remembering so much? Let's just hope we survive to leave. That is not quite fair. With my abilities, if all goes as expected, I would have remained at the foundation establishment stage, to have glimpsed the mysteries of the nascent soul techniques. Even if I were to perish tomorrow, I would have no regrets. Your words resonate deeply with me. Good advice is wasted on the damned." Aside from the spirited discussions, some cultivators began to eye the belongings of those who had perished earlier. Unfortunately, their investigations led to disappointment. Li Fan overheard someone nearby scoffing, "Don't even think about it. I saw it that night." After Qin Tang killed them, their storage rings and magical artifacts vanished without a trace. Shaking his head, Li Fan was about to return for a proper rest when he inadvertently caught sight of a corpse, momentarily stunned. It was the body of Jiao Shouyuan. Now, 3 months had passed, and it exhibited increasingly unusual characteristics. Instead of normal flesh, it appeared desiccated, resembling withered wood with a yellow hue. Li Fan kicked it lightly, the sound echoing as if striking timber. Just then, a voice came from behind him. "It's merely a puppet, not the real body. It's one of Jiao Shouyuan's usual tactics. There's no need for alarm." Li Fan turned to see a fellow cultivator in the Qi refinement stage. He immediately clasped his hands in greeting. "Thank you for your guidance. Are you also from the 10,000 Immortals Alliance?" The man nodded. "Indeed, I am Chenin, and I have been a member of the Wanxian Alliance for over 30 years. I am Li Fan. From your words, it seems you are quite familiar with Jiao Shouyuan." Chenin smiled. "Familiarity may be too strong a term. However, having lived on this island for so long, I have come to know certain matters. Take Chenin, for instance. He runs a general store named Qianli Hall on the island, selling all manner of goods. It is said he has connections with the Wanxian Alliance, occasionally offering some fine items. In addition, he often engages in intelligence dealings, though he never risks himself, always sending puppets to pave the way." Upon hearing this, Li Fan nodded slowly. "So he fears death and is greedy. I see." Chenin laughed heartily. "Your summary is spot on. The phrase greedy and afraid of death describes Jiao Shouyuan perfectly." After their laughter subsided, Chenin suddenly remarked, "Earlier, while transcribing the techniques in the library, I noticed others would write for a while, then take a break to recuperate before continuing. Yet you, my friend, worked tirelessly for 3 months without rest. I admire that. However, I wonder if there is a deeper meaning behind your actions? If we only consider the speed of transcription, you must surely have been at a disadvantage compared to those who took regular breaks due to fatigue." Chenin bowed respectfully, seeking enlightenment. Li Fan pondered for a moment before responding. "I dare not claim to possess a deeper meaning. It is merely an instinct of mine. As for the first trial mentioned by Qin Tang, it is about focus. Focus means to be undistracted by any external factors. Only then can one be considered truly focused. Is fatigue not also an external distraction? If one were to stop due to it, would they not then cease to be focused? This is but a humble opinion. Please take it as you will." Chenin appeared contemplative upon hearing this. Li Fan chose not to elaborate further and returned to his room to rest. The next day, Qin Tang indeed did not appear again. The others also dared not wander off, patiently waiting within the structure. On the third day, early in the morning, Qin Tang staggered into view, sipping wine. "Ah, fine wine indeed." He belched and squinted at the gathered cultivators. "Today, we shall commence the second trial. This time, I shall test your courage. The path of immortality is fraught with countless hardships. Do you possess the courage to face them all?" Qin Tang smiled slightly. The crowd suddenly found themselves transported from the loft to the seaside, their magical powers sealed, rendering them as ordinary mortals. Qin Tang had vanished, his voice echoing distantly. I await you on the opposite shore. With your courage, cross this vast sea. The crowd exchanged glances. A bold individual stepped forward, placing a foot into the water. Instantly, the sea froze into ice, supporting him securely. Elated, he continued forward, soon disappearing from view. The remaining individuals, seeing someone take the lead, eagerly followed suit into the ocean. Li Fan noticed by Li Chun doing the same, stepping into the water. However, Si Kong remained on the shore, hesitating to move. Li Fan paid him no further mind, gathering his focus and slowly stepping onto the surface of the water. The ice solidified beneath his feet, yet the others were nowhere to be seen. Alone on the vast ocean, Li Fan maintained his composure and pressed forward. Days and nights passed in a blur, yet the scenery remained unchanged. This sea appeared endless. Even though Li Fan already knew the outcome, doubts and uncertainties began to creep into his heart. At that moment, he sensed the thickness of the ice beneath him diminishing. Taking a deep breath, he banished the fear within and resolutely continued onward. The ice beneath him regained its solidity. This second trial tested not only the courage to face external challenges, but also the bravery to confront one's own inner fears. On this boundless ocean, after walking for what felt like an eternity, he saw no sign of land. Would he begin to doubt whether he had lost his way? Would anxiety arise, questioning if this sea had no end? Would he feel terror, losing the courage to proceed? Or would he succumb to despair and cease moving forward? Li Fan walked on, grappling with his own thoughts. Even after enduring countless cycles through the ages, he had never experienced such introspection. Temporarily setting aside all external concerns, he wandered in contemplation. This frozen passage across the sea mirrored the path of immortality. The road ahead was obscured, with no endpoint in sight. Halfway through, he looked around, uncertain if he had lost his way. From beginning to end, he was utterly alone, with nothing to rely on. Time flowed, seemingly stretching into eternity. Even so, could he maintain his belief and never lose the courage to forge ahead? Even knowing this trial would eventually end, Li Fan found himself wavering. The journey across the sea felt interminable. 1 year, 2 years, decades passed. Li Fan's hair turned gray, his body hunched. Yet he did not waver in his steps. Until, at last, his frail body could no longer carry him, and he collapsed upon the ice. As his vision blurred and consciousness faded, he thought he glimpsed a figure on the distant shore, Qin Tang, dressed in white, standing alone and raising a wine gourd in salute, smiling as he took a sip. When Li Fan opened his eyes, he found himself and the other cultivators still within the building, but a considerable time had passed since his last memory, leaving many with bewildered expressions. After a while, clarity returned. Crossing the river of the 9 hells is easy. Crossing the sea of the heart is difficult. The second trial, the test of courage, had concluded. The day after tomorrow, we shall conduct the final trial. With that, Qin Tang, his ever-present wine gourd in hand, swayed his head and departed. In the 8th chapter, the trial of perseverance, the gathered cultivators reacted to Qin Tang's words with mixed emotions. Some appeared enlightened, while others remained indifferent. Thus, the second day swiftly passed. On the morning of the third day, Qin Tang appeared before them once more, this time without the haze of intoxication, looking considerably more alert. Today marks the final trial, he stated solemnly, surveying the cultivators. On the path of cultivation, one will inevitably encounter numerous challenges and temptations. Will you be able to remain steadfast and true to your original intentions? Let us await the outcome. As Qin Tang spoke, darkness enveloped them, and they lost consciousness. In a quaint village, Li Fan lay atop a roof, gazing at the setting sun, feeling as though he had forgotten something. Having grown up in this mountain village, he lived a simple life of rising at dawn and resting at dusk for 15 years. Such days were plain, yet filled with happiness. If life were to continue this way, it seemed there would be no harm in that. Yet, a persistent restlessness stirred within him, convincing him that he should not conclude his life in such an ordinary manner. Fan Air, where are you? Come home for dinner. Li Fan's mother called out. But he remained unmoved. He looked up at the sky, watching the birds soar freely and the sun and moon persist through the ages, lost in thought. As night fell and stars filled the sky, he felt even smaller beneath the vast expanse. He gazed at the stars throughout the night until dawn approached, when suddenly, a realization struck him. He rolled over and jumped down from the roof, rushing into the house to his still sleeping mother, exclaiming, "Mother, cancel the marriage with the neighbors, Neo. I won't marry. I want to pursue immortality." His mother, startled awake, thought her child had lost his mind and quickly grabbed his hand. What do you mean pursue immortality? There are no immortals. Wake up, my child. Li Fan tore himself away from his mother's grasp, his youthful visage brimming with determination. I do not know where the immortal resides, but I shall undoubtedly find him. With those words, he hastily packed his belongings amidst his mother's weeping and strode out of the door. 6 months later, while exploring the depths of the mountains, Li Fan tragically met his end at the jaws of a tiger. Before the dilapidated temple, amidst the flickering flames and the cries of the mourners, Li Fan felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. Master, our teacher has passed away. What shall we do after leaving the Chuyun temple? A timid voice beside him inquired. Just as he was about to respond, angry voices echoed around them. What else can we do? We must divide the belongings of the temple and descend the mountain. They had initially believed that a true immortal resided atop the mountain, enduring great hardships to pay their respects. Little did they know that the old priest was nothing but a charlatan. Indeed, how could a genuine immortal suddenly fall ill and die? As the crowd grew more agitated, Li Fan found himself at a loss for words, allowing them to ransack the temple's possessions. Moments later, he was left alone on the mountain. After gathering and burying his master's ashes, Li Fan reflected on the look in his master's eyes before he passed, filled with regret, sorrow, longing, and hope. Was my master a fraud? Was the Chuyun ascension he taught me merely a fabrication? Li Fan pondered. Perhaps things were not as they seemed. The immortal might indeed exist. Ultimately, he chose not to descend the mountain. He spent the latter part of his life in solitude at the temple, watching the clouds roll and the sun and moon shift. Day after day, he contemplated the Chuyun ascension. Yet, after decades, he made no progress, ultimately passing away with lingering regrets. In the imperial palace, Li Fan looked at the wooden plaque filled with names before him, revealing a hint of impatience in his eyes. Remove it. I wish to cultivate tonight. Your Majesty, you have not favored the concubines for 3 months. Li Fan's eyes flashed with a moment of fierce intensity. As you command. Observing the eunuch's fearful retreat, Li Fan scoffed. It matters little if I am not an emperor. A sudden thought surged within him, to seize resources from across the realm to support his cultivation. On the surface, he appeared to remain a mere mortal, yet in truth, he had already stepped into the threshold of the golden core stage. The trivial affairs of the mortal world seemed exceedingly mundane. 3 months later, during morning court, Li Fan soared into the sky before the assembled officials. For the next 216 years, while exploring an ancient cave, he fell victim to a treacherous plot and perished. On Lingyun Peak, Li Fan gazed at the ominous dark clouds that had gathered for so long, feeling their tremendous might, stronger than when the sect leader ascended. Naturally, in terms of combat prowess, my junior uncle is the foremost in the Li Mountain Sword sect in a millennium. As the oppressive clouds loomed overhead, Li Fan's spirit soared. After 3 centuries of cultivation, what fear did a mere heavenly tribulation hold? A beam of sword light erupted from Lingyun Peak, cleaving through the dark clouds. Sunlight poured through the rifts in the clouds, illuminating Lingyun Peak. The celestial gates swung open as Li Fan leaped into the realm of the immortals without a moment's hesitation. Upon entering the celestial realm, he was enraged to discover that all the predecessors who had ascended from Li Mountain had been inexplicably slain by unknown foes. As he cultivated, he searched for the hidden culprits, but after a century of fruitless efforts, he was betrayed and killed by a close friend during an expedition into an ancient secret realm, leaving him in shock and regret. In the northern celestial domain, 2 millennia ago, the mortal emperor unified the celestial domain of Qingtian and began a bloody campaign. Over the years, he claimed the heads of 5 celestial emperors and 16 celestial kings, establishing a fearsome reputation. Ultimately, only the northern celestial domain remained, barely clinging to existence. Now, an army threatened to annihilate it within a year. At the heart of the army, Changsheng observed the mortal emperor, who was meditating with closed eyes. Hesitating to speak, Li Fan opened his eyes and smiled faintly at his loyal general, who had fought alongside him from humble beginnings. Changsheng, it seems you have something to ask? Forgive me, Your Majesty, but I have a question that troubles me. Speak freely. Your Majesty began as a mere mortal, enduring countless hardships to become the celestial emperor, wielding immense power that instills fear in all celestial beings. Yet, why do you seem unwilling to pause your relentless pursuit? What is it that you seek? After vanquishing the Zhuang Tian emperor and unifying the celestial realm, what then? Qin Tang probed, his gaze fixed on Li Fan. Li Fan chuckled softly. What I seek is simply eternity, he replied nonchalantly. Changsheng was taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend. Eternity? With your current cultivation, is it not already within your grasp? If nothing unforeseen occurs, you could live for millions of years, could you not? His expression was one of shock, struggling to understand. To claim a lifespan of millions of years as eternity? Li Fan smiled softly, countering with a question. In the tomb of the ancient celestial emperors, hundreds have turned to dust. Even the ancient celestial beings who once opened the celestial realm and wielded unparalleled power are now mere mountains beneath my palace. I aim to unify the celestial realm, harness the strength of all celestial beings, and construct a grand formation to shatter the so-called eternal prison of the immortals. I wish to transcend the realm of immortality and advance further. Li Fan's tone was calm yet resolute, leaving no room for contradiction. Changsheng fell silent, understanding that the realm of immortals no longer existed. He could only bow his head in silence. Everything proceeded according to Li Fan's design. In merely 10 years, he unified the entire celestial realm. Following this, he employed ruthless methods to suppress all dissent, gathering resources from across the celestial realm to successfully forge the grand formation needed to break the shackles of the celestial realm. As the formation activated, the entire celestial realm trembled. Countless cracks appeared in the sky, and everything seemed to shatter. Li Fan laughed heartily as he plunged into the fissures, only to be met with an endless void. Thus, the trial of eternity came to a close. For Changsheng understood that there was no longer any need for further tests. In this trial, an anomaly had emerged. Even if he constructed infinite worlds, it seemed impossible to diminish this person's unwavering resolve. If only his master were here to witness such a prodigy, he would surely be exceedingly pleased. A hint of melancholy flickered in Changsheng's eyes. With a deep sigh, everyone awakened from the dream, finding themselves back at the initial plaza. Some were bewildered, others enlightened, their faces turning pale, while some fell into deep contemplation, seeming to gain insight. Changsheng observed the diverse reactions of the gathered cultivators and smiled. The 3 trials have concluded. Among you, some have exceeded my expectations, while others have utterly disappointed. My master once told me that when accepting disciples, quality is far more important than quantity. He surveyed the crowd with a gentle countenance. Therefore, let half of you remain. The cultivators, who had initially displayed joy, turned pale at Changsheng's words. What do you mean? They were all too aware of their performances in the trials. Now, hearing that half would be condemned, they were filled with shock and fury. On the brink of despair, they began to attack Changsheng. Yet he remained unperturbed, merely smiling calmly. I am Changsheng, the chief of the transmission pavilion of Yinshui Heavenly Palace. I ask for your guidance. As he spoke, azure figures suddenly appeared around half of the cultivators present. They were like duplicates of their targets, identical in appearance, aura, and strength. Once manifested, they launched relentless assaults on their originals. The master was indeed strict. The master once imparted to me that one should never act with absolute resolve. If you can survive the grasp of your own reflections, I shall no longer trouble you. Observing the beleaguered cultivators, Changsheng continued to speak slowly. The remaining cultivators, including Li Fan, chose to distance themselves from the battlefield to avoid collateral damage. Li Fan retreated to a secure location, keenly observing the unfolding situation. The blue reflection struck with unparalleled ferocity, seemingly tireless and impervious to injury. Ordinary cultivators stood no chance against such adversaries. As the confrontation ensued, many soon found themselves at a disadvantage. Before long, numerous cultivators met a grim fate beneath their own reflections. With each passing moment, the remaining ones, who were desperately struggling, could not hold out for long. In their desperation, they unleashed harsh words upon Changsheng. Wake up! What disciples are you still accepting? The Cloudwater Heavenly Palace has crumbled for countless years. What nonsense about masters and uncles? In the face of calamity, aren't we all destined to turn against one another? Turn against one another? Changsheng shook his head vehemently. In our Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, we stand united, respecting and loving one another. Even if it means sacrificing ourselves for our fellow disciples, hesitation would be a rarity. How could we possibly turn against each other? As he spoke, his voice suddenly softened. Calamity, his brow furrowed, as though a memory had been stirred. Calamity, he muttered repeatedly, and the sky above the square grew ominously dark. The blue phantoms attacking the cultivators began to mutate. A thick blackness surged forth from within the phantoms, instantly transforming them into a terrifying inky hue. This dark reflection was far more fearsome than the previous blue one. And in the blink of an eye, Those struggling cultivators perished in droves, leaving only a few clinging to life. Yet Changsheng remained entranced, muttering to himself. The ground began to shake violently, and the clouds above pressed down ominously, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The cultivators who had not been attacked, watching from the sidelines. Since the impending doom, however, faced with the bewitched Changsheng, none dared to take action. In that moment, everyone was at a loss as to what to do. At this juncture, Li Fan slowly approached Changsheng. He held a wine gourd, patted Changsheng on tea.